saying that the black swan is.
Man, it's all right. You know, Kosho is cool when he says we're not talking about like uh like you just kind of said the same thing while it was a distinction without a difference, but you're trying to say it was so because you're like it's just in a different position rather than it being at some other point than where it originated. Different position.
No,
It
it
kind of
is.
sounds like the same thing.
No, that's what he was saying with the chairs. Like it's a different chair that's now your horizon.
Right. So it'd be like
That's
in a
what's a good
building.
analogy.
In a building example, let's say you have a row of buildings, right? And at one point, this one building, which is the furthest one you can see, is blocking the buildings behind it, right? Now, let's say because of refraction, you now have a further building, which is the furthest one that you can see. It's not that that building that was before blocking buildings behind it is now moved. It's that now you have a further building, which is your horizon, and so everything in front of it you can now see.
Okay, can you show us when that happened? Because I want to see that.
Black Swan.
I mean, I look. I understand what you said. However, upon gaining this new perspective, aka this new horizon, I mean, I can't believe that what was obstruction all of a sudden isn't obstruction, especially when you have something in the central point between point A and point B. Point B being the subject of conversation, the horizon, the middle point being the oil rigs. Those are just there regardless.
Eli, I tagged you a minute ago with a GeoGebra link, right? And it's about the dip correction with refraction. Right. If you play with how much refraction there is, you will see the horizon move in the geometry. All right, have a play with it.
You can see this in real life all the time. There's tons of time lapse videos of people looking out over the water at like a distant island, and you can see the things moving up and down. Physical objects aren't actually moving up and down. That's silly, but they are physical objects that are moving due to refraction. And that's all we're saying is possible. Every time you guys say you can't have a physical horizon that refracts, it's just silly. You see it every day.
No, you need the horizon to go behind another physical object, though.
Horizon doesn't go behind anything. It's not a thing, dude. It's just a place that determines what you see.
You're going the wrong direction. We're saying, you guys are saying that it's going further out, not us. You guys.
I think you guys flipped our argument on us. I think we are the ones that call refraction.
Shut up! Stop interrupting. Listen, you
don't tell me to shut up. You shut up, fucking thing.
No,
shut the fuck up.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Have more respect for your seniors. Now you're talking about going up and down. We didn't say that. We're talking about lateral movement, just like Eli said. That's exactly. You're saying that an object, you're able to see it that's further away, and that you can actually see it behind a object that was actually blocking that said object.
Zero lateral movement.
Please don't say lateral. Please don't say lateral.
Yeah, lateral.
When light bends
everyone
down,
understands that means sideways.
When light bends down in greater degrees, it allows you to see further because the light is bending down that much more. But you're not moving anywhere. The horizon isn't moving physically anywhere.
Nothing's bending.
Yes, light bends. This is undeniable fact that light bends.
It's not a
bend.
It
bends down towards the denser medium.
It changes angle.
No, it bends. You can do this with sugar water in a fish tank, dude. It
100% things in the laboratory, but
yeah,
not in
we
reality.
don't live in sugar water. What are you talking about, man?
The properties of light that allow it to bend down towards a denser medium is easily seen in a test with sugar water, which is
it doesn't matter. We don't live in sugar water, so your example is
demonstrating a principle.
The properties of light that allow it to bend down towards a denser medium is in fact testable and repeatable.
We don't live in sugar water. If you can't demonstrate this in the medium that we actually live in, then your claim is stupid.
And able to extrapolate.
Yeah, like this is science 101, dude. We live in a fluid.
That's not science.
Liquid is a fluid and gas is a fluid. Just because the gas we live in isn't sugar water.
If you can't demonstrate it in the medium that we actually operate in,
demonstrate it in the medium that we live in. You guys,
Yo, hold on, Nidhogg. Eliza, whatever it is, Eliza. You can't interrupt people like that, bro. It'll be chaos. Just let them finish. You go next, bro. You got next.
Jeremy, Jeremy, I didn't called on you so many times. You just got here. No, they've been interrupting the entire time, bro. No. No, that's ridiculous.
But I can still appreciate that this is his house and all.
Can I say one thing?
I'll acknowledge the instruction. Go ahead.
It seems like nobody has been able to put their opinion in on the. It's only a few select group of people talking, and as soon as somebody else speak, they're automatically told to shut up. Right? There's only 3 people dominated the conversation, and it's been happening for like 4 hours.
Yeah, Matrix, and your opinion means as much as anyone's, so you're allowed to put yours in too.
All right. Well, what I hear happens sometimes that one person gets interrupted, and then they want to interrupt, and then once someone gets interrupted, then they interrupt the other, and it goes back and forth. So Elijah, I thought Nidhogg was more interrupting you in that case, but yeah, just go ahead, Elijah.
How about Elijah choose who he's talking to?
Are you talking to me or Elijah F?
Elijah.
We have similar names. Maybe just use Savvy if you're talking to me.
All right.
Yeah, Elijah, choose who he's talking to.
No, Nidhogg was interrupting Elijah Savvy, is what I heard. But
my bad. I thought it was happening the other way. My bad.
It's
everyone
fine.
one at a time.
You're
please,
still
guys,
the moderator. I still accept what your foundation.
I have to go, so I'm just going to end with light bends down towards denser mediums. This is science. We all know it. Stop denying it.
Cool story, bro.
Can you conclude that point? Make it concise in a way that we can understand it.
He said he had to go. I don't think he can.
No, but the problem is he tends to say that a lot, but he doesn't tend to elaborate on it.
Yeah, but he did elaborate earlier. His example was, because he's gone now, right? His example was sugar water. But the problem is, we don't live in sugar water. So to bring that up is just dumb. Like, there's no two ways about it. It's dumb. If you can't demonstrate it in the medium that we actually operate in, that it bends the way he's claiming in our medium, then it's nonsense. If he can demonstrate that in our medium, the medium of air that we have, then perhaps. But that's not what he demonstrated. His knee-jerk reaction is to go to, oh, that's what science says, sugar water. But by the way, that's not science, right? And he completely breezes past the point of the medium that we actually operate in, the observations that we're actually pointing to, namely Black Swan and the FE core.
Okay, Carnivore at 3 minutes past the hour has posted a video of a laser in air clearly bending.
Okay, so what I don't understand is where's the correlation between what light tends to do on the medium and the shape of the Earth?
What do you mean?
Where's the correlation?
That's a good point, right?
Just means we have to take it into account.
But are you guys saying what I don't understand is hold on, Elijah. Give me a second. What I don't understand is, right? Let's say we lived on a triangle, on a rectangle, whatever. You're telling me that refraction would do something else?
Whatever Earth has a density gradient, there will be refraction regardless of its shape. You guys can have refraction on a flat Earth as well. It's fine.
No, I agree with what you say, right? We will agree that regardless of what the shape of the land is, there will be refraction. Now, I don't understand why is it that you guys are using now refraction, which is new for you guys, because back in 2016, you guys used to not acknowledge refraction in the way you guys do now. But regardless, right? You guys seem to use it like just because you guys can detect and calculate refraction, all of a sudden that tends to prove the shape of the Earth. The shape of the Earth is the thing in contention. So I don't understand where's the correlation between, refraction works a certain way. That means what? What does that mean when the thing that we're trying to prove is that exact same thing?
Right. So in 2016, I completely agree. I don't think many of us knew about refraction at all. But since 2017, we have, and we have to take it into account. The end.
Yeah, okay, but the taking into account part is that it possibly might be a flat or level plane, and refraction would be the thing that makes it appear to look curvature. Have you investigated that part of the claim?
Yes, and it doesn't. Once you get a decent amount above the surface, refraction is quite predictable, right? And that's where 7/6R comes from, right? The predictable amount of refraction. If you take into account
more or less.
I picked 100 meters above the surface. And once you get above that, about 99.9% of the time, light will bend downwards, and it tends to be around what equates to 7/6R.
So I could think of one example where what you're saying wouldn't add up, right? You're saying that at 100 meters, have you accounted for a different medium that could possibly be up there? If you're staring down at the Earth while you're looking through a different medium, not the same medium you're on the Earth, wouldn't that change the refraction? So wouldn't it? Hold on, wouldn't it change? What you're looking over there in the sky, but what you're looking over here in the bottom? Wouldn't the change in medium completely change the refraction?
No, we're looking. This is all looking approximately horizontally. It's taking temperature, pressure, humidity measurements, converting those into a refractive index, and then converting multiple samples at different elevations into a refractive gradient. With that gradient, we know how much light will bend.
And 100 meters, shouldn't there be maybe lower pressures, maybe less molecules? Yes. How does one in theory or in paper, how does one adjust for refraction when you're dealing with less medium?
Yep, there's empirical lab experiments that adjust temperature, pressure, humidity, wavelength, CO2 content, all that sort of shit. That they adjust all that and calculate the refractive index in the lab, which we then apply to the measurements we take in the atmosphere.
So it would. You just mentioned the lab. It would be very difficult for one just taking a photo or something, or just from the floor without having the lab results to be able to conclude anything, right? Am I correct?
Say the first bit again.
You're saying that we need a lab to conclude, right? Because I threw you the thing about the different mediums while you're observing, right? It would be a different medium than the floor, obviously. So you're saying that the only way we could do that is through a lab. So I'm asking, are you saying that if one does not have a lab, one cannot definitively come to a conclusion on the value of refraction or whatever the fuck?
The lab experiments give us the formulas, right, that say if the temperature is this, the pressure is that, the humidity is this, right? Given all these inputs, these lab experiments will give you the refractive index, right? So we have these formulas that work out the refractive index. We take those formulas, apply them to the atmosphere that we are measuring, and therefore we know how much light will bend in the atmosphere.
I can hear what you're saying in theory, right? In paper, it sounds... Hold on. Give me one second.
Oh, where'd Elijah go?
I was talking to my wife for a moment. I can hear what you're saying, and it sounds good, right? It sounds logical what you're saying on paper. But then we have a phenomenon that happens that when we look at vast distances, when we take photography, things don't quite add up like the maths, right? The maths might say a certain distance, a certain curvature, but the photo represents something else entirely. So what we're trying to do is see if the visuals match with the maths. And it seems like these two things are not the same. You guys assert the math, that the math is exactly what we see, which is what we're consenting. And there doesn't seem to be a kind of the discussion between the differences between the maths and the visuals.
Okay. Do you have an example? Just Black Swan's an example if you want to, but do you have an example in mind?
Not necessarily an example. It seems like things tend to disappear from the bottom up. Flat surface, whatever, they tend to disappear from the bottom up. We get that same visual effect when we take long distance photography. Now, one can interpret that as refraction. One can interpret that as curvature, right? How does one distinguish between is Earth curvature or is a level plane and just refraction is making it look like it's missing that bottom part, making it seem like it's curvature?
The only way refraction can hide things from the bottom up is an inferior mirage, and that requires an inverted density gradient, which just does not happen above 100 meters. Just doesn't happen. So if you get above 100 meters above the surface, you're 99.9% guaranteed that light will be bending downwards, and the average gradient, if you equate it to like a radius multiplier, is where 7/6R comes from. That's why we apply 7/6R, but it's not necessarily always applicable close to the surface.
Didn't quite understand that. Can you Make it a little more precise.
Should I pull out a graph? Let's pull out a graph. Hold on. Where's my famous graphs? Hey, bro. All right. Where's bro? KBRO is Brownsville, Texas.
Are you guys doing refraction?
Again, yes. Again.
Guys, I'm about to go to the hallway.
Did you give him the refraction formula?
Oh, Jesus, you're going to get turned down, Jeremy. If you ask that question, you're going to get turned down.
Rohit, I'm going to go smoke. Give me a few minutes, man. If anybody else wants to take the floor.
Yeah, I'll take this. I got this Matrix thing.
Yeah. I knew he was going to say that. What's your question, Jeremy?
No, I'm just fucking around. Go ahead, guys.
All right. Oh, wait for Matrix.
We've been through this.
We've
been through this to death. I mean, I don't know. You know, I know where you stand, and you know.
Yeah. Anyway, Kosho, that was a great analogy for the chairs.
Well, I mean, on an illusion.
I think it's an important point, though. Absolutely, because it's something that gets confused in this conversation. Yeah, it's a different chair.
If my question is, if you guys have already been through all this, and like so Jeremy and that understand it all, why doesn't Jeremy and that explain it to Elijah?
That's an excellent
question. I would
explain
it. Highlighter, and I would explain it to him, except with the stuff we've been through, the person explaining it to me, he doesn't know what it is. So how am I going to tell someone else what it is when the guy telling me what it is doesn't even know what it is?
All right, for everyone else listening, all right, there's a formula derived in a lab using interferometric refractometers, right? They send light along one path through a vacuum and then light through another path through the sample. And they meet and they form an interference pattern, and from the interference pattern you get the refractive index, right? And all these experiments, modifying the temperature, pressure, humidity, blah, 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 all these experiments, right, are all sort of used to derive the formula to give you the refractive index given those inputs. And Jeremy goes, in this massively long formula, what does this variable stand for? It could be the radius of the Earth. And I'm like, it's in a lab, Jeremy, the end.
Well, I mean, one day you wanted to use Snell's law, the next day you want to use this 3-page formula that you don't even know what it means. I mean, dude, we know you can't use Snell's law. We don't know what this other formula stands for. What are we to do here, Ruhif? Please help me out, bro. Help me out.
You should use Fermat's principle, right? That will give you the correct result, and it won't have any sort of errors that you need to work around, right? But you shouldn't, but you can use Snell's law to approximate refraction in the atmosphere. Right? That's a different.
My bad. I thought you were done.
No, that's a different question from what the refractive index is of air under particular conditions. The end. Over and out. Roger.
So Fermat's principle, that's something other than Snell's law, other than this other thing that you don't know what it is, right? That's a new thing that we've never went over.
Fermat's principle?
Yeah, have we ever went over that? I only remember going over Snell's law and this formula that you don't even know what it means.
Generally, Fermat's principle requires calculus and integration, and I don't think we're there yet, Jeremy, to be honest. I don't think
no, we're there. Let's go over
No, we're not. We're not.
Well, bro, we're there. I'm right here with you. Let's do this shit.
Yeah. Okay. Let's
get right down to it.
What's the first derivative of y equals 3x squared plus 6x plus 2?
Let's just hear the formula for Fermat's principle and we can get down to it.
No, we're not doing it.
No.
In fact, remember the debate I had with refracted curvature from the FED panel? And he goes, "Oh, he's a double bachelor's engineer, qualified engineer," and I brought up some really simple calculus like differentiating cosine and sine, and he just fucking lost his shit and rage quit. It was hilarious.
I don't think people raging is hilarious. First of all, okay,
rage quit's hilarious.
You're
a bullshitter, dude.
What do you think about all the flat earthers in here that say physical objects can't have things refracted up and down?
Who said that?
You mean that a physical object could block something that you would have line of sight on?
Yeah.
The thing I was going over through the other morning, you know how I feel about that. You were right here. You heard what I said.
So
we could go through the hospital paper I posted.
Maybe you should let them know too, because they seem to be of the opinion that physical objects can't ever do that.
Hang on, there's a paper I tagged Eli in at, where is it? 48 minutes past the last hour, which I'll grab the link to again and post it. This is actually a paper that Gleam sent to me ages ago. And basically what it did is they set up a camera, pointed at a hospital, I think it was 10 miles away, something like that. And then during the day and overnight, they took photos every minute or two, whatever, and saw the apparent position shift up and down, due to refraction.
We know
So
things
it's a
shift up and
phenomenon,
down.
right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I've been trying to tell everyone. I've been trying to tell mainly the flat earthers this for a while now. Shit moves up and down in the distance. So,
right.
So, I got a picture that George took, and it's been done before too. It wasn't just George.
Yeah.
Our own people have done it, and George has a picture through his theodolite with the horizon above eye level. Right, he's got it below eye level 1 minute,
Crazy.
and then a few hours later, it's above eye level. So if you were to take a box and put it in front of you when it was below, if you put the box at level on the crosshairs of the theodolite, you would now have, and the waters below the way below the crosshairs. So now you have the box blocking the water. You got line of sight on the water, and the box is blocking it. Now, if you just wait, all you had to do was wait. I don't know how many hours he waited, or it was later in the day or the next day or something. But if you just wait, eventually you'll be able to see the water over the box. So you got something that was geometrically blocked from your line of sight that you can now see.
Yeah. What's the explanation for that? Is it curved light?
Light's bending. Yeah, I think light's bending. Yes. I've never denied light bending. I've never denied the bending of light.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Or whatever mechanism you want to call it. I don't care if you want to call it bending of light or the image is shifting. Whatever is happening, it's making things appear in a different position out there.
Okay. If we go the next step and say it's due to the gradient, the density gradient in the atmosphere, would that get a tick of approval from Jeremy?
That could have some effect on it. Sure, there could be other effects out there that you might not know about because you've never actually tested where the thing appears.
There's no constant gradients. There's a swirling, continuous motion. So you don't have a lined up gradient that you can use for this platform you're trying to quote or say.
Here you can.
Measurements say otherwise, Sonny. So, yeah.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
Measurements say otherwise.
Yeah, the density gradient is pretty constant. Airplanes use it for altimeters and such.
Well, when you get up there,
pressure gradient's quite.
What about at the surface over water? What about at the surface over...
See the graph I posted at 13 minutes past?
Yeah, it's not constant at the surface over water. No matter
Right.
what.
See the graph I posted at 13 minutes past. That is exactly the point of that graph, is that we shouldn't do observations close to the surface.
I'm not talking about, well, that's where we live.
Right. Get above the surface and you'll have predictable refraction.
The point is, in order to do your... Go ahead.
No, that's all right.
Well, I was just going to say, the point is, in order to say, like, hey, the light's bending like this because the atmosphere is curving at this gradient, you need to prove all that first. You can't just say that's what's happening. Like, you got to prove that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can't just be like, oh, this is what we think is happening, so it's happening.
Right.
Proven it countless times.
We've got enough examples of changing the density gradient and causing light to bend. There's enough examples.
I'm talking about long distance in the atmosphere. You could do some shit in a fish tank, sure. That's not all over long distance. There could be other effects and other things happening.
But we've proven the principle that light bends in a density gradient, have we not?
Sure. Yeah, but now you haven't proven that. But you haven't proven its actual position over long distance in the atmosphere, where there could be other effects happening.
There is a density gradient in the atmosphere, therefore light will bend through the atmosphere.
That's affirming the consequent.
No, it's not. It's not. You just agreed to the premise.
I agree that light moves towards the denser medium, yes. And now you're saying since there's this denser medium in the atmosphere, that's the way light's bending. But you don't know if there's other... but you don't know if there's other things happening in the atmosphere that would cause it to not do that. In order to say that it's bending down, you need to check that first and make sure that that is actually what's happening.
Right. You don't have anything that you can use as predictive. You can't say that this is the way it happens, because that if you try to match it to reality, it's not actually how reality is working at the time. Like, it's swirling continuously. So that's why I said what I said earlier, that I'm almost done. So that's why I said that you don't have this stable kind of situation existing in reality where we are actually looking at this horizon and objects. You don't have, no, where is it? Where's the white paper on that? I want the receipts.
I'm showing you the data. Look, I'll stick another one in the chat. There you go.
Where? No, you don't have to.
I'll stick another one in the chat.
If you agree, Jeremy, that light bends down towards a denser medium, and you understand that completely, and you are on board with that premise, then you can extrapolate that to the surface of the Earth, and it works just fine. We know that there's 14.7 pounds of pressure per square inch at Earth surface, and we know. And I'm almost done. We know what the pressure gradient is at the surface of the Earth, and we know that it decreases with height. So we know that it is denser at the surface of the Earth.
Okay,
so
great.
It's the reason that if you just do it,
you're missing the swirling part. You don't have.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let Nidhug finish, and then you're next, Sonny.
I thought he was done.
But that's it. That is the explanation. If you agree that light can bend down towards a denser medium, and we show you that the surface of the Earth, the denser medium of air, is always at the surface of the Earth, then why do you not think that light would not bend down, even if there are other factors? Light would still bend down towards the denser medium.
Okay, you said that. That's fine. Okay, look, but what I'm saying in response to that is that you're not accounting for any of the swirling motions that are happening constantly. You're omitting that completely. Just like you're saying we're omitting refraction, you're omitting the reality of the matter of the gases that are swirling omnidirectionally all the time, every time.
Sonny, check the graphs in the chat. Check the graphs in the chat.
The graph isn't telling you where it was actually measured.
Gas
it is.
No
That's exactly what it's telling you.
No, it isn't.
Dude, gas does that everywhere. Gas swirls everywhere. That's fine, but it swirls in a denser amount closer to the surface of the Earth. I don't understand the issue.
Yeah, because
can you describe these graphs, Sonny? What do you see in the graphs?
Not accounting for that. The graph isn't telling me the source of the graph. I need the white papers. Where'd they get the information on
the source of these graphs is weather balloon data.
So great, you're
like
just
empirical measurements of the atmosphere.
Provide the receipts where exactly what you're saying. Provide it then. Provide the information.
Sure. I'll give you the website where I got all the data. 1 sec.
Yeah, and then it needs to be exactly like you say, refraction is occurring. So you don't have that. So I'm sorry.
This takes the data.
Dude, we do have the data. What more do you want?
You're missing the point again.
What does...
May I just clarify? You're missing the point again. I'm sorry. I don't know why you're missing it, but listen, you're not looking at anything about how the temperature variations, density variations, moisture variations, and all the and barometric pressure variations are affecting your findings. You're omitting all of those 4 or 5. Wait, you're laughing before I'm done. That's hyper. That's so. Listen,
you're done.
All of that. You're doing it again. So you're omitting every single one of those 4 factors I mentioned.
This is literally a graph of those factors.
Show us what it looks like in real life, Ruif.
Real life.
Sonny, this is literally a graph of temperature, pressure, humidity, blah blah blah. It's literally a graph
like
of that.
Over a 5,
I don't want theoretics.
10 mile.
I want reality.
It's not reality. So what? It doesn't show. It doesn't show us what we should expect to see.
So
yes,
what good is using this as an argument when we give you the data you request, you say it's still not good enough? Like, what is the point of that? You want X,
We're
Y,
telling you why the data is insufficient.
What else is
missing?
This gives you the refractive gradient of the atmosphere.
You gave me a story with a cartoon graph that anybody could create.
I created it, and I'm telling you what it is.
Do you want to show the raw
density gradient?
Yeah, well, you know what?
You want to show?
Yeah, you're lying, Ruhif. You're lying.
Fuck off,
okay?
Terrence. You're getting turned
Ruhif,
down.
you got raw data for this? Maybe they want to see that.
I've posted the link to the raw data. So it's the Mesonet 1026.
Yeah, you're lying, Ruhif. You're
It's
lying.
the Iowa State archives of.
So you can call Ruhif a liar, but you can literally go outside right now with a pressure bar, and you can go out and measure the pressure where you're standing right now on the surface of the Earth, and then you can get a temperature, a thermometer, and you can measure the temperature, and you can do all of these things, and you will get data that is the exact same as the one Ruhif is providing to you. So what is missing?
Yeah, that you don't have it bending over the curvature of Earth. Period. End of story.
This is the refractive index, the refractive gradient of the atmosphere.
You can get pressure information of the optical illusion of the sunset. You could know all of that pressure information to cause the sun to refract. Even in your own globe model, the sun is refracting, right? So you can tell me the pressure, all that space between you and the sun.
Yes, the pressure
Pressure is quite predictable.
Yeah, the pressure at surface level of the Earth is a very well understood measurement.
So you'll admit that the sun is refracting then in a position where it's not supposed to be, right? So the sunset's an optical illusion then, right? So what are you measuring?
It's below
measuring an optical illusion. It's not below anything, Ruhif. You have no proof it's below anything. You're just asserting it's below.
Hang on.
There's a reason you don't take measurements close to the surface of the Earth as far as
Again, how do you measure and quantify an optical illusion?
It's
you
not
work
an
out how much refraction's applying.
You're
Sorry, it's not an optical illusion then. Okay.
No.
The sun is below the horizon.
If it's in one position but it's not in that position, that would be considered an optical illusion, right?
You can call it that if you want, Data. You can call it that if you want.
I don't call it that. Your own model calls the sunset an optical illusion due to the fact that of the refracting position of the sun. So you're measuring an optical illusion, correct?
I don't call it an optical illusion. I just say it's in its refracted position.
It's not a physical location. Position. It's not a physical location.
The sun has a physical location. Keep talking about it.
Apparent position, and it's refracted to a certain location. What your own model suggests, Ruhif, is that the sun is not actually where the sun is when you're viewing it. You realize that, right?
It only applies close to the horizon. It's exactly where we think it is. Literally anywhere else.
Where it's not. Again, it's an optical illusion.
I have a question.
Just refraction.
I have a question.
All understand.
Right. Refraction is an optical illusion. You're right.
Not an optical illusion, dude.
Oh, it's
I have
not
a question. Does any of this
bend Earth?
Huh? Does any of this prove definitively that the Earth is curved?
Yes. Whose standard of proof? Yours?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. What would compel you, Elijah?
Why are you being so silly? Why does it have to be my definition? I said definitively.
Yeah,
it's independent of my position.
No, it's not. You have a subjective standard of proof. What is it?
No, I'm asking you a question. Does any of this that you're talking about definitively prove curvature?
When you say prove, do you mean in a formal logical sense or that you are compelled to believe it?
No, prove it actually.
So formally, logically, then I'll say no.
Proof positive.
No, physically.
Proof. Okay, he said no. That's all I wanted to hear. Fair enough.
There we go.
Okay.
Awesome.
So that's a concession, and that's the point of this whole thing.
Wrong.
Is that all of this is a deviation from the fundamental of the claim of curvature.
Right. Mm-hmm. That you're not compelled.
You go around chasing your rabbit. It's literally circular reasoning. You're bending
it is a body, a factor of evidence. It is not the sole evidence, but it is a determining factor.
He can reject whatever he wants. He can fluff it up.
Don't pretend as if this isn't just to ignore the fact that we have measurements that disprove your claim.
Yes.
What are they?
I want to see them.
Please show me what they are.
Yeah, sure.
But it doesn't disprove it.
It already have, and this is where it becomes circular. But this is where it becomes circular. But we've already addressed that everything you bring up does not definitively prove the curvature. Therefore, it's irrelevant.
You've heard us say 1,000 times, right? You've heard us say 1,000 times science doesn't prove things, right? You've heard us say that. You're going to call that a concession?
if you guys are this late to the show,
Why are we
you're
talking
like,
about
oh,
science when the whole thing is a measurement question? What are you talking
So
about?
we measure.
Why do you
we measure
deviate?
reciprocal zenith angles that definitively show we are on a curved surface. How's that?
That's
Absolutely not. Those
that's
reciprocal zenith angle
bullshit.
measurements.
That's
Those
so
just
much
doesn't meet.
bullshit that my nose is now blocked
It
up.
just doesn't meet your subjective
That is
standard. That's
true.
fine.
If there's diverging verticals, then you should be able to show me in a map.
Those reciprocal
what?
zenith angle measurements have refraction measurements in them. So if you're wrong with the refraction that you never measured, you can't be certain that you're right on this reciprocal zenith angle measurement.
And yet,
100%.
as we get above the surface, we can predict refraction. That's the whole point of these graphs.
I didn't say predict. I said measure. Measure.
Yeah, it's been measured and it's predictable, so I can
No, it
assume
hasn't. You've
Yes.
never measured how far off of a straight line something is due to refraction. You just calculate it.
This is the refractive gradient of our atmosphere above 100 meters. It's around 7/6R. That's the whole point of the graphs.
Jeremy, he's telling you that it's predictable within the graph. Yeah, I agree. So, okay, that's fine, but it's not reality. Thanks.
This is measurements of reality, Sonny, for fuck's sake. Are you a fucking retard?
It isn't reality because it changes based on conditions of the
we understand that
atmosphere
there's no
and the
standard of evidence for you, Sonny. We get it. You're the eternal skeptic. It's about as dumb of
No, you just have nothing empirical. That's all. I'm hyper empirical.
It is definitionally empirical.
These
because
are
it's
empirical measurements.
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you were
These
just
are
wrong.
empirical measurements. It's insane.
It is the definition of an empirical measurement.
It's just deny.
Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Ruhif going on the internet and finding claimed balloon data is the definition of an empirical measurement.
You deny that the data is real?
Ruhif going on the internet and finding numbers that he has absolutely no correlation for verification. That's an empirical measurement.
Yes, it's an empirical measurement. Just because things
conspiracy.
don't add up to your standard of evidence, which is impossible, doesn't mean no one's standard of evidence.
If you say so, it's just a so-so story. Thanks for telling me.
Yeah, it's somebody going on the internet and grabbing data. That's not a measurement.
Do you deny the data,
By the very fact that you're using the data and claiming that it's legitimate, you're automatically admitting that it is possible to get the data, therefore the request is not impossible. You're admitting it's possible. What you're saying actually is you don't wanna.
Sorry, what?
No, what we're hearing you say is
because it blows up your
what
world.
we're hearing you say is
We already got the concession we need.
What we're hearing you
Science
say
doesn't
is
prove things. We've been telling you science doesn't prove things for like 5 years.
I'm guessing nobody
That
could hear
wasn't
me.
what I asked. Don't.
No, I can hear you.
It's a good thing that because you can't prove your globe. Not science. It's not even a science question. So if you've been chasing that for 5 years, holy shit!
Again,
Okay, let's go through it logically, shall we? If the Earth is a globe, I expect to see X. I go out in reality and test it. I see X. Is the conclusion therefore that the Earth is a globe? What do you mean?
Not only that, but we expect to see X constantly in everyday life, no matter what the measurement we take is, and it is always.
That doesn't work.
Look, an explanation does not proof make.
Exactly.
You don't need an
What are you
explanation.
talking about? You just run your mouth. That's all you do.
I'm telling you why you can't prove things. Like if the Earth was flat, I expect to see black swan. I see black swan, therefore the Earth is flat.
No, now you're twisting.
Exactly.
That's not
twisting
logical.
your delivery.
Exactly. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy.
You're an expert
Well done.
at playing
No,
games.
once
but
again,
this
he doesn't
does
even
not-
know.
I don't
this is
understand.
not
Why are you
subs-
saying it? Like
Hey,
that's not logical.
can I jump in
Use
just
that
real
as your
quick?
basis.
Claim.
Right. Show me how to prove something then.
Why are you making a claim
just
if you've
real
got no proof then, dumbass?
Because you can't prove it. It's all about evidence that
Okay,
matches your
you
model.
can prove it.
No,
The
Okay, show
question
your model.
is, in the
you're
forum that
talking out your
you're
own
discussing
ass in
it,
your own
you would have
perception
to
of
agree
reality.
on
Guys,
what
slow
the
down.
standard
Yo.
of proof is.
Guys,
Standard
one
of
at a
proof.
time.
Excellent.
Please,
Very good.
Ruhif.
What is your
Just
standard?
just a second, real
Yes,
quick. Just a second. Listen, Ruhif. You know the evidence that I've provided. You know
I've got
the
Travis
data.
turned down, by the way.
Ruhif, stop talking over people, please. You're not
Well, I heard
helping,
my
bro.
name. I heard him say my name,
Hey,
so I'm just letting you
Are
know
you
that I'm not
gonna
listening to him.
are you gonna turn me up? Why is he not listening to me?
I think he said he doesn't trust you. Maybe not. Maybe he said something
He
else
doesn't.
about
He
you.
doesn't
Oh, no,
trust me.
he came straight in hot, coming in hot, and said, "Oh, you're a fucking liar," or whatever it was. I was like, "Fuck off, Travis." Not
Yeah,
today.
yeah. Okay, listen, Ruhif. That's because you called me a liar. I was just returning fire, man. If you can't handle that, I didn't cuss at you. I was just saying that your data that you're providing was a lie. Like, you have no proof that I was lying. I have no proof that I was just returning fire. So what I'm going to say just real quick is this. You have seen my evidence. Whether or not you have considered it or just disregard it, I can't be held responsible, but it's out there. I've made my claims. I've provided the evidence. This is the key thing with the black swan that you are requiring. Show me a black swan. That's not the issue. The issue is when we don't see as far as we normally do. The black swan happens a lot. People just don't necessarily know what they're looking at. But when you don't see that far sometimes, every single time you don't see that far, it's refraction. Okay? So that when you do see the black swan, it's still a result of refraction.
Yo, you've never actually checked where these actual positions are. You're guessing that they're higher.
Jeremy, listen, man, that stuff doesn't matter, man. That stuff does not matter because when you look out in front of your face, that's where it is. Right there.
No, that's not where it is. We know that's not true. What are you talking, dude? What?
Black Swan shows that the amount of refraction that it has.
When you see something, that's where it really is. So you're telling me that oil rig's really moving up and down every day?
Listen, it's there. Listen here. Okay, look. Wait. Stop. Just real quick. Okay, look. Get two panes of glass that have imperfections in them. Put your target behind those two panes of glass and move those two panes of glass back and forth like it's the wind. The freaking target's right there. It's just getting wiggly woggly distorted, but it's right there.
But it's not.
Crazy,
It's not
Travis?
in the actual.
You know what's crazy,
position.
Travis? You actually have to explain that. That's what's
I know.
crazy bizarre.
I know this is crazy. It's like I get that. I get it. It's because they're not going out and making observations like this and seeing shit that they have to like think through and figure out.
Yeah, but
Travis, those actual positions are the only thing. Hold on
Jeremy.
a second. Hold on, Highlander. Hold on. Travis, those actual positions are the only thing that matters. That would end this. All right, where you see shit, we know there's not oil rigs actually moving up and down. We know when we see them low and we see them high, that can't be their actual position. And
Jeremy,
they're not actually right there.
Until you get yourself a camera and spend a lot of time making these observations, get back to me, man. Okay?
Yeah. Best advice ever.
Put it this way: if I had a gun, and I put my 900 on a 900 telephoto zoom lens on my rifle, and I knew the velocity and distance of my bullet, and let's say I could manufacture a bullet that wouldn't drop over the distance, I guarantee you, I can fire a straight line of sight to that object.
They're saving
you, Travis. How are you going to do that?
If I had the right velocity bullet or projectile, and the right amount of formula and fuel, I could project that projectile in a straight path over that 9 miles, right like my telephoto camera sees.
How do you defy gravity?
Yeah, but hold on.
You have to prove. Oh my days!
How do you defy things dropping?
Are you gonna open up?
I'm talking about if you estimated the fuel of the projectile, the amount of force and from the explosion, and the size of the projectile you need to get it in that distance to travel 9 miles. The point is, that's a side note. The point is, if I had a telephoto zoom lens and a projectile to go in a straight path, I would hit that target as I see it in its position.
That's words.
You said it would travel in a straight line. How will it not accelerate downwards? I don't get it.
Well, I'm not saying that
also,
I won't
do you understand?
I'm just saying if I could do the math to get the I'm just saying because it's 9 miles. So if I fire a bullet over 9 miles, it's not going to reach that target. Now, is it? The point is you have a projectile. The point to go that distance that far in a straight path, you'd need a lot of fuel and a certain size projectile to do it. The point is, if I did do it and I had the right elements to do it, that I could shoot that target where I'd want to see it. Is the point?
Okay, do you guys not understand that these positions are seeing stuff in?
I
You
know
guys
for
not
a fact
understand that
you
these
can, absolutely.
positions.
No, you would not.
Come on, guys.
I got a
Have
question.
You guys hear me
shot
or no?
Have you ever shot a
Yeah, we hear
rifle?
you,
Can you not
Jeremy.
hear me?
I mean,
Yeah,
you don't
I
need
hear
to.
you.
Yo, settle down, boys.
I can hear
Have you
Honestly,
ever shot a rifle?
if you sighted in a target at even 2 miles away and you just waited for a little bit, you'd notice it drift up or down in your sight. So how would you know whether you're going to hit it or not?
So I'm just saying that if I had it in my telephoto zoom lens and I knew, because when you set up your scope, you set up to the velocity of the bullet that you're using over the distance of your average shot, you can adjust your elevation of your scope to adjust for yardage if it's higher or lower. The point is if you had it calibrated for the distance of that 9 miles and you had that right projectile there, you could fire in that straight path along that whole distance right to that target, whatever you see in your scope.
Wrong. We
That's
know that
brilliant.
objects
That's
move up and
brilliant,
down.
mate. Hold on,
But
hold
it's
on,
not
hold
wrong.
on, hold
It's
on.
Yes, it's wrong.
wrong.
Oh,
The
Yes, it
actual
Jesus
is.
practicality
Christ.
of operating the scope and the distance and yardage
Right.
is
Hold
an
on.
exact science due to the velocity of the bullet.
Right.
All right,
So
Hold
if
Data.
you
on.
had
How do you know
Let's
whether you're
open it up.
shooting at it when
Hold
it's
on,
at the
guys.
Right.
upper
Hold on.
part of it, shooting up or
Jesus
down?
Christ. Right.
Highlander's
See,
gonna
Highlander,
have
you can't
aneurysm.
fight through it, Highlander. You cannot fight through it. Okay, otherwise you're ruining the whole chat when you do that. Please.
I've been trying for
If you can't,
ages to get
you're
fucking
gonna
in.
get
And
in. I
people
know.
just place just put things in a fucking shit show.
Everyone's gonna be able to get in. Okay, just relax, bro.
Right.
Go ahead.
The key thing to what he said is he calibrated his rifle, right? He calibrated it. So when you calibrate your rifle to fire that distance, you're taking into account that it is going to take an arc trajectory. You're never firing in a straight line over that kind of distance.
So there's
Well-
a peak. There is a point of position where there's a straight path peak, and then it drops from that point. That is measured by the weight of the bullet and the gunpowder and everything. That is a precise measurement, so they know how far the bullet goes. Blah blah blah. You need to have that when you set up your scope. You need to know what ammunition you're using, what the velocity of the bullet is, and the distance that you're doing it. This is operational on straight lines, straight paths. There's a peak point where that bullet will arc. After that, whatever you call it, the intersect, and then it will deep drop. That intersect point is based on the amount of fuel that the bullet has.
You do realize though that things are going up and down in the atmosphere. So when you have your crosshairs on it, I'm almost done. Data.
I'm 6 feet, I can guarantee
Data.
if I'm
I'm
6
almost
feet.
done.
Yeah, let
Go ahead,
Jeremy
Jer.
finish his sentence.
Yeah.
Jeremy's going to
Okay,
welcome to the globe in a sec.
You can have Ruhif, knock it off. You can have your crosshairs on something, okay, in the very far distance. You could say, "Oh, if I shoot that, I'll hit it," but then it moves. You can wait an hour, a few hours, a day later. It might go higher, it might go lower. You know, you'd have to move your thing. You can't say because that's where the crosshairs of my gun are, and I hit it. That's where it actually is.
Welcome to the globe.
No, not welcome to the globe.
From my limited experience firing weaponry and using a scope to do it, if you had the amount of velocity that would keep it at a straight path, which when you fire in short distances at a gun range, it travels in a straight path until it goes past the distance where it can no longer, it creates no more that energy, and then it just starts to fall down. The point is before it gets there, it travels in a straight path.
Yeah, at a short distances.
Relatively to the barrel spin and all that stuff, but it still travels straight. That's why we can hit a target in a bullseye. That principle alone doesn't change because you think the Earth's a ball at all, zero.
Objects demonstrably. Fucking hurry up.
If I'm 6 feet above the off the ground and that
Fucking
platform
monologue.
if I'm 6 feet above the ground and that platform is 9 miles away and I fire that 6-foot bullet, now theoretically, if I have the power to fire a straight path point between the A and B, which would be the observer's height and the distance to that thing, I would hit the 6 foot of that platform. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't go anywhere. Zero.
What, the refracted platform or the non-refracted platform?
No, don't ask a question.
you misunderstand.
Don't ask him a question, Terry.
I would aim at a 6 foot. I would aim in a straight line, 6 foot high, and if I had enough velocity in that bullet to travel at a straight path, I would hit 6 feet. That platform 6 feet high away.
All right,
It
Data.
doesn't.
Yeah.
The
What you
Objects.
guys?
No, just stop. Right, stop monologuing. Objects demonstrably change their position visually. Demonstrably. The end.
No, it's
again,
not.
you're
It's
looking
not
at
just
it
the
all.
end.
It doesn't.
It's
It's
not. It's not just
demonstrable.
the end. Listen, hold on.
Right.
Conception.
No, he's not. It's not just the
It's
end. It's not
demonstrable.
just that
Yeah,
objects move.
the
Okay, listen.
hospital
The
paper.
entire field of view changes. The entire field of view. The surface of the water, the distance to the house. All of that
That's
is
correct.
just simply an. All of that is just simply an apparent position. Everything in the field of view changes, but it doesn't mean that where you're looking isn't where the target is. Guys, listen. I'm just telling you. I'm going to say it one more time. Until you get out and make these observations for days and weeks and months at a time, and you see this stuff over and over and over again, you're not going to understand.
Here,
That's
Travis, I'm
not
going to say it
true.
this way.
That's
I'm going to
not
say it this
true,
way.
and
I'm
I
going to
do
say it this way.
understand.
Hold on.
I
This
do
is a thought
understand.
experiment for you. No, you don't. So imagine a clear crystal day,
Going.
and we manage in a clear crystal day, and we line up a shot across from shore to shore. We set up a shot. If we set up a perfect line of sight to that house, and then we watch it change throughout its season. We notice, but we still fire the gun every single day, regardless of the optical effect. That target would not move. That bullet would fly straight to that target, regardless of what you see through a camera. What
Holy smoke. That's so broken.
Okay, Travis.
So broken.
We
That's
heard you.
that's
We
a
heard you,
it's a
Data.
fact that
We
you
heard
can
you.
demonstrate. In other words, if you have a line of sight to an object, it's a clear crystal day, and you close your eyes. If you have that line of target set up, you close your eyes. Don't even care what the conditions are. You'll always hit that target. Agreed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Maybe depending on the
Exactly.
wind, but the
No.
no.
We're not adding the wind yet. We're
Hold
not
up,
adding the
let
wind
Jeremy
yet.
respond, man. Come
We're
on.
not adding the wind yet.
If you're lining it up in your crosshairs, right,
Bro,
and
Ruben,
conditions
heard Jeremy
change.
trying to get in.
Jeremy?
No.
They have
Again,
no.
this is the scenario.
But these people don't
All right,
interact
okay.
in social
I'm
situations
go
with people,
go
and they
ahead,
have
Jeremy.
no social. So yes, you could set your rifle up, and theoretically, if there was no wind, you'd keep hitting the same spot every day. However, your crosshairs, when you look through it, sometimes the thing would be on your crosshair, sometimes it would be higher, sometimes it would be lower. Sometimes you might not even be able to see it.
And that
Who knows?
emphasizes the fact that
The
it's an
point is,
He wasn't done, man.
yeah, the point is, we know that things aren't in their actual position. Just because you see it somewhere, you don't know if that's its actual position or not. I don't need to buy a camera and spend 3 years taking pictures of mirages to know that. I just don't
Welcome
have
to the
to. I already
globe,
know it's
Jeremy.
demonstrable. Things are moving up
you
and
would
down.
know. You would know
Things are
because you're a
moving up and
smart
down in
guy.
the distance.
Because you're a smart guy, that it's an optical illusion, right? But you know that if it's bending and stretching, that it's actually in a different position. But you already know that because you were already there the day before, and you saw a clear line of sight, and you set up your target position to it, and nothing's changed. You may, in your optical, see an optical illusion, but you know you're a smart guy. You know that's not an Earth curve causing that. That's the interference between the light path to the object due to what? Atmospheric conditions, not because the Earth is changing shape. Because once you fire your gun, it will go to the same target you did the day before. Nothing changes.
No,
So you're smart
if you
enough to
line it up.
realize the bending, looming, compression is an Earth curve, right? You guys are smart enough to realize that. Come on.
Are you lining it up in the crosshairs, yes or no?
I'm not saying it is Earth curve. I'm not
Yes, you
saying it's
are.
Earth curve, but
Yes,
I'm
you
saying
are.
demonstrably.
Ruhif thinks
Dude,
it's an Earth curve.
you know who I am?
Come on, man.
I know Ruhif does. I know Ruhif
No, I
does.
know,
I'm
but
not saying that it's Earth curve.
yeah,
I'm
I know
telling you
you're
that things are
Jeremy.
not.
Jeremy, I know that you're
Welcome
not.
to the
You're
club,
not.
Jeremy.
Bro, stop interrupting so much. Jesus.
Right, Jeremy, you're not saying that it's a globe, but Ruhif is ribbing you by saying welcome to the globe. Okay, so that's
But he's a
the
clown. Who cares?
So let him be a goof. It's not a big deal.
No, I'm just saying that's why
point is-
Data was making the comment that he did.
Fair enough.
Look, if the Earth was a globe, it
No,
would be a globe,
listen.
but it's not. So who cares?
Yeah, the point is, we know that these things are moving around in the distance,
Welcome to the
up
club.
and down visually,
So
not
Ruhif-
actually. They can't be actually moving because it's moving in your screen finder, in your viewfinder. The shit's moving on you. You know that's not right where it is. It's somewhere else.
Welcome to the
It's
globe.
not somewhere else. It never. It's
No,
never
that's
left
what
position.
you're saying. Yeah, no one's saying that but you, Jeremy.
Yeah, but dude, it can't be in the place you see it one day and the place you see it the next day.
in the
You're looking at
day.
houses and
It's where it
trees.
is.
Travis,
It's
you're
where it
looking at
is when the
houses
day
and
is
trees.
clearest,
Nate, hold on a
and
second.
you have direct line of sight and visibility. Are you going to make a measurement with the most and the highest refraction? Only an idiot would do that.
Right.
Jeremy, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. If it's somewhere else in your viewfinder, then that means that the temperature and pressure has changed. So I don't think that the wind would be the same and everything, would be the same. If everything's the same, that would dictate the light would be the same and the refraction would be the same, and it would be in the same area in your field of view or your viewfinder.
That's a good point, actually.
These are the things that snipers take into account with their books. They have these little black books and they do all these things, so they would adjust their whole scope because of the conditions that they are faced with on that day.
That's a good point from percentage, though. You can have the same. You can have the same refractive gradient, but different actual absolute pressures, which would slow the bullet down, right? You have more drag, but you'd have the same refraction.
You go out with a theodolite, okay? You got crosshairs. One day you put your crosshairs on an object. You say, "Oh,
you're oversimplifying."
That's where I see it. That's where it actually is. Jeremy. Then in 3 hours, the shit moves off your crosshairs.
That's because you're not supposed to be.
Hold on, man. Yo, this doesn't need interruptions. It's hard enough dealing with these guys as it is. 3 hours later, the thing actually is. 3 hours later, the shit moves. Do you say, "Oh, well, that's where it actually is," not the other time?
Jeremy, you're using a theodolite for longer distances than it is intended to be used. It's not going to be giving you the accuracy that you need to use for shorter distances, man. It's not the same.
Do a blink test. Do a blink test with your camera. You can see that shit's moving, dude.
I've done blink tests. You cannot do blink tests with this shit, dude. It doesn't work. They don't. What do you mean? Oh my, Howard. When have you bought your camera yet, Howard?
Blink tests are a perfect example of what Jeremy's talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and listen, man. Unless you're making these photographs yourself and doing the blink tests yourself, you are not. You won't understand. You'll keep saying what you're saying, and I get it. I'm not mad at you. I just understand that you don't have the experience necessary to be a critic of your own position. I don't know why you're giggling.
That's appeal to credential.
Travis, because it's demonstrable. Shit's moving up and down in the distance.
You're right, buddy. For me.
Now you can't say I put my crosshairs on it. I don't care what you use, a gun, a scope, whatever, anything you use, you can't say that's where I see it this time. Say that's where I see it, so that's where it actually is, and then in 3 hours it moves on you. Now what do? Do you say, well, oh wait, that's where it actually is? I can't answer that, Travis, because it blows your whole shit out of the water. Am I still here? Hello?
It doesn't. This is like, I don't know, man. It's like explaining love. Like, what does love feel like? And you just can't you just can't. You can't understand it until you experience it, man. I understand.
Know, man. You weren't there.
I totally get why. I totally get why you're saying what you're saying. I get it.
Because I'm saying demonstrable shit. My shit is demonstrable. Things move up and down in the distance, right? We both agree on that, right?
They
Shit's
don't
moving up, down, left,
change, though. They don't actually change, brother. You know that, right?
That's
so. What's your
Actual
argument?
position, yes, its actual position is not changing.
Exactly.
However,
so it's
we
irrelevant,
see
right?
It's changed.
Which is just nothing to
You
do with the
can't look
shape of
at
the Earth.
something and say
Ruhif is saying
you
that's
can't
due to the
look
Yo,
at something and say
Data.
that.
Honestly,
You
you
can't
have a
look at
bad habit.
something.
Hold up. Data. You have a bad habit of asking a question, and then he starts answering it, and as soon as you hear something that you disagree with, you interject. So just like check that.
Dude, I ain't even addressing data at this point. I'm not even addressing data at this point. He thinks a cup of water on a dashboard of a plane is going to prove Earth's flat.
Well, that
Anyways,
doesn't really matter, Jeremy,
you can't say
Take a
and
radar map. Take a
we hear
radar
it.
map or a plotter map for aviation, and show me where the points of the planes have deviating horizontals. Because if they have the deviating horizontals on the map, then there'll be deviating waters, just like you think there, bud.
Listen to me. You can't say shit's
You're gonna tell
moving
me
up
more
and
about your
down.
globe model.
No, I'm just going to tell you about how we see things. This has nothing to do with globe or flat Earth right now. It's all about how we see things. We see static targets when we're static. They're moving up and down visually. We know nothing's actually moving because we're two static targets. Okay? Now you can't say this is where I see something, so that's where it is, because in 3 hours or 6 hours or 2 weeks, it might be in a different spot. So now you have to pick, well, which one is it actually? And you don't know.
That's false. It'll still be in the line of sight straight ahead of you.
Yeah.
No, it won't.
Can we just dead this
Yes,
and,
it
and
will.
destroy gravity?
No, it
Because I'm
won't.
bored, man.
100% will be straight ahead of you. You're
We've-
not gonna.
we've-
If you're
it's
6
demonstrable.
feet off, if you're 6 feet off the ground and that building is 10 feet, and you fire a straight line of sight to it, because it will be a straight line of sight to you, whether it compresses, looms, rises, you'll still be able to shoot 6 feet into that direction if you had enough velocity to have a projectile go completely straight. Yep.
It's demonstrable that objects change their apparent
Do you know
position.
why?
Even Jeremy's telling you this.
Yeah, I don't care. It's an optical illusion. I know they apparently change, but they don't
Well,
actually
then if-
change, right?
So you're going to aim at an illusion.
Yeah,
So
you're aiming at the.
I'm a smart guy. I know that if I'm aiming at a house and I'm aiming across water and I know the height of the house, like I have to know some variables, right? I'm not going to be just a fucking tool, am I? If I'm going to use a gun and shoot something, probably going to know the height of the structure, right? So if I know the height of me and I know the height of the structure and the distance I've got to go, that's an easy adjustment, regardless of the optical illusion, boneheads.
Objects demonstrably change their position. If you point the crosshairs at it, you will miss.
Prove any. No.
Again, if you have the known the facts, the actual true facts.
That's not
if you
how
know
snipers
far away-
operate. That's
yeah,
not how
you don't know
snipers
shit.
operate.
If you know the distance to the object, you know the height of the object, you can equate the velocity of the bullet to get to the height of wherever you want to land that bullet to the height of the house. Has nothing to do. You could do it fucking blind with math equations, buddy. As long as your rifle is set up, is already calibrated.
But when you say you
could
do it
this
blind, you're looking
Yeah.
through the crosshairs, yes or no?
I'm just
Are
saying.
you aiming with the
I'm saying after you set it up, you literally, if you have those variables, the velocity of the bullet, which means the distance you can shoot, and let's say it's a perfect day, no wind, whatever, it don't matter what you think is going on optically. Once I do that line of sight and I have those facts and variables, I get that straight line of sight, no fucking problem, any day of the week.
And then the object moves. Do you realign the crosshairs to it or no?
Again, are you listening? If I have
Yes, I'm trying
known
to
distance-
clarify. That's why I'm
if I
asking
have
the question.
distance, if I have the known distance and the height of that object, and I know how height I'm at, and I know the velocity of that bullet, I can paint that bullet on whatever height of the house that I want. Don't matter if it's an optical illusion or whatnot. I can raise my gun a certain amount of degrees, knowing that velocity. If there's wind, then I can do left or right, depending on that, which is what arc second, arc minute, whatever you want to do, it's all there as long as that gun is calibrated. So it doesn't matter what the optical illusion is. If you know the height of that building and the height you are and the distance to it,
Jeez,
it doesn't care what,
fucking
doesn't
the
care what you
worst
think.
monologue
Doesn't
here.
care-
Like by
doesn't care
far
what
the
you feel
worst
about your
monologue I've
optical
ever heard,
illusions.
Data. You
Yeah,
can
I
just
don't care
talk
what your opinion
fucking
is.
constantly,
You
right?
are
Without
full of it,
stopping, just because you love the sound of your own voice. You're the worst monologue
You
here.
love it.
Thank you.
You love it, dude. You love it.
Is
There
that
we
your
go.
rebuttal to
Yeah,
his
again,
whole
what I
point?
said is 100%
I don't-
demonstrably true and 100% factual. You can fact check this because when you get trained, you can get trained this way, right? You can know the velocity of the bullet, distance when you go to calibrate your gun. You guys are just full of shit.
When you go to calibrate it, are you looking through the crosshairs and aligning the crosshairs on the target?
I know how far away the
Oh, it's
target
a
is.
fucking yes or no.
He's not going to
Data.
answer.
how
He's
far
not going to
away the
answer.
target
Yeah.
is.
All right. I'm
I
turning
know
Data
how
down.
high the target is. right? Those are
Bye-bye,
the
Data.
variables that I need, right? I have to have those variables, don't I? And the velocity of the bullet, right? If I'm really going to get accuracy here and get a real good line of sight and get a real good accurate gun, right? So it doesn't matter what I see if I have those
Right?
if I have those
Can I jump?
variables.
Can I jump in here, right? Because I've fired a rifle many a time, right? And I'm telling you now,
Did you
right?
fire it
that
around
if-
a globe?
Yes.
Not
I'm
a
gonna
helpful
ignore that.
interruption. Continue, Highland.
Right. So I can tell you now, right, that if you're firing a rifle, and like if I set my rifle up to a target, right, and I walk away from it and I come back the following day, my crosshairs are going to be in the exact same position on that target, right? If that crosshairs are not in the same position, right, then that target is far too far away for the rifle that you're using.
Thanks, genius. That's a great point.
Scotland.
It's just a joke. I come here to hear the jokes, man. You obviously must be like creating this argument that a fucking just farts and that'll fucking.
Obviously, it's just,
I like the
it's
joke
just a
part.
super rhetoric and bullshit.
I do too. It's such a wealth of humor. I can't tell you.
Anyway,
Yes.
you got any
What's the haps,
substance for your
people?
gravity claim?
Objects accelerate downwards in a vacuum. The end. That's all I need it for.
The end of
Drop a
what?
rock.
What's
They
your
don't
gravity
accelerate
claim?
at the same speed in a vacuum.
Objects accelerate downwards in a vacuum.
Eventually,
That's
given
the
them enough
entirety of my
room,
claim.
Gravity claim.
eventually given enough space
That's
and room, the
I just
heavier
gave it
object
to you.
will
That's the
fall
entirety of my
faster.
claim.
They
No.
don't fall at the same time.
Yeah, they do.
I can give you a test right now that it proves that it doesn't.
Okay.
4 pi squared multiply the length of the string divided by the period. And take any object, put it in a pendulum, simple pendulum calculation. They will not be at the rate of 9.8 meters per second. It will not calculate little g accurately. Or I mean, sorry, it will calculate little g in variables, but depending on mass or weight.
So in calculating the length of the string, do you calculate to the object or do you include the radius of the object?
So again, if you go and look at the pendulum experiment, you'll see where to put the rope, the center of the mass of the coin or whatever object you have. And then if you want, you can elevate it at a 10-degree angle and let it go. And then if you want, you can record it and record the periods and then divide it by the cycles to get your, and then do that 4 pi divided by the period to get the little g. And if you change the weight, you change the little g.
So if you pull it back like 5 inches to start it,
10 degrees.
It'll have, okay, 10 degrees. What if you pulled it back 20 degrees? Would it swing faster or slower?
It doesn't matter. It all equals out the same. If you time it with a let's say a 60 like a camera, 60 frames a second, you can calculate the period a little bit better, right? You have something to line it up against frame by frame. It doesn't really change. The overall consistency is the fact that it's not consistent as far as all objects fall at the exact same rate. It's provable and demonstratable that's false.
I know you can derive, I think, maybe the gravitational constant from a pendulum, but what does that got to do with things falling?
It's not a gravitational
Little
constant.
g, little g. Yeah. So what does that got to do with things falling at the same rate?
They don't.
But they do.
No, it's an agreed upon average because it's only a local height distance. If you did anything greater a distance, you get more. Basically, the larger the distance, the larger the air. So while you'll have this, maybe constant at 6 foot high, it changes. You have other things like terminal velocity, which prove the fact that they don't fall at the same rate, and the fact that you have a gravity or a vacuum room. And then what you do is you haven't given us a demo. Basically, all the demonstrations are over like 1 foot, maybe 6 feet, maybe 50 feet, but there's nothing like nothing coherent that you can see. It's all edited and small little pieces. So you can do these little calculations yourself. Yeah. And you can do these little calculations yourself and figure out, hey, they're not consistent. But you realize that it has to be agreed upon average, because there is something that falls downward. It's just what the mechanism of that cause is
How
religion,
much
right?
deviance would there have to be to debunk the fact that things fall down at a given rate?
So they don't fall at the same rate. You've just been told that.
At a given rate.
No, it's just an agreed upon average, right? Like I said, once you increase the distance, you'll get more increase in error, right? And that's the whole point. Is it's only relative to maybe a small section, a small compartmentalized section, like throwing a football, maybe a bullet, things like that, right? So when you start to get bigger scale, you're going to have more errors in your calculation at what rate what things fall, right?
So what about just the fact that things fall?
Howard, have you seen the Bremen drop tower?
Just difference in pressure, right? And I think because our surrounding environment is pressure driven, that any time I put an object in an environment, I've had to push it there.
It's beyond excessive monologuing. Sorry, what'd you say, Howard?
Yeah. Yes, sir. The one where they've got various objects on the platform and then they shoot the platform up through the tower and then let it fall.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I've seen that thing, like where the different masked items actually act differently, but I think that the result of that is due to the fact that they shoot it up in the air, and the inertia of the heavier items cause the things to move up a little higher in frame when it falls back down. I'm not sure. I may have that wrong.
Like the rate at which it turns direction, you're saying?
Yeah, once it gets to the top and the platform falls back down is where you see the difference. The different items appear to move at a different length in the frame.
Right. But what is the rate of drop making the difference of the shape of the Earth? Like, does one require it to be one way or another? Like, you could have both on either. You could have things.
I agree.
You could have things falling down to a plane Earth at 9.8 or an average of 9.8, etc. And you could in the theory of the globe, you could have things clinging to the globe at different rates too. So, does it really define anything differently? I mean, you guys haven't proven what your theory of gravity is, anyways. So that, but I mean, does it change that at all?
Well, I think the reason there's so much resistance from the flat Earth position is the conclusions drawn by the formation of planets and why they're spherical and things like that. But as far as just why things fall down and things like that, I think it's a little, I don't know. It's hard to deny when you drop a rock, it's going to fall, right?
It's called coalescing to the center of mass. That's the issue that I have. The coalescing to the center of mass. I don't witness that. I don't see that. It's just inferred.
It's not even inferred. It's just made up. It's presuppositional at its core. They presuppose everything about their whole position.
The object's falling.
Gravity itself
not a presupposition.
Gravity itself
that's a
not even.
Gravity itself somebody's
is not
trying
even
to talk.
reasonable because it's circular, right? And they can't even agree. This is where it gets even funnier. They can't agree amongst themselves what kind of gravity they're referring to.
Like I said,
or space-time.
My entire claim is that objects will fall in a vacuum.
But that's not what gravity is talking about.
I don't care. That's all I need it for. That's all I need gravity for is to say mass goes down.
Though,
mass accelerates down.
That's breezing past the claim.
That's the only claim I'm making.
Ignoring the point.
You want to argue about
that's
mass.
That's not why I raised it, though.
Yeah, but you want to argue about mass attracting mass and curved space-time. I don't give a shit. All I need gravity for in this arena is the fact that mass accelerates towards the ground.
It doesn't.
That's not true either.
And mass attracting mass and space-time are the same thing.
Did you just say mass does not accelerate towards the ground, like in a vacuum, obviously? But did you say it doesn't?
Acceleration means differential. It's not accelerating if it's a continuous speed. A constant is not acceleration, is it? A momentum conservation, boy.
Elisha, can you please clarify?
Clarify what?
You disagree that mass accelerates towards the ground, like down?
I disagree with your conclusion and your premise.
That's my claim, that mass accelerates downwards in a vacuum. Do you disagree with that?
Why?
I don't care. You guys want to sidetrack the whole point, right? You just want to argue about mass attracting mass versus
you don't care
curved
is
spacetime.
irrelevant from why it was raised in the first place.
Well, I mean, Ruhif is resisting the conversation about curvy space. Wait.
What he's doing is he's using a rhetorical device to deviate from the substance of the discussion. It's pathetic.
Yeah, no, I hear Ruhif resisting talking about bendy space-time, and I keep hearing people trying to ease it back into the conversation. Yeah. We don't want to talk about bendy space-time.
Yeah, it's purely to derail the conversation. Who cares whether it's mass attracting mass or curved space-time? I don't. All I need it for, and any time that I invoke gravity, it's purely that mass accelerates downwards. That's all I need it for.
What's conservation of momentum if mass is attracting mass? What is orbit if it's attracting? How do you even make any sense? Demonstrate what you're talking about with all masses.
In a bucket.
So, Ruhif, what does that do for you? Things accelerating down. What is that accomplishing for your understanding of the world?
Just off the top of my head, density gradient of the atmosphere, probably the main thing.
Oh my days. Is gravity a force?
Oh, fuck. Have you listened to what I've said in the last 5 minutes? I don't care whether it is or is not a force. I came up with this analogy the other day, right? Centrifugal force, right, is an inertial force. It's a force. It's a pseudo force, right? We have to introduce it into a rotating reference frame to make sense of the movements in that reference frame. In the same way, we have to introduce gravity into like a classical sort of Newtonian mechanics situation as kind of a pseudo force, when in reality it's probably bendy space-time. Happy now?
Why
so
do
what's
you
centrifugal force in reality then?
Well, before you do that percentage, why do you have to?
You said, hold up. So you said centrifugal force is a pseudo force that we have to introduce into the inertial frame to make sense of the movement.
No, into the rotating frame.
Yeah, the non-inertial frame. Sorry. And then you said that gravity is the same.
It's the same concept.
Like this pseudo force type of concept that you have to introduce it to make sense of the movement. In reality, it's bendy space-time. What is centrifugal force in reality?
It's the force you have to introduce in a rotating reference frame to make sense of the movement.
So is this the presuppositional rotational?
Hold up, your analogy falls apart
Yeah.
then, because you said that gravity is in reality different. It's like you have to introduce it, but in reality it's bendy space-time.
Right.
Centrifugal force, you have to introduce it, but in reality it's something you have to introduce. That's what you're saying now.
In reality, it's a side effect of the actual rotation of the body.
Yeah, but this is the presuppositional rotation. This is my
You can
whole
call it
point.
that.
Everything you bring
It's
up.
literally a presupposition, because you're
is
saying in reality
bullshit.
it's the rotating body that you have to introduce. So it's
Yeah,
circular
and
logic.
then you go round and round and
It's
round.
rotational
Circular
logic.
reasoning, presuppositional. It's just a never-ending cycle of dog shit.
You seem to be suggesting.
We want to
Hang on,
see the
write it
real
down.
horse, not the pseudo horse. You understand? We want to see what really happens in physics.
So,
Your pseudo horse can't
It's
be
just funny
demonstrated.
it's just funny the way you go about putting yourself back into the same hole.
So
pretending as if you're not in the same hole as they are.
So if I say I'm going to if I let go of this rock, it's going to fall to the ground. Is that a presupposition?
Technically, yes.
No, it's not.
Well, what's wrong with it?
No, that's legit.
Any time you go, if this is true, then that's true, you're making a presupposition. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's not necessarily true.
The problem is you're
Like,
assuming why is
all
why
this
is
knowledge, all this past data to rely on, then it's an inference, if anything.
Yeah, I'm cool with that as well.
What are you guys on gravity already? I missed the whole.
Yeah, Elisha. Well, we're on presuppositions now, but Elisha seems to say that making any sort of presupposition is bad.
Are you taking my positions out of context just for fun? Are you bored?
Well, if I say if the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, if you want to get the truth, Ruhif, are presuppositions needed?
Say again?
Are presuppositions needed to decipher truth?
Oh, truth.
What's the Lagrange point?
Truth is a tricky word, Gio.
You mean truth?
Truth is tricky now for you?
Yeah, I mean, my sort of definition of truth is that which comports to reality, right? That's kind of different to what most people call like an absolute truth.
Well, then I'll answer it for you. You don't need presuppositions then, because reality should just be reality. You shouldn't have to be presuming things that aren't reality.
Well, fuck, this is super philosophical, Gio.
No, because you're bringing in
No, but he's just
presuppositions.
smashed him to pieces, and he's on your side, isn't he?
Well,
No,
Gio,
Jesus,
to steelman him, you could presuppose something that you haven't yet, like, discovered or proven that is part of reality, right? It would be whatever you do would be
But then
indirect
it's also
proof of
not
that
part
thing
of
which you
truth
haven't
either.
confirmed yet.
But then it's also not part of truth then, which would still stand.
No, it comports to his definition.
It would
comports
still
to reality,
stand to
but you just
Gio's point
aren't
though
able to
that
perceive that.
you don't need the presupposition for the truth because it still wouldn't be part of truth. Therefore, Gio's point stands.
Yeah, you don't need to go outside of reality. You can't go outside of reality to presume things in order to get to truth that's in reality.
Hang on, have to put a
When
love
you
heart
when
on
you
roll
do
my brother.
science, when you do science
Yeah,
though,
but not-
you're like, all right,
Okay.
what? When you do science, you're like, yo, what causes water to boil? You're like, I think it's ice. And then you try ice. Like you have to presuppose what the cause is to get
Yes.
anywhere.
Yes. It's not a bad thing to presuppose things. It's not evil.
And at some point, you'll presuppose something, and it'll be true, even though you didn't know it. So
yeah,
you could presuppose something that is real, and you could presuppose something that is not. You know, you don't know until you try.
Yeah. But my like obviously he tried to reframe it, but my point was not that just presupposing in and of itself is wrong, but presupposing and then making the claim that presupposition is true, that's where it's wrong.
No,
without
like I said,
and I articulated that very clearly. So if you try and twist it again, then obviously you're just
no, but it comes down to what does truth mean? And I said my meaning for truth is that which comports to reality. Right, so it may not necessarily be absolutely
doesn't
true.
Address my point, but cool, fine.
Yeah,
And your
like,
presupposition sucks until you test it.
Yeah, that's cool, but I can test it 1 trillion times and I can get the answer that I expect if it is true. That does not prove that it is true.
What? Say that again.
If I like,
really, you want to hear that nonsense?
yeah, so if the Earth is a globe, right, then I expect centrifugal force, right? I can test that
That's
1
not
million
true.
times.
If Earth is spinning, you'd expect centrifugal.
Sorry, yeah.
That's
sorry.
also
If,
an affirming. That's
stationary
an
globe.
affirming the consequent.
Yeah, we're getting there, Jeremy.
If you knew what you were talking about.
Oh, let him finish. Let him finish.
If the Earth is rotating, I expect there to be measurable centrifugal force. I go out and measure it 1 trillion times, right? I can't then conclude that the Earth is rotating. I mean, I can say it matches my hypothesis, and I'm confident that it's true, but I can't say that it is actually, absolutely
Right,
true or
and
proven
that's
true.
the whole point of what we're talking about.
Terrible example.
Oh, we're in violent agreement.
You can't measure the centrifugal force
You're
of
living in delusion.
something on Earth. That's
Yes, you can.
not just on Earth.
Yes, you can. We've done it thousands of times.
Measure the centrifugal force of your house.
We've measured the centrifugal force, and it varies with latitude, as it should. People
Please
don't
measure the centrifugal force of your house.
I can't take my house to another latitude.
You can pick
So
it up.
here
you
we
lazy
go.
shit.
Here we go. We got it, guys. So weight change with this is a classic affirming the consequent. If weight change with latitude,
Come
then
on, we
Earth
know
is
this
rotating.
though. He's
I see weight changes with
his whole
latitude,
substance
therefore
is
Earth is
fallacious.
Guys,
Manipulation.
Elijah.
Sorry.
Elijah.
Elisha.
What's your name? Elijah.
It's
Relax,
Alicia.
bro. Relax.
No, I appreciate it. I'm just having fun.
I know, but I can't get a whole sentence out all day.
Go.
It's what Ruhif just said is an affirming the consequent. If Earth is rotating, I'll observe weight change with latitude. I observe weight change with latitude, therefore Earth is rotating.
Right, that's an affirming the consequent. Well done. Welcome to the globe. Science doesn't prove things.
That was a
Hey, man, just
right
do me
there.
a favor.
That's
set up a
clipboard. He just
Patreon, get on
admitted his whole
stage.
conception is
somebody
fallacious.
clip that out.
Yeah,
Somebody
dude, that
clip
was
that.
a clipper right there. Wow.
He's already said that a few times today.
Oh, that's funny.
I said it 1,000 times.
He needs to
Science
do a
doesn't
stand-up
prove
routine.
things.
It's like you
Science
say
doesn't
these
prove
things.
It'll be affirming the consequent.
You say these things, but when you do them in that order, like when you're riffing in that order, that was very.
What did you think I said? What did you think I said?
You need to
You
get up.
admitted
That's an
the model
affirmative
is
consequent.
Routine, man.
No, what did you think I said? I'm puzzled.
We heard what you said. You said that's affirming the consequent. Welcome to the globe.
Yeah, you welcomed us to the.
Yeah, welcome to the globe. Yes.
You welcome us to the thing that you're asserting, and then you're also admitting that it's an affirming the consequence.
No. Welcome to the globe.
Usually the play-by-play
In that,
Yo,
in that
usually
he
the play-by-play
understands.
isn't funny when it's said so soon after, but that was
Yeah.
so funny.
Yeah.
Welcome to the globe. In that he understands science doesn't prove things. Welcome to
You're
the globe.
inviting us to not prove things and to affirm the consequence to just come into your belief of a globe.
No, I
seriously,
obviously
somebody-
understand affirming the consequent. This is why we say science doesn't prove things.
He is one of the old mystics.
No,
but
that's not science.
Jeremy,
but
you
what
worded that
what you
affirming the
said-
consequent.
He's a descended
clear, man.
master.
What you said, hold on. What you said wasn't science just now. The weight change with latitude thing, proving that Earth's rotation. That's not science.
It doesn't prove it. That's the whole point.
It's not science.
Yes, it is.
It's not.
It is. I have a hypothesis. I go and test that hypothesis. That's science.
No, but you had no observation of the Earth rotating.
No, my observation is the sun goes down, right? My hypothesis is that we're a rotating sphere. I don't need to fucking see the Earth rotating to make my
And its
hypothesis.
constituent parts.
I understand QE and Nathan's interpretation of it,
So
yes.
no, not the we don't need to bring up third parties. You're
Well, is
aware
it
of what
possible-
you're talking about, right?
I
Is it
think I
possible
know what
the
you're
weight
talking
changes
about.
with
Aware that you
latitude
fall-
for another
you
reason?
literally fall
Yes.
flat.
Yes, percentage.
Okay, and is it possible that the sun is moving, like itself, of
Of course,
the Earth
yeah.
is stationary?
Yeah.
So how have you?
Like, this
proved
is
that?
why
Affirming
we-
the consequent.
Where's the
Like
evidence
I
then?
said.
You're still affirming the consequent. You just took it one step further.
This
with
is the
sun
whole point. We can't prove things. All we can
So
say
stop
is there are
claiming it,
experiments.
then.
I
But
don't.
your experiment
Shut
doesn't
your mouth,
test
man.
you're
Shut your
directly.
mouth. Get over it. Your globe is
I have
make-believe.
told you
know
1,000
it's not a
times
globe.
science doesn't prove things.
I know, but your experiment is still not adhering to your hypothesis.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
My
not.
hypothesis
said
is it's a
we could have
rotating
You're
globe.
making another presupposition about the sun.
Can you
What?
just concede that your whole conceptual worldview is a belief system, and we don't really need to take
Belief
it
system.
seriously?
If you want me to concede that,
Well,
Elisha,
Ruhef has to
whatever.
realize-
Whatever.
Ruhef
You can go back to
realize
Nathan
that
and
if his
QA and
beliefs-
say, "Oh, I conceded," whatever.
If his
Right.
beliefs
Anyway.
are not
I'm
false,
not
I
about
actually
gotcha. I just want to
Because
establish
that's where he's getting.
the
That's where he's
reality.
getting this bullshit narrow definition of science from.
One at a
It has
time.
no
guys.
meaning in his belief if they're not falsifiable, man.
Okay, you agree that we could have weight change with latitude other than Earth rotating.
Yes.
What would that be?
So
I
where
don't know. I don't know, but
Pressure
it's
difference.
logically possible for it to be something else.
Okay, you agree
It's not
that we could
logically
have weight
possible. It's
change with
theoretically
latitude.
possible.
Hold on,
Two
guys.
different things.
Yeah.
You agreed that we could have weight change with latitude other than Earth rotating, right?
Right.
So where the fuck is your experiment for showing that this weight change with latitude is Earth rotation?
Name it up.
Because we vary the latitude and it corresponds to the change in weight. Our hypothesis has been
You already
confirmed.
said we could have weight change. Oh, you already said we could have weight change with latitude without
Yes.
Earth rotating. So
Right.
you okay?
I don't think he gets
You
it,
haven't
Jeremy.
isolated Earth rotating.
Exactly. You cannot isolate all possible variables. That's
I'm
another
not
reason why
talking-
science
I'm
can't
not
prove
talking about
things.
isolating all variables. I'm talking about isolating the variable that's causing the effect. In this case, weight change with latitude.
Yeah, latitude is my independent variable. That's what I vary, and I try and keep everything else the same. But there are infinite other possible variables that I can't control.
Yeah, I'm not talking about controlling other ones. I'm talking about isolating the one. For example, if you wanted to isolate that heat causes water to boil, you can isolate that it's the heat causing it. Yeah, there could be other things that could cause water to boil, but in your set scenario, You can isolate that it's the heat that's doing it. You have not
And I've isolated
isolated
latitude.
You have not
Latitude?
No, that's not
No,
isolated.
because-
Earth rotation.
Because I could say it's time that does it. Because I could keep the temperature the same and adjust the time. And then the first 3 times that I put the water on the heat, it doesn't boil. And then the third time I put it on for a longer period of time, the water boils.
Okay, Ruhib, simply put, you have weight change with latitude, okay?
Yep.
You agree that you could have weight change with latitude to a different reason. So what's your proof? What's your proof that
There is no
weight
proof.
change with latitude is caused by rotation?
It's not proof. That's the whole point.
Where's your experiment to show that weight change with latitude is caused by rotation when you agree that it could be caused by something else?
Right. But I did vary the latitude, and it did result in a change in weight that I expected.
Absolutely, you have weight change with latitude. No problems there.
Yes.
But you agree that it could be caused by something else. Where's your experiment to show it's caused by rotation of the Earth?
You can't prove it. That's the whole
Then you have
point.
you have no science, bro.
That is science. Science doesn't prove things. Holy shit.
That's affirming the consequence.
No!
That's a logical fallacy,
Jeremy!
not science.
That's called this, Jeremy. That's called this.
Jeremy,
He admits
Jeremy,
that it could be
if-
something else, but he's still holding that it's Earth rotation without any evidence.
No,
This is evidence. It's not
It's
proof.
sticking to character in his stand-up routine.
Jeremy,
Give
you
him
just
credit.
said affirming the consequent, right?
Wow.
If I said if the Earth is rotating, then I should have weight change with latitude. I have weight change with latitude, therefore the Earth's rotating. That is affirming the consequent. That is why science cannot prove things. Because you have a hypothesis, you have an expectation of that hypothesis. You can't go backwards.
Science
to prove
definitely
hypothesis.
proves things beyond reasonable doubt.
I agree beyond reasonable doubt. As soon as you said
You haven't
beyond
done that
reasonable doubt, I
whatsoever,
agree. As soon as you said beyond reasonable doubt, I agree.
Yeah, but you haven't done that because you don't have a scientific experiment.
I varied latitude. I got weight change as I expected.
But that's not what your hypothesis was. It doesn't match your hypothesis. That's a different
does.
test. Sure, we're on board. You have weight change with latitude, but you're trying to relate that to the Earth rotating. So how are you
do you
doing
disagree
an experiment hold up? How are you doing an experiment to show, like with specificity, that the weight change with latitude is to do with Earth rotating and not due to some other cause that you already admit could
you
be?
can't do that. But first of all, if
you don't
Earth
have
is
an experiment
rotating, what? If Earth is rotating, right? That's my hypothesis. Earth is rotating. If that hypothesis is true, then I should expect weight change with latitude. That's my experiment. I go
That's
and check
not
whether
your hypothesis, actually. Your hypothesis is if I change the latitude, then the weight will change.
No, that's my experiment.
Hold on.
That's my experiment percentage.
Hold on. What are you telling him what his hypothesis is?
Because that's literally what he said. He said we have weight change with latitude.
his
That's the test that he's
hypothesis-
doing. The experiment.
experiment.
Listen, if you have the experiment
hypothesis
alone,
can be whatever he wants it to be. Not
no,
what you
it has
tell
to
him.
match the
Not what
experiment.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, the
not what you
hypothesis
tell
has to
him.
match the experiment.
No, the experiment.
The experiment is a hypothesis
must-
test.
Yes,
Hold on,
but the
listen,
experiment.
hold on a second.
The
experiment
comes
is a
after
test
the
of your hypothesis.
Okay,
We're not
your
talking about the
hypothesis-
sequence.
Hold on, percent.
Yes, we are,
percent.
apparently.
Go ahead.
Hold on,
down,
percent.
Coach. Calm down.
Hypothesis
Thank you,
was
Andy.
Earth is rotating. Your hypothesis was Earth is rotating. That's your hypothesis.
Yes.
That is not a hypothesis, sir.
Yes, it is.
Not even close. Not even close. Not
Why,
even a little.
why are you guys telling him what his hypothesis is?
Because we know how science works.
You guys are
Yeah,
conflating
you
the
have a
hypothesis with the
hypothesis.
experiment.
Remember, he believes science
could
doesn't
be
prove anything,
whatever
right?
he wants
He
it to
literally
be.
thinks that science doesn't prove
Highlander.
anything, so he wouldn't have his hypothesis correct.
You guys are getting
Your
hypotheses
hypothesis
mixed up with
cannot be
experiments.
disjunctive from your experiment. The experiment is a hypothesis test. They have to match.
Yes.
Okay?
No,
So
the
his
experiment.
experiment
Wait,
was
do I have to
changing
bring out
latitude,
the
seeing
dictionary?
differences in weight. That means his hypothesis is if I change latitude, then I will observe
No,
differences in weight.
that's my experiment. That's my
Exactly,
experiment.
and the experiment is the hypothesis test.
No!
You can just rephrase it.
So, sorry, yes.
Give me
The
any experiment,
hypothesis-
and you can rephrase it into the hypothesis. I guarantee
hypothesis-
you, if it's accurate science.
The hypothesis is not the experiment. They are separate things, right?
Wow,
The
that's a hypothesis
experiment,
test, bro.
the experiment tests a necessary, necessary following something from the
Necessary
hypothesis.
consequent.
Consequence, that's the word. Thanks, Howard. Yeah. The experiment tests a necessary consequence of the hypothesis.
When you create a scientific test, you create the hypothesis, which you can have that be whatever you want it to be, and then after that's when you design your test or your experiment. Yeah.
Yeah, the hypothesis has to be testable. Though.
Yeah, I'm testing it by changing latitude.
I can't say purple fairies caused weight change with latitude. Okay, because I can't test purple fairies.
Can I just establish something so we make sure we're on the same page here?
Yeah, I want to go next.
Do you agree with this? Whatever Australia your name is,
Ruth. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you stand under this definition? Hypothesis: proposed explanation for an observation.
Sure. Proposed explanation. Yep, that's testable.
Okay. So you do realize that what percentage has come at you with is in agreement with that, and he's smashed you to pieces, yeah?
No, he's conflating the experiment with the hypothesis.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the experiment denotes the hypothesis.
This is recorded, right?
And the hypothesis lays out the experiment. Okay, so if I say if my experiment is if my experiment is heating water to boil it, like that heat makes water boil, then my hypothesis can be stated as, if I heat water, it will boil.
The hypothesis can have multiple experiments. The hypothesis can have multiple experiments.
That's a pretty shitty test, because you haven't laid out how long you're going to boil the water for, what temperature you said you were going to boil the water on
You
at.
understand the point.
Yeah,
The principle is
Can I
the
get in,
hypothesis.
please, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. The principle is that the hypothesis matches the experiment. It has to be 100% matching the experiment.
No, they're separate things. Separate things.
Can be into an experiment, and the experiment can be worded into the hypothesis because they're one and the same. They each lay out the independent variable. That's it.
Do you agree you can have multiple different experiments for one hypothesis?
Yes.
Okay. And your hypothesis.
Percentage. Can you have multiple experiments that test one hypothesis? Different experiments.
Yes.
No, you would have many hypotheses, experiments.
No,
for
you're just wrong.
Each one.
My hypothesis, Earth's rotating, right? Earth's a rotating globe. I can think of 1 million experiments to test that hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis.
That's not a hypothesis.
In your thing.
No, wait, back up. I got you to agree to the hypothesis. I'll read it for you again. You agree to hypothesis, proposed explanation for an observation. What you just said wasn't a proposed explanation. What you just said was a claim without any evidence whatsoever. You just said rotation.
My hypothesis is we're on a rotating globe, and that explains every fucking observation.
That's bullshit.
Your hypothesis.
You're such a clown, dude. Just get
Call
on
names.
stage.
Don't call names, bro.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was going to say. No, let me call you guys, please.
Call names. Hello. Elijah,
The only
don't
person
call
allowed
names,
to call
bro.
names. The only person allowed to call names is when I'm calling Jeremy names. Otherwise, it's completely banned.
Oh wait, what
Welcome
did
to the
I
globe,
do?
Jeremy.
No name calling, please.
I broke rules.
All right.
Okay, I understand. I can't remember.
Yeah,
what
sorry,
Listen, we
Elisha.
gave you a lot of verbal. We've given you a lot of verbal warnings so far. All right. It's time
What
to.
did I say? It's just natural, I guess.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'll walk it back. I'll walk it back. I just wanna.
No name
Yeah,
calling
don't
you,
call names.
Englishman.
Don't call names, okay? Go ahead,
Sir,
Jeremy.
yes, sir.
All
Shall
right.
I rephrase?
All right. Listen,
Please.
your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is going to be your hypothesis is going to be lay out your experiment. It's going to have a cause and effect relationship. It's going to tell you what you're testing. You can't just make a blanket statement like Earth is rotating. There's no cause and effect in there. All right. It's not a hypothesis.
You're mixing the hypothesis and the experiment.
Right,
I'm not mixing. They are two different. The hypothesis and experiment are two different things. I understand that. Your experiment is your hypothesis test. In your hypothesis, you're laying out what you're going to test for. It's going to have your independent and dependent variable in it. Your shit, Earth is rotating, has none of that.
Jeremy, hold on. Hold on. Percentage said earlier, heat causes water to boil, right? That's his hypothesis, right? But could I not
That's
do?
not how I framed it.
Hold on. Let me finish.
All right.
Right? Could I not could I not do 15 different experiments to test to see whether heat boils water?
Sure, you could do a whole bunch of different experiments, and don't freak out. Don't freak out. I'm not done. However, notice how in his hypothesis it has a cause and effect relationship, an independent and a dependent variable. That's what you need to have a hypothesis. This Earth is rotating bullshit hypothesis doesn't have any of that. That's a blanket, baseless assertion.
Right, okay, so he said heat boils water, right? So then I put 1 litre of water on heat for 30 seconds. The water's not boiled, therefore I can conclude that heat doesn't boil water.
Did you hear what I said about the cause and effect?
You a 5-year-old.
I think
That was
Did
a
you hear what I
question,
said
not
about
an
the cause
insult,
and
for clarification.
Said about the cause and effect and how percentages hypothesis had it in there, and this bullshit Earth is rotating hypothesis doesn't have it in there.
Oh,
Or
I
did you
think I've
miss that
explained it
part?
10 times.
Yeah, we know. We heard your baseless assertion fallacy.
You've confused yourself in the room 10 times.
We heard your ridiculous non-hypothesis. Earth is rotating. Yes.
That's a hypothesis.
And we all know
that's a
that's not a
proposed explanation for what we see. What was the
hypothesis now?
Hang
No,
on.
it's not.
It was a hypothesis.
What was your definition of
That's just a random
hypothesis?
claim, bro. Earth is rotating.
That's just an
hypothesis.
An assertion.
Is a proposed explanation for a phenomenon. Well, was that the definition you read out?
You didn't explain anything with your Earth is
Pretty
rotating
much,
blanket.
but yeah,
And you didn't explain anything by saying Earth is rotating. You didn't say why, how.
I explained the sunset. There you go. That's why the sunset happens, because Earth's rotating.
You said Earth is rotating. That's my hypothesis.
Yeah.
No, that's wrong now, right? Do you now realize how wrong that is?
How is that not a hypothesis?
I'm not sure if I want my money
come
back
on,
for
Ruth.
this
You can't be
performance.
serious. You've been in
How is that not an explanation for the things we
doubling
see?
down and just like admit you misspoke or you were wrong to say that only.
Earth being a rotating globe is a hypothesis.
No, it's
blanket.
not. That's not how
It's a
hypotheses
proposed
work.
explanation. It's a proposed explanation for what we see.
Explain anything.
It's a
Baseless
proposed
assertion. Earth is
explanation.
rotating. It doesn't say
has
why,
to be a
how,
two-part
anything.
sentence.
Why,
I don't
how,
understand how like
anything.
OGs in this make these fucking rookie mistakes.
But
he has to observe a natural phenomenon first, right? So what is the natural phenomenon he's observing first? Which is it?
Matter. It doesn't matter. This is not a hypothesis. It just all it says is Earth is rotating. It doesn't say why. It doesn't explain anything. It just says Earth is rotating. That's it.
It explains
Okay,
why
is
the
Earth
sunset-
rotating the cause or the effect, Ruhu?
The fact that the Earth's rotating explains sunsets. The fact that it's a globe explains obstruction bottom up. Whatever observations we look at it, a globe explains them. It's a hypothesis.
He even frames it the wrong way round.
Everything's vertical.
He puts the
Unbelievable.
explanation before
I agree, it's
the
unbelievable.
observation.
Everything's vertical. How can you say you're on a globe where everything is vertical? That doesn't even make any sense. There has to be somewhere where you have an angle of something. This to me stupefies. You have to have a diagonal something somewhere to live on a ball, dude. You can't explain drop without tilt. The two are coinciding. If you can, come on, man. A ball does not explain shit, but an imagination of something that you don't live on.
Okay, so
Ruhu,
just making
back-to-back
the
quotes,
statement. Just making the statement that Earth is rotating. It doesn't explain anything. There's
It
no
explains
information
the sunset.
there. All that
Explains
it says
bottom-up obstruction.
needs to be in your hypothesis. You need to state a cause and effect and an independent and dependent variable in your hypothesis.
That's the experiment.
So that way we know what we're testing. Your experiment is the hypothesis test.
All right, so
You're gonna lay it out.
Steel man and Jeremy.
We have to
So,
teach him how to.
so Earth is rotating. It's explaining the sunset.
Percent.
Yep. Yes.
You're going to lay it out in your hypothesis. I wish you guys would let me finish one time. I'm getting super frustrated. What's going on, guys? Can we have a civil conversation? So
I'm just trying to progress it forward. Go ahead.
I
man.
know. So am I. And your experiment is a hypothesis test. So you're going to state what the cause and effect relationship is in your hypothesis. You can't just say something's
experiment. I'm going to change my independent variable.
Test.
I'm going to change my independent variable of latitude and I'm going to get a different weight, dependent variable. That's the experiment. You guys are still conflating the hypothesis with the experiment.
We're not conflating it. We realize
You're
they're
not
two
even
different
making
things.
a hypothesis.
We know they're two different things.
Okay.
5 minutes with Ruhif, guys.
Go ahead.
So Ruhif or no?
Yeah, go.
It's up to you guys. Well, no, these other people need to agree. Otherwise, it'll never happen if everyone doesn't agree on it.
Just nail them down. Let's go.
Your hypothesis is a declaration. It's a statement about a cause and effect relationship. It is an explanation. What?
No, it's if this is true, then that is true. Doesn't necessarily need to be cause and effect. If this is true, then that is true.
Okay, so point where your if and then shit is, and your globe is, and your Earth is rotating.
Right?
Statement.
If the Earth is a rotating globe, then I expect centrifugal force. Doesn't necessarily need to be cause and effect.
It absolutely does need to be cause and
No,
effect for natural
it doesn't.
science, and that's not what you said. Go ahead. I'll wait. Say over and out when you're done, so I know when you're done, and so we're not talking over each other.
Right. If the hypothesis is true, then this other thing is also true. Okay, that is not necessarily a cause and effect relationship. It's just if this is true, then that's true. Okay, it's not a causal, doesn't have to be a causal thing. All right. If the Earth is rotating, then I expect there to be centrifugal force, and I expect it to correlate with latitude. I design a test to test that, and I wiggle my independent variable of latitude, and I get my result of different weight change. The end.
Yeah, but aren't you causing the effect as you manipulate it?
Oh, cause and effect.
Maybe,
You could say that experiments are cause and effect.
Maybe another time, Ruhif.
So,
experiments, I'd say, are cause and effect. Yeah.
This is the issue that we're having with you, Ruhip. Is when I asked you, do you agree with what hypothesis is, the definition, so that we have a firm foundation, which is a proposed explanation for an observation.
Yes.
You said yes.
Yep.
Then you go and describe something completely different from that, and you're naming that thing that you're proposing a hypothesis. It's not, and you've already agreed to what hypothesis is. So this is what we're pointing out, because what you just said was if Earth is rotating, or whatever you said if, but that's not what hypothesis is.
No. Now he has a hypothesis. Lasha, now he has a hypothesis. It's if Earth is rotating, then we have centrifugal force.
No. That second bit is not the hypothesis. That's a necessary consequence of the hypothesis. My hypothesis by itself, Earth is a rotating globe. That would explain everything we see.
We made some progress and then you just went back. I don't know.
Professionally.
You had the if-then statement. That's the hypothesis.
Unprofessional.
No.
Does that count?
You can't say
my hypothesis is just a proposition. My proposition is that Earth is a rotating globe.
That's your hypothesis.
No. It's a proposition. Earth is rotating. If Earth is rotating, it would explain a lot of things, right? My proposition, Earth is rotating.
Think of one thing.
Hypothesis.
Think of one thing.
You're on about. This
Sunsets.
would be a better conversation.
Okay, so if Earth is rotating, then we have the sun moving, right?
Hang on. I'm going to go if the Earth is rotating, then centrifugal force, because that gets me to my experiment.
Now you're thinking. Now you're trying to match it to your experiment. That's what I've been saying. Okay, so
right, but centrifugal force is a necessary consequence of a rotating globe. This is why it's a test of my hypothesis.
That's what we're testing. Remember, that's the hypothesis. Don't just.
No, we're testing the experiment.
All right, so hold up.
The experiment is a test of the necessary consequences. I don't think we are.
We are. You now have a hypothesis, an actual hypothesis, right? If Earth is rotating, then we will observe centrifugal force. The question is, what's the experiment? How are you going to test that?
Stop. The hypothesis by itself is Earth is a rotating globe. That's the hypothesis.
That is fucking ridiculous.
It's a proposed explanation for my phenomenon that I saw of the sun setting.
You're
right?
not proposing anything.
Which phenomenon are you referring to? Centrifugal force, sun setting? Which one?
Right.
We don't know what to test because your hypothesis is not. Experiment is your hypothesis test. You need to lay it out in your hypothesis what you're testing. What's the cause and effect that you're going to test?
No, Jeremy, listen.
When you do natural science, no, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Dial it back, though, buddy.
You guys need to slow down. This guy's not helping.
Jeremy, before you go on,
because they're never letting me finish a sentence. I don't know why.
Before you go on, can you just ask Ruhif, because he turned me down? Can he run his experiment through me, through it with me? Because I want to know what he's trying to do.
Listen, I wish I could turn you down. I could turn you down, but I can't. Okay. So listen to me. Your experiment is your hypothesis test. You're going to lay it out in your hypothesis what you're going to test. You need to have a cause. If you're doing natural science, which this is, I suppose, you're going to need a cause and effect. That's what natural science deals with, cause and effect relationships. I can give you 100 citations right now from colleges, universities showing you that. Is that what you need?
Now, do you want me to say it again? Right. Now, my phenomenon, right, that I see is the sunset. I think about it in my head and go, what is a possible explanation for that? Right? That is my hypothesis, is that the Earth is a rotating globe. That's my yes.
No.
Yes.
The hypothesis is
my
that the Earth...
He's allowed to have that as a hypothesis.
The rotating Earth is causing sunsets. That's your hypothesis.
Yeah, that is. The Earth is rotating.
We finally got there. Now he has to put that into an experimental form, and he has to be able to.
I'll get there eventually.
Rotating Earth.
You can't take half the hypothesis and then attribute it to a different phenomenon. Okay, that's not how it works. You observe the sunset. You hypothesized it. You test that.
My phenomenon that I see.
You know what's really embarrassing about all of this is that Ruhif has been schooled by Oakley so many times in this that he's here now trying to pass this bullshit off on us.
Yeah, no.
Well, we know that we're having a game right now. Like, this is obviously a performance.
All right, smooth.
Anyway, are we ready?
Clownery, so much so that I didn't get banned for whatever I insulted him with. Like, it's clearly just.
Or you're not going to get banned. Just behave.
I know. Obviously, I've been away for a while, but like, it's obviously a clown show. So to some degree,
you're obviously retarded, then, Elisha.
All right,
obviously
guys.
retarded. Obviously retarded.
The reason we moderate for
now he's getting triggered. I didn't expect that.
The reason we moderate for the insult is that it tends to go into a shit show. You know, like, it'll be a good conversation, then one person calls one, and then all of a sudden it's just a shit show of them insulting each other. So,
right, let's not do that.
Let's get back on topic. Go ahead, smooth.
I see this argument a lot where we're fighting over what you can test in an experiment, right? And I can yield to you guys just for the sake of progress that, okay, you can isolate the Earth and make any natural science experiments. My response is, so what? If we can develop a method to predict calculations, to predict events that utilizes the Earth as a ball, does that not support our idea? We at least agree there?
No.
That it could support the idea.
No.
Like, all right, maybe we're wrong, but this kind of makes sense if it were to be a globe. Can you agree with that?
No, we can't.
Oh, all right.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Why would you agree with that?
Because they're common sense people. I'm not
the more
trying
that
to trick
it can
you.
explain everything around us, the more, like, probabilistically, more likely it makes it.
Yeah. So what?
You can't
begin. Oh, I was talking.
But an explanation can be.
So
you can explain away anything.
No, I'm just.
No, I
saying,
said everything.
You can't begin with something you haven't proven.
No, but
we're definitely not going to begin with Earth is spinning as our hypothesis. I'll tell you that.
I know,
right
but
now.
hold on, Jeremy. Can we go back to the idea?
It's retarded, Ruhif. That's why.
No, can we go back to the idea that, like, all right, if the Earth is a spinning ball, right? What are some ways that?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Finish, man.
Bro, let him talk.
Travis.
I don't understand how we can. How, if you're not even willing to discuss the idea of the globe, how do you want us to come to your side? Like,
I just told you, and Jeremy just told you, you can't start with an assumption that you haven't proven.
No, but
no,
see,
that's what you do. You do start with an assumption.
Guys, I'm not talking about a test. I'm just talking between people. Like, I'm not being scientific right now. I'm just talking.
I mean, even if you were being scientific, you would have
have a conversation. But once you start with the if, you have to understand that everything that precedes that is contained within the if. So it's contained within something that is made up.
Right, but just
So
stop
it
for a
doesn't.
second.
It doesn't
Hold
have
on,
like.
hold on.
Yo,
You guys-
Elijah, you can't pause like that and then keep going after like 2 seconds.
You guys can't
Well,
just.
that's how normal people talk. But okay.
No,
I know, but
guys,
this
you
is
can't just say that. Like, all right,
I
you
gotta
can
take a breath
think
at some point.
what an apple will taste like by looking at it, right? Right, like
Just make your
talking about
point.
food now?
Make your
My
point,
point-
because there's a lot of people that want to
yeah,
talk. So.
my point is, why can't I at least have some support that, okay, I have an idea, how can I tell if my idea is right? I'm not doing anything scientific, I'm just being logical. I could say, well, if it would be a globe, maybe I would experience this. Maybe I would experience that. And that's how we build confidence in thinking what we currently have, what we currently think.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
That's science, though.
No.
Saying you're not being scientific, but that's literally how science works. If it's a globe, then I will experience. Then this will happen, and then you test that. You try to make that thing happen, and that's it.
But we're not
Yeah.
testing. We're not testing. We're just observing. We're just observers. We're just saying like, hey, I wonder if this will happen. We're not trying to test it. We're not trying to replicate it. We're just observing.
That's fine with
You're just waiting for the thing to happen,
right?
Yeah. We just wait for the thing to happen. That's what I'm saying. Like, all right, we're like, hey, maybe I think that tomorrow it's gonna rain, right? And we're not able to simulate it. We're not able to control it and make it rain tomorrow. But if it rains tomorrow, we had a pretty good idea to bring an umbrella. That's what we're saying. Same thing with the shape of the Earth.
The confidence level of that evidence isn't that good because
No,
you're
I-
not able to
I would say
manipulate it independently. So you have to kind of wait for it to happen, and just all you get is like correlation. It doesn't get to the point where you could say it's causation.
Exactly, and I'm willing to agree to that. I'm willing to say yes, fine, whatever you want to say about that. My question is, so what? Maybe I don't know how I'm actually doing it right, but I kind of built a method to be able to predict certain things, like the weather, like storms, like where stars will be at certain positions in time.
I have a question for you though.
One sentence and then go for it.
What do you do when then you are then presented with an alternative explanation that is equally plausible?
Yeah, so I give it the complete chance. So that's when I start making like almost a T-chart, or I make a Venn diagram, and I say, well, what can this model explain? What can that model explain? And I kind of try to understand. What do you mean?
All that does is show you that those ways of operating of, if this was to happen, or if this is my assumption and this happens, then it would agree. But you're then presented with another if. All that shows you is that way of forming a conclusion is very, very limited, and you have to then go
It's
into
an
the
affirmative.
realms of
It's not. My
you
bad.
then have to go
My
into the,
bad.
you would then have to apply logic and go, okay, well, this isn't getting us anywhere, and I have to now come to a logical conclusion to actually determine the cause.
Yeah, but
Can I respond to that, please? Can I respond to that? That if then statement is a classic affirming the consequent.
No,
That does not.
Jeremy.
Yes,
he's right. He's right.
If I see weight change with latitude, then Earth is rotating. That might not be the cause, though. You're affirming the consequent.
No, it's the
If
other
I'm
way
full,
around.
then
Other way
if
around.
I eat 10 cheeseburgers, then I'm full. I'm full. Did I eat 10 cheeseburgers or did I eat a pizza? We don't fucking know.
Yeah. If Earth is rotating, then weight change with latitude. Right? That's not an affirming consequent.
If I'm full, then I eat 10 cheeseburgers.
But Jeremy,
I'm full. Did I eat 10 cheeseburgers?
The
I'm
if
full.
then
Did I eat
statement
10
itself
cheeseburgers?
is not the if then statement is not an affirming the consequent. You affirm the consequent when you conclude the antecedent from the subsequent.
That's literally what you just did.
Please trust me, I know what affirming the consequent is. For fuck's sake.
If Earth is rotating, then weight
I don't
change with
think
latitude.
you do,
You affirm the subsequent weight change with latitude. So now you're affirming the antecedent.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not
Which
doing
is
that.
Earth
That's affirming the
rotating.
consequent.
That's what you're
I'm
doing.
not doing that. No, I'm not.
That is literally
No, I'm
what
not.
you're doing.
No, I am not.
Wait, is it that in Australia they just don't speak English?
They do.
You already agreed that this was affirming the
This might be
consequent
the
like 20
cause for
minutes.
all of this.
20 minutes ago.
I am
Yo,
not affirming the
20 minutes
consequence.
ago.
Guys, so
Yeah,
what
I
about-
posted the clip.
I am not affirming the consequence.
Yes, you are,
20
Rohit.
minutes.
Yes, you are.
20
Because all
minutes
you have to
ago.
do-
Go ahead, Jeremy.
God, guys. 20 minutes ago, you agreed that wasn't affirming the consequent. consequent. Now you're saying
if you
it's not?
if you say it proves things, yes, you
Yeah.
are. I'm not saying it proves things. Do you understand?
Do it with something
It
else.
doesn't prove things, because if you said it did, it would be affirming the consequent. I'm not doing that. Fuck.
Okay, that's fine. Smooth. Your whole thing is bullshit because it's an affirming the consequent fallacy and doesn't prove shit. Okay, Smooth. All right, cool.
Hold on, Jeremy. Don't get so aggro in here. But
well, I'm getting aggravated because we're very wired over this. Go ahead.
I know, but here's the issue, right? I understand that you might be technically correct, and I'm like I said, I will yield to you. I know you have had thousands of arguments about what an experiment is and what's considered to be science. My answer is so what, right? I'm just saying, why is it that we can explain more predictions, or why can we foretell possible events better using a heliocentric model than a flat Earth model?
Oh my God, we already
That's
talked to
not
you about
true.
this, man.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's post-diction.
Please present.
No, I'm saying
proposed flight path.
using our model, we make those predictions. Using our
But that's
fairy
not
tale.
what's actually going on.
Didn't we already
For
talk to Smooth about this?
Etc. etc.
We talked.
It's a pattern.
talked
What
about this earlier
explains the
today,
pattern? You've just recognized a pattern, right? What is the explanation for the pattern?
We're not
This is the thing. You don't need an
claiming-
explanation for the pattern repeating.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. If
you want to progress
and has
knowledge,
always
if you
been
want to
observed-
progress
No, no,
scientifically,
hold on, please.
guys.
If the pattern
One at a time,
repeats,
guys.
if the pattern repeats and is always observed to repeat, then you don't need to explain it.
then you're not extending your knowledge. You have no extra knowledge. You've just got to recognize a pattern.
Yo, somebody's got a hot mic or something. Somebody's got hot
Yeah.
micing.
Elijah.
Elijah's trying to speak, but his
I'm trying to
audio
talk.
is terrible.
Okay, then. Well, then don't talk over the top of people, then, buddy.
I wasn't. It's just no one was hearing me trying to get in when there was dead air.
Is your mic?
It's because your mic sucks, dude. We can't hear
Okay,
you
you
properly.
can't say one is because your mic, and I'm like, yeah, I know. Well, don't talk while people are. No, I'm not doing both.
We were. But anyway, go on.
You got to get a good mic.
So
Go ahead, Eli.
You're affirming that your explanation explains the cycle. Duh. The end.
Couldn't hear that.
Listen, Smooth.
Ruhef, sorry, I wanted to ask him, what's contingent on your calculation? Would it be time as the main tool to do these predictions, or would it be the size of the Earth?
Excuse me?
When you talk about predictions, the heliocentric model makes all these predictions, right?
Yeah.
It has to have a contingency to work. In other words, what's the base calculation? What is the number system? What do we use?
Right. So here's what I'm saying, right?
You're not
And-
Ruhif.
I'm
I said
asking Ruhef.
Smooth. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because he talks about all these predictions and the heliocentric model does it. What's the base number system for it all? The size of the Earth or time?
Ruhif, are you going to answer?
You gonna answer, Rui?
I don't know if he's still here.
Oh, I've got Data and Travis turned down.
Okay.
Wow.
So I take that as a no.
Correct.
Fair enough.
Surely that's.
Isn't that against the rules?
Throw insults.
No, as long as he
No.
doesn't overtalk them.
Yep.
Kind of weak.
Yep.
Thanks, Brandy. Love you guys.
No, well, you don't have to engage with people if you don't want to. And as long as, if you have them turned down, as long as you don't over talk when they are talking, yeah, that's quite okay.
Happy days. He had me turned down for a minute.
It does mess up the conversation though, because he just asked Ruhif a question, and now we're here.
Oh, but I did announce that I turned them both down before. Like I said, I'm turning you down, Data. So yeah.
Now it's weird. We're in this weird place now. Thanks,
This
Ruhif.
is what happens when you live
Welcome to the
in
globe,
Matrix.
Jeremy.
Bandsaw, you should have seen it about 20 minutes ago. Ruhif made this crazy hypothesis. I said that's affirmative consequent. He
posted
said
it.
welcome. He said welcome to the globe.
Welcome to the globe. Whoa. Okay.
What the
Welcome to the
waiting
globe.
for?
Science doesn't prove things.
We were just
Hey,
waiting to be told that science doesn't prove things, and welcome. We just needed a warm welcome.
Science doesn't
I
prove
sent
things.
it to
Welcome
you.
to the globe. We have no
Yeah.
proof. Welcome to the globe. Well done, Rui.
Thanks.
I sent it to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Travis.
In a world.
Listen to me, Travis.
Pure
You've been wrong
imagination.
on so many. Travis, you've been wrong on so many things tonight. I'm gonna roast you tomorrow for this. Okay?
All right.
I just want you to know.
Hey, Travis, did we work out that step between 500 BC and 1600 BC, AD?
What's this?
No.
Between the two legends, between the legends of two sticks in the ground and between
Yeah.
the legend of gravity. Have we
No,
worked out
it's still a work in process.
Okay, fair enough.
Are we trying to predict the past?
And we're just trying to work out the missing links, actually. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm just having fun with that statement. Predicting the past. Anyway. So what's next on the agenda for the
Scientific
show?
method.
Which one?
the method that you can't seem to get a solid grasp on, even though you agree to the definition.
I agree that the Earth is rotating. Earth is a rotating globe. Would explain. It's my explanation for why we see certain phenomena.
If that was true,
phenomena?
then
Bottom up obstruction, sunsets, whatever you like. Yeah.
Okay. Now
Everything that we see.
Manipulate the rotating.
Which one can you
Earth.
test?
No, that's you're conflating the hypothesis with the experiment. You manipulate the independent variable in an experiment.
You sure about that?
Yes. Well, at least according to QE and Nathan.
No, he's right about
That's
that.
who I agree with.
So which one is your independent variable that you're going to manipulate?
Latitude.
Wow.
So
Latitude.
you manipulate latitude.
No, you're
Yeah.
supposed to
Arbitrary
manipulate
line
the
of a convention
cause.
cause.
You're supposed to manipulate the proposed cause.
Yeah, if I change latitude, my thing will weigh differently.
Yeah, but then your hypothesis has to be different. Your hypothesis now should be that latitude is the cause.
No,
That was his hypothesis right there. Right there was his
My
hypothesis. If I
hypothesis.
change latitude, it will weigh differently.
Right,
So
my
he changes
hypothesis.
latitude, the weight changes. That's the
My hy-
the test. That's the hypothesis.
The hypothesis is the variable that you manipulate. Are you aware of that?
No.
Yes.
My hypothesis is a proposed explanation for whatever I
Oh
see.
yeah, you propose a cause-effect relationship. It's a cause and
No.
effect relationship.
I
That's what it is.
propose.
Good morning, what's it?
You
I
turned me down, but
propose
not
my
with it. Come
proposed
on, man.
explanation for whatever phenomena I saw
Am I
is
allowed?
that the Earth
Because he
is a
doesn't have an
rotating
argument
globe. That's
against
my
it, Travis.
proposed explanation for what I see. Right. The necessary consequence of my hypothesis is that weight will change with latitude. So I'm going to test in an experiment whether weight changes with latitude. My independent
Perfect.
variable
That's-
is latitude, and my dependent variable is weight.
So
There you
when
go. That's perfect.
Hey,
So does
Yes,
the
hypothesis
thank
and our
you.
experiment matches.
changes up to the equator, and then it goes back towards the other direction once you get over the equator,
The weight. Yeah, it weighs the least at the equator.
and then it goes back to weighing more and more as you go past it.
Yes.
Interesting.
If that was true, they would do gold mining differently.
Wouldn't
There
it
you
weigh
go.
more at the equator?
No, you've got more centrifugal force at the equator, so it weighs
So it's
less.
pushing you away.
Yeah, but you also have more
If
mass
anything
beneath you.
these guys said
Right?
If that was
was
true,
it wouldn't
if
be.
that was
The-
true, dude, gold mining.
The
gold
gravity
mining would
won't
be-
change much
Would be
over the
based on
surface of the
Earth
Earth.
rotation.
Hardly
Where
weigh
you
anything.
profit, you can dig it somewhere else where it would weigh less, and then bring it over to somewhere it weighed more. Come on, buddy.
Centrifugal force would be pushing you away from the Earth, so you'd weigh less. So he's correct. So, can you drop the citations of it working perfectly to the equator and then going back heavier and heavier
Sure.
past that?
I think
That
Critical
would
Think
be
is my
secret
favorite
knowledge,
video.
wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, gentlemen? It would be secret knowledge. If you knew that if somewhere across the Earth that
Critical Think.
minerals would weigh less based on the centrifugal force,
then it would be a secret knowledge to go mine there because the minerals would weigh less there, and then you'd move those minerals across the latitudes of Earth, and they would increase in profit, right?
No, the
Is that what you're talking about?
the way it's standardized, that's why it doesn't matter where you get the gold from.
First of all, the truth
right?
is
That's what you're saying.
not
That's what
much
you're saying. Centrifugal force will cause the effect of weight change. So that means all minerals at at location would be weighing less as well. And all you'd have to do is take that mineral there, you mine more of that, and then transport it, and all of a sudden it's worth way more money, right?
No data. All you need to do is have a
scale,
magnet
dude.
underneath the counter in the cabinet. All right, as you're weighing it. So whoever's buying it off you is right there across the counter.
Why
You
would
have
you
a magnet
would you wanna do
weighing
that?
it down, making it seem heavier.
Well, it would weigh less, wouldn't it? Gold
intellectual
would weigh
type-
less there, so you'd have to have more quantity to equal the quantity at another latitude, right?
That's a
To
terrible
weighing
argument.
this-
That's a
It's
terrible
not a
argument.
terrible argument.
Oh, well,
The point
people
is
would
that it would be
mine
secret
different.
knowledge if
Hang on one sec.
latitude
Back a minute.
changed weight.
Oh.
Think about it.
That's why you use scales when you're doing transactions
Oh,
with
right,
gold.
right.
Okay?
Yeah, but scales
Not
are
an
not
actual
affected by the
debate,
latitude
dude.
change,
That's not an
right? Because you
actual
just carry them
rebuttal.
out and that's it,
Tells
right?
you that difference in weight, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if
Yeah.
something
It's not an
weighs
actual
more
rebuttal.
somewhere, that's where you would all ship everything to, and that's where you would process it, and that's where you'd sell it from, and everybody else would just be
Again,
F.
no centrifugal force producing less mineral weight doesn't exist.
Scales is the
Okay, so anyway,
answer.
You guys have
so all you
demonstrated
guys,
differential in
this is what
voltage
this
either
is actually what makes flat earthers look bad. Is instead of arguing the actual point, you just come up with bullshit non sequiturs to say.
That's not bullshit non sequitur, buddy. If you're talking
not
about
a rebuttal.
latitude is a changing weight, then that means you'd have secret knowledge on Earth, because if you were into minerals and you can mine more minerals.
See, your
Right?
rebuttal
You
is
see
that
the game, huh?
different.
That's not rebuttal.
That
His argument. His argument is saying that weight. He'll go one location. My weight has changed. Look, I'm heavier. Look, I'm lighter. So if you apply that same concept to fucking minerals, well, it would be secret knowledge, right? You'd go mine places where minerals
you
weigh
got it.
less because you can
Bro.
get more of it, and you bring it over to a place where it weighs more, and you got look, it took you less energy, right? Because it weighed less, but you got more of it, right? Due to the centrifugal force, right?
Yep, I'm sure Rufus about to leave the ball now. You convinced him. People wouldn't mind.
Oh,
it.
sorry. I was first of all, I got data
How about
turned
you got
down,
no
but
other
second of all, I had
argument
advance
against
on.
that, other than it's just
Definitely.
ridiculous talking any centrifugal
No, it's not an
force
actual
is effect on any
specific
weight.
rebuttal to the argument. So if
Are you
the,
talking
if the
about weight
question
change
is
for latitude,
is
right?
the actual
Weight
evidence,
change for latitude, right? Weight change for latitude. That's
Data,
it.
bro, you got to stop
That
interrupting,
means
man. You got to stop
I'm not
interrupting.
interrupting. I'm not interrupting.
You're
I'm
just
trying to get
talking
a point
nonstop
across
and
that's
bulldogging every
valid.
time someone's trying to speak.
No,
Just talking,
it's
man.
insulting the argument, saying that it's bullshit, whatever. That's the argument.
It's
Latitude
a
weight change.
justifiable insult to the argument. 'Cause the argument
yeah. So
is
what you're doing instead of saying let me see the evidence and let's critique and see if the evidence is real, you're saying it can't be real because people would mine different.
I'm saying it's not applied. This knowledge of weight change difference would be noticeable, and it would be if Ruhif goes out and finds, hey, look, my weight change is here. It's different than here, and all I'm doing is changing my latitude. That would have other implications, wouldn't it? In pragmatic use, if it is regarding weight, that's not the case now, is it?
I don't know. I know you don't know. So
I do know, because they don't weigh gold this way. They don't mine gold based on whether it's a different location latitude. They just go where it is, where the minerals are. It's not based on latitude.
Okay. So Ruif, is the only evidence you have is one guy with a scale? Like if this was such a definitive effect, right, you would be able to simply take a gravimeter and different scales on like a large scale documentation. You would have it mapped out all the way up to the equator, all the way back, and it would show a consistent inclination and declination.
Yeah, it's been done by
mean,
multiple people, multiple
Cite
different
it.
latitudes,
Give me
northern and
something
southern.
with two scales, then it should be well documented.
I've just given you 2 videos
I mean, honestly,
of the phenomenon.
So you don't have actual documentation of it all the way across the earth?
I've just given you 2 videos demonstrating that it happens.
See what I'm saying?
You can choose to watch them or not.
Can't
I don't
respond to what
care.
I'm saying. So this is why you don't have to go down the mining thing. You just call their bluff. If what you're saying is true, universities and many different companies would have intricate measurements all the way down latitude, all the way down the ball, right? So you should be able to drop documentation that shows each latitude's weight, and they should have already tested it, showing one guy taking a scale somewhere different to 2 different places. In no way verifies your claim.
That's what this video does,
don't
is show
understand.
it taking to different latitudes, getting different weights. Would you like citations that show that scales are calibrated to latitude? Is that what you'd like?
I would like you to show me actual proof that there's a
4
consistent
different degrees, and
change.
that's bullshit.
Hang on,
It's
you're
not
both talking.
consistent, like you're saying, Ruif.
Yes,
Richard
it is.
Hopkins did with 150-gram scales, and it didn't work.
Brian.
Just one at a time, please, guys. Come on, can we try and slow it down a little bit? Because for the last 30 seconds, there have been two people talking at once.
I just don't understand why flat earthers get so impulsive. Like, all you have to do is call or bluff, right? If the same people that say, "Oh, you have a YouTube video," turn around and do the same thing. So if what you're saying is true,
Even if you
make a terrible point, right? He's making a decent point. You got to drive home the overarching point, which is if this was true, it would have many implications in practical use. We would have definitive, intricate, meticulous measurements showing this consistent change to the equator and then back. So we would like to see all of this data intricately documented.
Who muted Jeremy?
Hold on, one of us has done it. His name's Richard Hopkins. Okay, he did this. He went to different elevations and he got shit. And it looked like it worked. Place he went.
Elevations or latitudes?
He left Baltimore, Maryland, and went down to forgot where it was, but it's not lined up like you say it is.
I'm happy to watch Rich's video.
With it, even if you give him the effect, it doesn't show you that Earth's rotating. There could be some kind of gravitational anomalies that follow with the latitude lines. It's nothing. It doesn't show us that Earth is rotating.
That's not the point.
It's not proof. We agree it's not proof, right?
Before you get to that, which is not even difficult to do, I'm actually just in pursuit of truth, right? So some of the thing that globe earthers and flat earthers alike do wrong, in my opinion, is they just impulsively have to dismiss or reify whatever it is that's on their side or against their side, instead of just being like, is this really something that happens on the earth? Let's look at it and figure it out. They do the same thing with the pendulum. Just frantically find a way to dismiss the pendulum instead of just genuinely being curious about.
Bro, I like to do things though. I hung with the pendulum.
I'm willing to accept. I'm willing to accept that effect happens. This weight change, Foucault pendulum, all that. I'm not denying any of these effects.
Right. So wouldn't the most logical step be like, okay, where's the intricate documentation showing it consistently change all the way down the earth?
I've given you two videos showing the effect.
Why do you leave anybody?
Data.
Wait a second, Jeremy. You said you don't deny the effect, right? So I've got a 10-foot rope hanging in my living room. Tell me what to do. I got a camera set up. Tell me I'm going to make this measurement. Tell me what I should do, because I've done it, but I want you to tell me what I should do. Since you say that hold on. Since you say that you don't deny the effect, I've got a 10-foot rock. I got a 10-foot
I heard you.
rope.
I heard you. I'm not even going to address you. I'm going to use my time to address Brian. Brian, stop clipping people. Let everyone finish. You're going to get a chance to get in, Brian. Don't worry. I'll let you go right now. Tell Data what to do with his rock.
No, I'm not asking Brian.
I got no wind.
Brian. I'm asking Jeremy, because Jeremy says he doesn't deny the effect. So if you were to set up an observation, I'm not asking whether or not you deny it. That's not the point. I'm just in the exercise here is just to ask Jeremy, how would one go to observe the effect, so therefore to see it, so that he doesn't deny it, right? Run it through me there, bro. What did you do to see this effect that you do not deny it?
I didn't say I saw it. I said I'm not denying it. I'm denying it. I'm willing to let him have it, because just for the simple fact it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't show that Earth's rotating or anything.
Yeah, so
it would be what we would expect if it was rotating, though.
But hold on. So what is the effect? What is the effect I'm supposed to observe? Just explain the effect I'm supposed to observe. So I have this rope with a 10-foot rock at the end of it, and I'm going to have it at an angle of 10 degrees, and I record it. What am I looking for?
I don't know about the 10-degree thing, but you're going to get a different precession. I don't know about the 10-degree thing, but you're supposed to get a different precession with latitude.
Yes.
Right. And so run it through. So I'd have to take 24 hours and my supposed latitude and divide it by a 360-degree circle, right?
Well, I doubt you're going to get a rock to swing for 24 hours.
Oh,
I
but
divide it by 24 hours.
You exactly. So you take the duration. So how long do you think a 10-foot rope with a rock on it will swing for? And this
I don't
is
know. The ones I've seen have vastly longer ropes. So I don't know what your 10-foot little rope's going to do.
well,
Probably nothing.
Foucault's pendulum started out as a little guy. Don't you remember? They have blueprints of his little pendulum.
Great. If you got blueprints, why are you asking me what to do if you got the blueprints for it?
I'm not saying I have the blueprints in my possession. They show you the blueprints there, brother, of what he used to determine this procession that you described, that you're willing to say that you don't deny that exists. But I'm asking you, what am I supposed to observe here if I've taken the Euclidean geometry, divided it by the time I watched into a 24-hour period over a 360-degree circle? I'll end up with what? Let's say 45 minutes. Let's say the rope swings for, I'll end up with 6 degrees, like a 6-degree deviation. Like, is this the mathematics that proves?
I told you it didn't. I told you it didn't prove anything. Go ahead, Brian.
What you're getting in real life, dude, is different variations of shit. It's wildly. I'm gonna set one up too. Fuck it, man. I got one. I think I could do about 20 feet right now. I don't like to listen to any shit. I like to do shit.
What we need to do.
If ain't done it, then how can he even tell you what happened?
What we need to do is set up. What we need to do is set up a Foucault pendulum during this eclipse. That way we can see if we can get the Elias or Elias effect or whatever it is. That's what we need to do.
I've tested the Edvos effect as well.
Hey, Ruhif, what was the length of your?
I didn't say Yutvos. I said Elias or Elias, whatever it's called.
What was the length of your pendulum, Ruhif?
Oh, sorry, mate. I thought you went weight change with latitude. I've done weight change with latitude. I don't have a pendulum. And I've done Edvos.
How have you done it?
Weight change with latitude. I went to Melbourne and Brisbane and Sydney.
That's where you did it. How did you do it?
I went there and weighed an object of known mass at those different latitudes.
How did you weigh it? With what?
With a scale. Would you like to see the scale that I weighed it with?
What, you got a gold scale?
Let's see something.
Did you use a traditional scale? Or did you use a modern scale?
I've got a scale that I bought from Amazon. Weighs things. I can't find it. Anyway. I used a scale that weighs things.
If you can replicate that with a traditional scale.
What's a traditional scale?
You know, the pivot point with the two
balance
plates on either
scale.
side.
No, that's not going to work. You've got equal things. You've got equal things on both sides.
So what's the point?
That doesn't work. You've got equal weights or equal counterbalances.
So what does that tell you?
That the way you're testing it is stupid.
No.
I could do one right now.
No, it doesn't. What it does is it points to the fact that your methodology is geared towards bolstering your presupposition.
No, what it says on your balance scale is the left-hand side weighs the same as the right-hand side. Then you go and take those same masses somewhere else to a different latitude, the left-hand side is still going to weigh the same as the right-hand side. It's retarded.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
That's a complete.
No, you really
How is
don't
that
understand what he's
retarded? All
saying.
that does is prove that your claim is false.
No, guys.
I'm taking an absolute measurement.
You're arguing a really bad point because it's called a
Shut up,
balance.
Smooth.
Both sides are balanced. That's the whole thing. The counterbalance is balanced to the actual thing you're weighing. So if he takes it to the different parts of the latitude, they will change together as a unit.
Why do you guys
it's going to be the same?
What you're talking about?
If they're 2% different at a different latitude, both sides will be 2% different at the different latitude.
There you go.
Okay, now so if you think that's the case, so what's the biggest difference? What's the biggest difference
between the equator and the poles?
Yeah, well, what is it?
Oh, it's like 0.3% or something like that.
0.3%. Okay.
Something like that.
Wow, 0.3%. Wow. And so the greatest difference we have is 0.3%. And then it goes back down within that 0.3%. Now, for something to be that small and someone make such a ridiculous claim, it's very reasonable to say, okay, can I please get the evidence showing it go through that whole 0.3% range gradually, consistently incline or going up and going down on the Earth. Because when you're making a claim about 0.3%, you would certainly have to have very meticulous, intricate data going all the way down the Earth, because we all know there are anomalies all over the Earth. And I'm supposed to watch a YouTube video where a guy went to 2 places, therefore Earth's spinning.
No. In your DMs, I've sent you a video by Wolfie. I've sent you a video by Bob the Science Guy. I've sent you 2 videos by Critical Think. I've sent you a video by Bobby Shafto, and I've sent you a video by some guy unrelated to Flat Earth. This is a phenomenon that you can do yourself, right? I know you just want to cast doubt on it. Hey?
If you know it's 0.3%, then where's the data that shows it? Did you just map
In the videos.
They did not go
What
to the poles and the equator, dude.
Oh, they went as far north as they could and as far south as they could, right? They saw this correlation.
As far south, so they went to the southern tip of the southern continents, and they went all the way up north, as close to the North Pole as they could go.
They went as far as they could go, right? They mapped out all these observations, and Critical Think actually puts together everyone else's measurements and shows how well it fits.
So if we go and do it and then we don't see it, you're just going to dismiss it, I guess? If we find something...
Given all the evidence that shows that it does exist and does happen, I'm going to probably say that you fucked it up.
If I get a university paper saying that there are anomalies and it's not actually consistent, am I supposed to stick with Woofy, the guy who intentionally lies on YouTube all the time?
Oh, Jesus, Whitsett.
I'm asking you.
If you're just going to call intentional lies, then what's the point?
I've literally caught him intentionally lying. So
I'm sure you think you have.
Okay,
but have you?
I don't care what you say. So
okay, you're just a liar. Whitsett. You're just lying. Everything you say is a lie. Everything you're just talking lying. Lie. You're just lying.
If I give a list of anomalies from your own side of weight distribution, you'll admit you were wrong.
You're just lying.
I asked if you admit.
Right. No, you're just lying.
Hang on, hey, Ruhif. He said he in the videos that you sent him there were 2. Is that right, Whitsett? You said Critical Think provided 2 instances.
Yeah, he actually, after he did his first one, collated everyone else's measurements.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. I want to hear Whitsett say it out loud, though.
Or that they go to one place, they go to like 2 places each, and they think they proved the Earth's a ball because they're dumb
just watch the videos.
Hang on. So Whitsett, do you guys mind if I just?
Until you answer my question, which is why is there not intricate measurements from top to bottom showing the gradual, consistent increase with no anomalies? Then you guys are being dishonest and wasting my time.
Feel free to dismiss it.
Here's my point, Whitsett. He provided 18 measurements going up and down, okay? If you'd like to look at them, they're in the video, and you can point out where an anomaly exists. Now, we acknowledge that if anomalies do exist, and you guys go find them, they will need to be explained. But currently, the data doesn't show them.
That's my point.
Okay? 18 measurements, not 2, 18, okay?
I've already read that there are anomalies in your own paradigm.
So Ruhiv. Yes. All right. Now, okay, I accept that you've presented Wolfie 2020 and Bob the Science Guy and Critical Think and these sorts of people, and on the back of that comes the claim that this is an anomaly that can be registered everywhere. Do you have similar evidence to present? Because if this is such a phenomena, a natural phenomena, right? One would then think that some reputable organisation or university, Harvard, Yale, Melbourne University, probably would have done similar sorts of experiments or observations and measurements and actually documented them very, very thoroughly. Is there anything out there even close to this sort of evidence other than just some YouTubers?
Nope. Maybe some high school science people have done it.
Already looked for it.
Why would Harvard do something like that? Like it's beyond
even a phenomenon. It's not observed.
Why would Harvard do it? It is observed.
We are talking about a natural phenomena, right? Yeah. That has got to do with gravity and all this kind of stuff that one would think that they would want to document. Why wouldn't they want?
Why would Harvard do that? I mean, you talk to someone like PhD Tony.
Would approve a $10 million experiment for someone to take a boat from pole to pole and verify everything. No one's going
No,
to
it doesn't
bash
even have
that
to be that.
progress.
Just like even just correlating with other universities and taking intricate measurements with gravimeters and different methodologies at different latitudes, and then coordinating it together for a very intricate beginning to end ratio. So you would actually have the spectrum mapped out. No, but it's only anti-flat earthers on the internet, and that's supposed to seal the deal for us.
Talk to PhD Tony. PhD Tony runs a gravimeter, right? He does exceptionally accurate measurements of gravity, and he must take into account the centrifugal force.
So you post it. I just want to see it.
Sorry, the videos that I sent to Witsit.
Yeah. Oh, did you send them to? Will you post one on live stream with actual
I'll
scales?
post a few.
Oh, show me numbers. Show me one with where they put it on scales like Rich Hopkins did.
I'll post a shitload in the chat.
Do they just go to Flat Earth Wiki? They see what it says, and then they confirm their bias. Like, I've already read about gravimeters distribution on the Earth, and there are tons of anomalies. Tons of
Canada's all
gravity
fucked up.
I don't understand why the goalposts continue to be moved. First, it was this doesn't happen, so examples were given. Then it was it doesn't happen enough. Then more examples were given. Now it doesn't happen enough, and it has to be done by universities. Guys, why don't you just look at the evidence? Okay.
Here's a documentary you guys can watch.
Which is that there are tons of anomalies, and your own paradigm documents it at the actual university level. So we're supposed to take anti-flat earthers using little handheld scales and take their word over universities across the United States saying that there are tons of anomalies.
Hey,
When you say anomalies, likewise, show us the evidence of these anomalies, and we'll compare them to what we also know, and we'll figure out what the truth is.
What he's talking about with anomalies is the sort of uneven distribution of mass, right? He's talking about the geoid effectively, right?
Yeah.
Those anomalies exist after the centrifugal force has been taken into account, and they are an order of magnitude at least less than the effective centrifugal force. You guys need to talk to PhD Tony.
Centrifugal force means
Okay, here, what's it? Can you
By the
post
way,
the article
you don't know
where
anything
they?
about this.
Can you post the article where they did that experiment?
Yo, guys.
So without centrifugal force, that wouldn't exist, then, right? Those
Dude,
anomalies.
Article.
You don't know anything about this, Smooth, and we all know it. So
No,
here's the deal, Rue. If the reason that doesn't work is because sometimes the anomalies go in both directions.
Yeah, after centrifugal force has been accounted for.
Now, listen,
After centrifugal
Post
force.
that article. I want to read it.
You said after centrifugal force was accounted for. Well, that's one direction. So when the anomalies go in both directions,
Right. After centrifugal force has been accounted for, yes.
it doesn't matter what you're saying. It's off in both directions.
After do you not understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, centrifugal force is in one direction.
Right.
Okay, there are anomalies, and sometimes they're drastically off. Drastically off.
Not compared to the centrifugal force? No, they're not.
Dude, they go in all directions, and there are anomalies everywhere.
After the centrifugal force has been taken into account.
The gravimeter's algorithms of the interferometry assumes the centrifugal force. So
there is an absolute measurement made by the gravimeter.
This is why you don't know what you're talking about. You're just pretending you're teaching all of us. The interferometry in the gravimeter assumes the algorithm of centrifugal force. It's integrated into the interferometry calibration.
I'll say it again.
See what I'm saying? He just has a script. He can't respond.
These both directions anomalies, all right, exist after the centrifugal force has been accounted for. If the centrifugal force had not been accounted for, then all of the anomalies would be in one direction. Do you understand?
There's a documentary called The Amazing World of Gravity. There's a little demonstration they claim where they take this box and they take it up a mountain and to do all this activity with it, right? And they do this gravity calculation and they find that there's a change in gravity at different elevations, right? Now, I don't know if that is applicable to what necessarily you're discussing for centrifugal force, but the box that they use is quite interesting because you have to rotate the dial. Are you familiar with the documentary and how they use this box and rotate a dial and there's like this name for when they rotate it to calculate the gravitons. It's called The Amazing World of Gravity. I don't know what episode it is, but if you watch it, it's on Prime, and they will give you a little demonstration with this little box. You might like it, and then they also show you how gravity will change the rate of fall based on rain. They have a way to measure it in a lab in the UK, and apparently when they
I
measure
don't
it in
think
the lab,
which.
yeah, go
My
ahead.
bad.
Just let Data
No,
finish.
my
and
bad.
then-
I thought you were done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Data,
my
come on,
bad.
just finish.
I'm just saying I've watched this documentary, and there's these experiments they've done with apparent gravity is what they claim, and there's these this phenomenon with the rate of fall and rainfall, pardon me, and the rate of fall, and then there's also this anomaly at different elevations over the mountains, what effect they get for gravity.
Yeah, so I don't think Witchett's request is unreasonable. You know what I mean? We're supposed to take the word of some anti-flat earthers on the internet and YouTube videos. There should be,
Go and do it yourself.
studies and all kinds. There should be studies and university. All kinds of people should be. This should be like measured and written down right next to your spherical excess data that doesn't exist.
It's not a university level experiment. It's a high school level experiment.
Yeah. Jeremy, can you post the article that shows like the scientific? You said universities. Twitchett was doing it earlier. That universities have done these measurements and found anomalies. Can you post one of those papers for me?
Sorry.
The gravitational anomalies.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, Rue. If you just said that this isn't a university level type of experiment, when you just cited, I don't know, Professor whatever his name was, that has to account for all these gravitational anomalies to be able to perform his experiment, well, then one would then think that it is very, very important that they know exactly what the gravitational anomalies are. Okay, well, then to say that it's not important at a university level is just absurd.
It's not important for a university to demonstrate it, to prove it, right? It's not important because it's a high school level experiment. He has to take it into account.
To test it, to document. These people that get PhDs, right, have to do thesis, right? So they have to go out, they have to have an idea, and they have to go then demonstrate their idea so they get their PhD. So one would think that if someone's field is this particular thing, that they would be traveling all over the place to actually document these anomalies. So then when they get when they get a tenure at a CERN or a LIGO so they can do their little experiments, they know exactly what they're dealing with.
No.
Also, in
PhD
response
Tony.
to Smooth, this is your own Globers coming out saying there's these gravitational anomalies.
I know,
Ruhif
Jeremy.
knows-
I just want one paper. I just want to read it. Can someone post
Bro, I'm
the
not
paper?
looking up shit on the internet. If you don't know what happens,
No,
He's just
you guys
talking about the
claim that
geoid.
there's 18 of these anomalies. Can someone just post the paper, please? I want to read
I
what
don't
you've read.
just Google it, bro. I don't know.
No, come on,
Smooth.
man. You
All he's talking about is the geoid, like the differences between the reference ellipsoid and the actual sea level. That's all these quote unquote anomalies are. Just the geoid, right?
There's
just look up the map of the
gravitational
geoid.
anomalies. There's gravitational anomalies. They just found a whole bunch in Canada recently.
Yeah, but
remember that?
Are you
Yeah, boss.
in conflict with what I'm saying that these quote unquote anomalies are just deviations from the ellipsoid? Please verify and link me to what you're saying.
No, it's not consistent with. Dude,
You
know
can't
what it is?
verify an ellipse.
This is what I'm saying. He always says stuff that's not true. So this is the problem that they have, right? It's not when they look at the mass difference, it doesn't match. Like for example, where there are mountains, right? There's less gravity than there's supposed to be. It's not just, oh, we looked at the perfect ellipsoid and then the geoid's off and we can look and see and it matches how much it's off. That's bullshit. That's patently false. They're finding the opposite, where there's way more mass, there's less gravity, consistent change.
Post it.
Okay. You just
That's exactly what the documentary show, or the documentary on Prime shows. That's why I wanted to mention it. The Amazing World of Gravity. They actually demonstrate what Witchett just said.
Well, who just
about the
blatantly lies and pretends they
And
know
if
it?
anyone applied critical thinking, they wouldn't even need to go there because they know that it makes no sense on its face.
What doesn't the
Geoid.
geoid?
I'm looking
If there
at
was no
what you
geoid,
showed me.
The geoid is
What is the
presupposed.
importance of this map? How
Well,
does
if you
this
didn't
show?
have the
and look at the anomalies.
Elisha,
Figure it out.
if you didn't have the
No,
geoid, your GPS would give you wrong
You're
numbers.
not going to tell me
wrong
to figure
elevation.
out.
That's a lie. That is a.
It's not a
See,
lie.
see, he's doing it again. If I didn't have the geoid, the GPS numbers wouldn't work. That is bullshit.
That
That's
is
not
exactly
how GPS.
what-
That is not how GPS works. That's how you
Yes, it
think
is.
it works.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
how it works. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, because even this geoid conception that you're bringing up came after GPS. GPS was formed, conceptualized, created, and tested before these ideas even came out.
Incorrect.
No,
the geoid
it's not
adjusts.
incorrect.
The geoid
Oh my
adjusts
days.
your
Witsit,
sea
you wanna-
level
you wanna have
by
fun
the
with this one?
geoid.
No, I
So
don't. I'm
s-
actually doing something. I've
Okay.
decided that talking to people that will just blatantly lie is a waste of time.
It's so silly. That's not how the technology works.
It absolutely is. It applies
It's
a
not.
correction. It applies a correction.
Dude, people that are actually
No,
credentialed would
it's
laugh at
not.
him, dude. Like it's just like
I
he
know,
comes here
I
to
know.
pretend like he's way smarter than us, but he just lies.
Jesus. What's
No,
your
I
IQ
know,
again?
I
What's it?
know for my, I know for
Doesn't matter.
myself because I've been in, I've dealt with this technology. I was just so stupid, man.
You know what the Earth gravitational model is?
It's got nothing to do. That statement that you just made, that question statement that you just made, has nothing to do with how GPS actually functions. The
Yes, it
technology
does.
is the technology is independent on any of the concepts that you're bringing up.
Incorrect.
I
If
told
you
you that
ignore
Einstein
the
himself said
gravitational model,
force
you will
doesn't
get the
exist
wrong
here.
elevation.
So it's just so
Bullshit.
funny. Like Einstein
Yes.
himself says,
Absolute bullshit.
Einstein
It's
himself said,
it's trilateration. It's telecoms communication. It's
Right.
got nothing to do with this model that you're imposing on it. Just
Yes,
because
it
people
does.
have finessed you into believing that doesn't mean it's true.
If you don't apply the correction due to the gravitational model, you will have the wrong elevation above sea level. That's what the geoid is.
No, that's
Yes.
that's just false. That's patently false.
Okay, whatever.
You're literally trying to rewrite history with these nonsense statements.
I don't know what else to tell you. How about we go? Was it EGM 84 or something? EGM 84. Earth gravitational. Well, there we go. Earth gravitational model. The Earth gravitational models are a series of geopotential models of the Earth published by NGA. They are used as the geoid reference in the WGS. Let's go down to see what it actually is. I've got the map of the geoid, right? So this is EGM 96.
It doesn't prove anything.
It proves that you must apply these corrections or you'll have the wrong elevation. That's what it does.
It doesn't. That's not how the technology works.
Yes, it is. I'll post it.
Go and pull up the dates, man. You're literally rewriting history. Your whole understanding of these things is just make believe.
Oh, fuck, that's a transparent GIF. Sorry. Anyway, I've posted the
you're
map.
talking out of your third foot. It makes no sense.
I've posted the EGM 96, I think it was, right, showing the map of the corrections you must make to your elevations.
Who said you must make it? You're
Because
talking
if you
about a
don't, you get
technology.
the wrong elevation.
You're talking about a technology. This technology does not need this model to function. It functioned. The basis of this technology functioned before these models were even formulated.
You will get the wrong elevation.
Are you breezing
if you
past
don't
the point?
Apply
Are you breezing
these
past the point?
corrections.
Are you breezing past the point?
You'll get the wrong elevations if you
Okay.
don't apply the geoid corrections.
You're talking rubbish. You don't know how this technology works.
I know how it works. I know how it works.
No,
you
you
get a
don't.
point in 3D
Ridiculous.
space. Yeah, you can take over, Howard. I got to go soon. That is the geoid. The geoid is the difference between the ellipsoid and the actual sea level. The
That
end.
doesn't mean anything.
rivers. We know.
Just because somebody makes a model doesn't change how the technology works.
If you
Just
don't
because somebody
apply,
just because somebody imposes it upon something doesn't change that the technology worked before these things even came into formation.
yeah, but you'll get the wrong elevation if you don't
No,
apply
you
the
won't.
correction. Yes, you will.
No, you won't. That's what you've been told, but that's not true.
Rip, do you really think the Earth looks like a donut, like you posted and not a sphere? Is that what you're saying?
Say again?
Do you really think the
Say that
Earth
again.
looks like a donut, like you posted, and it's not a sphere?
A donut, as in that particular projection of the Earth?
Yeah, you posted it looks like a donut, right?
Okay.
Is that correct, or is it more like a sphere?
It's a projection of a sphere.
So it's not shaped like that. Is that what you're saying?
That's a projection. Do you know what a map projection is? You know that you can only see one side of a sphere at a time, right?
Shaped like that. I'm asking you, is Earth shaped like that, or is it just a sphere?
It's a map projection. It's not that thing I've posted is not a sphere. It's a projection of a sphere.
What's the
Earth is shaped? Earth is shaped like a sphere, right? But you can only see one side of a sphere at a time, right? So if I want to see all the Earth, I have to do some kind of projection. This is some kind of projection.
You know, I noticed is that Antarctica on the bottom is like the biggest continent. Can you comment on that?
Okay. In the Mercator map, it's also freaking enormous because a projection of a sphere necessarily distorts the sizes of things.
Is that because the surface of a sphere isn't 2D?
Surface of a sphere is 2D, but if you project it onto a flat surface, there will be necessary distortions.
Because you have to distort it, meaning you have to change the shape of the sphere in order to put it on that flat surface, right?
It will distort, yes. Any map projection of a sphere onto a flat surface will distort it.
Because if you just tried to take the sphere and put it on a flat surface, you wouldn't be able to do it, right?
Yeah, you'll get the what's it called, the orange peel effect. It's a non-developable surface, apparently. Non-developable.
I taught you that, Ruhif. I taught you that.
I know. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. So why do you think the surface of a sphere is 2D if it's a non-developable surface?
Because the coordinates you use to determine one point, like ignoring elevation, right? The coordinates you use have two coordinates.
Do you know what 2D means? It means you could put on a plane,
Two
right?
dimensions.
Length, width,
This means
no
two
height.
dimensions. Two dimensions.
Yeah, length, width, no height. Length, width, no height, right?
It just means two dimensions, right?
Yeah, so we'll
call
use
those length and width. Yep.
You can pick the two dimensions. Is length and width okay?
You can, yep.
Sure, so a plane. And what happens if we can't put it on a plane?
You've just done what I was trying not to do, right? You can have two dimensions on a sphere, which is not a plane.
No, so if something's two-dimensional, would you agree you'd have to put it into a plane? Otherwise, it will come up off the plane and you'll now have the third dimension?
No. Two dimensions is how many coordinates you use to describe a unique location.
No, dimensions is length, width, and height. We know what spatial dimensions are. I don't know why you're trying to change
they're Euclidean. They're Euclidean dimensions. A sphere, the surface of a sphere is not Euclidean, not a plane.
I know, but we're talking about the spatial dimensions nonetheless. Any kind of geometry works. Excuse me?
As soon as you say the word Euclidean, then yes, two dimensions is a plane.
Nobody said Euclidean. We live in a 3D world, right?
Okay, 3D
length, width,
Euclidean.
and height. There's no other spatial dimensions, right, other than length, width, and height.
Yep, 3D Euclidean.
Okay, and when we say something's 2D, that would imply that there's one of those is missing. One of those spatial dimensions is missing. Let's say height for this example, right?
Okay.
Okay, and so if we want to find out if something is 2D or not, and we try to put it on a plane, and it comes up off the plane, what does that tell you about that thing that we're trying to see how many dimensions?
That's three dimensions. That's three dimensions.
Yeah, so if we take the surface of a sphere, if we take the surface of a sphere and we can't put it on the plane because it'll always pop up, do you think it's still 2D or do you think it's 3D?
I said at the start, we're doing latitude and longitude, not elevation. right? As soon as you add elevation, you've got 3 dimensions.
I know we're not talking about longitude and latitude. We're talking about
Yes,
D,
we are.
3D, 2D.
Yeah, my 3 dimensions are latitude, longitude, and elevation.
That's not a spatial dimension. You're not. I don't
It's
think you
not
know
a
what
Euclidean
dimension.
one. It's not a Euclidean one.
Bro, these have nothing to do with geometry. It's reality. We live in a 3D reality, length, width, and height. Anything you
Yeah.
want to think of, you can laugh and shit, but anything you want to think of, we have length, width, and height. Those are these spatial dimensions. It has nothing to do with
They are
spherical
Euclidean.
geometry or Euclidean geometry or anything.
They are Euclidean spatial dimensions, 3 dimensions, yes.
But what are the spatial dimensions of a sphere?
I can describe a sphere in both 3D Euclidean and 3D.
We live on a sphere. We live on a sphere in your mind. We have different spatial dimensions because we live on a sphere?
I can describe
This
a
is so
sphere.
ridiculous, dude. You're so ridiculous, Ruben.
I can describe a sphere both in 3D Euclidean and in non-Euclidean latitude and longitude.
Let me ask a question. Ruif, we could draw a square on a circle and multiply length times width to get the area. Okay, can we draw?
Can you do that on a circle? Sorry, on a sphere or a circle, sorry.
No, that's what I'm asking you. Can we do that on a square?
On a sphere?
On a sphere. Yeah, and so we could draw a square on any shape, on any 2-dimensional shape, a triangle, a square. We could draw a square on a circle, a pyramid, on a triangle, I want to say, on a pentagon, you name it, okay?
On a
so
flat
what
surface.
happens? And we can multiply length times width, so we could 2-dimensionally get the area of the sphere. Okay, of the square. If we draw a square on a sphere, why can't we multiply length times width? Why? I'm asking you, why can't we get the area multiplying length times reason? I'm asking you, what's the reason?
Yeah, it's a non-Euclidean surface. You'll have a different number.
To be more specific, why doesn't length times width give me the area?
I can't derive the thing for you right now, but it would be a different formula.
Right, but I'm asking you why. There's
it's non-Euclidean. Your length times width is just a Euclidean formula. It only applies in Euclidean math.
Right? So 2-dimensional mathematics don't.
On a non-Euclidean surface, Euclidean geometry doesn't apply.
Right. So when you're trying to refer to the surface of your sphere, you can't use 2-dimensional mathematics, right?
I can use latitude and longitude. That's 2-dimensional. I can't use Euclidean for the surface.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Now you're trying to change it up just by changing the word.
Can't do that either.
You just said that we can't use 2-dimensional mathematics trying to get
use
the area
Euclidean.
of
Can't use Euclidean. Can't use Euclidean 2-dimensional. Euclidean. Keyword.
Length times width, right?
Yeah, can't use that on the surface of a sphere. Correct.
Right, because it left the second dimension into the third dimension as soon as.
No, it's just non-Euclidean.
So 2-dimensional mathematics don't.
Euclidean, Euclidean geometry, 2-dimensional Euclidean geometry does not work on a non-Euclidean surface.
If I involve radius in a measurement, is it still 2-dimensional?
If you add in the radius,
yeah.
Well, then you've added a third dimension. It still doesn't mean
radius?
it's Euclidean or non-Euclidean.
If I have 2 radius,
I'm gonna go.
Can I have?
You don't even have this thing you're talking about in the first place. It's a waste of time. You're a liar.
Can I have?
Yeah, thanks.
You're a liar. You don't have a globe.
Okay, and
Everything
you're
you
retarded.
say is presupposed.
Retard.
I'm just asking questions, Ruif, man. You ain't got to get.
Okay. Oh no! If I'm going to be called a liar, I'm just going to call the guy retard. So.
Wait, let me ask you a question about the other thing real quick before you
You're
go.
a liar, and you know
I'm
you.
not calling you a liar.
You're
Hold on.
retard. Yeah.
Hey, Ruif, is there an escape velocity? Is there like
is there an escape velocity? Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, like if the Earth was spinning, is there a certain speed where everything would zero out?
Sorry, centrifugal force or an escape velocity?
Yeah. Like if we spun the Earth this ain't a gotcha question either. But I'm asking.
There would be a rotation rate at which we would fly off. Yes.
But everything, is there a speed universally where it go to zero, or would the heavy shit fly last, or?
No, just whatever the whatever the acceleration is. As soon as you match the centrifugal force to the gravity, then you'll start to.
As soon as the centrifugal force equals 9.8 meters per second down, everything will float.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing these gravity tests, if 1,000 grams loses 2 grams, then 1,000 pounds would also
lose 2 pounds. Yeah.
It's not percentage.
Yes.
It's universal.
It is a percentage. Yeah, it is a percentage.
Well, not really. If it's universal, how could it be a percentage?
Yeah, force equals mass times acceleration, right? We're
Right. I got that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, if 1,000 pounds loses grams, that's a different.
No, 2 pounds. You're clipping a little bit. I thought you said 1,000 pounds loses 2 pounds, which is correct. If 1,000 grams loses 2 grams.
So there's a different spin for everything won't zero out at the same time.
Yeah, as soon as you match the acceleration, regardless of the mass, then everything will start to float.
At the same time. Okay, so if something loses 2 grams, due to spin, it doesn't matter the weight.
Yes, it does. The mass matters.
2 grams, that's what you're saying, right?
No, if your mass is 1,000 grams and it loses 2 grams, right, then 1,000 pounds will lose 2 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a percentage. Yes.
Okay, I got it. It is a percentage. All right, I've seen some of the videos before.
That was way more complicated than it needed to be.
Yes. No, it's because he clipped. Like his microphone clipped, and I thought he said 1,000 pounds loses 2 pounds. I think that's where it fucked up.
Right, but anyway, so everything would fly off together. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Getting clarity on that. But I watched them videos, man, and I just went to post it, and funny enough, they took down his freaking channel. So he's got a new channel, but I don't know if he has all his old videos. But he did this, and he did the same weight, but he did something different than all. He went to the same latitude in 3 different positions on the same latitude, and he got different measurements at all 3. But he did do a different latitude also.
Different elevations, maybe?
He stayed at the same latitude and did 3 different measurements, and he got different readings. So to me, he proved that latitude ain't everything going on there.
Did he go to different elevations as well? Like elevation's a factor. So you got to try and control for that as well. Yeah.
What Critical Think did, man, lit off and wind blew, changed it more than any of the gravity said it would, and just his elevations change it more than just the latitude. Depending on how far you went.
Elevation's a pretty small factor.
Well, the wind was a big factor, and he even had but just the fact that it didn't have the lid on top, so the wind couldn't even hit the scale. It was about an 8-inch little box he had around it, and it changed by half a gram. It changed by 1 gravity effects. So he had to put the lid on to get the measurement. That was pretty cool to see. But that showed me that
he started using 2 different scales to make sure the results were consistent.
All right, yeah, but I don't see nothing compared to what I've seen Rich do, and but I don't know. I'm not going to discount it, but I know this,
Rich,
man.
Sorry.
I was going to set up a Foucault pendulum, but right now, man, I have to trim some. I can do a Foucault pendulum right now. I got no wind, and I got about a stable platform pole to hang it from. I got 2 different size weights. I got about 45 pounds, and I got about 5 pounds weight, and I got all different line and all that. But I had to trim some. Really feel like doing that. My arm could be twisted but
I would suggest doing it
live, man.
Doing it in a stairwell. Do it in a stairwell with all the doors closed, like a big parking lot, something like a big multi-layer parking lot, something like that. Longest weight you can possibly have, longest fucking string you can possibly have, and a decently heavy weight. That'd be my suggestion.
I've already done it, but I've done it inside and out. But I haven't been as high. I think this is a little higher than I went. What would you think is the minimum height that I need to be?
I don't know, 3 or 4 stories. It's just how long's a piece of string. What's the highest you can get? But yeah, that
So if I
parking garage where the fire stairs are.
let's say I use a 45-pound weight and with a 30-pound test holding it. So believe it or not, it will, but barely, So that's bare minimum, real skinny.
How high can you get though? Inside?
Yeah, because I mean, I inside I can't do not live nowhere. I mean, I'm talking about like live right here at my house, outside with no wind. I could block the wind,
No, you've got to do it inside. You must do it inside. Must do it inside because everyone's just going to say, "Oh, that was windy, right?"
Yeah, I've got some styrofoam, man. I could, enclose it a little. I could enclose it, but not obviously not 4 ways, but I could close it side to side.
Yeah, just do it inside.
All right, I'll have to find a spot inside, man. But when I tell you this, when you do it outside, though, man, it's with no wind and you block, if you block any side winds, it still ain't consistent. But yeah, maybe it is the wind, man. But I didn't get nothing consistent. Inside, I didn't get nothing consistent. And in fact, a couple times, it started spinning in a circle, like when it goes to slow down. So I don't laugh at rumpus as like
you're clipping so much, Brian.
Sorry, it literally inside. I mean, it was only about 10 foot tall, but it literally started spinning in a circle a couple times. So it was wildly inaccurate, but it wasn't that high. So
Hey,
I'm
Brian,
gonna do
your
this.
mic keeps going in and out, dude. We're getting like every other word. It's
All right, I'll try to rejoin.
Yeah.
Ruhif. So, Ruhif, you know that the surface of a sphere is non-developable, meaning you can't put it on a 2D plane, meaning it's going to have 3 dimensions to it. You understand this?
The sphere has 3 dimensions.
No, the surface.
But the surface is 2-dimensional. You describe it with 2 coordinates.
The surface can't be placed. The surface of a sphere is a non-developable surface. Do you understand this?
Yes. Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, yes,
Thanks
we understand this. Cool. We know that means that you can't put it on a 2D plane. Right?
Right.
Right. So if it can't be put on a 2D plane and comes up off the plane, how many dimensions does it have?
Yeah, but you've put a sphere rather than a surface.
What?
You're trying to do a projection. It's I don't know how else to say it. The surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional. You describe it with 2 dimensions. Latitude and longitude.
Even though we know it's not 2D because you can't put it on a plane because it's a non-developable surface.
Yeah.
You're in like some conundrum here where you're trying to tell me it's 2D, but we can't put it on a plane, which is 2D.
You describe it with 2 dimensions. It's a non-Euclidean surface.
Which one? Height and width or
no,
length?
latitude and longitude.
Those aren't spatial dimensions, dude.
They are.
You think longitude and latitude are spatial dimensions?
They are the coordinates you use to determine a unique point on the surface of a sphere. There are 2 of them.
Why can't they be?
Fuck.
I mean, why can't you just say X and Y instead of longitude and latitude? What difference does it make?
Yeah.
Go walk the dogs, Rui.
No, I'll go pick up my child. Should I? Yeah, should I?
Slight interruption here. I want to answer one of Ryan's questions earlier about the whole centrifugal force rotation thing. If the Earth were rotating 17 times per day instead of once per day, that would approximately equal 9.8 meters per second.
Nice. At the equator.
How do you account for the variance in the magnetic field and electrostatic field that varies also from the equator to the poles? How have you accounted for those variables?
Literally no idea.
Is it fair to
significant?
Is it fair to say that from the North Pole?
Brian.
Sorry.
Hold on. I heard an answer. I think it was from Howard. What'd you say, Howard? I said it's insignificant. Okay, it doesn't have anything to do with weight. Well, yeah, it can. It can. We haven't isolated that because if we're talking about a weight difference that is, in Ruhif's words, insignificant,
All right, you know, we're looking at 0.3%, which is fairly insignificant.
Measurable, though, right?
Yeah, okay. And so is the magnetic field and electrostatic field. That also too varies from the poles to the equator. This is also too measurable as well. Okay.
Is there a
and also,
correlation though?
Yeah, it's the electrostatic field is strong around the poles and less at the equator, just like what you claimed that the centrifugal force at the equator? Yeah. So it works exactly the same way. So at the equator, the electrostatic field is actually less, and as you get closer to the poles, it actually gets greater. Okay, so how have we eliminated this variable in the equation as well? Because there seems to be many different variables.
I would love to see the correlation. Yeah, show me the correlation.
So let me clear something up.
Hey, hold on. You did the math already. Let me ask you a question to clarify. So if we did 8.5 times 8.5 rotations a day, then everything would weigh up approximately about half. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if it's linear. It might be. I didn't really do all that stuff.
Yes, at the equator.
But that would make sense. To be clear, I want to say this. All I did was figure out the number of rotations to equal 9.8 meters approximately. So that would be, as I said, about 17 rotations per day, which would equate to a tangential velocity of approximately 17,000 miles an hour at the
coincidentally,
I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah,
well, it is a coincidence that the ISS is going 17,500.
I thought escape velocity was 27,000. But anyway, I see what you're saying with the ISS. But here's my question. My question is this: so if I went from the equator to the North Pole, I should lose about 1/17 of my weight, right? So if I'm going from 1,000-mile rotation to a 0, I should lose 1/17 of my weight.
I'm not sure of that.
I think it'd be less.
It'd be a cosine relationship, so it won't be linear. I don't know. Okay. You have to do the math. Yeah.
So things don't lose half the weight. 8.5. That's why I led with the 8.5 spins a day to see. But all right.
At the equator, that would be correct. But then as you move towards the poles, it won't be a linear relationship.
But we're not going at 8.5 rotations a day.
Right.
So how is it even relevant, that hypothetical question?
I don't know. Ask Brian.
Because if that was the case,
it's not the case, Brian. Though
I'm just trying to show them that their math it can't be relied upon.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not even the case. We can't bloody well get a rope and wrap it around the globe and whiz it up an extra 8 turns per day.
Yeah, I'm just trying to show their math can be unreliable sometimes. That's all, man. They like math. I'm just trying to see if their math holds up. That's all. I'm not talking about reality.
We need to talk about reality.
Math is reality.
Oh, Jeremy.
Right.
God.
Remember when he screamed that shit? Math is reality.
Yeah. Damn.
Wait, no. Math supersedes reality because everything is relying on math.
Math can be used to describe reality.
If there's no math, then the thing is not real.
All you guys need to know is that weight change with latitude, with the change in latitude, is affirming the consequent. Welcome to the globe. That's all you need to know.
So all you need to know is science doesn't prove anything. Welcome to the globe.
So just as a thing, Einstein's equations actually allow the math allows negative mass. But is that something that happens in reality?
Can you say that again?
No,
really?
they actually.
I was saying.
I'll send you the clip.
Yeah, the clip's there.
Send me the clip. Okay,
I was saying that Jeremy has basically agreed with us that science doesn't prove things, and therefore, welcome to the globe. That was
you weren't
the
doing
context.
science. You weren't doing science, Bandsaw. You should have heard his hypothesis. Anyways, shit. What'd you say, Extremistus? I wanted to respond to that.
So the math within general relativity allows for negative mass. But is that something that actually can happen in reality?
That's what I wanted to address. The mathematicians debated and argued for years about even using negative numbers because it has no relation to reality. You never have a negative amount of something. There's no negatives in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they have to use negatives with matrices to have graphs.
You
to
can
have
subtract in nature.
Calculus period. You have to have negative positions.
What'd you say, Extremistus?
A negative is just a subtraction. You know, you can subtract in nature.
You could subtract
Yeah, I
in
know,
nature,
man.
but having a negative. Go ahead, Bri.
So you can have negative. You can have negative positions on a graph. So they've equated that. They've altered that into reality by saying negative masses and using it where it shouldn't be applied. So it can be applied for if you're using a graph with a just a regular graph with 4 quadrants. So you have 0 or you have A, B, and negative A, B, right? So that's fair to use it as a position to do the math, but to use it for things like mass and shit, that's not. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's misapplication, I think.
I've got a super important question. All right, I have to go and pick up my daughter. All right, but I would like to bring her kitten along. All right. So the question is, should I get drive-through and make a decent detour and leave now, so they can take the cat, or should I wait a while, go to my usual cafe at the usual time without the cat? These are the big questions.
Who gives a fuck?
Take the cat. Take the cat.
Let's do some science. What's your hypothesis?
Take the bloody cat.
All right, I'll go in a minute. I'll go
I'm
at
going for the cat,
1:15. Yeah,
I
I'll
hope
go
the
to 1:15.
I hope the cat shits in your Benz.
Oh, Jeremy, come on.
That's bad karma, man. That is some bad karma there.
I know. I got 4 cats. They probably shit in my house while I was gone.
Yes, there you go. That would be good. That would be yeah. That should happen.
On your pillow, you're going to get a little mint when you go to bed tonight.
Listen to me. You got a massive amount of problems with GR, okay? Kosho was telling me the other day that it's written in GR that energy can bend space-time. That's never been fucking tested.
What?
Yeah, dude, that's never been tested, energy bending space-time. This is supposed to be a scientific theory tested, repeatably tested.
Well, apparently, Jeremy, 2,500 years ago, when some fella stuck a couple of sticks in the ground and worked out that who was on a ball, that gravity was already there, and he already knew about it.
100% proof. 100% irrefutable proof.
But never proposed it. Strange, he never proposed it.
Look up a Kugelblitz. That's actually a black hole from energy and not matter.
And that's been tested?
Oh no, you can't. We can't. You can't test that. Given current technological limits, no way you could test it. I mean,
dude, now that we've seen the toroid field, don't we know what?
Hold on, Brian. Brian, hold on a second. So what the fuck is that doing in a scientific?
I mean, there's lots of things that come up as theory that you can't test currently that you can eventually test. That's pretty common.
That's not how scientific theories work. You test a hypothesis, then you get a theory, not the other. You're doing some kind of back-ass half pseudoscience shit.
So the Higgs boson was predicted 40 years before you had the technology to actually test for it. So that's not
a scientific theory.
Absolutely, the Higgs boson.
Go ahead, Brian.
That just proves the Higgs field. You can't have a Higgs boson without a Higgs field, but that proves ether. But look, don't we know what black holes are after so many people have put magnets under the and see the vortex in the middle, the black hole in the middle? Don't we know what they are in reality now? Now that we can see them under electromagnets and permanent magnets. Y'all still think it's mass collapsing in on itself, dude? After we literally shown you what it is.
I mean, we see the supernova remnants and we see the black hole. We don't see the black hole at the center, but we can sometimes tell there's one there.
I don't know when y'all gonna admit everything's electromagnetic or everything is dynamic electrically, you know.
So
even our bodies, bro.
I asked Witsit this before. Is he here? He's on mute. But anyway, if everything is electromagnetic in nature, and so the atoms are made of positive charges in the nucleus, and the electrons. First of all, I mean, should we even agree on that? Because some people don't.
I mean, every force, strong force, weak force, gravity, fucking, and what you call it, and obviously electromagnetism. But
Right,
all the
but that's
all the forces
kind
in
of where I was
nature,
going is
it's really only one force. You know, it's one overarching force.
that's kind of where I'm going is if it's all electrical based, electromagnetism, and the protons in the nucleus repel each other due to electromagnetism, but the nucleus doesn't repel itself apart, something must be stronger to overcome that repulsion.
What do you mean repel? So opposites attract and likes repel.
All the protons in the middle. There's this bunch of protons in the middle. All of them have positive charges.
Prove that.
I mean, that's kind of what I just asked first is if you don't accept the electron-proton model, then there's no point in even making this.
Yeah, I don't accept negative charges, bro. There's two charges. There's charge and discharge, basically. So there's two charges, but neither of them are negative. We can label them as ground, but they're not really negative. It's just two charges that without each other, neither one of them is shit. But,
okay,
to think of it as a negative, as actual negative, I don't believe that. But I do believe that opposites attract, you know, and likes repel. But don't think of them as actual negative charges. Like think of it as ground charges.
Okay, so all of these protons have a ground charge in the middle. They all have the same ground charge in the middle. Why don't they push each other apart? Why don't they push the atom apart?
Show me a proton.
Because it's incoherent, bro. It's incoherent when you have that many, whatever you want to call them, protons, all that shit. It's the only so you could demonstrate this by taking 100 magnets and just jumbling them up together. Okay, what you'll get is an attractive force only. Okay, same thing on the scale of the Earth. If you want to go with this theory, is that it's incoherent. You don't have no more repulsion. It only attracts, and plus it's a lot weaker too. So if you want to compare Coulomb's law and say, you know, it's too strong, you know, it's we've measured that. Well, nobody measured it as far as incoherency, because with all the different charges under our feet and all this stuff, you know, if you want to look at that theory, then you got to look at it accurately, and that would be incoherent. Same thing on the small scale. So all the protons and all the other atoms, whatever you want to call them, are particles. It's incoherent. They're jumbled together. There's so many of them that all you get attractive only.
It's all theory. Show me a photo of a proton.
Yeah, but was that a fair answer, dude? I mean, that's at least an explanation, right?
No, that doesn't.
That we could demonstrate. An explanation we could demonstrate. You won't say that it's at least a fair fucking theory.
No, because in your demonstration of a bunch of magnets together, we have both charges in your language, whatever, and they all can kind of do things together. In my example that I said, we only have one charge in this area. There's no other charge, just the one charge. So they're all pushing each other apart. There is nothing.
So there's only one proton, bro? So there's only one proton?
No, there's 50 of them.
You don't know how many, bro. Your shit sounds more fantastical than mine, and I could at least demonstrate mine.
No. So to be clear, in your example, we have a bunch of magnets thrown together in a box, right?
Think of it as charges, bro. Just think of it as charges.
Right. Okay. So we have these magnets in this box. On the magnet, there's again going positive, negative charge. I forgot whatever term you use, but whatever. There's a positive and negative charge on all of these magnets in this box. They're all jumbled together, right? That's your example, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In this box, all of these positive and negative charges align themselves or
Right.
whatever they
Go ahead
do.
and compare your box to something. Let's speed this up. Compare your box to what you're talking about.
Okay. In my box, there is only positive charges.
What is the box, though? What is the box?
It does. I mean, it can be whatever. It's the nucleus of the atom.
Okay, so it's the nucleus. The box is the nucleus of the atom.
Yes.
Okay.
In your nucleus of the atom, you have a bunch of positive and negative magnets. In my nucleus of the magnet, whatever, the nucleus of the atom, we only have positive charges. One charge, not both sides of the charge.
Okay. Well, once again, you're only going to measure one charge. Like I said, if you have a bunch of them, okay, and they're jumbled together, they can be positive and negative. You're only going to measure you're only going to measure the negative. You're only going to measure the ground or the positive.
So okay, so in this box, we have a magnet. This magnet, one magnet.
Wait, in this nucleus, right? In this nucleus.
In this nucleus, no. There's two different things because I'm going to go with the nucleus and the box. So, because that's what you said, we have a bunch of magnets together, because that was your metaphor earlier. So, with a bunch of magnets together, all of the magnets have both the positive and the negative charge. They have both charges, every magnet, right?
What is the box this time? I don't think that's an unfair question. I got to know what the box is, so I know how to answer.
Just go with the box only for now. We'll get to the other side.
I'm not going with the box only, bro. Let's go with at least assign it something, or else I can't hold you accountable.
I don't even know how to discuss this, because in your example, you said you have a bunch of magnets together. Okay? I'm going with that. We have a bunch of magnets together. In a box, out of a box, doesn't matter. They're all piled on top of each other. Okay? This is your metaphor. I'm going with your metaphor, not mine. We have a bunch of magnets piled together. In your metaphor, they all kind of overlap, and then you wind up with one charge in the end. But each one individual magnet has both charges. Okay? So you have a whole bunch of positive and negative charges, all thrown together. Okay? That is your metaphor.
So is it fair? Yeah. I mean, what's your metaphor?
So my metaphor is you only have one charge in this nucleus. You only have a positive charge. You do not have anything that has.
Oh, now you want to call it a nucleus. Now you want to name the box, but you didn't want to name it for me. But now you want to name it for you. I knew you was going to do that, dude.
It doesn't. I mean, I don't see why is that a problem. Why is that a sticking point?
We could keep going down smaller and smaller and smaller if you like. Okay, but I mean that's theoretical shit. I'm talking about things we can demonstrate, bro. I'm talking about things we can demonstrate in reality. And I'm telling you,
back to the boxes. Then you don't like my term of nucleus. We'll go to your box. It's got a bunch of magnets in it. All of these magnets.
You're gonna repeat that over and over, bro?
Hold on, because you didn't like it last time. So
I don't think it's particles, bro. I don't think it's a million particles like you think. Okay, I think it's like basically a energy vibration type of state. There, I believe at some point it leaves the solid state, like past molecule. No, not that. Let's say I'll go down to. I'll even go down to. Add a nuclear. No, fuck that. I'm not even going down that far. I'll go down as far as I can see. If I can see it, it's material. If I can't see it, to me, it's just an energy field.
Well, what happens if you can see it with an electron microscope, but you can't see with your naked eye?
So I don't need all these little particles, right? But yeah, electron microscopes. You're using electricity, to see it. You're using electric fields to interact with the fields of the. On a minute scale. But here's the thing. We don't need all these different particles at that level. We just need a certain energy state, like a ground state or a positive state.
You do know that all of chemistry works based on the electron-proton model, right? You do know that, right?
Yeah, but it still works, bro. But don't think of them as, you just don't think of them as freaking particles. Think of them as little packets of energy, whatever. Think of it as vibration instead of spin. Nothing changes with the math.
Well, I mean, what's the point of using different terms if nothing changes? I mean, nothing changes. Why?
Because man, it explains more. Because we can explain way more, bro. We don't get stuck at wave particle duality. It's just, you know, the only reason y'all got rid of this shit in the first place was because of Michelson-Morley. Scientists admit it. Electric field theory, bro, is fucking explains way more, bro. But I know in chemistry, though, man, I'm not denying. I'm not acting like I know everything, man. I'm just giving you a different side of the coin. That's it's fair to
you. Can I ask a real quick question, please? Can we talk about stuff that's actually verifiable instead of this pretend make believe stuff, please?
Yeah, that's
just
a good
how about
point,
stuff that's just verifiable?
So I want to respond to you, Flat Earth.
Chemistry is verifiable, but just saying.
You're saying that you don't believe in anything past what you can see, right?
No, I'm just saying I don't believe it has to be particles. It could be little fucking vibrate instead of orbits, like orbiting electrons. I think it's little vibrating fucking energy in the field. You know, it's in the field already. It's not negative charge. There's no such thing as negative charge. It's ground state or positive state. You know, just two different charges, charge and discharge.
Okay. How did you reach that conclusion?
Oh, he made it up.
I didn't make it up. I mean, I've made some of it up, but I mean, just trying to. I mean, I've added my own little thought to it, but I'm just, you know, I didn't make up electrical field theory, dude. That's insane, bro, to even say that. In fact, that's not really fair for you to say that, bro.
No,
That's how the whole energy grid was developed. The whole energy grid was developed behind that theory.
Okay, so I never claimed you did anything. I'm asking you kindly, how did you reach your idea? Like, how did you get there?
Dude, I listened to Austin, a little bit of Ken Wheeler. I read some Heaviside and some Steinmetz and Tesla and all them. Just read up a little bit on that. I haven't read as much as Austin has. He could tell you a lot more about this stuff, but I might have a little bit different way of explaining basically the same phenomenon. But it explains a lot more in reality, bro. I'll say that we're not quite so limited. Your physics limits you. It handcuffs you, bro. In fact, your mathematics, your physics do today is tell you what we can't do. Doesn't tell you what's possible. It just tells you everything that's impossible, and I don't like that.
Okay. No worries. So,
spoken like a true flat ether.
You said earlier that just moments ago that your idea of charge and ground charge predicts things better, right?
No, I think field theory, man, is better than particle theory. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the little I know about it. Let's just say that the little I know about it, I think field theory is better than particle theory. But I think, you know, what happens is what happens. What we see in real life is empirical, and but at some stage, bro, we gotta fucking admit we don't know what's going on. When you start talking about Higgs boson, then that comes with the Higgs field. Bro, they're going to be tied together. At some point, you're going to have to leave the realm of material. You could keep shrinking it and ignoring it. But at some point, it's got to happen, bro. It's quicker just to face it instead of putting all these limitations on what can and can't happen. You know, I think that's done on purpose, man, to limit people's technology. And the shit we develop is to take all the smartest minds and handcuff them, man, with particle physics.
Why do you think that the smartest minds are being handcuffed? How did you reach that conclusion?
With like particle physics, man. For one, in space, you know, putting some of the machine heads like behind telescopes and capturing their minds in space, because men want to explore, bro. Men want to explore, and even though they've put us on a ball to keep us trapped, and so we don't go searching for more lands, people still want to fucking travel. Now we want to go to stars. Then if it's a ball, we still want to go, even if we know we're never going to get there. It's in our blood to discover. So it's in our blood to discover things on Earth, that physical, technologies, things like that, and lands. That's what men do. That's what we always have done. That's what we always will seek. And with particle physics, it's just handcuffs you, man. All the mathematics do is limit you.
So, but you said we're trapped here. How are we trapped here?
Well, take off east and see where you wind up in your model.
Yeah. Okay. And I could make that prediction where I would go if I were to turn east and keep walking.
Yeah. So it's just going to throw back on you.
I'm just curious why. Like, you could just say you misspoke or that like we could just drop this. But do you really feel like the current heliocentric model is designed to keep people trapped, like not trying to explore?
Yes, absolutely. Because like I said, that's what men do. That's what men do. Look, if we knew there was, hey, let's be honest. If we knew that if we all found out that for sure beyond Antarctica, that there was a paradise, like the New World. Okay, even if we're older, we would be trying to make money, and all we'd care about is that fucking land. Can we all be honest with that? We'd want to send people there. We'd want to put our money together and send some young explorers there to get it settled and shit. We'd love to go there. Let's be honest, dude. And since we don't have that, what do we do now? We want to go to the moon. We want to go to Mars. Can we at least agree to that? We're explorers by nature and discover.
If there is land beyond Antarctica, would it have a longitude and latitude?
Doesn't matter. You call it two-dimensional. We could put it on anything then, right?
That doesn't answer my question. Would there be a longitude and latitude coordinate to any land that's beyond Antarctica?
Who cares?
There'd be a longitude and latitude on anything you want to put it on, bro.
Because if it's got a latitude and longitude, my question is, could we reach it?
I caught 10 cars down. 3, 4, 5.
If it's got a GPS coordinate, could we reach it?
It's weird talking to you, bro. You think that if it's outside of GPS, then it doesn't exist, bro. It's weird talking to you when you say things like that.
I mean, I don't know. That's what my question was. Is it outside
right, that's what
of
I mean
GPS?
by the math. That's what I mean by your math, bro. That's just one example of how all it does is limit you. So now you let a mathematical coordinate system limit you.
So you're saying that there is land beyond Antarctica, but it doesn't have a latitude and longitude or a GPS.
I said if there was land, wouldn't we all focus in on that? Wouldn't it be the fucking topic of everybody? Wouldn't we want to put our money together, send young men?
Who's hot miking? Somebody's hot miking.
Let's say there is land beyond Antarctica. How do we reach it? How do we get there? Notwithstanding there's troops and we can't go there, whatever.
I just told you, bro. We put our money together. I mean, I've already literally just answered all that in my hypothetical. We just put our money together and send some fucking adventurous young men.
No, but I'm saying we have to plan a route. We have to go a direction. We have to start somewhere. We have to go a direction. We have to go a distance.
Start with an old map that shows lands beyond Antarctica. There's 4 or 5 of them, bro. Start with one of them.
South. Just head south and keep going. Oh my gosh, why is it so hard? You just keep going south.
If we keep going south, or
north,
we will eventually reach these lands. That's your idea.
Bro, you think that look, man, you can, and I can take you down a neighborhood when in 2 miles you can double back out to right where you went in the neighborhood and not even realize you turned at all. It just turns a little left, a little right, and within 2 miles you will have lost your direction. You really think you know what the whole fucking world is, bro? Nobody knows what the whole damn world is. We got a good idea, but there's no way to prove any exact thing. But where it ends, you think you know where the world ends, bro?
Hey, bro, that example about the neighborhood was kind of bad. But I think what he's saying is, right, I'm not going to fight you too much on it, but is it your belief that there's land beyond Antarctica?
Yeah, I think probably, man. Why else would they keep us from down there?
Okay, so I don't...
Certainly not to save the ice, because there's no plant life. There's no flora and fauna beyond 60 degrees. What are they trying to save?
So I definitely can't call you crazy because I believe in, the multiverse. So like that shit's just as far fetched as what you're saying, So I'm not trying to argue with you there.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
What is
How
the
would
actual like?
how would we get there? I think is the question, right? Like how would you be able to? And I'm just curious what you think. Like how do you think that method of access is?
How about a rocket?
Okay. So do you
How
think
about
that the
a
rocket
big
launches that we
hold on for a
see are
second.
sending people and supplies to the new land?
This is really simple. You just get a big expedition party and you keep going south until you can't go no more. Why is this so hard for you guys?
And you know what I'd do? I'd suggest you use a sailing ship, not a fossil fuel powered ship. Use a sailing ship. That way, you don't have an excuse to run out of something that you can't get back or can't get there. Just keep going. The wind will eventually get you there. It's got to have enough food. That's all.
Yeah, and the thing is, so people have done that. People in my faith.
Have they though?
In my faith, if I go through my Bible, there's 2 or 3 stories of great explorers going all the way south. I know they're fairy tales and I know they're written up, but they took pictures and they showed maps and they showed how they sailed past the southern land and returned back, to their original position, heading south.
Can I make a good point real quick? I looked all over nowadays for that I think it's 2,000 miles of coast with no ice. It's literally a warm climate. I could show it to you in the old Periscope films where they didn't just tell us, they showed us him flying over this land, and these are beaches. I ain't gonna say they're tropical, but they're warm, and there's no ice to be seen. Okay, and we're watching the waves crash up on the shore. And I can't, they said 2,000 miles, but they only showed probably however many miles. But still, we've seen it with our own 2 eyes. Why can't I find that now? Why can't I find that on Google Earth? What happened to that? Okay, is it possible? Is it at least possible that what Admiral Byrd said after his 5th expedition, when they've already charted the whole fucking thing out, that there's lays of land that nobody's ever seen? So if he just said that after the 1st or 2nd, trip down there, I'd been like, yeah, he's talking about Antarctica. But they've done mapped this fucking thing out. And then they also said when he went deep in there, they were talking about how cold it was. You could see your breath freeze. And there was 9 months of sunless Antarctic winter. That's his exact words. It's in my video. 9 months of sunless Antarctic winter. So if you go further in, you lose daylight. And maybe there's another system if you have the means to keep going. I'm just a thought. It's at least possible, right? That there is land down there that's not frozen.
Okay, so that's what you believe. You believe that there's land past Antarctica.
I believe it's possible.
Possible. Okay. That's.
But I mean, it seems like a really jump the gun here. Like, why can't a flat earther just go to Antarctica right now and, for instance, see the 24-hour sun?
Well, they can't
and
go
then
to
we can
Antarctica.
figure out what to do after that.
They can't go to Antarctica because there's a treaty and there's military in the way. But what they could do is
so hang on. That's, you can take tours of Antarctica. You can work down there. All right. There is not a single instance of a flat earther setting out to go to Antarctica and being turned away.
Yes, there is, dude. That's a lie.
It doesn't have to relax, Brian. It doesn't have to be any kind of earther. It just has to, what you just said is true, though, Negator. If somebody could go down there, like independent, because of the footage. Here's the problem: the footage that we have of 20. This is in my viewpoint, of course, from all the footage I've looked at. The footage we have of 24-hour sun in the north is very solid, like frame by frame. There's a succession of frames that are consistent to show footage of the 24-hour sun in the north, and many people have seen it, etc. The ones that are given for the 24-hour sun in the north are not a consistent series of frames. I'm just putting it that way. I'm not trying to say they're fake.
Yeah. You mean south?
It's
south?
In the south, if I misspoke. Yes, in the south. So there needs to be a consistent order of frames for footage to even have possibility of being legit. So we, as far as I've seen, there isn't one that is a consistent, frame by frame footage. So you're right. Somebody, it doesn't matter what your earther is, somebody could go there with, pay 20 grand to do a cruise or whatever. I know with the pandemic thing, who even knows if they're doing that shit. But anyways, yes, it would be cool if somebody could go and either document or see the 24-hour sun in the south, because it hasn't been done, at least from any footage I've seen or any civilian having done it.
Dude, they don't take you. The latitude that cruise takes you to doesn't have a 24-hour sun. I don't think it's just outside of the 74th, right?
Yeah, I also speculate that they could chemtrail the shit out of the sky to where you couldn't see it anyways. But
yeah, but you got to be within 23 degrees to get a 24-hour sun, and I think that peak is just barely outside of that. That's their excuse anyway, right?
That's
so the video I just posted, for example.
We've seen that.
Real quick, right? So
okay, well, this would be the third person speaking to me before I get a chance to respond. But go ahead.
Now let's let Negator respond. Or no, Flare, whatever.
Yeah, go ahead, Negator. Sorry, my friend.
Sorry. So I would like to discuss the 24-hour sun, because there's a relationship in sunlight by latitude as you move north that you can extrapolate 24-hour sun based on sunlight in Antarctica, which we can talk about if you guys want. But I guess what I'm really getting at is the interest of seeing what's in exploring, which I agree with everything Brian said about mankind and wanting to explore and learn things.
Yeah, I wanted to add to that.
Okay, I got you. Let me finish this thought. That 100%. You want to go explore beyond? Absolutely. But I think you can learn a buttload about your reality just by going to Antarctica first and seeing the 24-hour sun. If a flat earther went down there, that would be a revelation to him and the folks that believed him once he got back.
The thing is, though, Nick, that's limiting. Just quickly, that's limiting because, let's say there is a 24-hour sun on the coastline of Antarctica or 10 miles inland. The argument would be, can I get on a skidoo and travel 3,000 miles inland from that coast, or 5,000 miles, like Admiral Byrd's account of it, which everyone just wants to hand wave away. Now, either that guy is a bat-crap raving lunatic, or he reported something when he came back that's still kind of unexplained to this day. So the 24-hour sun, it may or may not be there. I don't know. Possibly it is. But how far inland can you go? That to me is the more pertinent point.
But that's weird, because the 24-hour sun would create a monumental problem for flat Earth.
Yeah, that's go to the government photos, bro. There's government cameras that just sit there. They show 24 hours a day. So just go look at them, and if you come to a different conclusion than I did, then we'll talk about it, bro. But at least go look at the government cameras that are posted all over Antarctica 24 hours. Before we have that conversation, don't listen to anybody. Just look at the 24-hour footage.
I'm talking about one of you guys go, because you can go.
There's cameras there, bro. At McMurdo, Ross, fucking all the stations down there. Almost all of them have 24-hour cameras, and you can look at them right now, live. So go look at them. If you find a 24-hour sun, we'll talk about it.
I agree. Those cameras do show that. I've spoken to people that have been to Antarctica, but that's not the point. I'm sorry, Flair. That's like us.
Yeah, it's just that, maybe we could go there, maybe not, right? But just to learn about reality, there would be no need to fake footage about reality, right? If there's 24-hour sun, just post it, right? So I got that video in the chat from a guy called Josh Miller, who posted it, Antarctica 24-hour sun, which is fake because the first frame of the 24 hours ends in the exact same frame after the 24 hours, so it's a fabricate. And I just don't know why you have to fabricate footage about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica when you just can obtain it from footage of reality. Just go ahead, film it, man. So why all these tricks regarding the Antarctica 24-hour sun when, like Gio just said, we got all kind of footage from different people, seemingly legit, just because there's more, right? I don't know.
So why is this video fake?
Oh, the military bases. The military bases have 24-hour Arctic footage. So
this video is fake.
Look at the north.
The video is clipped. Yeah, the Flair. The video is cut together to loop again. But I feel like you fail to understand that in order for it to loop, it has to do the full circle in the first place, right? You can't clip All right, like let's say you rotated 270 degrees, right? You can't clip that with another video and make a full circle with that. You know what I'm saying? The sun has to make the full circle in the first place for it to loop, right? So
I'm not going to discuss that video no more, man. We've been through that video, and the guy even retracted it and re-put it out, saying, "No, I started from here, and I feel like I've shown enough discrepancies to make it a fair case that it's bullshit." I mean, we shouldn't have to rely on one film anyway, right?
I don't know. I just think the argument that it's put together like to loop whatever is a little silly.
Yeah, he actually made a follow-up video explaining how he did it. He didn't retract it. He just explained how he did the loop.
No, he
Yeah,
retracted it first, and then he started from a different spot, right?
All I'm saying is just take a 24-hour footage of the sun, post it, go ahead. We're fine with it, right? But as soon as there's some kind of frame manipulation, I'm not saying that it is intended to deceive people, right? I'm just saying that we don't need to fabricate anything if we can just go in reality and film that footage, man. Shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I agree.
Why do you
We
think
all want
NASA
someone in our community to go do that.
But Negator, you do know the difference between the idea of a 24-hour daylight versus a 24-hour actual sun in the sky on an AE map type layout, if we're talking about an AE map?
I mean, I'd say either would be an issue for a flat Earth, whether it's A or not.
Well, no. I mean, well, there's other planar type Earth systems where it could be seen differently. But if you're talking about like an AE map, the 24-hour daylight, there is an explanation and understanding for how that could be occurring. But the 24-hour sunlight, meaning, well, the actual sun in the sky, the circle yellow sun in the sky, that would be problematic for an AE map type layout.
Yeah, from what I've seen, the daylight by itself could be done at least with how you guys explain it with that little what is that? That little lensy dome kind of thing, whatever. And you guys shine the light in it. So I guess whatever.
No, not necessarily. Although I did just post that one, but this is just caustic mathematics. It's just caustic. So the way the caustic systems work with mathematics, it doesn't have to be a pen light. It just has to do with the way light refracts around a circular gradient. And so if light refracts in that way, yes, the little pen light thing does show that. But it's also it's called the coffee cup caustic because you can do it in a coffee cup or whatever. Yeah. So this is something that is provable in reality, that it's a phenomenon that exists. So if there's some kind of a circular magnetic field or of plasma, whatever it may be, you could call it a dome, etc. But the light could be refracting just like it does around a coffee cup, etc. But to have the 24-hour sun, the actual circle of the yellow sun in the sky, I don't see any way that could work on an AE map unless you get into some other, that the sky, some other explanation. But the idea that the sun is actually, in a position over an AE map type layout, that would not be possible to have the 24-hour sun like that in the south.
Shouldn't we know what the sun is before we can start making predictions what it can? We see what it does. Hold on. We see what it does where we can see it. But how do you know what it does where we can't get to? How do you know that? When you don't even know what the sun is to begin with, how do you know what it can and can't do in areas that we can't get to?
That is a good point.
But why does that matter, though? In what scenario would that matter?
Yeah, that's not a fucking good point. That's a dumb point.
Why is that a dumb point?
Well, so what you're implying is that when you say we don't know what it is, you're implying that it can do something currently unknown to reality, right? It doesn't obey the laws of reality.
Yeah, it could
but
be
you're not telling me. You're not telling me in what way that could be possible.
It could be four-dimensional, viewer dependent, right? I mean, it's possible. Shit, if we're being honest, I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's a good point that we never really know what the sun is. I don't think we do for certain. It could be a whole fourth dimension.
But I mean,
if you're gonna go off some total virtual reality, like the sun is like a rainbow that just appears, and I mean, you could get into some trippy kind of virtual reality style, like the sun is just what it is to you, and you're an independent observer, and some kind of a simulation, virtual reality. I mean, there's other types of ideas, but from the perspective that the sun is a thing, above this huge Earth that we're on. Sort of like if you're in a room and there's a chandelier on the ceiling, everyone in the room could be like, yep, there's the chandelier. Now, if somebody was schizophrenic, they might not say it's a chandelier. They might be in something else. But as far as like ordinary human reality of a logical sense goes, we could all say there's the chandelier. So in the same way, even though maybe we can't get a ladder to get to it, and that analogy would be like with the sun. We can't necessarily get a ladder to go up to it and take samples, but we can all look at it. We can point at it. We can say, hey, it's at the equator. Hey, it's at the Tropic of Cancer, Capricorn, and we can watch it moving through the sky. So as far as that's a thing, as far as that light is there, I don't see a way that you could have that light in the sky for 24 hours in Antarctica on an AE map.
Yeah, I got to agree that wherever it's at, we can say whatever it might be, it's overhead at a certain point somewhere. But I don't know, man. I still, I guess, it just comes down to what type of certainty are you looking for. But I think it's a fair point, man. But yeah, I do also agree that it's somewhere at all times, somewhere we can see it right overhead. But I think once it gets out further, man, once it gets out further, anything can happen. Like that, like you're saying with the caustic mathematics and shit. It doesn't have to be a coffee cup. You can use glass, water. You get refractive effects and shit. So that's a definite possibility.
Yeah, with the caustic. I mean, I actually pulled this from some video that was talking about a globe, so it's not really the best in that because it says, but just the basic. But if you look at the pattern of it with these caustic patterns, I mean, it's definitely conceivable.
Well, what are you guys saying?
That you could get the 24-hour daylight, but not the 24-hour sun in the sky. So yeah, that does need to be deciphered. But the thing is, Negator and everyone else, the thing is that there is no footage that I've seen, and if anyone has some, that is actually a consistent order of frames showing 24-hour sun, the 24-hour circle of the yellow sun in the sky from Antarctica. So right now, you know that idea is batting zero.
So Gio, is that why you don't believe? So because there's not a video that shows frame by frame, in the most forensic, accurate way possible, that's why you don't believe it?
No, that's not what I said. I just said there isn't footage.
But
it just doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying. Whether I believe or not, I'm not really stating that. I'm just saying it doesn't exist. So
every month, y'all should be able to show a 24-hour moon once a month.
So
you don't gotta wait. You don't gotta wait for winter or summer. Just show the 24-hour moon. That'd be good for me.
Real quick. Okay, so could I just take a 24-hour sun footage on the North Pole, and then just reverse the video and claim it's from the south?
We've caught them doing that.
Technically, it would be possible, right?
Someone could do that, yeah. I think the land would look a bit different.
Or someone could take off moving, like in a car, and on a long, like a track. So anything in motion, I wouldn't agree with, because they could take a long turn and make it look like a 24-hour sun. Like I said, in 2 miles, I got turned around 360 degrees. But so anything in motion, I'm not gonna. Anything that looks like it's going backwards, I'm not gonna take seriously. I would take the government films. Like there's them cameras up there, and somebody shows me that, and we'll have that conversation. I'll look for it.
You're going to trust a video from the government?
Okay. No, the 24-hour cameras, man.
So I just linked. I just linked something. It's from.
But that's a good point. Since this debate, dude, I'll take something, anything before 2016. They had cameras there at all the bases, 24 hours. It's going to have to be before 2014. You're going to have to show me one. You just brought up a good point. If they could show us anything now that the debate's going on, we're getting all kinds of horse shit. I want to see one that was recorded.
How about having both sides go down at the same time, taking a video with each other, a glober and a flat earther, anybody, just people, independent people, go down there, film it if they can, and then show it to everybody. I mean, we know we can't trust a freaking government.
Well, that's kind of what Negator brought up originally. He was saying, why hasn't someone gone down there? He was saying a flat earther. What I was saying is it doesn't really need to be anyone that is an earther of any sort, like claiming what the earth is. It would just need to be somebody who could go there to get the footage and or see it for themselves. At least it'd be something.
Yeah, but we just saw that, and you guys are saying like because one frame is out of sync for it to loop, that you guys are not happy. Like you're not even
because
willing to give us the benefit of doubt and say, yeah, maybe that's a possibility, or let's discuss it. The immediate chance you get it, you're like this, and that. So
Okay, is that a legitimate footage of a series of complete frames, meaning frame by frame by frame that are consistent? A succession of frames that show a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
it looks to be that, yeah.
Okay, because I've looked at every single one that's ever been released. We have for years, and we've never come across one that is that. So if you've got one, you'd be the first to have it. But
that's what that video just looked like.
Which one?
The one that was posted in the chat.
Wait, the one that flares?
I've already picked that. We've already picked that, bro.
Yeah, I mean we've dissected all the ones that are available.
Well, can you show me, like, if do you have the like screenshots and stuff?
Yeah, give me a minute.
While you're doing that, there's a correlation of sunlight by latitude.
Y'all see what I'm talking about? Where I'm so
Hey,
Brian.
Brian, can you hear when other people are talking?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I realized it right after I blurted.
Okay, so this image you posted, what does this prove?
So I don't know what image. I linked a web. I linked to a website, and what it shows is sunlight by latitude over the course of the year. Because obviously, if we're saying we're on a globe and we're saying there's 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica, then somewhere along a line of latitude, there's 23-hour sunlight, 22, 21, 20, 19, so on and so forth, right? And so when you get up to Australia, southern tip of Australia, you get 16 hours of sunlight. In the middle of Australia, gets 13, and then 11, and then 12 hours of sunlight on the equator, and so on and so forth. This should make logical sense to folks.
You do realize that. Go ahead.
Well, that was all. But what I'm saying is that it's a lot easier to show a pattern of sunlight as you head south that should logically conclude with the 24-hour sunlight. That's simple to do, right? Like I can show you 12 to 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 hours of sunlight, and then you can, put two and two together in your head that if you keep going south, there's going to be more and more sunlight.
I highly recommend you look at the government docs and look at the latitude where the bases are at, and look at the times when they predict what, and just watch how good it lines up. It probably might surprise you, man. But this is what I meant, Gio, when I was talking about I'm so tired of this subject. Like, no matter what we do, we wind up right back like we never done anything. We pick these videos apart, and it's like I got to go dig up the same shit.
Well,
and then pull
let's
up.
talk about
It's,
that.
You don't
it's
really have to
exhausting.
do anything. Yeah, you don't have to be attached to convincing people.
Yeah,
You can
you're
also
right,
just
man.
go and offer information.
So
But there's enough ball alerters here, though. What I'm saying is, left lane's already seen our evidence to at least pipe up and be honest and say, yeah, they've showed some reasonable doubt. I mean, pipe up and be honest, left laner. Some ballers, police yourself. Don't make us keep doing this exhausting shit.
Like, what does this picture show me? You just have a screenshot here.
You talk about the thing Northern Rebellion posted?
Yeah.
I don't know if he's in the VC. He might be listening on YouTube, but
Just hold on, man. Just give me a minute. Fuck's sake.
Hmm.
Dude, Negator's seen this shit. This guy ain't new. This your first day out here, Negator, or what?
Here? Yeah, that was my second day in the server. Hi. Thank you for the warm back.
In this server, but you've been in Flat Earth for years, right?
Yeah. What specifically are you asking about?
Hmm. Interesting.
You haven't seen this thing Brian's going to get? What are you guys going over, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Yeah.
I mean,
You haven't seen us rip this to shreds?
Yeah, I've talked about this.
Really?
For sure.
Yeah, so you've seen there's reasonable doubt to believe these are even real videos of the 24-hour sun.
No, I think it was Ruhif said earlier that the same guy that made another video detailing how he loops the videos and why. So if you're implying there's some deception involved, I don't know how that could be when the guy who made it himself explained how and why he did it.
Yeah, I've emailed the guy and spoken to him.
Posted it. I just
I looked
posted
at
it.
here. It looks pretty.
Hold on, I'll watch
What's his
this.
name? Anthony something. Kiwi guy.
To me, if something's gonna be considered proof, it's got to be, not. Shouldn't be able to disprove it or show anomalies or anything. Maybe it's arguable, okay, but this guy already unleashed the footage, and then a year later was to say, no, actually I started somewhere else. Well, I took the same thing and showed there's 3 cuts in the fucking thing. When they say that this is the real uncut shit, there's no uncut nothing. That's a lie, okay? And I show you, to me, looks like smoke going back in the chimney. So I question whether he's even in Antarctica. Maybe he is. Maybe it's just a miracle or something. I don't know. But also, if you scrutinize this film yourself, you're going to see that there's other things. All you got to do is slow it down, download it, and slow it down, and you're going to see things in the photos. I haven't even put it through Photoshop because I don't know how to do that. Just slowing it down, you'll see other anomalous shit, man.
How about if somebody actually has one posted, and if you don't, shut up about it until you actually have one, because as of right now, there is no video of it.
Right,
so
that's what we
until
were.
you have one. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I thought you were done.
Well, so until you actually have a video to show us that's uncut and continuous 24-hour sun, how about just keep your mouth shut and just let it go?
The guy who did it was
I think
also a
Wally posted
professional.
one.
He was a professional. There's a 55-gallon drum. There's things I didn't even point out in this video. There's a 55-gallon drum with about a 10-degree shadow, which is a joke, dude. It's right where he starts, right in front of the whole scene. The first thing he starts out with is a big drum with hardly no shadow matching all the other shadows. There's like 5 things in that video that do that, and you can tell they're put there artificially or something. Why would he even do that? But I mean, there's one, and it's so obvious. It's the drum. There's a few of them to me that are obvious. Maybe other people might not find like it's that obvious, but there's some that are undeniable. There's other anomalies I still haven't even mentioned yet. I was just waiting to see how they fired back at me from this video before I pointed other things out and nobody has yet.
I'm pretty sure Wally posted a 24-hour sun video. I'm trying to find it.
Right. Well, I mean, let me ask. Is it Negator or Negator?
Negator.
Negator. It sounds like a transformer.
It's the other way.
All right. No, I was just going to ask you. So
But it also doesn't matter.
Wait, sorry. Did you say which one it is? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, whatever. I usually say Negator. That makes more sense.
All right. So, do we agree to some extent that there is? Well, to what degree do you agree that there's not a 24-hour uncut, frame by frame, authentic footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Do you agree that there isn't one, or do you think there is one?
It's probably been 5 years since I went down that rabbit hole with Flat Earther. I still think there is. I'd be willing to sit down with you and have you walk me through all the points you think are wrong.
Okay.
So currently, I think there is. Yeah.
All right. So we could do further analysis, or at least, I mean, I know I've done the extent that I've done, but you could perhaps do it again or do more as well. Okay. So outside of that, if you were to go to this Antarctic region yourself and see that there's not a 24-hour sun at that time, what would that do for you? What would that do for you? Would you say, okay, the Earth might not be a globe, but what would it make you question things? Would something? What would you think if you saw that?
I mean, yeah, that would be a huge problem. It would be a revelation.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be
Absolutely.
huge. And I would agree that on an AE map layout, if I saw the 24-hour sun in the sky, it would. I mean, I'd have to think about what it would exactly do. It doesn't give the Earth movement or curvature, et cetera, but it would have to, I mean, the idea of just an AE map with the sun circling in that way would have to not be the case.
But what's the difference between that? What's the difference between the sun or the stars?
Well, so I agree that, like, for anybody who goes down there and sees it from either side, you would it would be a problem for putting your model of reality in your head together in a way that's logical. You know.
No, it's not a problem. What's the
Jeremy
difference?
just made a good point, man. Jeremy just made a real good point. What's the difference between the stars? So we could show the stars. We could show with the equatorial mount that there's deviation. It doesn't do a right overhead. Now, if in every position it did a overhead loop, like if you're at the equator, but no, it does smiles and frowns, bro. It shows deviation, and we know wherever the sun and moon are at in that point of the ecliptic at that particular time, it's going to follow the stars for a 24-hour time lapse for the most part, the sun or the moon. So we see the deviation. We measure it with equatorial mounts, with time and date, with stellarium. We see this it looks like they're all going together, but on the horizon, there's always this measurable separation. That can't happen on a globe, dude. So the 24-hour Antarctic sun don't matter.
I don't really. First, the star. There's a star problem that is conceptually the same as the 24-hour sun. It's much easier to see, and that's seeing the Southern Cross from below 34, or I forget what degree south, or the Southern Celestial Pole rotation. That problem is identical to the 24-hour sun.
So would you agree that if I'm 10 degrees above the equator and 10 degrees below the equator, I'm going to have a small smiley face and a small frown with my equatorial mount?
Don't know what that means.
Well, if you you might not be familiar with them, but yeah, you're going to have. You can go to time and date, go to Sun Calc, go to any of them. It shows it. They don't even hide it. We can measure this deviation and prove it, how could it be a globe? They all got to be spinning together on a globe if it's us rotating.
You got to clarify what you were talking about there, dude. He was talking about the star trails when he said a frown and a smile. He's talking about star trails, a video of star trails when you're on the equator. Isn't that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's on time and date. On Sun Calc.
Go ahead,
Okay, so I don't So yeah, you go to the equator, you stand at the equator, you look either direction, you do some star trails, you see a half circle. You know, what's the issue though? Did you guys hear me?
What's your question?
I clipped out.
Sorry. I understand what Brian is saying. You go to the equator, you look north to south, you see star trails. They're moving in the frown of the smiley face. But what's the problem with that if Earth is a globe?
Because that's separation, bro. If it's going one way in the north and another way in the south, that's physical
how it works
separation.
on the globe, Brian.
Yeah, no, it ain't. That's physical separation. If you could use a stick and a shadow and measure physical separation, however little it is, it can't happen if it's only me rotating. It's not possible.
Have you seen I'm gonna be a glober for a minute. Have you seen the animation one? Here it is.
Take it away, man. Let me get some coffee.
It's time to go full globe. Have you seen this one, Brian? The one I just posted. I mean, it shows like local and close stars to a globe, so it's not really the same as what they say, but it's because you're on a different part of the sphere, so the stars would make that divergent clockwise, counterclockwise thing.
Yeah, but not simultaneously, Geo. Not simultaneously. Not simultaneously, bub. In other words, if I'm at the equator and I measure a star 10 degrees off north and 10 degrees south, they can't simultaneously do that. But that's what happens in reality.
I don't think I understand.
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, that little GIF, like if you were standing, see how it shows at the end, straight at the equator, and it shows the ones veering off to the right and veering off to the left? But I mean, those are close and local stars, but honestly.
Yeah, but
what
you,
we'd have to see, bro. That is exactly what we would have to see. That's not what we see.
This is, I mean, Geo, I'm looking at your GIF, but I mean, at first it kind of goes to the top of the sphere and shows the counterclockwise stars, right? And then it goes to the bottom of the sphere but it doesn't realign the observer position with the sphere, right? You're just looking down and got the sphere above you. Does that even make sense for the presentation? Because you have to be upside down
Right.
to
It should.
obtain
Yeah.
the real view.
It should flip what you're saying. Yeah. The camera. Yeah. Exactly. It should flip the sphere, and then I see. What
Yeah,
you're saying.
and what would happen to the direction of the star movement when you flip your observer position, right?
I think it would
Yeah,
still
and
be clockwise, though.
also, yeah, if it worked like that in reality, it would be perfect because then we could just take the equatorial mount from the equator where it goes overhead and just tilt it or move north, and the same thing will happen, with just a little bit of a tilt. But that's not what we see in reality. We see smiley faces and frowns simultaneously. That's my point.
Yeah, I think it's really important to give that. In my viewpoint, it's really important to concede the things that do work on a globe, because people who don't do that are then actually, I think, going against the actual larger truth discussion. Meaning,
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So I agree. If that graphic wanted to accurately show what it would look like from the observer, I should flip around. But if you look at a clock, right, and the hands are ticking, and you tilt your head 90 degrees to the left, it's still ticking clockwise. If you tilt your head 90 degrees to the right, it's still ticking clockwise. If you lay on your bed and lean your head over the bed so your head is upside down, the clock is still ticking clockwise.
Right, and if you flip the clock, like put the 12 o'clock on the bottom and the 6 o'clock on the top, it's still moving the same way as well.
Yeah,
it'll still be going clockwise. Like if you did a handstand or whatever, and looked at a clock upside down.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know handstand, but I think the one Flaric you were saying, you're right. They don't put the view. They don't flip the camera to put it as if you're standing on the earth. They kind of do it as if you're upside down. But I think it still would be clockwise, even if you did that. Even if you flipped it like that.
Yeah, sure. It just makes it hard to imagine in a way, then because it's not realigned.
You broke up. I posted a video. It's a 5-minute video if you want to see how it doesn't work in reality. And then I go to SunCalc and Stellarium and all that and show that, upon first glance, great globe proof. A little bit of scrutiny, a little bit of common sense, and realize that we can't measure the sun in more than one position at once. And we can't make shadows with the stars. But we can use our common sense to say if it's us moving, we can measure the stars in a certain part of the ecliptic and the stars in another part of the ecliptic simultaneously and assume it's the sun and use sticks and shadows. But we don't even have to do that because SunCalc shows us. Stellarium shows us. I pointed out in the video.
I'm going to definitely watch the
posted a
video.
24-hour sun. All right, I've posted a 24-hour sun video.
Nope, I'm not looking at it. Nope, I'm just kidding.
It's with a 360-degree camera. Goes for 13 days.
I will say this though. At this point, man, I'm skeptical of anything. I almost want to see something post-dated. Like I've had so long, but to be fair, Then again, if I don't look at it, it doesn't exist, right?
Right.
But man, it's like they've had so much time to show this, man. Why can't we get it from a government cam, a 24-hour cam that's there all the time? That bothers me.
I've had so much
I did
time
see
to
one.
go
I did see one that was. I did see one, but then when I looked into it, it didn't match the position of the fucking of the government cam, and I'm like, man, this might be a government cam, but why ain't it in the same position? Is there like one that's not on the website that's a little bit lower? That one, it was bothersome, to say the least. Because it left me like saying, okay, it's possible, but it ain't definite. For me, proof has to be proof. If you're going to prove something beyond a shadow of a doubt, then that's exactly what it means. Got to show where you're at, everything. Or it's not proof, it's evident.
So I'm sorry, I think I heard somebody say that they did post a 24-hour sun in itself.
Yep, a link to a Where's Wally video.
Yeah, this one, Ruhith, is the worst of them all, to be honest. This is the crazy 3D claim to be 360 camera one that looks really funky. This one's the worst one.
The 360 camera? Why does that invalidate the footage?
Yeah, what's the timestamp? This is like some clip of a Brandon show. What's I
I'll
skimmed
go like
through
a
it.
minute or two, I think. Let me check. Hold on. Yeah,
You're
about a
talking
minute.
this Robert Schwartz video that shows this
Yes.
crazy 360 circle thing that's pointing up to the sky that has no markers or anything. I'm saying this is the worst one of all the ones that.
Yeah, we've exposed Robert Sports, man. I thought we did.
What's this? What's fake about the footage?
Thought we did.
Why is this fake?
See, I'm gonna have to do this all over again, man. It's so exhausting, man. I'll do it.
Okay.
Have you scrutinized it yet? Be honest. Have you looked at it with a fine-tooth comb to consider it proof?
It looks good enough to me. What's
Yeah,
wrong with
okay.
it?
Well, that's the difference between me and you, Ruif. If something's proof to me, then I'm skeptical about everything I hear. Unless it's flat Earth. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if you can tell me what's wrong with it, great. Looks pretty good to me.
Bro, if I glance at it, more than likely I'm going to agree with you. The last video that I scrutinized, upon first glance, that's fine. That's not, the devil's never at the glance. The devil's always in the detail. The deception is always in the detail. For some reason, dude, God won't allow deception to leave no clues. It's almost anomalous how anything that's true, you can't, the truth stands behind itself. You know, you can make up shit, but the truth is its own evidence. Everything that we found, it almost seems like they're either leaving clues on purpose because they have to, or it's just fucking karma, universal karma, where the clues are always there. But it seems like there's holes in every deception, and we pick it apart usually. But before I speak on this one, I'll take a closer look. But it takes a while, man. You know, to scrutinize something, you got to look close, right?
Right. But then, like, obviously, a clip from Brandon's show where they're talking about it, and it kind of brings me back to when Brandon was talking about that guy supposedly dropping the key or whatever it was in the ISS. Right? If you're finding something similar to that, that's fucking ridiculous.
Bro, there's ones where they just totally glitch out and the background doesn't change at all. There's one where a stuffed animal literally beams into the picture and it's not even supposed to be deception. They're showing it to an elementary school. They're showing a stuffed animal beam into the picture. She grabs it. We know it ain't real, but we do see her grab it. Then the next one, we see a guy grabbing it, nothing. So just add them three together. And if that don't tell you that it's augmented reality, bro, then what will, bro? You're not being honest with yourself.
The elementary school one, obviously they've just like blanked over that corner and then revealed it. That's just a simple fucking trick for preschoolers.
What about the
That's not
guy
evidence
grabbing
for
at
faith.
nothing? When he
You mean
thought
the
he was
guy
grabbing at the hat,
hands together?
he switches hands with
Put his
nothing.
hands together. Yeah, he's about to put his hands together and then like realizes he's off orientation and like grabs the side. Nothing with that, eh?
And then sets his orientation off to the side. Bro, he grabs something, switches hands with it. I mean, I at least heard one better than this. At least the guy said it's a spider web, so he acknowledges the guy grabs something, switches hands, and sets it off to the side. There's nothing in that video
he puts
that
his hands
the
together.
guy grabs what he thinks is there, or maybe not, and switches hands with it and sets it off to the side.
You've got to watch the entire clip. It goes for like
If
15,
you watch
20
the
minutes.
entire clip, bro, you'll see that in that same video, it was a bad day, Ruhif. They glitch out and the background stays intact. And also in that same video, a guy in the background has a harness attached to him and when he goes floating by back and forth. That was a very bad day
no,
for the
he doesn't.
ISS, bro.
Jesus. First of all, the guy who puts his hands together does that 4 or 5 times during the clip. This time he puts them together.
We repeated it, bro. We repeated
off orientation.
Bro, we repeated it. We showed it over and over. That's what we do when we're showing bullshit. Look at the actual event at the ISS channel, bro. I went to it. He only grabs it one time. The dude showing us repeats it over and over to make it to sink the point at home. It's only one grab, one switch hands, and one toss to the side. What do you think? The dude synchronized dance to himself, bro? I'm just telling you what you don't know.
Yeah, but he puts his hands. That's how he stands. Is with his hands together, and then he puts them together, puts himself right way up again, and appears to grab for the side of the ISS. So, if you jump to the immediate conspiracy,
What are you talking about? He grabbed it. Nothing. It's not a conspiracy. It's just calling it how I see it, Roof. You thought that the guy grabbed
He
over and
didn't
over.
grab at anything. He didn't grab at anything. He put his hands together.
It
He
shows
does
me you
multiple
didn't
times
see
in
the
video.
real event, bro. If you'd have seen the real event, you'd know this shit. You're just going off videos and accepting it for bullshit or truth before you even look into things. If you'd have looked into this,
What about the?
you'd see that he only grabbed one time. Okay,
Let me
you'd
guess.
see
The guy who
Putting his hands together. He's not grabbing. He's putting his hands together, which he does multiple times in the video.
No, he
guess,
didn't.
the
He
guy
did it
who was
once,
doing-
bro.
I want to. The guy who was doing a backflip and his harness broke and he fell to the ground and jumped up real quick. Are you telling me that was fake too? I mean, not fake.
Show me that one. Show me that one.
You haven't seen
How
that
about
one?
when they get stuck upside down and their face starts turning red, Ruiv? You got an excuse for everything, bro.
I haven't seen that one either. Show me this guy falling when he's doing a backflip.
Yeah,
And
I
some
think it
guy's
was.
face red, he's upside down.
I can't
Send me
remember
some of
who
those
it was. Can't remember who it was, but he was on video, live video with kids, and the kids asked him to do a flip, and so he started doing a backflip, and next thing you know, he fell to the ground and then jumped up, and you saw him standing, and then shortly after that, they put out a video of saying, yeah, every once in a while you can find pockets of gravity. And to demonstrate it, he drops a freaking card. I think it was a playing card or something, or a key or something. And they did that. You need to look it up because it's very, very.
You brought it up. You brought this up.
Okay, I'm driving a truck. I really can't do that right now. Sorry. I know other people have seen this, and what's it? It's probably on the Flat Earth map app. I bet you he has it on there. Dave, what is it? Dave
West.
Yeah, West. Pretty sure he has it. I watched it like probably 20 times.
Yeah. Well, when you get a chance, DM it to me and I'll be all good. Right, do you remember the one on Brandon's where the guy supposedly dropped the key? You guys were all like, 100% this is fake.
Bro, it ain't just that one. There's another one where the guy almost dropped something and he reaches down real quick and catches it, bro. Bro, you're obviously limited in what you've seen. You thought that guy kept grabbing over at shit. No,
We're talking about the screw when he dropped the screw.
Yeah, the screw.
Yeah. See, that's a dead giveaway because when it drops, we've all been screwing something. Well, probably most of us have been screwing something in, and then it fiddles off the thing. You can't get the screwdriver head on it quick enough, and it pops on the ground. You quickly look. You know what I mean? You quickly, oh shit, where'd it go? He does that. Like within the minute the screw drops, his head instantly goes down. You hear it hit the ground. That one's a dead giveaway.
I'll post it.
Now listen.
Hey,
With that one,
wait, before we go on, hold on. Carry on from right there. But I was just going to ask, since you brought up Brandon, since you're kind of in with Ranty and those guys, has anyone heard from him? Is he all right? Is he around? I mean, I haven't. I don't think many of us have heard from him in forever. Is he? Have you? Since he's in.
Yeah,
with
he's all right,
Ranty
bro. I heard from him. He's all right.
So what's up? He just taking a long break, or just doesn't want to?
I just told him, let me know you're all right, bro. I said, I ain't going to talk about it.
He's a Glover now.
Let me know you're all right. He's all right.
All right.
He's a Glover now, though.
Who are you guys talking about?
All right, Ruhif, if you're going to spread lies, you're going to be muted. That's not what we do here.
Oh, come on. It's a joke.
I swear to God.
Yeah, if you're joking, fine. But just to throw that out there to slander his name is not cool.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway,
with the screw
I'm just saying, as far as you guys know, he just kind of isn't interested anymore, or just taking a break, or just dip.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, with the screw falling, right? The screw falling in the ISS, right? He doesn't pick it up. Yet a few seconds later, it's in his hand. The end. It didn't fall.
Well, what did we hear hit the ground? Is it just attacking
You
that
didn't
we
hear anything hit
heard
the
once
ground.
ever in ISS footage? Yeah, we heard a
You
tick.
didn't hear
Attack.
anything hit the ground.
Okay, well, I'll play it. I went to the event instead of just watching what people post, Ruif. Go to the fucking events themselves, bro, and watch them.
Fire up, Brian. Fire up.
Listen, all you do is watch what people post instead of scrutinizing shit from the source. And I'm tired of arguing about shit that you're just seeing and believing, bro.
Scrutinizing? I see what you did there.
I did scrutinize the source, actually. I found the original Dutch fucking version of it. And yeah, it's in his hand. He didn't drop it. What he does is he looks down to see where he can place his feet around the toilet. But he doesn't pick up something off the ground.
Griff, you don't think he'd actually pick it up, do you? You don't think he'd actually pick it up? Our whole point.
Can we
is our
post
in-
the
our whole
original
point is
in
your
the
instincts
chat?
don't lie.
If it fell on the ground, how is it in his hand a few seconds later if he didn't pick it up?
Sorry, can we put the original video in the chat so multiple persons can review it?
Could be the clip. Could be the clip that fell, bro. Who knows? But something fell. because
He
we
also
heard it.
might have another screw in his hand. I don't know. I haven't seen the footage in a while.
Dutch ISS tour, and it's about 35 minutes in.
Ruif, tell me any other example in real life where you hear something hit, what sounds like something hits, and you jump real quick and you look down. If you just stop and quit being so biased, you'd see that that's what people do when they drop something. Watch 100 people drop something, bro, who's working on a house
Why would
and
they keep
every
it?
one of them will react just like that. It's not a coincidence, Ruif. It's how people react when they drop something. They look down naturally. So what we point out in just not that video, but multiple videos, is you can't hide instinct. Your instinct to
Brian,
straighten your head up when you're looking at the camera, right?
Is it possible he looked down for a different reason?
Yes, it is. But I'm just telling you, there's multiple versions of people dropping shit and reaching down and catching it real quick. And you can't fuck with instinct.
All right, I found it. Found the link. All right, it's at 35 minutes 30-ish. I'll post the
Like
video.
sometimes I'm walking and the floor will like creak in a weird way, and I'll look down and look at it. You know, it's any sort of stimulus will cause you to look at the thing. It could be because he dropped it. It could be because it made a weird sound. It could be because you wanted to see where he could place. But who knows?
Right, but you know when something falls out your hand jerks. And we've seen that, dude. It's just a natural reflex to catch something that's just now falling out of your hand. And we've showed that like a couple times. And
yeah, maybe he had that reflex from being on Earth, and it just didn't happen in the ISS, if it's true.
Yeah, but something obviously went out of his hand, though, right? For him to respond to that jerk. And then we heard something hit the ground, right?
What Ruif has said
I didn't hear
I'm
anything.
gonna watch it again.
It should be considered.
About 35 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, he's looking for a place to put his foot. He at no point does he pick something up off the ground, yet you see that it's in his hand.
Yeah, you'll notice that what Ruif is saying, the more of this footage you watch, it's a very common thing that happens in the scene, because that's generally what they have to do when they're positioning themselves. So it's like it's very common for them to find a place to put their feet at the beginning of when they get to a position that they're filming or whatever.
Bro, I know what
Yeah, my
somebody
apologies,
talks and
it's not-
stuff and looks and sounds like. You can say it all you want, but I want to go back to the first one you brought up, okay? That was a horrible day for the ISS. The guy grabs at nothing. He clenches his fingers around nothing, passes nothing off to his right hand, and then puts nothing to the right of the screen, okay?
No, he's reaching for the
That
wall.
one's shady as fuck.
Oh
He's
my
reaching for the
God.
wall.
In that
He's
same
putting his
film,
hands together. Yeah.
in that same film, they glitch out. The background stays perfect, but the three guys glitch out completely. Okay, for a split second. And that same
Yeah,
film,
that happens.
a guy floats by in the back of the whatever it is in the background, the unglitchy part, and he's got a harness. A harness
doesn't have a
sticking
harness
up
on.
from his waistband.
I know that one you're talking about. It's not a harness.
It's all the same event.
Yeah, show me
All right,
the
so it's
green
hold on.
shirt
Yeah,
guy.
it's at 35 minutes and 30 seconds roughly.
Yeah. And before anyone has to say feed the dogs,
Dude, that
it
is
almost
such a dead
2:30.
giveaway. Dude, that is such a dead giveaway, dude. He
What is?
instantly, like I said, we've all fiddled with screws, and you drop it, and you go up. The first thing you do, you go up. That's exactly what he does, dude. Textbook. I'm not saying
Right,
it's like
but it
proof of
didn't
anything.
fall.
I'm not saying it's like 100% proof.
What's the
Video
timestamp?
or whatever. It's just sketchy as sketchy can get.
Dude, they're
Yeah,
gonna
but
defend
the
whatever
key,
it is, dude.
so I was wrong before. It's not in his hand. It's in the board, right? It didn't fall. It's in the board. It didn't fall. He didn't pick anything up.
How do you know
I'm
it's got to
watching
be
this
the
now.
screw that fell? It
I'm
doesn't
watching
have
this.
to be
It's
the
not looking
screw
good
that.
for you, Ruhiv.
It doesn't have to be the screw that fell. It could be a clip. It could be a fucking washer, bro. There's multiple
thing that
pieces.
locks
Where do you
that
see
locks
just a screw, bro? Rarely. There's always multiple pieces,
that's what
bro.
we called it, right?
35 minutes and
30
30. Hold on, it's 35 minutes and 35 seconds, pretty much exactly.
Yeah. What I was going to say, right, and I said this an hour ago, I have to pick up my daughter, right, and that pickup is at 2:30, which is in 3 minutes. So
We don't care.
I know, but people are going to say I'm going to feed the dogs, right?
All right, no offense, but I'm just saying we don't care if you can
I
figure
was
something, nor do
joking,
we
Ruhiv.
care that you have to go do something. Go do what you want.
I
man.
was joking. I was joking. I was joking with Gio. I was joking with
running
Ruhiv.
off. I have to pick up my daughter.
I was joking
Yeah,
with
but I
Ruhiv,
mean
and I
that's under
said,
some like thing that he has to concede to something, or he doesn't have to do any of that. He can just share his viewpoints and go do his life.
The last few days, when I feed the dogs at 7:45, guys running off from the conversation because he's losing.
No. Here's
That
what it
became
is.
kind of a
Hold
funny.
on, man.
That did become a bit of a joke.
Let me say one thing real quick. I
Why
told
is
Ruhiv
Brian just
every
always
time.
screaming? It's just always Brian screaming. What's up with that, dude?
I'm just trying to get in one quick thing. I told Ruhiv. I'm trying to say this right to the point. I told Ruhiv that every time we bring up a good argument, I'm gonna start telling him that this argument's making your dog hungry, ain't it, Ruhiv? And
I think
so
you
he's
wait for
announced.
people to finish.
It's now a thing. Anyway.
Can anybody
Yeah, he
look for that video of the guy actually
Be safe
falling?
as you go pick her up.
I know you
Drive
guys
safe.
seen it.
Yeah, drive
Can
safe.
somebody try to find that one?
I want to see the guy with the green shirt supposedly grabbing something, but actually putting his hands together and then putting himself vertical, if that makes sense. The original for that.
Well, I like to see you respond to the guy falling and then jumping up. I wish somebody could
I'll
find
just see the
that
video.
one. So,
Yeah.
well, that's what I said. I wish somebody would find that one because I know other people have seen it.
I mean, I can tell you without watching it, it's going to be bullshit. I can tell you that now. But yeah, I'd love to see it.
Is there something
Of
else?
course, it's going to be bullshit because it destroys your argument. So you can't
we'll see.
believe it.
At 35 minutes, nothing happens. I mean, he's pointing at something.
5:30.
35 minutes,
35
35 seconds.
Oh, 35. Okay.
Yeah. And you'll see that when he goes to put the thing back, the key or whatever it is still in the board.
Oh,
He
yeah,
didn't pick it up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thing
he
is,
was looking.
he's fiddling with it. He sees it drop. His head instantly goes to the ground, and as if he dropped it, and then he doesn't seem to go pick anything up. He just carries on.
Right. So if you didn't pick it up and the key is in the board, then it didn't drop.
Dropped a washer.
No,
But you can hear a click of the
Yeah, because
of the that hits the floor right as his head goes down to watch it hit the floor.
No, but the click is from the thing twisting loose, and he's looking down to look at the next one he's got to loosen.
Yeah, or where he can put his feet.
Yeah, or either or. But yeah, he's loosening all four of them. So I don't think he's taking anything out to do that. He's just like twisting it.
Hey, Kosho, have you seen the video I'm talking about where the guy falls? He's doing a flip and he falls. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, and then somebody supposedly pulls him back up or something.
No, he just jumps up. He's doing a backflip. Halfway through, his harness breaks. He falls, and then he jumps up real quick and smiles.
I might not have seen that one.
Oh.
I like these videos though.
You're talking about the one where he does a flip and then the wires drop him?
Yeah, he actually falls to the ground, falls right out of the camera, the view of the camera, and then jumps up, and he jumps up so quick that you actually see him bounce like 1 or 2 times because he jumped up so quick. I mean, it's so freaking obvious that he fell and jumped up and he was standing.
Right, like he basically starts flipping. No, I totally remember that one. Yeah, that one's I forget the name of the astronaut though, but
I thought it was Peaks, but go ahead.
Wait, what's his name?
Tim Peaks? I thought it was him. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think there's a couple where they fall, so we might be talking about either the same one or a slightly different one. But yeah, there is one with Tim Peak. Yeah, and when he stands up, he looks all embarrassed as well.
Yeah, because he was supposedly on a live video for children at a school, and one of the kids asked him if he can do a flip. And so he starts to do a flip, and halfway through it, he actually falls to the ground, and then he immediately jumps up. I mean, when he falls, he goes right out of the screen, right, view of the camera, and then he jumps up, and he has this stupefied smile on his face like he's embarrassed. And, I mean, it's so obvious. And when I showed a friend of mine that I was arguing about this, he just completely denied it. I was like, oh, he didn't fall. No, it just denies what happened. I mean, you can see how obvious it is, and they can't accept the truth.
Look, when he falls down, he also falls down at like the quote unquote gravity of Earth too, right? Like he's kind of in the 0G looking thing. He starts flipping. He's halfway through the flip, and then he just goes slam. He just slams down as if he's on Earth's gravity, and then he stands up. Looks like he's like a kid who had his hand in the cookie jar, or like a dog who knows he did something wrong. He looks all kind of embarrassed, and his body language, like, "Oh, did you catch me? Whoops!" Like that he just got caught. And yeah, it's dead giveaway.
I'm watching it now.
Right after that one, I believe it was shortly after that happened, they put out a video. It's the same I think it was the same guy talking about little pockets of gravity. Yeah, every once in a while you'll find pockets of gravity, and he holds out something and he drops it. I mean, he's still floating, supposedly.
Dude, that was you're talking about what's his fucking name? He lives here in Austin. He's the son of an astronaut. Anyways, he was doing a magic trick. He was actually doing a magic trick where he was trying to, it's a joke basically. There's no pockets of gravity, and there's gravity up there the entire time. So, what's his fucking name though?
Well, how come he said that then? Because I heard
he was doing
him
a magic trick. He was playing around. Like he's not being serious. Like it wasn't a real claim of something like pockets of gravity. He's not an astronaut. He's a video game maker.
No, this is a guy on the freaking ISS.
Yes, he paid to go up there. He's also been to the Mariana Trench and the North and South Pole and all this other type of shit too.
He wasn't.
He was on the ISS. He's just not an astronaut. He went up there commercially.
Okay.
Hey, Coach, you're leaving out some details about that guy, aren't you?
I mean, a lot of details, I guess. I don't know what relevant details though. What do you mean?
Yeah. How did he get his start in the industry?
In video games?
How did he get his start? Oh, video games. Yeah. What kind of video games?
Yeah, he's a video game maker.
Yeah. What kind of video games?
The original RPG games.
RPG games. Yeah. Okay. What were the titles of those games?
I forget on the top of my head, but there's a famous one. I just forget what it is.
Yeah, there's a bunch of famous ones. Yeah. Why don't you go and look at the front of all of those video games, all of the artwork, all the satanic symbolism in those video games.
Okay.
And why don't you look at his necklace?
What are you saying? Like he's like a Satanist or something? I mean, if he is,
I would say it's pretty obvious. He's got a big silver snake necklace that he wears, and he even wore it on the ISS.
Okay. I mean,
that's what this guy's known for.
Richard Garriott, that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah. Garriott.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He debated a flat earther on KLBJ here in Austin. I saw it years ago.
He couldn't even debate it, so that doesn't mean shit.
I mean,
All right. Well,
this is not the one, Coach. By the way,
sorry.
That I
Is that
was
the one?
the flipping, falling one. This is not the one that I was thinking.
So
of.
he does multiple backflips where he fucks up like that. Then
Oh, there's another one that's
Good.
way worse where he like fully smashes on the ground. You can hear a thump.
I'll check it. I'll look for it. I think I found another one too. Hold on, let me see if this is it. Hold on.
This guy is very compromised. He's got he's got like a museum of like old maps and shit like that in his mansion out there in West Austin. His father was an astronaut, so you know he's full of shit anyway. But on top of that, he created the whole genre of, well, not, I don't know if he made the genre, but he made a whole genre of satanic video games back in the day that are still popular to this day. Go ahead and look at all the symbols on the front of those games.
What game?
There's got to be like 15 titles, 20 titles.
What's his
Well,
name?
I'm driving. Why don't you look him up? Richard Garrison or Richard Garriott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
this guy is not hiding who he is. Anybody who knows what the symbols are, who knows the people they run around with, he's not hiding anything. You just have to know what to look for.
I mean, he seems like a nice guy though. But regardless, yeah, he was. Those were the first RPG games.
Well, Tim, I remember
whether
that.
he made the first ones ever, or
Lineage.
those were some of the first ones. Regardless, yeah.
Oh, well, vampires are nice to you because they want something.
Oh, you know,
this
we
video
talked
that
about
was
this
posted
before.
at 33 minutes. This
Okay.
one that was posted at 33 minutes after the hour. That I can't put it up because I'm driving, but that actually looks like the one I'm referring to, where the guy does a flip and falls. Did somebody watch that?
Well, I mean, that's the one I posted, but the Geo said there's another one though, so he must have done it multiple times. I mean, he could have done multiple times, and I would. My whole thing is I would imagine. So I would ask you guys, the people who are claiming, like in this footage at least, which maybe there's other footage, but in this footage at least, if this were on a wire and there was some mechanism failure and it caused him to look like he was falling a little bit, like
No,
can you
it's
describe
just
that?
it's just a CGI hammer and a CGI card. That's all they have to do.
No. This is different. Yeah. That Richard Garriott thing, yeah, was supposed to be a magic trick, but no. But
I
this
found
Tim
his
Peake
house. It is kind of weird. He has like a bunch of medieval collection.
So look at his collection. Oh, look at all the titles he spawned from his video games. You'll see, the guy is full of symbolism. It's a fucking industry.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of people who are they're in a weird.
Sorts of weird people.
He could just like medieval and that like Gothic era style.
Okay, all right, that's great. Well, all the naysayers can say that. However, you look at the Adobe software team and all of their symbolism. Why don't you look at their contests? Look at the people who entered the Adobe software contest for Photoshop. Look at all the submissions, and then look up their names. Look up their portfolios for the contestants, and look at all of the Masonic, all of the Satanic, all of the MK Ultra programming that they're putting in their artwork. This is a group of people that they're not going to just come out and tell you, but if you know what to look for, if you know what their signs are, what the symbols are, you can recognize the circles they're running around in. It's not hard to figure it out. All you have to do is some Google searching, right? You guys love that.
I'm a fan, yeah. But yeah, I'm looking at some of the pictures. I see some weird pictures. Yeah, I gotta be honest though. I maybe I don't know what to look for in this context, but I mean, I'm seeing weird stuff. But I'd expect that it's a Photoshop contest or whatever.
Thing is, the more you look, the worse it gets.
Okay, Kosho, what do you have to say about that video?
I've already said it.
Well, I didn't hear you respond.
No, I was saying, like, to me, I see that in the one I posted at least, and well, I guess I didn't say anything. I was asking, like, what would you expect, or what is it that you see that tells you that was a rope, a wire mechanism, or whatever, and a failure, and also, like, can you describe what exactly is happening there that looks so obvious?
He fell, and then stood up, and it's very obvious he was standing.
You're gonna pretend you can't see
Did you not
anything.
see him fall?
You're
I
gonna
know.
say
I'm
you
gonna. I saw something that looked like he didn't do a flawless backflip or whatever. But to me, if I was imagining what you're, so I'm putting myself in your shoes and saying, okay, let's say he's in gravity and there is actually he's on a rope or wires or whatever. It also doesn't look like that. So it could be the case that maybe our intuition on what it would look like if he was in zero gravity is wrong, because it doesn't look like he's on wires that just malfunction or something like that.
Okay, well, it doesn't. Okay, forget about the freaking wires. He fell to the ground. Don't you have a problem with that when he's supposed to be floating in 0G?
I mean, did he fall to the ground or did he intentionally do a backflip?
No, you can see him going in a circle. If he didn't fall, why? What would make his?
Dude, it was just a shitty backflip, man.
What would make him go down?
Backflips.
That's what the other guy said. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. It's like it's not a flawless backflip. You know what I mean? It's like there's some
physics, though. It's the physics of it. I remember the first time I saw the moon landing, where the guy, one of the ones where he fell over and he's on the ground on the moon and he's kind of kicking around, and then this other astronaut comes up to him and he kind of like leans over as if he's gonna put his hand out, but they don't ever touch. But the guy does like put his hand out as if he's going to, but they haven't even touched. The astronauts are still separate. And the guy on the ground just goes whoop. He just gets lifted up. He gets lifted up. Like there's no and it's the physics of it, of getting lifted by a wire. I mean, he didn't push himself off the ground. It's just not that same 1/6 gravity effect. He just gets lifted up. So it's like I remember I saw that. That was one of the things that started to kind of be a crack in the deception just to see it. Yeah.
One of those things that looks so eerie as fuck. The same for me too. But that's one of those things. Like based on what you just said, like it doesn't look like a 1/6G effect. But could it be a case that maybe our intuition about what 1/6G would look like is not accurate? I mean, there's no reason for us to even have an intuition about that. And perhaps
why did it get pulled up?
I mean, like I said, to me, it looks eerie at first, that the one you're talking about, but it's not outside the realm of what would happen if they were in 1/6G. You know what I mean? It could be the case that it looks eerie to us because we don't have an intuition for that.
Basically, you could just explain away anything. Like, there's probably pretty much nothing that could happen to them on video that you guys wouldn't.
That's an interesting claim, man.
No, I'm saying
that's not all being said.
Can you think of anything that could happen up there where you would be like, wow, they're faking something?
Yeah, absolutely. I can think of 1,000 things. However, that thing that I just mentioned is not explaining something away. It's basically a statement. The same way that you guys believe one thing, and so you'll see something and you will make it fit the thing you believe. There's no wires in the footage that was just posted, but because you believe that it's fake, you will put that in what's happening, right? It's the same way when I see it. It's the same way when I see it, I'm going to assume that it's real, and that maybe I just have a wrong intuition for what it should look like. So it's not. In both cases, we're not explaining something away. We're just making sense of it.
All right, I'm going to say this, and hold on real quick. This is not like a dig on anyone's character or anything, but just looking at the perspective of like the idea of like a truth radar, like one's capacity to know truth, discern truth, just like as a general idea, like we all have a truth radar kind of thing, detector, whatever you want to call it. So in that sense, Coach O, looking at some of these things we're talking about, that, for example, for me, they're dead giveaways. I can see the fakery in it. For you, you're explaining it a different way. So obviously there's a truth. I'm sure we both agree there's a truth. So, and I guess that's ultimately the question. What is the truth? But also, who do you think, Coach O, has an accurate truth radar and whose is off? Do you think you're seeing it the truthful way and we're all wrong? All of our truth radars are broken and you're seeing it clear, or could it be the other way?
So first of all, everybody ever is going to have that philosophy. Otherwise, they're retarded. If they think that they're wrong and everybody else is right, then they would just change their ideas, right? So they're not wrong anymore. So obviously, I think that my perspective is I'm going to choose the most correct perspective, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't have it. Regardless, though, this isn't my original perspective on it because I've told you this before. I've been in the boat where I didn't believe. I was half and half on the moon landing, basically moon landing footage and that type of stuff. And so that was before I got into this community. That was a question for me. And so when I saw stuff like that, that was one of the reasons why I was questioning it, right? So, you know, my idea of what's happening there has developed, and I would say, you know, obviously, I'm going to think that
really respond to the truth radar saying.
Yeah,
So,
but that's what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm going to think that
even,
my truth radar is correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't have it.
all right. So you think mine's broken and yours is accurate?
Well, no, I would think that I would be correct in this. If we have two different ideas, I'm obviously going to think mine is correct. Otherwise, I would just choose yours, and we wouldn't have two different ideas.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
I know. I'm just kind
Okay, and
listen, if
okay,
you know that one clip where the guy dropped the hammer on the moon and he's trying to bend down and pick it up, that one, like, if you don't think that there's something odd with that one, that like a harness is keeping him up and he's trying to like force himself down, then I don't know what to tell you. That means your truth radar is broken.
Are you talking about in Apollo 15 when they dropped the hammer and the feather?
No, when he's trying to pick up the hammer on the moon, and he's like constantly trying to like fall down to his knees, but he's being like pulled upright.
I'd have to see that one again, because the only hammer I remember on the moon was the hammer and the feather one, but I'd have to see that one.
Well, basically,
Moon
he was
to me
down
looks
on his
so
knees.
dumb.
He was down on his knees, and he's trying to get up. The other guy came over to help him. He never touched him, and next thing you know, the guy pops up. Obviously,
that's not the one I'm talking about, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
That sounds like the one I brought up earlier, because that was one of the first ones that really, like, when I first started looking at the moon landing, I saw that and I was like, oh, it was like a pretty instantaneous realization.
Yeah, I've seen them chopped together like 13 seconds of like 6 different like physics-defying falls and stuff, like where they get jerked up off the ground and stuff. And I was like, wow, like I can't even imagine ever seeing that the same.
But to be fair, like from the GIFs that are posted right recently in the chat, like the one with the group somersault, I don't think there's any wires in that. The green one, like the guy in the green shirt doing his weird thing, that looks odd, but I'd like to see like the actual video for it.
Wait,
Okay.
you know that they can take the wires out, right? So admittedly, they admittedly have like something that they practice making videos on where they have wires, and you can't see the wires in the videos they show. It's almost like they put it on plain sight. They literally show that they have high-tech rooms that would be perfect for faking this. And they say it's for training purposes and stuff like that. And you can't see the wires post-edit. It wouldn't be hard to edit out a wire.
Yeah,
why do you guys keep hold on? Why do you guys keep bringing up that you don't see wires? Obviously, you don't. Why would they show you wires if they're supposed to be floating? They're obviously dubbed out.
Yeah, no, but you have to understand that you're basing it off of the assumption that there are wires. So, you know that you have to first accept that that's the truth, right? Like if there's no evidence.
Let me rephrase. Instead of I don't see wires in those GIFs, I don't think there are wires. There are no wires in 2 of the GIFs: the group somersault and the guy going like from one side of the screen to the other side of the screen in the background.
So what do you think's going on then?
Nothing. I don't know. They're in a zero-G environment, it seems like.
Wow. So, Kosho, I'm curious. Can you think of anything that could happen in their videos where you would be like, okay, that's too much. That they faked it. They're faking something.
You may not remember this, but you asked me this 2 minutes ago, and I
didn't
said
answer.
yes. I can think of 1,000 things.
But I said just name one.
Said what? No, in any video, any single video, yeah, any video that could think of 1,000 things that I could see or could be evident in that video that would make me think, like, oh shit, what the fuck? That doesn't seem real.
Just name one then.
I mean, I could name. There's an infinite amount. I mean, it's arbitrary. It's like, you know, if somebody's if you actually saw a wire, for example, if I could actually see a wire in the video, but oh wow, he actually is wearing a wire, I would, you know, that would be obvious to me.
Hey, real quick, I posted, if that guy wanted to see Tim Peake doing that backflip where he collapses at the end, it's Apollo and the Jupiter Twin Paradox. The timestamp is 4:42, but I put a B.O.B. song in there. I'm not monetizing that. The whole video is good, but if you want to see just Tim Peake hitting a pocket of no gravity or whatever. 445, I think, actually 445 timestamp.
Are you
POV
posting
normally
it?
doesn't strike flat earthers though.
Say you're posting it, Brian?
Yeah, well, it's in the video I posted of Apollo and the Jupiter twin paradox. Because in that video, I did a screenshot and showed the two Jupiters where they come up with an excuse a few weeks later. They act like they don't respond to the shit we do, and they absolutely do respond because they made an excuse video a few weeks later after we all pointed out the Jupiter twin paradox.
Another big one for me, bro, was when they were on the ISS, quote unquote, and they all slammed up against the wall. Y'all seen that?
Oh,
yeah, that's the old one.
Yeah, because the zero-G plane shifted.
Yeah, just like
that,
zero-G plane, like identical.
Yep, exactly. Yeah,
that's that one chick with the hairspray hair. That's old right there, bro. But yeah,
it's just some turbulence. Some turbulence.
We're talking
also when
about
Globebusters started talking about whole, why wouldn't there all these meteorites? It's supposed to be millions of them hitting, but why wouldn't any of them have hit the ISS? And then it spread around the community, and we all started making videos and talking about it. And all of a sudden, just a week later, conveniently, a meteorite hits the ISS. It's like, dude, I could keep going on and on with all these.
Dude,
man.
NASA responds to Jaren. I know that the Globers can't admit that, but like, dude, Jaren will cover something, and then NASA will publish an answer like a week or two later, like so many times. And like he'll go to their website and he'll call out something like they're using the same picture they used 3 years ago, but they're claiming it's a new picture. Then they'll like update the whole section like within 2 weeks. Like it's like they literally watch Globebusters, bro. I'm not even joking. Like you can ask Jaren. Jaren can give you like 10 examples of like just what a coincidence over and over. And so I guess the Glober would say, yeah, just a coincidence. Right? I mean, that's all they would say.
Yeah, maybe a Glober would say that. Hey, but Brian, this is the same footage. This is the same Tim Pink one that we've been talking about. Yeah.
I was trying to look some things up. So there's different things on there. I mean,
you
see them
yeah,
wire.
yeah.
How are you, Coach? Are you really denying like wires? Are we supposed to see them, Coach, if they're on wires?
Brian, let me make something clear to you, because you're sort of making it seem like my position is silly or something like that. Your position is claiming that there's something there that is not apparently there, not evidently there, and not being expressed as being there. All right. So right. I'm just saying that it is what they're saying it is.
Right. So the only time I'm going to claim it is when we see it.
You would need actual evidence that there was wires there.
Yeah, that's the only thing we show you is evidence, like a guy grabbing the dude's wire. Okay, and like when the dude bends over, and we see the upticks in his pants that are caused by wires multiple times. When we show a guy floating in the background with a little harness attached to him. The last person I talked to, Coach, I actually had to look up harness on Google and post it to show the guy that it was a freaking harness, bro. Please don't make me do that. Please show some common sense, man.
Dude, everyone's allowed to think what they want to, man. Like I don't think what the Glowers do is they assume they know for a fact that this stuff is real. Like it's not like malicious intent, right? Like they just, in their mind, it's a foregone conclusion that it's real. So they're looking at it from a whole different angle. Like they're on the other side of the spectrum. So we look at it super critical, where we may even read into things. They look at it where they have incredible blinders on, where it's like that the most that would ever cross their mind is that is kind of curious. I wonder what the explanation is. And whatever
that's why I think they must be showing them something different, bro. They got to be seeing something different than us, Austin. They got to be.
You clipped with that. I just
I heard it.
That was very well said.
Yeah, it was.
Well, I mean, other than the fact that I just claimed the exact opposite, because it's not the case that I have to believe that it's real. It's the case that what's being presented to me in this moment or any other times is not what you, Brian, or you, everybody else in here are claiming to be the case, or asserting that they are wires and it's obvious. Because to me, it's not obvious that there's wires. It's not obvious that
I get stuck upside down for the remainder of the event, Coach. He's literally stuck upside down, tangled. Do you think on ISS somebody would sit there with their face getting red? Dude's not a very good athlete, that skinny dude, but it happened to 2 of them actually. The one I'm talking about in specific, he gets stuck up and down for the remainder of the event while his face is turning red, and he's sitting there, dude. It's embarrassing, bro, to even point out, dude. It makes me feel uncomfortable showing people because it's so blatant, bro. You're literally defending a guy getting tangled upside down.
How long is he upside down for?
Yeah, I'm only defending myself, dude. I'm not defending any of those
He's
people. I'm
not-
telling you that to me, it doesn't look like what you're claiming.
Look,
Right,
yeah,
I want to
can
see
you
this one.
just be honest? Like, dude, he's not like.
Yeah, please post it.
He's not
Yeah, I'll try
trying
and
to
find it.
lie, Brian. Like, I just explained it very well from their perspective. They're looking at it from the other side of the spectrum, man. So they're thinking they know it's real. So if something looks sketchy, they're like, I wonder what that is. You know, we're like busted. It's totally.
They're probably
different.
not even like, I wonder what that is. They're probably like, maybe he's doing it on purpose, or trying to make a joke or something. They'll give him excuses. They'll look for any excuse to pardon the behavior.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, well, I
easy
just showed a
fix
video
is
with
like,
people
they're, you know,
squatting. I just showed
messed
the very last thing I'll say, and I'll go look for these videos. But I just showed I posted a video about these bugs. If you go toward the end of it, you'll see a guy literally swatting at a moth that's flying around his fucking head. Excuse my language. I mean, what's your excuse for that, bro? Is there moths on the space station now, man? They got free reign of flight. And, I mean, how's all this work, bro? And then that lady, I forgot her name, Gleam, or not Gleam, but she showed a fly in ISS. And then 2 weeks later, they do a freaking thing on NASA where they got house flies in the ISS. 2 weeks after she shows a fly, supposedly maybe it got loose. I guess they're doing what do you call it when you cover your tracks? They're doing.
Dude, that's not covering their. They've been having insects and vegetation up there this whole time. That's one of the main
Damage
purposes
control.
of the space station.
But to comment on what Austin said, yeah, dude, I totally agree with everything you said there. Yeah, that is a very good analysis of it, of how they're seeing it. Like I resonate with that.
And how we're seeing it too.
Yeah,
like, that we're both coming from different paradigms.
So
One's
what
like
makes that
ultra speculative? What's the word I'm looking for? Skeptical. And the other one's
Guys, calling that skeptical, asserting that they're wearing wires or that there's moss up there is not skepticism.
Do you see
No,
how
it's
not
one-
skepticism.
Like, okay,
Gosho, you heard Winston say. Hold up, you heard him say that some of us will read into it too much, right?
Yeah.
So absolutely asserting there are wires when you don't see them is wrong. You're reading into it too much. You could speculate that there's wires, but unless you have some way of proving it or something like that, you shouldn't just be asserting point blank that there are wires that you can't see.
Yeah, like, Coach, if you were actually, it's like you weren't listening to what I said because I tactically spoke to bridge the gap. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So it's whatever. I know for me, I never really cared about this stuff. Like, I didn't look into it. So I never had looked into it until I was skeptical. And then I just laughed. Like, that was my experience, right? It was like, I thought it looked dumb. Like, that was just because I was looking at it once I was already skeptical. So it could have all looked perfect. And it wasn't like I was going to all of a sudden believe they were in space. Like, for me, it's just like a entertainment cherry on top or something. Like, it's not make or break. What is crazy though is that one side, Brian was just getting pretty emotional, to be fair, but it seems like the Glovers it's like they're getting personally attacked when we try to question it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like they were on the mission or something. And that part is kind of weird, but yeah, I think both sides get some of the analysis wrong.
Okay,
Just like a form of identity idealization, where they're idealizing the identities of these guys and then they defend them.
Yeah, that y'all's perspective on this is interesting, right? However, I think what you guys are failing to realize is that most people, even people in this community, they're not emotionally tied to anything with ISS. Any of these people, they're simply just seeing this event, seeing whatever video, whatever it is, and having no reason to suggest to themselves that there's anything deceitful happening. Right.
Well,
So, if somebody's being presented evidence and they don't see that as evidence, that's not them defending somebody. That's them not being convinced by what's convinced somebody else.
Me, I personally put in hours,
Let's
hour after hour.
crack it in, bro.
Can I ask Brian a question real quick?
Yeah.
Ask Brian a question real quick? Did you post that video of the guy stuck upside down? Because I'm
looking for it right now. I'm looking for it right now. Trust me, I'll
Okay,
put it
cool.
up.
Thank you.
I don't know which
All right.
one I'm going to find, or if I find both of them, that'd be spectacular. But one thing, I put in hours, dude. You don't even know there are literal years of events on the ISS web. I put in days of time, bro, to point out the obvious BS-ery. I'm not saying it's all BS, but they muck up sometimes, and they've had real bad days. And I spend all these hours to point it out, the obvious stuff, and it just gets looked past by people. So I do get a little emotional, man. But I'm not the only person doing this.
Brian,
There are
these
people-
guys
did not get emotional though.
I'd like to respond to what Kosho
Brian.
said.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Kind of like a know your audience, Brian. I mean, if you were talking to a brand new person and they never had seen any of this, and you were like calmly presenting it and showing it all, then yeah, I mean, they're going to obviously be able to take that in a certain way. Somebody like Kosho, I assume he's seen probably not all of what we've all seen, perhaps, but he's seen enough of it. So he's already in his position. So I don't see the purpose of getting upset that you're not like convincing him.
Yeah,
Or
that's
something.
a
Is
good
that your
point.
goal? Like, are you like attached to Kosho changing?
No. That's a good point, man. I need to learn to control my emotions. But
Why not
all
just
the
show something
when I show
convincing?
people wires, I just show them the guy on the moon and show him his foot getting stuck in the wire, and it cocks back. And the further forward he goes, it literally cocks back all the way to his ass, dude. It's kind of funny. So I show people, and I laugh at that. And nobody who I've showed that to hadn't laughed and immediately known that the shit they show us is crap. But that's probably one of the best evidences of wires.
Sorry, but like to give you a real life example, like Kai's brother, knows she thinks Earth's flat, never really looked into it, thinks it sounds kind of crazy, whatever. She showed him the moon landing footage because he had never seen it, and he didn't believe it was the real footage. He was like, "There's no way that's really it. Like, show me the real footage." And she's like, "No, this is the real thing." And he's like, "Wow, there's no way that's real, obviously." So that's kind of like a real person. I don't want to say real. Someone that's not attached to the discussion. That's kind of like their response. Like when you see this, you're like instinctively, like my friend Nate did the same thing. He was like, "Are you sure a flat earther didn't just like edit that and make it look like that's what happened on the ISS?" Because it is super weird. It's like, whoa, like at the least their cameras are glitching out, right? And it's weird. You don't think that should be happening as like an unattached viewer. And the major difference here is usually one side, just like you said, invests hours and hours and hours into looking into them and like critiquing them and just trying to see if they're telling the truth. The other side sits back, assumes it's all real, gets the like 10-second clip, and then just talks to each other on like the most logical way to explain it away. So just two different
That's
paradigms.
a pretty incorrect assumption, dude. Because in my experience, I would say the exact opposite. And without competing with what side does what, I'll tell you that when presented evidence about the moon missions or these NASA missions, the people like Ruhiv, for example, who's was just going over the footage, or other people, who will scrutinize people like Jin's footage that they bring up. They literally scrutinize it, and they go through hours and hours of footage, or go to the original footage and go into detail. They don't just try to explain something away. They're actually getting into detail into what's actually going on there, instead of making
Not true. It's 100% not true. I'm not talking about the moon landing. I'm talking about like ISS footage and stuff like that. I know for a fact that if you're speaking generally, the people that defend the globe have not looked into the ISS and SpaceX footage, like critiquing it, even a fraction of what the flat earthers have, because they don't.
That is.
There's a reason to.
Well, that's the problem. Is I'm not speaking generally.
That's pure truth, dude. We've
probably
You were kind of speaking generally like 5 minutes ago, Kosho.
No, I'm not speaking generally at all. I'm telling you that my
but hold up. When you said most people will have no problem, they'll see the footage and they won't find any issue with it, right? That's only the people that are like seeing it as a one-off, and these people have been like, this is something they've been raised with since birth and stuff like that. So they have no reason to give it a double take. They have no reason to look at it closely. They have no reason to actually look into it like Witson's saying. If they did, then it would probably follow like normal distribution, where you have somewhat like the 2 standard deviations will just be like, what the fuck?
No, but
when
that's
they see something weird without knowing like either way whether it's fake or real or what have you. They'll just like question it, and then on the ends, some people will be just like absolutely making excuses for them, like on the extremist Glober side, and then the flat earthers would be reading into it too much. It'd just be normal distribution.
Yeah, but that's my point though, is that normal, like most people aren't in this community or something like that, presenting some of this evidence to them, it's not going to be evidence to them. Like it doesn't seem as any
You're just
any bit
saying
convincing.
that, bro.
It's not convincing to people.
I
Otherwise,
traveled the United
it's
States. I wanted to know if that
true,
was
though.
true, right? And so I traveled the whole U.S., dude. And what I found out was when I showed the average person like the ISS glitches and clips from the moon landing, and dude, they were like they had never seen it in their whole life, and they all admitted that is sketchy.
Yeah, but
Every
did they
single
say?
person, like 99% of them, it was just the one dude wearing a NASA shirt that would come up and just tell me how much he loves Elon Musk and would start defending it.
No, but I'm not talking about defending it. I'm talking about, were they convinced that the ISS was fake after you showed them that footage?
No, no one said
Right.
that.
This is my
Any
point, man.
human being
Yeah.
that would see one thing and then immediately be like, "Oh, everything I've ever been told a lie," would be ridiculous. But they all were like, "Wow, I gotta admit that is pretty sketchy."
Right.
So
That's my point, though. But looking at something that's sketchy for a second, it causes you to look into it further. But if it doesn't convince you that this thing is fake, like if I saw wires on the ISS, I'd be like, "Holy shit, they're wearing wires on the ISS."
you would
Right?
still believe it.
No, if I saw people wearing wires on the ISS, then I would go back and look at the other footage I saw and be like, "Wow, that's consistent with the guys wearing wires in this footage."
But you would think, "Oh, well, the people on the ISS just wore wires." They're still on the ISS though. Like,
no, I would not. That would not. There's no reason for me to think. Why would I think that people just wear wires on the ISS?
I saw them on wires when I first looked into the moon landing before the ISS even existed, and then I see them on wires now that the ISS is going. They're on wires on all of them.
Yeah,
I mean, they don't always use wires, but they use wires on all of the different, like think moon landing, ISS, spacewalks. They use wires within all of those fields. So,
yeah,
but
sorry,
let me just ask Coach. Well, no, go ahead. I was just going to say one other thing, which like, all right, no, go ahead, because the thing I was going to say is a slightly different topic. Perhaps.
Okay, well, I guess just to clarify, the reason I was to ever insinuate that the average American or general public would react even remotely close to the adamant globe earthers in here is incredibly inaccurate. For example, when I told people in out in the world, many thousands of people, and I told them, yeah, the SS officer of the Nazi regime that was brought over here, Werner von Braun, he wrote a science fiction, but now he supposedly took us to the moon. He wrote a science fiction book in the 50s, and the main character's title is Elon. And in the book, Elon founds the first civilization on Mars. Every single person I told that thought I was lying. And then I'm like, no, trust me, you can look it up. Or here it is. I'd look it up for them, Project Mars. And they're like, what in the world? That is ridiculous. There's no way that's just a coincidence. The Globers in here will literally swear up and down they know that it's just a coincidence. Those are two totally different.
The kinds of assumptions you guys make about what people like. Listen, you're not a mind reader, dude. There's like the same way I'm not doing this to you. Witsit. I don't know. It's kind of annoying when you guys do that. Assume what everybody's expression is going to be based on something that you haven't asked, right?
Well, dude, no, hold on. I think you're taking it personally more than I think he's meaning it. Like maybe originally we were talking about like, our different viewpoints, but I think that he's actually just talking about a more like a meta picture thing, which is that because you were trying to say that, when most people look at this, they're going to not see that it's problematic. And what he's saying is that you and some of the more hardcore globe enthusiasts, etc. people will claim that, and you'll claim that everyone else is like that. But what he's saying is that in reality, when he's been out in the world, when people look at this stuff, especially in this day and age, in this way, he's saying that it's the opposite, that actually a majority of them are already seeing the cracks in it. So just on that, can you just see what he's saying from that?
Yeah, no.
You guys, hold on. Summation is that you guys that are in here who are not necessarily a good representation of what people actually go through when they really are presented with this information, meaning not just the mainstream story, hey, this is NASA, but the actual analysis and information about the bigger picture of it all.
Gio, that's clearly understood by reference of when I said there's the globers when they see this, flat earthers when they see this, and this I'm talking about the general person when they see that footage. What he just said was every glober in here would say, "Oh, I've always known that's definitely legitimate. There's no way
What?
that
No, I said
no way
that it's
that
a
Marv
coincidence.
von Braun."
I said that it's a coincidence. They would all say they know. Yeah, it's a coincidence.
Yeah, but no, that's not true at all. There's plenty of people. I mean, even
Okay.
when I first
Okay,
heard that, I
name
was like,
one.
"Wow, that's
Name one.
fucking crazy."
Yo, a lot's to be said for how it's presented. How it's presented goes a long way. You could present, and people are kind of like, they're very impressionable when it's a new topic. So, let's not understate that.
Here's the actual truth, okay?
That's true,
Every
too.
one of the Globers in here, right? They've had some moments where they were like, "Whoa, that is kind of crazy," and then they went and looked into it, and then they found like the full detailed explanation from the official story or the Globe side, and they're like, "Oh, okay, well then never mind. It's not as sketchy as I thought it was." The flat earthers they don't know all these details about the moon landing, and all their questions have answers. So the truth is that at first they were like, "Oh, that is kind of crazy." At least with some things, and then they went and found out the official answer, and they're like, "Oh, I was wrong. The flat earthers are just naive. They don't understand that we have answers for all these things." Well, the average person in the public doesn't know. Like, they're still at step one. So, at the least, they go through the, "Wow, that is kind of crazy" part first. And I know this for a fact because I literally went out into the world just talking about this for over a year, and 99% of people are like I'm describing. So.
Yeah, people. If it's a normal person, a person who's not an insane retard, so just a normal person, they see something crazy that looks eerie, they're gonna think that looks eerie. They're not gonna come to conclusions. They're gonna think that looks eerie. What happens next is completely different for different people, and so it's not the case that every Glober just like they go and see the official story, and then they're convinced that that's the case. They go look to see what they can to make sense of whatever it is they saw. They get more detail about it. Some people might go and just look at the official story and just settle with that because they're lazy.
Sure, I said it
But
was a generalization.
Some people might turn into
come
flat
to their own conclusions as well. But most people, if the evidence that they were presented looks eerie, but it's actually not, it's benign, then nothing happens of it. And it's just the case that all this footage that you guys are talking about exists in reality and has existed in reality since they were first posted. And so we've been able to experiment on the entire population of people. They've been able to see this stuff, and nothing's happening, right? There's not some huge disclosure push for NASA. Like, there's not people who come out to think that they're fake. There's a small group of people who are doing that, but this footage is available for everybody. They haven't taken it down. So I don't think it's the case that most people see this and they're convinced that it's fake.
Well, it's probably a mixed bag of what both you guys are saying. I mean, I'm sure everyone perceives things differently. I hear what Austin's saying, though. There are a lot of people who have whatever very strong adherence to the mainstream narrative, let's just put it that way, who, when they look at stuff, will default on, okay, this is real and it's got to be real. Like, that's their base axiom, is that this is real. They're not all lying. It's not a huge deception. Therefore, it has to be real, right? Everyone's believing it. We're all in this thing together. There have to be enough professionals at those levels that would have seen something. Something would have leaked. There would be a whistleblower. There's just no way. And so their kind of inability to see that reality then creates an environment where the default for them is that this stuff has to be real. So everything they're looking at is that's kind of the vibe of what Austin was saying. Everything they're looking at is they're gonna look at it and say, no, this has to be real. I'm gonna now have to come up with an excuse for why that's happening or some way to explain it away. Whereas perhaps other individuals who have seen, in my viewpoint, like a lot of the truths and a lot of these things, kind of see through it and therefore are looking at it from like a more skeptical perspective and don't have whatever attachment that they have to defend it as the mainstream thing, that it has to be real. If they don't have that component, then they're perhaps able to look at it in a way that, like, yeah, I mean, my government lies, like, let's see what these sketchy people are up to, in a way that where you can then look into it and see perhaps more of what's going on, like see it for what it is, because there isn't that kind of blockage in between of having to defend it as real.
Yeah, those people, the first people you just described, they exist in this community and in the world, and it's they're definitely
majority,
detriment to this conversation. and themselves really, but that's not an expression of the norm or anything like that. That's
It's the majority, dude.
it's
Hands
not
down.
it's not the majority.
Like
at
Kosho,
all.
I will
Yeah.
say you're taking it all really personal for whatever reason. Like you're
Yeah,
one of
I
the
talk to
ones that
people
aren't
just like you would.
necessarily.
You're not the only person
Yo,
who talks to people, man.
You gotta
Like,
calm down.
so
You gotta calm down. You're getting really emotional. So I'm trying to help you out here. So I would say you're one of the ones that aren't as bad about that. Like you'll acknowledge certain sketchy parts of 9/11 and stuff like that, and stuff to do with Israel and 9/11 and blah blah blah. But there are many of the prominent people in here, or the regulars, okay, that are not like that. And when I told them about the book, they all immediately defended it. They were just like, "So what? So what does that mean? What does that prove? So what?" Like, and dude, that's weird, bro, because like the book, you can't say that's just a coincidence. There's the odds of that just being a coincidence are insanely low, and you certainly can't say it's a coincidence because it has to be. And I'm explaining that's what people do. In fact, there are many of the Globers in here. They defend the official narrative of 9/11 with every detail. So yeah, it's a generalization, but it's just an objective one.
No, so there's a difference between people not have been convinced because they haven't been presented good enough evidence of something, and people who are default, no matter what you've expressed to them, or before they've even seen the evidence, have. This is the people I was assuming Gio was describing a second ago, and that is certainly not the norm or majority of people. There is a group of people in this community and in reality who do that, but they're by far not the norm. It's a it's really just being stubborn for the sake of being a contrarian, basically. A contrarian.
Have you guys seen that footage in the ISS where the guy's just flying around on harness and wires? You guys seen that one?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought I saw that, but maybe that's not good enough evidence. I can't see the wife cheating right in front of me on my own fucking bed.
I can't
see shit, apparently.
Let's do
post that video, Rick, so I'll be convinced if that exists.
Like, for example, whenever their hands go through, or like you guys were talking about how he goes to hand the cup, but there's nothing in his hand.
Yeah.
Or like his hand goes through a lemon, or their hand goes through a microphone. Or there's like a glitch, and then the coffee Don Pettit's drinking glitches out of the bag, right?
Have you seen those, Kosho?
Yeah.
No, I know Kosho has an answer for all of them.
I have seen those.
I've talked to him about most of them, and so that's my point. Some people, they've looked into so many other details about the globe and about the ISS that even though it seems kind of weird, it's like they're just thinking of it. What's the most logical explanation that doesn't involve trickery? And normally it's like, oh, they're sending signals and footage messes up. And like this guy tried to grab a cup and hand it over, and there was nothing in his hand, or it was a cap maybe. So like, I don't know. Like for me, I'm like, okay, that's exactly what would happen if you had a mistake with like virtual reality, right? Like if you were layering imaging and you messed up, that's exactly what would happen. Literally, it's exactly what happened. For me, never in my mind was I like, there's no way that's happening. So let me see what I can find or think of to explain something else happening. Like that's just a totally different view on it because I'm not personally attached to the ISS. Like if the ISS is in the sky, I don't care. If there are people on it, that would be cool. Okay. But they're faking the footage because you see all kinds of stuff that shows you exactly what would happen if it was being faked. So I don't know. It's a huge disconnect. Like, how do you explain that the dude grabs the cup or reaches and grabs a hat that's not there because the timing's off of it, and he goes and acts like he's setting the cup down or handing it to someone when there's nothing in his hand? They're like, oh no, that's not anything. You're reading into it. You're crazy. He's not grabbing anything. It's like, what can you do with that?
I mean, do you guys think that it's possible that you guys have a limited experience with filming, specifically
All right, so
transferring data of film?
Kosho, I would say this. Okay, for myself, back in, this is probably like 2004, I first looked into the moon landing because before that, I never even had heard too much of that people thought it was fake, to be honest. Up until around that point, I mean, I guess I'd heard about it somewhat, but it wasn't really like in my mind, at least. And my older brother said to me, because I brought up the moon landing, I was actually linking the moon landing to an astrological alignment, because there was a very unique alignment in 1969. So basically, just real quick, the entire decade of the 1960s had a Uranus and Pluto conjunction. So it's a conjunction, which means kind of like the new moon, then the sun and the moon are right on top of each other. So Uranus and Pluto were basically in the exact same part of the sky. It was the only time it happened in the entire 20th century, was from 1960 through 1972. So roughly that entire 60s. But then in 69, Jupiter came in to a triple conjunction. So there was a Jupiter, Uranus, Pluto, which is very unique. And it was like the summer of love, and all this expansion was happening, the revolutions, rebellions, all the stuff was going on. Totally fits those three archetypes. And the Jupiter one does as well, because Jupiter is a principle of expansion and growth and like taking adventures and long journeys, has to do with everything connected to that. And so the moon landing does represent that, because they went and even though it wasn't real, they did capture everyone's mindset. And this is how they use astrology against us. They knew it was a Jupiter, Uranus, Pluto conjunction. They knew that people would be in a mood for like awe of like a new adventure, like to have this like, amazing kind of focus and this expansive kind of, trip to the moon, a whole nother, body and all that. But anyways, I know, sorry, that was a long side rail. But my point is that I was telling my brother about that Jupiter, Uranus, Pluto conjunction, because it does correlate with the moon landing. And then he said to me, he's like, dude, people think the moon landing was a hoax? And I was like, oh, really? I was like, oh, I'm going to look into that. And sorry, I know I've talked for too long now, because originally, because I actually had a part, because after that I was going to explain how I first started looking into it. Because I guess my point was with that is just that I didn't have any bias, meaning I had just heard that people thought it was a hoax. And then when I looked into it on all sides. So it's not like I was sitting there like looking for them to be liars. In fact, I was assuming it was going to be real. I guess that was kind of the...
No, but that's the same. That I told you, maybe you don't remember, but that because my ex-girlfriend told me that in Russia they believed the moon landings were faked or whatever. And I was like, what? And then she started showing me like the footage and stuff like that. It was like 12 years ago. And so yeah, at that point I went from default believing it to being doubtful about it. I didn't have any bias to do that. Yeah.
So the more you looked into it post-show, the more you realized it's not fake?
Yeah, more or less. Being in this community and scrutinizing, like when I first got into 24/7, scrutinizing the evidence that is being shown, I wasn't against Flat Earth at all. I was trying to find evidence. I was trying to find what was convincing other people so I could be convinced, maybe, if there was anything to be convinced about. But what I saw was evidence that was not really evidence.
All right, Coach.
And G, the more you were convinced that it was fake, right?
Right. That's kind of what I wanted to get to with it. And I'll step back because I know I've been talking a lot. But I think kind of the final part of what I was going to say is just, yeah, so that was just a little bit of my journey with it. And so when I first started looking into the moon landing being fake, I was totally neutral. I already knew the government lied, of course. I already knew about astrology and ancient cosmologies and sacred plant medicines and organic food. I was already into a whole bunch of stuff. So I already was aware that it was, of a lot of things. So it's not like it was totally, but anyways, but when I first started looking into it, I was more or less neutral, and I assumed that it was real, because we all did, like, yeah, it was real. And when I looked into it, I was more or less completely neutral. And I did about a month or two of just, every day, a couple extra hours of my day, I would just spend researching it. So after that, like that month or two, I had looked at everything that said the moon landing was real, like all of the legit information from NASA, websites, enthusiasts, everybody who had documented it all of the debunks. I went through every debunk thing I could find. And then I looked at everyone saying that it was a hoax and everything that they were saying, documentaries. I remember Joe Rogan back in the day was talking about it. I was listening to that stuff, like when it was live, when that was happening, because that was like, some of the more cutting edge, like truth talk back then, way back then, when he was talking about it and stuff. So I'm just saying I went into it in that, from that neutral angle. And from looking at everything on both sides, I absolutely came to the conclusion without any question of a doubt that it was a complete completely faked, complete hoax. And then from there, everything else has unfolded for me as well. So I guess my point is, though, Coach, not totally to talk all about myself, but it's just a little bit of my journey. But the main point I was going to say, though, is that if you have had your journey and we've both looked at a lot of the same information, how could you have come to such an opposite conclusion? Like, one of us would have to be wrong, right? I mean, if you're coming to the conclusion that's all legit, how have you looked into all the same stuff I have, and you're not seeing what I'm seeing?
That's a good question, man. I mean, we're not the only example. I mean, there's plenty of us we've been over the same stuff and we've come to different conclusions.
Hey, can I
That's one of
toss
the things
an
that makes
answer
this
out
interesting. Yeah.
Can I toss an answer out there? The big difference between us and them is there's three kinds of information. There's shit we hear, like news, and then there's disinformation, like lies, stuff that we would call propaganda. And mathematically, we extrapolate from the information and the disinformation what we would call misinformation. And that's what you say isn't there. And we agree it's not there, but we read into what reads between the lines, and we've extrapolated from the info that we got, which you're always telling us about. You're always telling us the same shit we learned because we know what you learned. But then you don't look at the lies, you don't include them, so you can't do the subtraction. And the end result is you have a missing data set that you don't recognize. And you're running with a missing data set. And that's the difference. That's why flat earthers are weird, because we read between the lines and we're looking at the misinformation that isn't there. And you don't have any value on that.
That was almost a pretty good assessment, other than the fact that you put value in what I would call assuming. So you described two different sides, and one side had no evidence of something, but made an assumption of something and used that assumption to have a bias opinion about the information they actually got. And the other side had no reason to assume anything, so they didn't come to that same conclusion. But that to me doesn't seem like that deserves value. It seems like that would be a incorrect way to discern things, right?
Well, this is the thing that bothers me. Hold on for a second. The thing that bothers me is what convinced me personally, without a doubt, for the moon landing was watching NASA's own videos. That when I watched those videos, I mean, I don't know how anybody can actually watch those videos and think it's real. I really don't.
I agree.
And the fact that you don't see when you don't see it, it makes me question your judgment because it's so obvious. But I'll leave it at that.
Have you ever known a woman that goes out with her friends and they're all telling him, "You got to leave that jerk. He's an asshole." And she's like, "No, he's not. He's the best thing ever." And he's cheating on her left and right. And then that woman just doesn't see it, and she'll never see it because she's so just turning a blind eye to, even when she does see it, something in her mind just turns her mind off, so she doesn't, because she wants to stay in that. She wants to keep him. She doesn't want to lose him, even though everyone around her is telling her, "Man, that guy's no good." This is what reminds me of when people still see these stupid ass NASA videos, like you said. They see the wires, the trickery, the CGI, like the effects that are conking out on live broadcast. And they still just they hand wave it. Like, no, that's right. I can still believe it. It's still real. My math still adds up. Like, this is the problem. They are those abused women. I'm sorry.
But what you described is called a delusion. It's called being delusion. It's called having a delusion.
You know what?
I'd say trauma-based mind control.
So Kai was just saying that for her, when she found out about flat Earth or heard about it and decided to look into it, it was like right in the midst of censorship. This is right when everything got shut down. So censorship ramped up, And she said it was just super censored, and then all she could find was the anti-flat Earth stuff. Like Simon Dan is one of them.
Who is this, Kai?
Yeah, Kai.
Okay, yeah.
Saying this. and she was like, he was just like super weird, and she just got this really weird, disingenuous vibe that it was like really weird that there was just anti-flat Earth stuff popped up everywhere, but you couldn't find the real stuff, and they were just really aggressive and angry. And
I agree with that, man. I agree with both those points actually. That both, because I find that annoying and also bizarre that the flat Earth stuff is, it's only the anti-flat Earth stuff now when you search for it. But then also, yeah, Simon Dan is boring, and I never found.
Well, no, she's like talking about they're just like super aggressive and ugly as people and like mean, and they don't actually talk about like flat Earth stuff specifically. Really, they just like insult and mock it and like make fun of people, and they're just like lame themselves. But yeah, they just give off really bad vibes. So that like sparked her interest, if anything.
That makes sense.
She said she was genuinely concerned. Like what's going on that, I can't just look it up.
That would
real
make
truth
anybody.
seeker knows that all the truth is in today's day. Like all the stuff that's true is like hidden, and they go out of their way to fight against it. So when you look into it, you get all the things telling you, you don't gotta look into this. I did it for you. Not to say that if something's censored, it's automatically true, but anyone that's like a real truther at all knows that if it is true and it's about them lying, then it 100% will be censored.
Hey guys, I'm sorry I could not find it, dude. I fucking literally could not find it. There's two of them. One of them in particular that's really funny to me, but I literally can't find it. I mean, I wish I'd have saved it. Next time I come across it, I'll be sure to save it if I do, but I literally just spent almost 30, 45 minutes just scrolling, just looking. Can't find it nowhere. The guy's upside down.
This is
Piss me off, man.
Show the thing is, I think like the bottom line, and well, okay, go ahead. I was just gonna say, the thing is that like the average person will be able to see the sketchiness of this stuff. So I guess that I'm just wondering how you're not able to see any of it still.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'm going to say this very quickly, but then I'm going to get into what I was going to say. And this is just, you'd have to understand this would have to be the truth of it. But that person, I think, I don't remember who said it, the thing about the girlfriend and the cheating boyfriend, that's implying that the other side is deluded and they're suffering from a delusion. So I think it would be the case, regardless of if you are right, then that would make me deluded. And I would have to say the same with if I was correct, then the other side would have to be deluded. And so that's just the case. That's just what's happening. But regardless of that fact, fuck, I forgot what the. Oh right, I was going to ask you. I was going to ask about the footage. Based on what you just said about because I agree with you that if there's stuff that is if it's true or whatever, they're going to suppress it. And it's almost like this may not be true, but with the dab or the jab or whatever, anybody who was talking about that was immediately taken off YouTube, like aggressively. But why would any of these ISS footages showing them being obviously fake in some people's opinion, why would those be allowed to be still on YouTube? Why didn't they take those down?
The same reason that people were allowed all over YouTube promoting the jab. What? You got to have when they only let you see one side. Okay, that's when you know they're lying about something. I would say the reason that it's not the same, that like you were like, well, if you're right, I'm deluded and vice versa. The reason that's not true is because undoubtedly, regardless of what any globe earther says at all, objectively, the government has done some really shady shit when it comes to exploring the earth, making claims about what they did on the earth, making claims about their capabilities to go to space and going to space. Like, undoubtedly, they have acted suspiciously. They have gone, explored a region of the earth, then came back and said, it's best that no one goes there. And then said, oh, here's NASA. Just look up. Don't worry about what's here. That they brought an SS officer over here who was lying about what he could do with rockets with videos right before that. wrote a book about Elon taking us to Mars, and here we are in 2022. Like, whether or not the Earth's a ball, the government has been super shady about this subject. So we are not deluded in any way the same, even if the Earth was somehow a ball, because we have all that we're always standing on, right? The delusion comes in where a side has to convince themselves that isn't true.
Okay. Well, regardless, I don't know. That was a lot of stuff that wasn't what I was asking. I'm asking about the footage that, like, say, Brian's video, for instance, where Brian is not claiming the ISS is real, so it would not be analogous to the people who are cheering for the jab or whatever. He's showing footage that's showing the ISS being, what you guys are claiming to be fake or whatever. But this footage is not being taken down, so it's not being, circumvented or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to respond to that as well. So yeah, you were asking why has some stuff, like if they censored flat Earth stuff, why didn't they just do it the same way they did, like with the jab stuff and all that, like just hardcore, just actually deleting it and just deleting everyone's YouTube account that even talks about flat Earth? Is that?
Well, no. If like for specifically about the ISS, let's just keep it specific. The ISS, it's a fake, and these footages are showing that that it is fake. I mean, to you guys, it's obvious that this is obvious footage is fake. It would seem very detrimental to them to leave it up on the web, on YouTube, and seem very easy to take it down.
Well, first of all, they have changed a ton of stuff, dude. Over the years, they definitely have a crew of people that are watching all of the stuff happening around flat Earth, in terms of, just to use that term, the flat Earth term, because we all know it is that term in that sense. I mean, they watch Globebusters, and they have for years. They watch Jeranism, they have for years. They watch Morguile, they watch David Weiss, they watch ODD, Eric Dubay. We have seen them change, especially with Jaron with NASA, the most, because that's one of the more, because he's done some of the best work, like really discerning high quality work and getting all kinds of good stuff that he's pulled together, especially in a lot of those early years. So, dude, they definitely have a crew of people that are watching all of it, and they probably take notes, and then they send those notes to a higher authority above them, and then they analyze that, and then they figure out what's worth changing, what's worth damage controlling, and what's not. So we've seen them change stuff in many cases that are way beyond statistical, that are directly connected to like Jeranism, Globebuster, certain like videos that were released. And then we've seen them not remove stuff. So it seems like they probably have to choose what they're going to leave up and what they're going to take down, depending on it. And I guess just in addition to that, it's like a chess game, like if they censor it too much, then that could draw more attention to it. So it's a delicate thing, a delicate game that they're playing. So I think that's also the other answer I have for what you said is that I think they have to decide, and if they go too hardcore with it, people are gonna perk an ear more than they would otherwise. So
I think this really glitches them out, because it's like they don't know what to do with this. They're just gonna always try to change the subject when I bring up this point, because dude, the only person that's deluded, whether the Earth's a ball or it's flat, is the side or the people that can't acknowledge the government acted shady with a lot of this stuff. Like, for example, till this day, you'll have people that defend the globe defending Werner von Braun, saying, well, he was just a German. I'm like, no, he was an SS officer of the Nazis. Oh, well, he just had to, or he was going to die. He wasn't actually bad. He was just a scientist. No. Tons of people died in the camp that he ran in terrible conditions. Tons of people died in the camp that he ran. Oh, well, no, he just had to do that to make sure his family was okay. He was actually a good guy. He was just a scientist. And like, you could say, yeah, he was a terrible person. It's really weird we did that. I don't know, but they don't. And the main point is that the government kind of painted it like he was just an innocent scientist to the public at the time. And to this day, that's the narrative that people are told and run with. See, that's our point. Our point is that the government's acting sketchy objectively. What they did and how they've lied to us about this subject is objectively sketchy. And anyone that doesn't admit that is the side that's actually deluded.
I actually saw an interview with a FBI agent he said that if Von Braun hadn't died, he would have been brought up on charges of murder or war crimes and stuff. So he was being investigated by the authorities, and that guy said if he had not died when he did, he would have been brought up on charges.
No, I think that was part of Project Paperclip. Was they were given basically like what's it called when they drop your charges? They weren't going to charge them. They weren't charging them. It was part of the deal. So I'm not sure if that was
immunity.
That was going to happen.
They gave him immunity.
Immunity, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a very dark level to all this, though, Kosho. I mean, these guys, dude, like, yeah, I mean, I definitely think they want to bring about whatever, term we want to use, Great Reset, New World Order, whatever. So it's almost to the level that, like, to defend them is literally defending their, criminality and an eventual goal that they have or agenda they have to control us even more, limit our lives even more. I mean, do you really think these guys in power, do you trust them that our lives are going to get better? Do you think life is going to get better for humans with these people in control or worse?
I'm not sure where it's coming from or why it would be assumed I'd have that position, but I want to make it clear that if you're to claim that somebody is guilty of something and you're presenting the evidence to me, and I don't think that evidence that you're presenting to me is any way substantial, I'm not defending anybody. So a jury a jury or a judge aren't defending the defendant, right? They're simply making a judgment based on the evidence you're showing to them, and they don't think it's convincing. So when you guys make arguments like that, like you're defending this even though we've shown you all this or whatever, no one's defending any of these people, and no one's siding with them either. Like I've never once had any advocacy for the politics, the federal government, or anything like that.
All right, I hear you on that. But how about just to take it to this level? From the perspective that they are lying to us, the Earth is a stationary plane, just as our ancient ancestors have always known and had deep cosmologies and cosmological systems to, and so on. That it is exactly what all the ancients have known, the ether, the whole thing. Stationary plane, heavens above, okay. And they're lying about the globe, they're lying about all that. If that's the case, then what that means is that this deception and all of their deceptions, because there's big, the stuff in the food, the big agriculture, big pharma, big oil, big banking, all of it is corrupt. Big cosmology, all science, all of it. So from that perspective, it's a process at this point of humans becoming aware of what's going on quick enough and sufficiently enough to be able to sort of put our foot down in a sense and stop these entities from continuing doing what they're doing. Their criminal money scam, the whole thing they're doing, and making all of our lives worse in many, many ways. So if it's a process of us becoming aware of that, then to be defending those lies, even if you're doing it unconsciously, like even if you believe it, are you still not slowing down that process of humans becoming aware of it, which then will essentially set us free from this larger kind of parasitic entity that seems to be doing what they're doing?
Yeah, if that were the case and people weren't being convinced by any evidence presented to them that was the case, then yeah, sure, that would be a hindrance in any sort of stopping that from happening, sure. But that's based on that being true, first of all, and it's also not at the fault of the person who wasn't convinced. If there wasn't sufficient evidence presented to somebody to convince them, it's not the fault of the person who wasn't convinced. It could be in some cases, but it's often there's not sufficient evidence. Whereas for other people, that evidence was sufficient. So
and where does karma draw the line? Like if somebody reads that, if they get a bunch of information that GMO foods are really good for you, and then they go out, selling GMO foods, and then the people they're selling the food to get cancer, just because they believe that the GMOs were good because they were sold a bunch of science, does that relinquish them from doing, their karma and what they're doing?
Yeah. Yeah.
It does?
If somebody had been convinced that they were doing good, even though they unknowingly were doing bad, how was that their fault? They were convinced that they were doing good.
Dude, that's
it's not like they were not through laziness, but through like vigorous, like you said, indoctrination or some sort of mind control or something like that. But not because they were lazy, not because they just lazily assumed something. They were presented something and they're convinced of it.
Well, dude, this is not a hit on you or anything, but dude, that is actually how psychopaths function. Like they convince themselves that what they're doing is, or that they're not aware of what they're doing. Essentially, it's like a fracture, and so they're able to, because deep down they know it's wrong. Everybody knows what's right and wrong on a deep level.
Well,
they're able to delude themselves into convincing themselves that they don't know, so then they can essentially think that they're eradicated from the actual what they're actually doing. But
that is evil then. I mean, that is wrong. You're right. That's something different though. Someone who, even if it's subconsciously, is knowingly doing something wrong, then yeah, they are at fault. They do have some fault. But I'm talking about somebody who's through no fault of their own, convinced of something because they were given sufficient information that convinced them. That's not there's nothing you can do against that.
Well, I think we are responsible for what we do. So even if you were convinced of something that's false, and then like if somebody convinced you that, doing some crime was a good idea, and then you did it, that doesn't mean you're absolved from the consequences and the karma involved with doing whatever action you took.
Yeah, but that depends on but that's what I'm saying about laziness. Like if somebody could have been lazy and then have been shown something and then easily convinced that it was true, but someone who does due diligence or whatever and is presented something convincing, well, there's nothing you can do against that. If you did due diligence and you were convinced by something, and you felt like you've exhausted whatever discernment you needed to make a judgment, I mean, what else can you do? Something like that is, it's
Kosho,
debatable.
is it possible that the guy whose leg gets snatched up behind him toward his ass, like it almost looks like it breaks his freaking leg, but is it possible that's a wire doing that?
I don't know. You'd have to show me what you're talking about, Brian.
Okay.
Actually, Brian, I tagged you a couple minutes ago.
So, I mean, Kosho, as in summary of what you're saying is that's your way of saying that you've looked at all the evidence of a lot of the topics we've discussed, and you've come to your conclusion. So you don't feel like there's sufficient evidence from what you've looked at. And therefore, you don't feel like you're necessarily defending the globe. It's more that you're kind of just saying what you think is true and then standing up for what you think is true. And then you feel like you're absolved from any karma of pushing a lie because you're convinced of it?
Absolutely, dude. There's not everyone in this community does that, but I know like Ruhif, for example, myself, maybe you, for example, there's people on the flat earth side. They're not just I believe I've done the due diligence and I believe that I exhaust this discernment or whatever. But I don't want to hog the mic because I know Ruhif.
You think your discernment's on point?
I mean, everybody thinks they're. I mean, unless they're deluding themselves, everyone has to think that they're a discernment's on point.
Can I give you a test real quick? So, like we just talked about the Werner von Braun thing, right? So, like, don't you think it's sketchy that we brought Werner von Braun over here, an SS officer of the Nazi regime, who had infamously just previously been sending out videos of rocket propaganda that was misleading to propagandize the German people. And we brought the SS officer over here, put him in charge of space exploration. And then he wrote a novel in the 50s, and the main character's title is Elon. And he founds the first civilization on Mars. And we now have someone named Elon Musk, who is the richest man in the world, the only guy that has the private permission to try to go to Mars, and has openly stated that that is his life mission.
So you're not really asking me anything. That was a very. At first, I thought it was about. I thought it was first about Werner von Braun, but it's actually a big thing. You asked me if the whole thing is sketchy. You'd have to narrow it down and ask me what sketch, like what part of that is.
Which part of that's not sketchy? How about that?
As opposed to coincidence.
Yeah, but so yeah, exactly. The second part
said that you guys don't do that. He just said you guys don't.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I told you is that you claim that everyone does that. That's what you said. Every Glober does that. Is what you said.
I did not. I said that almost all of the vehement, adamant Globers in here. That's what I said.
Okay, it's not what you said, and it doesn't matter because I don't want to debate on who said whatever. What I'm saying is that that second part is not sketchy. It's a if it's true, it's coincidence, right? It has nothing to do with I don't know what kind of motive would have been attained. What goal was attained by that? But the first part about them getting Werner von Braun from the Nazis and bringing him to the United States and starting the NASA space program, is that sketchy? No, it sounds like a smart move politically, I suppose. Not really. I don't know why that would be sketchy. That just seems like,
it would be geopolitically, maybe, because politically it was a terrible idea. But I'm actually asking, so you think it's just a coincidence that the guy that was in charge of space exploration and took us to the moon, who was an SS officer, who also told his secretary allegedly that NASA was going to fake all kinds of stuff, including asteroids and aliens and stuff. This guy, he was not a good guy. He wasn't just some innocent scientist. He was in charge of a camp that had incredibly brutal conditions where a bunch of people died. An SS officer. He wrote a science fiction book where the main character's title is Elon. He founds the first civilization on Mars. And now, statistically speaking, out of the 8 billion people that live on the Earth, there's one person who has ever even been in any slight position that could ever make a claim such as, we're going to go to Mars. Only one. And his name is Elon. And he's claiming that he's going to... You think it's literally just no big deal, easy question.
What's sketchy about it? Like outside of it being a coincidence, right? What's sketchy? What do you think it means?
You think it's just a coincidence?
I have no idea, but what other possibility is there?
Bro,
You're just saying, here's
I mean, dude, the idea that the idea that these guys are part of a fraternity, a network. There's many words in terms of cabal, a spiritual / religious kind of cult.
So you're just going with conspiracy, okay?
All of these, dude,
it's all scripted, dude. It's all scripted.
Yeah,
the moon landing,
scripted.
That's your explanation, okay?
Fraternity type brotherhoods and fraternities. They tend to do things in structured orders. So you'd have to write it off as a coincidence, but then you'd have to also write off the other hundreds of thousands of things as well that are like this.
So you see, what he did was textbook sophistry, right? Where it's like, just immediately try and make it where we're the ones that are going way out on a limb.
I was asking a
and
question.
That we need to explain ourselves.
You are such a fuckwit, Witsit. Seriously.
Let's not go into that. Hold on.
Why are you getting so?
Well, he has this thing where he just.
Sorry, I said the word sophistry, man.
Always fucking nice guy, whatever.
I didn't say
he
you
just
lied.
does these little jabs, passive aggressive jabs.
You're freaking out. Okay, my point is, you see, I think it's just you didn't even intellectualize it, right? But you just your instinct was to immediately spin it like we are being crazy, unfounded.
Yeah, it's called gaslighting. It's literally the definition of it. Gaslighting is it's like a manipulation technique where the person tries to convince you that you're crazy, to question your own sanity, essentially.
And I asked the question, you gave the answer, and I thank you for it. Thank you.
It's one of the craziest. So you think it's for sure a coincidence, Ruhif?
I just wanted to ask what your response was, and
But the whole
Gio
point was
gave
I
it.
was
And I said,
asking
thank you.
you a question, though.
Yeah.
So
Do
you
I
think
think
for
it's
sure?
coincidence? Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think there's this worldwide cabal that runs things and sticks little clues in there for only the smart people to get. No, I don't think that's true.
Do you agree that's a very, very improbable coincidence?
Yeah.
Because only
Improbable
one
things
person
happen all the
ever
time.
has ever been, only one person ever in the history of mankind ever has been, out of 8 billion people alive right now, is in a position to be able to say that he's about to take the world to Mars and found the first civilization.
If you gave me a choice between this worldwide cabal that runs things and leaves clues for all you smart people, as opposed to it being a coincidence, I will pick coincidence, yes.
Okay, so that's a backwards way of thinking, right? Where you're like, well, what is the alternative? If I can't wrap my mind around it or I don't know the answer, then I'll immediately believe the other side, no matter how absurd it is. It's a very inefficient way to go about this, right? Like if your wife is cheating on you and I have a video of it, it would be really stupid to convince yourself she's not cheating on
That's
you.
actually called evidence. That's
Yeah.
called evidence.
This is objective evidence. Everyone can go read the book, right? And this is what's so funny, though. Like they explained it to you. This coincidence where someone wrote a science fiction book and they were high-level Masons, and then it happened exactly like the book predicted. It's happened multiple times. Like the moon landing was predicted by Jules Verne in the late 1800s, like where they were going to shoot the rocket from, the state, like how it was going to ricochet around the moon, all this different stuff. In fact, the government did a film and talked about how eerie it was that he predicted it so well. In the black and white film, the government narrated it, explaining it. And then we have another one called The Titanic, where a book came out like called The Titan, like a couple years before the Titanic, and it's about this indestructible vessel, the biggest and fastest in the world. Tons of rich people were on it. They thought it was unsinkable. In the book, it's like not even God could sink the ship. And then it gets hit by an iceberg, and a bunch of rich people die on it. And then that actually happens a couple years later. So you don't think it's even slightly possible there are some people that write little scripts and then they just
Script,
pop up
exactly.
with stories to people to control them?
I tuned out ages ago. Sorry.
You see what I'm saying? Because like I was telling you, this is their kryptonite. Like you can talk to them about Coriolis for hours, right? But you can talk to them about how the horizon, we know there's a curved horizon there, but we never see it, but that's how we know it's there. But they cannot talk about this stuff. They can't talk about like the meta principle of their worldview.
When we show them ISS Coleridge,
If this was
when we-
Coriolis, Blue Hip would be excited. He'd be going a million miles an hour. He'd be interrupting. But the
fucking hate Coriolis.
The last thing you just said, he was like, he just totally tuned out. It sounded like.
Yeah, like COD disc, bro.
like I said, bro, certain
even my
topics makes his dog hungry, man. Certain things we talk about make his dog hungry.
But don't you think it's
speaking
like
of hungry dogs,
in a way
Brian.
it would be wise for us to almost always just do this, right? Like unless we have an argument we need to strengthen, like when it comes to people that have like they've planted their flag, right? Like they would obviously delete their Discord and delete the server if they decided the earth was flat at any point, right? Like they would never come on here and say it or something, right? So don't you think, I mean, in a way, this would be the more productive approach? Like you can, even just big conspiracies, like let them dance around and try and defend the Gulf of Tonkin and 9/11 and the Federal Reserve and like just defend an SS officer that murdered tons of people and try to tell us how he actually wasn't a bad guy, or even our Waco, like where the U.S. military just killed their own people, like where it really just shows that seemingly if it comes from the flat earther, they have to disagree with it. And if it disagrees with the mainstream official narrative, then they have to disagree with it. And whatever that narrative is, they have to defend it almost as if they were defense attorneys, because that really elucidates the problem with the entirety of the conversation. You think you're going to then get some honest concession about Coriolis out of someone? You know what I'm saying?
All right, Ryan, at 46 minutes past, I tagged you with a screenshot of the chick and the fluffy toy on the ISS. Can you put it on?
Yeah,
Wait, what is
it is a good larger question, Austin, of like kind of who's really worth live streaming with in a certain sense. But
Rui, about 30 minutes ago, I posted the guy grabbing nothing and passing nothing to his other hand, and then handing off nothing. What did you say was happening? Did you say he was just putting his hands together? Would you still agree with that? I'll look at what you posted. You look at what I posted. Let's see who's honest.
We'll do. Yeah, so we'll do mine first. So 46 minutes past, the chick reaches for the fluffy toy, right? And it sort of, materializes out of
Yeah, just it teleports into the screen.
Yeah.
That's called augmented reality. You know what that's called, right?
They did it on purpose for the children that it popped out of nowhere. It was part of the skit.
It's called augmented reality, bro. That's how they do that. You know that, right?
Right, but can I ask the question though? Do you think that is a real fluffy animal, or do you think it is a
it's
digital?
augmented reality. It's the same thing that glitched when the guy grabbed at nothing. It's called layering and augmented reality.
Right, that's ridiculous. It's a real fluffy animal. All they have done, right, is taken a still shot of the background and then overlaid it. And then they remove that overlay and voila, this thing magically appears.
Do you even know what augmented reality is?
Why would they be doing that?
We have 5 Oculus Quest 2s in this house. Yes.
Why would they be doing that?
You're making this too complicated, Brian. All it is.
Why would they be doing that?
They've covered over the corner of that screen with a screenshot from before, and then removed it.
He turned me down. What a
No,
joke.
they didn't, Ruhif. It's augmented reality, Ruhif.
Why go to more complicated answers than
Do you
simpler
know
answers?
what? You have an answer. Do you know what augmented reality is?
Yes, we have 5 VR headsets here in this house.
Why do you have so many?
Wait, did you say Ruth turned you down?
Yeah, clearly.
Ruth, did you turn
No,
off?
I didn't turn you down. I just ignore you because you're full of shit.
So I asked you, why would they be doing that? Why would they be layering an image?
So that it materializes in thin air for the kiddies. Like, it's so simple.
Yeah, but so if that was your explanation to him about what's going on in the other video, that doesn't make any sense.
This particular video, this screenshot where this fluffy toy materializes, it's a real toy. They've just removed a little overlay in the corner of the video channel.
Okay, so are you saying they did that with the other video?
I don't know which other video. I'm talking about this one. I will look at the other video. But yeah, why would you go to such a more complex explanation, Brian, when it's the simple explanation's better?
Well, I knew they had an official one, by the way, bro. I mean, this is one of the truther traps where they put this out. And the official story was that they just made it pop up for the children, like a show. And is a truther trap, so all the flat earthers would spread it around, and then Ruif could come in here like he's way smarter than us and tell us that it was actually on purpose. But what about all the other ones that weren't for the kids?
How about when the microphone goes into the guy's neck? How about that one? Or
I've seen that one.
How about when he's bouncing water and his eyes aren't even following what he's bouncing because he's not dialed up with the animation with the fake CGI that's in real time. They can now do these amazing things with, as he's saying, the augmented reality where, they can totally be in a green screen room. And when they sit down, there's like a box, but with green screen, but it can make them look like they're like in Game of Thrones in a castle. Like you could be in anything, be doing anything, and handling anything. Like when they throw stuff at each other and they're like, "Oh, check it out," or when he's drinking from that like Kool-Aid packet, but then like it doesn't line up the CGI, because hey, it is due to error sometimes. And the liquid is then outside the pouch, but then inside the pouch. Like there's too many instances that if you still believe it, it's like a child that just won't let go of Santa Claus. Like they can't believe it.
But
yeah, Ruin.
Just to reiterate, if the dude's not looking at the water droplets, space is fake. Just so I get your position clear.
Bro, if I posted 2 things for you, buddy. I just posted first. Oh, you said we'd talk about mine. Okay, you asked what augmented reality was, or I'm asking you if you know what it is. Obviously, you don't. Fair enough. You don't know what it is, or you know what virtual
No, I
reality
do.
is. You don't know what
I do know
augmented
what it is.
reality is, apparently.
Well,
You know
dude,
what VR is.
the thing is, Brian, if you gave, it sounds like in terms of like, it's interesting to discuss the actual things, of course, but like the goal of trying to like convince Ruhif of it. I mean, dude, like we were talking earlier, I'm pretty sure if Ruhif sat down, at least from what he's claiming, assuming that he's, you know, honest in what he's saying, if he sat down and watched an entire like a compilation video of all the fudgery on the moon landings, ISS, spacewalks, all of it, he would sit there, watch all of it, and even if he saw something a little strange, he would instantly just go find the answer as to what the thing is and then just believe that. And he would not find anything out of line with it, is what he's claiming. Is
This
that
is the
is
one,
that a
though.
good
This
guess?
is the one I've never got a response.
Is that a good sign?
Gio, this is the one where the best response I've got is Jim Panda saying the guy was reaching at a spider web and kept missing. He didn't even know in the real event. It was just a one reach thing where he was supposed to be grabbing the hat. And 2 things. So I wanted to see if Ruhif had a better explanation. Do you think Jim Panda's explanation is grabbing a spider web? I want to see if Ruhif has anything better.
All right, hold on.
All right. So which one are you doing first? You did one at 4 past and one at 5 past.
Ruhif, can you first respond to what I said? Can you at least it was the summary I made more or less the case? If you watch a compilation video of all this stuff, it all looks solid to you.
I'll answer that with the Brandon thing of dropping the key, right? All you guys, not you guys, whoever was in that stream, were all 100% on the, this is 100% proof that it's faked, right? To me, that blows my mind because it was obvious what happened. It didn't fall. It's still in the panel. But all you guys, collectively, all you guys were going, oh, this is 100% proof that it's fake.
I was in that stream, and in all fairness, nobody ever said it's 100%. We're saying use your common sense, bro. And we didn't show just the screw. I know we talked about that for a lot of the stream, but bro, I mean, okay, well now you've made your stance. Earlier you said that he wasn't reaching at nothing and passing off nothing, So we know how your mind thinks. So you've probably seen it before, or you couldn't have described it. And you've seen the one where they keep repeating it over and over. But when you look at it now and acknowledge that the guy is grabbing at something, passing off nothing, and handing off nothing.
No. This is him putting his hands together like he's done a dozen times before, and then reaching over to the wall to steady himself.
Those things don't come out of the wall.
Hold on, the guy reached. Hold on, you looking at what I just posted where he reaches off to the left, misses the hat, puts it in his other hand. It ain't there.
The hat. What do you mean?
What are you, dude? Why are you doing this, bro?
What hat are we talking about?
I mean, Jim Payne at least said he grabbed at a spider web. He's obviously grabbing at something off to the left. That's not normal behavior. That's what we do when we go to grab something that's to our left. And then when we go to put it to our right, we pass it off to the other hand, and then we put it to the right. That's not in contention. How are you putting that in contention?
Right.
That is not
putting his hands together.
You guys, Scarlett was trying to get in. Go ahead, Scarlett.
That's all right.
No, I was just making a joke in the messages.
Oh, okay. I thought you were trying.
Don't you guys understand that he's defending his religion? This is all he's doing. He has to defend his religion.
Well, I got a question. This hand thing. I mean, what are you guys suggesting? Like he's actually doing then? Like, there's an object in his hand, like, and they edited it out. Like I'm confused.
Okay, put it this way. If the graphics were right, it would have showed him grabbing the hat from the fellow astronaut and then putting it in his right hand and then putting it on the shelf to his right. But because
I've got that one right here. I've got that. I just posted the one, and then I'm posting the one he's talking about. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's the one you're talking about.
Okay, so the thing is that in these streams, when they are grabbing, reaching, and touching all these floating objects because they're in space, or when they're in zero gravity, then these things look like they make sense when they're on point, when they're timed right. but this is a point where it wasn't timed right, like an actor missing his cue, and they're doing a stunt fight, and he went left instead of right, and then they didn't catch that in post production, but then you watch the movie and like, oh shit, that guy totally fucked up. He didn't do the right choreography. But here's what I was gonna say though. Earlier he was talking about a screw falling and saying it didn't fall all the way down. What about that one where they grabbed a hammer and a card, and he let go of the card and it fell, and it was almost like damage control. They were trying to be like, look, that could happen. That is possible. These are called micro pockets.
No, it was a trick. They already showed the result of that card falling. It was on
We
a
know that
string
was
and
a
they put it
trick,
down.
but it was done for a reason.
Exactly.
No, because they don't count on people being so silly and doubting things
get
that
out
are
of here,
so
Zach. Get out of here. You're defending. You're defending the nonsense. I get it. You're defending the nonsense.
How do you have a vomit comet? Wait, hold on. How do you have a vomit comet create a zero-G environment for more than 90 or 5 minutes? 90 seconds or 5
Did it
minutes?
for 6 minutes, bro, on national TV. What are you talking about? Why you say shit like that, bro?
You can't do that on a
say
vomit
anything.
comet.
You just blurt shit out, bro.
You can't do it on a vomit comet.
Yeah, hold on. You guys are gonna just like blow everyone's blood pressure off the charts. So please, we're trying to have a
All right,
nice.
I'm going to watch the My Comic Mark Sargent video. I'll be back.
Oh, okay, Rui. Had a question.
Oh, sorry. Do you want to? Oh, okay, go then, Benny.
Yeah, just a quick question, Rui. You said that little kid's toy was for a magic trick for the kiddies. Did I hear you correctly? Say that?
Yeah. Makes it appear in the screen. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So why are they doing magic tricks in space for the kiddies?
Why wouldn't you want to do magic for kids?
Well, why would you? Isn't space itself magical enough? Rockets and spacemen floating and all that sort of stuff. Why do all of a sudden now you have to pull a rabbit out of your hat for the kiddies to keep them enthused?
So that they could damage control the fact that we've been looking at their videos, so they could set up a truther trap, so they'd have an easy explanation for it.
Exactly.
So that all the truthers
I'll
with the
go
flat
watch
earthers
my
would
comics
spread it
video.
around and be like, look, this is fake. And then they'd be like, see how stupid the flat earthers are? We were doing this for the kids, and they think we're fake. Space.
Exactly.
I've never actually heard that reason before. Actually, it's a magic trick for the
That's the official story.
That's part of their damage
really?
control.
Yep.
That's part of their damage control.
No way.
They have to throw things out there like that, because when they're doing that, Xanax said, "Oh, it was a magic trick. We already know that. We did a hammer and a card, and he let it go." But the thing is that they do that because when you try to point out other things that did happen while they were filming and giving little tours, then it discredits what you're saying.
Exactly.
Well, we know that. That's fake.
Yeah. You guys are conflating two ideas. There's two footage you guys are talking about at the same time. One of them is Richard Garriott's magic trick card that fell, and the other one was when that lady had pulled that alien stuffed animal out of thin air or whatever, which is the mascot for that ESA kids show. They had to have like a little alien mascot, which I wouldn't call that a magic trick as much as it's like it was just an animation thing for that show. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not claiming that they're pulling it out of thin air, but for the kids, they're making it seem like the alien just appeared there. But the Richard Garriott thing was a magic trick.
They did that so that they could discredit any other critiques of any glitches.
Yeah. Like when that Russian one, I think it was Russian, he's like, and he dropped a screw when he was opening up the panel, and you hear it, clink, 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 you hear it. It literally, and he like looks down, and then he looks back at the camera, like knowing like he fucked up, and then he finds it, and then he picks it up, and then just makes you think like, what the fuck? That shouldn't just like floated away, right? Like right when it fell.
I agree. Something definitely looks like it fell in that. It's hard to see exactly what he's fiddling with. It could be like a clip or a screw. It's hard to tell exactly.
It's the little.
He's definitely trying to get that panel off, and you're right.
Yeah.
He's reaching over for it, and that one he probably is on wires in that one. But
If you're watching that video,
you guys, the interruptions, please.
No, we got it. You're saying the same thing.
I'm not even finished speaking, dude. I only speak for like 20 seconds. periods. I just want
Not you. I was talking about the other guy.
It doesn't
All right,
matter.
so just finish what I was saying. So I'm saying he's reaching over. He's fiddling with it. So he instantly looks like we all have looked when we drop shit. He instantly goes, oh, and his head moves in exactly that same way. And he looks down, and you also hear a clink noise, like Apocryphon said. You hear a noise connected to the exact movement of his head, and then he just carries on. So.
Yeah, it's the clips that if previous to that part where he's showing you in the restroom and their little like spot in the back where they have whatever that was in there. Previous to that, like maybe a few minutes, he shows another compartment and he does the screw thing where he takes it off and he's holding it though. And he opens up the compartment and then he shows like this is where we carry this and this and that and that. He closes it. He puts that clip back on, kind of like a wing nut that holds it closed. So that way it just doesn't open up, you know.
Okay,
and
we get it. We get it. I have a real important question here.
Do you though?
When these people, yeah, I do. When these people are doing these flips, or you see the hair on these women sticking out, and there's no vector down. There's no like propensity of the hair to move downward. But mainly the flips. Do you all agree that they're in the vomit comment, or how are they doing these flips? Like the one at the Geo posted. That is not done with wires. It couldn't be done with wires.
Ways they do this.
Is that a vomit? Is that a vomit comment, or is that just CGI, or what is that?
No, I think there's a couple ways they do it. The zero-G planes are one of them, and
that one I'm talking about. When you posted, Gio, what do you think's happening there?
Which one?
Because you posted it, so let's talk.
Which one?
About it. Oh my God! When you just posted, the guy in blue shirt doing next to the guy with the US SMC shirt.
Okay,
what?
At 11 or 11.
Yeah, 11 or 11 after the hour.
Yeah, that one looks like it's on wires for sure. Yeah, they're on wires, 100%. It's literally just astronauts.
You can't do a flip like that on wires.
What? Are you kidding me right now?
He does. Yeah, sure you can.
I've had a lot of gymnastics in my life. That kind of flip with your. Where's the wires at?
Dude, hold on, Xanax.
Oh my gosh! I think there's an argument that you actually might be doing wrong if you try to wake people up like this. Like, if you might actually be messing up the natural order of things if you try to convince Xanax that the ISS is being faked.
Well, okay, that's a whole nother topic.
I'm kind of trolling. I'm just kind of trolling.
No, I hear you on that. I do. And that's why I said earlier, I think there could be different live streams for different things. Like, for example, I'm not that interested. Well, there's a certain limitation that it can be, that where you can go in certain conversations. And these guys that just want to defend it. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. But that's
sorry, I wasn't trying to like poo poo. I was just kind of messing around. Like, I mean, sort of. I mean, like, but yeah. This is what this place is for. I'm not like.
Do you think those people
it's not
with hair?
This place is for
nothing. The cable to the microphone.
Rigid people about anything. I mean, that's not like the goal of this.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, because like this is obviously not going to be fruitful this point forward. Exchanging this and like going back and forth with Xanax about the ISS. Like, dude, Xanax knows for a fact they've never faked anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even on the table.
No,
all right, well, then I would say this. There's two perspectives on that. I know this is kind of going into that topic, but I'll say this. If the goal is to wake new people up to certain ideas and to introduce and share ideas with people, then Xanax would not be involved in that, and that would be its own thing. But on the other hand, if the goal is to create a live stream where people are listening to it and they're hearing both sides of it and then coming to their own conclusion, then they're going to want to hear, because they might be coming from a place of like, yeah, the ISS is probably real, right? And then they might be listening, and then they're hearing Xanax like frantically try to defend it. These guys defend it. They're hearing that side, and then they're hearing the other side. So in that case, like there actually is a purpose to have both sides heard.
Of course,
I'm just asking about looking at this picture. Can I? You guys, first of all, you indulged the troll. Not that it's always a troll, but he was trolling. He admitted to it. And I just had a simple question. If you look at that with a critical eye, and you see how shirts actually drape on people's bodies, and how he's doing this flip. And if you're familiar with, I've done a lot of stunt work. I've done a lot of gymnastics. I know how their harnesses work. I don't see the rotation around a certain axis.
He's a fucking gymnast.
I'm just trying. I'm just trying.
The word on the street is that Xanax was a contestant on American Gladiators back in the 90s.
Yeah, I'm just
And he even kind of admitted it because he said I may or may not be going to Hollywood to do a Netflix documentary on American gladiators.
Listen, so I've done some lots of stunt working things, and this I know a little bit about motion, and I know a lot about physics. So I'm looking at this with a critical eye. All I'm saying is just looking at it with a critical eye. I'm seeing things that tell me this isn't fake. This has to be in zero G. Now, I would take the answer from you saying, yeah, I think this particular scene is done on the vomit comet. Then okay, then that makes sense. But we have other scenes that are like this, but then the camera runs for longer than a vomit comet can actually produce this effect, longer than the 40 seconds. So,
so that's the question right there. So one of the, if they're doing the ones where it's a still shot where they're like talking to kids or whatever, a lot of those seem to be on wires because they don't really have to do much. They basically just kind of stand there.
Grow up with no respect to valuable things. You're spoiled.
So that was necessary.
And sometimes all they do is like a little flip at the end. So those still shots, they're on wires. The ones that they do the zero G stuff is when they have to actually look more like they're weightless. So one thing is that we don't really know what craft they might have that could do zero G for longer. That's one thing. There could be other tech that could do it for longer. And then what is
your imagination on that one? How do you produce zero G with a different type of technology? We know we have to match that 9.8 meters per second square. We know how much distance that takes. So we know that that's not possible.
What I'm saying is that whatever the fastest zero G thing that you can Google right now might not be the longest they can actually do.
Isn't there a double standard with this? Every time, a Glober, us, right? We try to explain something, right? You guys are like, oh, you're coping. But then when you guys do it, like, it's fine.
Yeah, I know, right? Because
there's a double standard here. It really is. I mean,
if one single thing was faked, all of it is dismissible. You understand?
No, but here's the thing, though, right? I mean, we're talking about people on wires that
Einstein meant either.
Yeah, I mean,
Einstein. He was a pedophile that wanted to have.
No, but you were quoting. You're paraphrasing what Einstein had said.
No, I'm not. I'm saying no. I'm not paraphrasing anything. I'm using common sense. I don't know anything about Einstein saying anything to do with that. The point is, if one single thing that they showed us was doctored and faked,
then everything's faked.
No, then we can't trust anything they say.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't blindly trust anybody, but we see
you
videos.
Blindly trust it. You 100%.
No, I agree with you. No blind trust. But some of these videos, and of course, CGI's gotten really okay. Can I talk?
What was Arma's point? I feel like
So my point is that you guys are saying, oh, they're on wires doing these flips and all that, right? But I've never seen wires where people are able to do flips in slow motion, right? Usually the flips are done fast, right? Because there's an arc to that.
Right.
Yeah.
Good point.
How the hell are you going to do it in slow motion? Like you would need like a bajillion amount of wires controlling this guy.
And
it doesn't make any sense.
And all sorts of other things that are just not comporting with physics.
You guys are
you've never seen a movie set where they can control the actor's every move. They can go slow, real time, like they can make it look like they're moving in slow motion, and the actor just has to move in slow motion, and their body's being suspended, and then they can do flips and twirls and all kinds of things that are amazing, by the way. Like, I'll give you that. It's fucking pretty cool the way they do it, but the fact that they do it is the point why we saying they are doing it. Now, if you're going to say, no, they can't do that, they can't do that. No, you're wrong. They can do it, and they do it. And that's
let me just jump in. When they film like that Sandra Bullock, Gravity, they're doing it with wires. And really like
that shows Geo with a critical eye. That shows me I can pick that a mile away. Some was done in zero G as well, but a lot of it was done with wires.
Yeah, my point is that to make it look like it's weightless to where when you're at the movie theater, you're like, wow.
Yeah, because you want to believe, right?
You want to believe. Stop interrupting
like you right now.
Please, dude.
Yeah, but has she ever done like a backflip in slow motion though with wires though? I mean, we're talking about a slow motion like backflip, all right? There's certain physics to that, all right? There's a clear arc, there's a clear speed to that. This guy's doing a flip. He's doing it slowly around others too.
There's an easy explanation to that, and maybe you don't know this, but if an actor wants to do a flip and have a slow motion effect, all you have to do is the thing like where it would spin on the harness attached to the cable. All you have to do in there is put something right there at those 2 points on each side of your hips, to where it turns slowly. It doesn't spin fast. Not like bearings where it could spin really fast, but
that's not the point.
Oh, that's not the point. Oh, okay.
I'll tell you the point.
Yeah, it's not the
The
point.
axis of rotation. No, the axis of rotation will correspond with those connection points. And with him doing a backflip, contrary to what you see with Sandra Bullock in her scenes that were not done in zero gravity, you can tell it's pretty obvious where the axis of rotation is, because as it's moving around and you have gravity, you actually have
He's
weight.
straight up and down.
You can't. No, he's not. You can't do a rotation of that.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's no other way
Straight up
other
and
than
down, bro.
bro. You're probably
All right.
right.
You know I don't. So let's move on. Okay.
He's standing in a harness, right? And it's free, and they always have to lock their body to keep its position. They lock it. If you ever notice, they're always locked really hard, and they're focusing so that they don't fucking fall backwards and sideways, because it is a harness that has movement. So then when they're ready to do their little flips and shit, you'll even catch them. There's other videos where they have to hold on to something before they fucking lose their balance in the harness.
No,
All
a
you're
pocket
doing,
time, bro.
all
You
you're
didn't
doing is
know,
nonsense.
bro. You didn't know. There's no other way other than it being real. No.
You got me.
Look at that one.
That's a wrap.
Look at that one that Katsura just posted, bro. I mean, Xander, can you really look at that and not tell that guy's grabbing his wire and that the physics of it is that he's on a wire harness system? Can you not tell that? For real?
There's not enough there in that clip to do it to make any.
Yeah, look at his arm. You're saying his hand isn't holding on to the harness that's attached to his hip?
He readjusts the wire because he's doing some kind of flip thing. He readjusts the wire, and then when he puts his hands, dude, it's just so obvious. When he puts his hands,
It's fucking hilarious, right?
Yeah, it's very.
You guys remember the movie Gravity?
Even the video that Suro posted of the girls. On one side, they're in the fucking the 0G plane, and look at the way the hair reacts. That's natural. That we could fucking buy. You can sell that to me because that looks real. But then look at her hair on the left in her 0G fucking thing. That's a studio. That's not a fucking 0G plane. That's a studio, because that's not what happens in a fucking 0G environment. And then so this is a ridiculous argument.
When you guys die, they need to take your brains out and dissect them.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, dude. Dude, this is the thing. Xanac, watch this.
Okay.
You see that one where it looks like he's grabbing the harness? The string?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it possible that he's grabbing a wire?
Of course, anything's possible. Is it probable? No.
So it does look like it could be him grabbing a wire.
No, I just said it's possible, but it's not probable.
Does it look like it could be him grabbing a wire, though?
I said it could be, but it's not probable.
Does it look like it could
It resembles someone. He's got his hand back there. Just because you put your hand behind your waist doesn't mean you're grabbing a wire.
Oh, but he grabs like
where's the wire attached to? What is he using the wire to do?
How about we establish, the direction this wire is going, because his hand sort of tilted forward in a bit. So like,
is this one real where the guy's floating in the back?
Yeah, that's a real one.
Yo, sorry, I'm sorry. You're really low.
Oh, my bad.
Or maybe it's.
I was just. Anyway, back to the gif of the guy holding the wire supposedly, right? I mean, can we at least establish where this wire's direction is? Because he's sort of like grabbing it, with his hand angled ish, and then so what is the wire going from front to back or something? Like, what do we? Let's first establish that, because I'm not really sure where this wire is supposed to be, how this wire is supposed to be like oriented. You guys follow me or what? Like,
I don't know, because they admit that they can do stuff like this, and this is how they train. So for me,
why don't you look at? Okay, now let's get your videos. Let's look at Ruhev's video real quick, and let's go over it just for a minute or two.
This is preponderance of evidence for those with eyes to see.
Well,
so
why not take a look at this real quick? Why not? Everyone just click.
We ready saw it. We
posted.
already know it. We already
Well,
watched it.
look at some of the things that are floating.
20 minutes. Hang on. The one I've posted goes for about 20 minutes. It's the one where he supposedly grabs something and then puts it on the side. If you watch the whole thing, you will see him reach to the side a dozen times and also clasp his hands together like he does about a dozen times. That's all. That's all it is.
Right.
I don't like. This right here is like, I don't know why, but it's like the most triggering thing to me is like to hear Globers like not just defend the ISS glitches, but like swear up and down they know that there's no doubt that they're not faking any of it.
I'm going to say this one time, and I'll say it very slowly, but I won't speak for very long, I promise. If you watch the video that Ruhif posted, it's very clear. And if you have a discerning eye and look at everything in that video, don't talk to me, please, for a second. If you look at everything in that video, just for about a minute or two, you start get clues of all sorts of things, like the cuffs of the pants, like the shirts, like anything in that where the arms are moving. These do not make you think or make anyone I know think that this is staged or on wires or in a positive gravity environment. This looks like zero G, and all the clues are there. You're just dismissing it and hand waving it and ignoring it. And I don't know why you're so hell bent. You're so convinced that this is all faked, and it makes no sense to me why you think this, other than a couple of cues. He reached some place where there's nothing there. It's trickery and sorcery.
No, like I said, it's called a preponderance of evidence. I explained earlier.
Yes,
Now you see
it
how
is.
immediately.
So look at all the evidence where he does reach. Look at all the evidence where he does reach to the side, and all the evidence where he does clasp his hands together.
If you and Ruth, you just steamrolled Witsit.
Yeah, preponderance of evidence. Look at the video.
Go ahead, Austin. What you were saying.
Yeah, so for me, it's like a preponderance of evidence. Like all I need is like a few circumstances that look just like they were faking it for me to know. Like I can't place any weight on this at all. Like I can't in any way invoke the ISS as evidence of anything. Right. I just need enough reasonable doubt. I don't have to go through each one intricately and see if I can think of anything in a state of despair that might explain it some other way. That seems like an illogical way to go about it. I explained earlier, I think flat earthers sometimes read into things and see things that maybe aren't there. I don't see many examples of that here, and then I think that the other side just, immediately tries to find a way to explain it away. So, for me, it doesn't prove one way or the other than solidifying that they are not trustworthy because there's way too many circumstances that it's really sketchy.
All right, I just want to point something out real quick. He said there's so many times he reaches out and folds his hands. That's not what we're discussing here. We're discussing where he reaches out to his left and then to the right.
His left.
And he crosses he shifts something in his hands that isn't there. I agree with you. He does keep reaching out to the right because he keeps because they have to control their positioning because they're hanging on harnesses. Literally, they're just hanging on harnesses. They're trying to keep their position straight. And then he folds his hands to get that core to send. They're taught and trained no different than the movie actors who have to. They also have to be trained that way when they're on these harnesses doing these stunt scenes. They have to learn how to focus their core so they don't flip out of the harness and they don't move. So yes, he does keep reaching right. But the main thing that was being pointed out is there's a part where he reaches out to his partner, which would have been the hat. He grabs, he transfers it over to his hand. There's nothing there, but in the lack of, coordination for the CGI, and then he puts it onto the right. Then he reaches for the right again, as if he's putting it on the shelf, and then he closes his hands. See, this is you're arguing apples to oranges, but I understand why you have to, because this is destroying your argument and what you're defending right now.
Wait, Xana, can you are you defending the one where they're floating in the back, like you and Ruhif? Are you defending that one that I just dropped?
The one that you just dropped.
Yeah, I'll drop it again. No.
Was that 3 minutes ago? No, sorry. You reckon that's a harness, do you? Why do you think that's a harness?
I'm just saying, does that not look kind of weird to you?
No. Looks like he's floating through. You think his belt thing is a harness? Why do you think it's a harness?
I just think that looks really weird and funny to me. I must say, that doesn't look even kind of sketchy to you.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
actually, in your GIF, he's almost say again?
What's coming out of his back right there?
I don't know what it is, but I don't think. Why do you think it's a harness? It seems to be curving, towards his back.
In the video that, I'm sorry.
Are you guys talking about this one Katsura just posted? Is this the harness grab you're talking?
Oh no, that one's also
one
really
way to go in the background.
The long video that he posted, it's 22 minutes. At 12:05 is when you see the guy way in the back with the harness, and it's literally you can see him floating using a fucking harness attached to his back.
Yeah, I
Literally.
dropped it again.
Why do you think that's a harness?
Oh yeah, dude, the one that he dropped right there above it too. He clearly reaches out and grabs his string, right? I mean, how do you
No.
not see that he grabs a string right there? You can see the string.
No, you can't.
Maybe not. Maybe that's
He's
the wire.
trying. He's looking at the camera. They're all looking straight ahead. He's trying to stabilize him. He misses, and his little finger catches his pants pocket.
But when he pulls, he goes with him.
Dude, what are you talking about? How do you not see that he's grabbing the harness that's sticking out of his pants?
He's not grabbing the harness.
Crazy to
little
me.
finger. His little finger hits the open pants pocket.
Can we get like a slowed down version so we can watch this at times like 0.25 speed? Because this
is like you should be hospitalized or something. Like what's the word?
He tries to reach him, and the only thing he grabs, his little finger catches his pocket. Well, that's so obvious.
Never in my life, dude, did I think I'd be sitting here where someone acts like they say the words so obvious that that's not him grabbing something.
How is the one that you sent? How is that a harness of the guy in the background? That's curved. If that was a harness, wouldn't that be like straightened out? I mean, I don't. It's curved.
Why do you think that's a harness?
Are we seeing this?
Roof, would you debate me while hooked to a lie detector?
I'm sure. Organizing a lie detector test with it.
I'm dead serious.
No, hold on. Can I just interrupt this real fast? Why is every time I talk, you guys kind of just ignore me? Like, what is going on here?
No, I agree with you.
Am I like what? Like my top liver? You guys don't consider me like a real debater? What's going on?
No, but I do think Armis. Sometimes when you come in, you're kind of like da da da. Like you're not really going right at a point. Like
I think people are expecting to be more
you're kind of
aggressive.
getting ready to go, and maybe like but we should clear the floor for you. You got the floor. Go for it.
I was just saying that the picture with it, or not the picture, the gift that he sent, with the guy in the background with the supposed harness on his back, right? I mean, it's curved, right? I mean, if it's curved, I mean, how could that be like a harness? I mean, that should be pulled straight, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's definitely 100% legit, and there's no way it could have been anything other than legit.
All right, I have a quick comment on the two things. First of all, the word preponderance. That just means there's slightly more than a 50%.
Preponderance of evidence.
Oh, it's trying to drag and drop a video. It's not working.
All right, now spell it.
Preponderance means 51% or more.
Use it in a sentence, bro. Come on.
There's a preponderance of evidence that the girl has. It doesn't mean there's a lot of evidence.
By the way, so he just looked up the word?
I didn't look it up. I was saying that in the very beginning, reactive to your saying, preponderance of evidence, using big words again. Just say there's a lot of evidence. There's not that much.
The reason that I know
there's
that
a lot
you
more.
look it up is because your example is like what Google has as their example.
No, I didn't look it up.
Yeah, you did, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't just mean 51%.
In the legal realm, if you're a lawyer or something, preponderance has a specific word. Meaning, and that meaning does mean
more, yeah, like
change the fact
more weight,
51%, more than 51%.
Did Zanuck not know that fucking word?
That's being pedantic. But let me just get my point here. Now, the
Zanuck not know the word? Oh, poor Zanuck.
Okay,
so Google it.
I
didn't Google it.
I don't Google stuff.
His internet's acting up. Hold on.
You got the harness. Now, if you're going to be someone, and I have some experience with this too, by the way, you cannot have a point on your waistband to balance you perfectly. Why? Because your upper body has a lot more weight than your lower body, and you will fall forward. He's slowly falling or moving with his legs perfectly in place, arms outward, and is effortless. It is so hard to keep your balance on something that is on a single point on your body, on a waistband or something. And there'd be a lot of force right there too. So no, you have to have several points, chest and legs, holding you to be able to do what he's doing. So it's not a harness, just so you know.
Ridiculous. No, that is the most unconvincing thing I've heard.
Go grab someone by a belt and hang him from the ceiling or something in your garage and see if you can keep your balance. I guarantee you won't. I know this because I've done it before.
That's all the training, Zanuck. They go through this training, right? That we don't have any evidence for. They just go through this training, and it's That's how they do it.
How is the dude's shirt like pulled out before he reaches out though? Like, what's pulling his shirt at that straight
Exactly.
angle?
These guys, man. It's just the fold of the pocket. Come on,
Fold of
Witsit.
what
Get it
pocket? It's his
together.
shirt.
No,
Oh,
I
that was
know.
arm. Dude, how can you guys answer the question? How was his shirt? Because I just slowed it down. How was his shirt at that sharp of an angle out away from his body?
There's the assumption that it would be pressed up against his body or down against his body.
Wow.
This is what I was meaning earlier when I was saying that it's possible that the intuitions that some of us have of how things should be behaving in these environments or whatever aren't exactly accurate. And it could be there's no reason for his shirt to be in any position, right? There's no reason for it to be pushed up against him or down against his body or anything like that. There's nothing doing anything to it. So whatever, like if he reached in his pocket and pulled something out, his shirt has no reason to go anywhere besides where it was left. It's not being pulled down or anything like that.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the wires first on the moon landing stuff. That's where the wires were first clearly being used, and they just followed right over to the ISS. It's just a little more advanced the way they're doing it with the ISS stuff. It's a little bit more Hollywood, so they're able to hide it a bit better and get a little bit better effects. Whereas the moon landing stuff is really bad. Like that, those are like springs and wires. Like it's just literally they're just bouncing.
Yeah. Awful. It's like egregious.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was technology from that time, though. And they had to, like, bounce up when they drop something. And it looks like they're pushing themselves off and kicking them. Like, it's so bad, man. But somehow it fooled the people. It's fooled the masses.
You're in here defending it right now.
Well, Krypton.
Yeah.
We looked at your videos. Why didn't you watch that we just posted? Riff posted it. Someone else posted it. I posted it. And just watch some of the things like the pants legs or the shirt when he moves up and down. He's floating. If there's wires, certain things wouldn't be happening. If you look at it with a critical eye, that is not faked. You can't
hold on, Zanuck.
Did you even watch the video? Just answer me.
Yes, I watched the whole thing actually, and
No,
I told you at
slowly,
12:05. Listen to me.
What
I
does the
told
guy
you
in blue
at
shirt
12:05.
do?
Listen to me. I told you at 12:05. There's a guy floating in the back and showing the harness on his back. I'm the one that said that. I watched the entire thing.
That's not the video we're looking at.
It's a 22-minute video, right?
If you watch this with wanting to believe it, I can see.
Just them standing there, just moving around.
Wait. Hold on.
Really?
You
You
were
got to
talking about
that? Hold on. I can't.
No. You asked me. You asked me if I watched.
I know, but you don't have to just cut me out brutally.
Wait, watch it wanting
let's
to
go
believe
to the
it,
microphone.
I slowed it down for everyone right here.
Wait, Zanuck, you just told me that I didn't watch the video you posted, but I did watch it. It's the one that's 22 minutes, right? Right?
Yes.
And you got to figure out how to yield the mic sometimes.
All right, I'll try better.
Yeah.
I'll try more.
Yeah, because I was just answering you that yes, I did. You're like, no, you didn't. No, I did. I'm the one that said at 12:05. That's where the harness is holding.
Okay, I'll look at that part of it. I'm saying part in the beginning. I was just looking at them standing there. Nothing else is going on. He's letting go of the microphone. They're moving up and down. The blue guy goes up to the ceiling and touches the ceiling. Look at the pants leg. Look at everything around there. Try to be with a discerning eye. Don't interrupt me for a second. Just try to look at a few things and see if is it possible that they are in a zero-G environment. Is it possible? What's it?
Is it possible they're on a vomit comet? Yeah.
How does it last for more than 40 seconds?
Vomit comets can last a couple minutes.
No,
hey,
they
here's
can't.
another one.
Whoa! You just made a positive proclamation. How does a vomit client last for more than 40 seconds?
From understanding, it can last up to 4 minutes.
How does it last for more than 4 minutes? Do you understand how far the object would have to travel, how fast it would actually travel to do that?
Well, I'll just look it up how long it can be then.
Go ahead.
Hey, but regardless,
the answer.
But regardless, I want to point out something to you, Zanuck. It doesn't have to be in this comet rocket that you're talking, whatever the fuck it is. It doesn't have to be in there and I'll tell you why. Because there is video of people drinking a liquid that isn't even there. So with video screen, you can do anything. You can probably do it to where they stab each other and shoot each other and blood comes out and then they start laughing once the CGI is taken away. And it will look very, very real. Very real. That's what's called augmented reality. It looks so real that they call it reality, but it's augmented. It's
Wait, yeah,
there's
Zenik, can you look at this other one I just posted? What's going on with the orange?
I'm glad you brought that up. So remember, I told you some experience with the CQ Microsystems, who were the inventors of and set the standards for the MPEG, which basically enabled DVD. All the encoding systems that all broadcast companies use. There's when you do things at certain bit rates or have certain types of frame rates and a certain amount of data restrictions, these type of artifacts will happen. You're not getting this is not actual lossless type of reproduction of the video. There's motion estimation. Like you videotape a ball moving, and it sees the ball, takes one JPEG of it, and then it says in another JPEG, and it says, okay, based on these two pictures, where will it be? There's motion estimation. It can say by this acceleration, here's where we project it to be, and then they fill in it with a replicate of that particular object, even though it's not the real object. So a lot of this is done with MPEG, that it gives you these kind of artifacts and these kind of effects that seem like spooky magic, but it's just an artifact of compression, of video compression. But did you hear what I said? I don't think you were
kidnapped and tortured. Yeah, I heard what you
worried
said.
about responding to me than listening to what I said.
I said it's preponderance of evidence, bro. So what about this next one? Yeah.
Zanuck, look at the next
an overall assessment.
So do you understand that this evidence you're saying?
Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's a common motion estimation artifact.
You do this every time you come in here, dude. You have no fucking respect for people at all, bro. You start talking, they ask you a short question, you talk forever, then they go to respond, then you immediately start over talking them again. Like, who does that?
Classic Zanuck move.
Okay.
What about the next two videos that Cotsuro posted?
When I say preponderance of evidence, okay, it means if you look at the overall picture, it's sketchier than it isn't. Okay, that's what it means. It has nothing. It doesn't. 51% of them are sketchy or not. That's not preponderance of evidence. Overall, it's a greater something than the other side. So the preponderance of evidence shows me that there's something sketchy going on in the ISS. Okay, like if you look at this video right here, why is this dude reaching for the hat but didn't grab the hat and then going and putting the hat up?
That's what more than 50% means. There's more evidence for it than there is against
it. What about the video of the guy
with using it in the context of a lot more, like so much. Like
no, I intentionally used the word preponderance to make a point that some of these.
So there's more. There's a lot of evidence.
You're the worst person to talk to ever. Do you have friends in real life?
Dude,
oh my god,
Zanuck, dude, it is bad, dude. Your mic activity is just out of control. Riggs, you remember that one? And it makes us have to like keep muting you temporarily just to even have a conversation.
I'll settle down a little bit.
I think we're just gonna start probably dropping real, the warnings from the bot, the official warning things, and those just add up, and eventually you'll end up just banning yourself. I mean, you don't get banned, but you get like restricted from the server. From what I mean. Eventually, you'll do it to yourself because, dude. We can't just go on the net, on and on with keeping doing this.
I get it. I don't think I should take any more time than you are right now. Just let me.
I'll let you respond, or whoever was speaking. But I was just gonna say, Riggs, do you remember that? I don't know if you still have it, Riggs, but dude, I was looking in my folder, but there's like somebody did like a 6-hour compilation of NASA fakery. Like if somebody could sit through that, it just reminded me of the preponderance of evidence. Like there's so many of these things. Like you might be able to write off one or two, but yeah, do you have that one? That 6-hour one?
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Oh yeah, shoot it to you. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm using the word, right, Gio? Like I was, Zanuck's trying to say what I was saying improperly, right? He's trying to say I misused the word after he went and looked it up, and then
I didn't look it up. I had no. You know where I got it from? I got it from a Ted Cruz. Actually,
maybe you didn't look it up.
Hold on, can I respond?
You're saying hold on while you're interrupting me.
Hey, Gio, he's talking to me, and then he's accused me. Won't let me even talk. Let me just talk for a sentence. It's really ironic. It's projection here.
You have an actual problem.
You're talking over me.
I was in the middle of talking.
Gio, can I just say a sentence?
That you did. You said 3 of them. So
no, I didn't. I've been asking to say a sentence.
So how about the video of the guy wearing glasses? Can you explain that?
Let me respond real quick, and I'll talk to you, Crypto.
This is a wreck, dude. Witz had started talking after I did, and then you've been interrupting him.
No, he asked me a question. I want to respond back to him. I did not. He accused me of looking at Google. No, I got the preponderance definition from Ted Cruz, and it was about a climate change argument. But that's.
Hey guys.
Dude, yeah.
Hey, would it be inappropriate if I change the subject just for like a brief moment? Because I'm very curious on your opinions.
Well, I think Austin, did you want to finish what you were saying on that, or should we just?
Yeah,
roll?
just real fast. Okay, so I'm using the word properly. It's a good word for people to understand. It has a lot to do with wisdom and discernment from preponderance of evidence, meaning there are some of these things where you can be like, that looks kind of sketchy, but you could kind of see how you can explain it away, and maybe you can explain this one away, right? But you look at the overall entirety of the evidence and you decide. And the decision for me is the preponderance of evidence is there is more that is sketchy than I can explain away. Okay, that's what the word means.
Yeah, well, that means 51%. There's more. Something more than something else means anything more than 50%, more than half. Anyway, I didn't look it up. That's how I know the word works because I've heard it used in proper context before. But to your other question, I can't remember what the other question was.
No, I was going to let her talk now. I don't want to. I don't care.
Well, no,
what you're saying.
we wanted in a crypt. Go ahead, move on.
Thank you.
I just said, look at those videos with a discerning eye and see what you think. And I went on. You asked me about the orange, and I gave you the technical reasons of why that orange looks like it's going through the hand and it has all these issues.
Okay.
Because of the motion estimator. Hold on. Because of the motion estimators and MPEG. That's it. It's true.
Okay.
That's what does happen.
Yeah, there's no way other than it all being legit. Okay, you can go ahead.
No, that is a classic MPEG artifact.
All right, let's put this on hold for a minute because Scarlett did want to say something. Go ahead, Scarlett.
Totally off subject, but I did jump off here tonight because I've been really curious about if any of you guys have been kind of following the October 1st dates and the financial shutdown, that the conspiracy theory going on, or what are your thoughts on that?
Not big on dates personally. So I don't know.
Anyone else researched it or been hearing about it or been seeing the other countries kind of going through the crisis right now?
Boy,
I'm just trying to gather thoughts because I'm a little worried.
I've heard something about other countries like making financial decisions, like last month. So yeah, I mean, I know they want to shift towards that way, like as to one
like blockchain and everything, or
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
back
that's
in
definitely
February
their
or
goal.
March, I believe. But since February or March of this year, I believe they've been having discussions at the World Economic Forum, and world governments have been getting together. They've been announcing that they want to switch to a digital currency, and all the countries are on board. I think 11 or 13 countries are already on board, and they want to flip that switch very soon, up and coming. Which is why there's speculation of all these different governments doing these things and writing into these these laws and amendments, and they're changing the structure of the financial economy on a world scale. So it's like everyone better catch up or you're going to get left behind type of deal. And it has been happening.
Right. I know it's been in the works, but October 1st has been mentioned, I mean, upon my research so many times. And I'm just wondering, like, should I take everything out the bank, hide it in the backyard, or what should we all be doing?
If they do that, the cash itself will become useless. So like hiding cash in the backyard won't be a fix, right? So like if you're trying to find a way to avoid, if the banks shut down, I've always heard from inside sources, allegedly, that it'll happen. The banks will announce that you can't, something happens across the board to all the banks for like a 3-day weekend or something, and you can't get your money out, and that would be when the transition starts. But like the idea is that they'll give you a certain amount of time to get rid of your cash and to transition over, or it will like no longer be legal tender. So I mean, like I don't think stockpiling cash is the fix. I would say if you want to, maybe invest in tangible assets,
Yeah. In theory, just to kind of give you a direct answer, in theory, if that was to happen, it would collapse the dollar. So if you pulled out $100,000 of cash and hid it in your bathtub or you're under your mattress, then it doesn't matter because that $100,000 won't be worth $100,000 if it collapses in value. So what would be a better choice would be to grab that cash and buy something, put it towards a digital currency already in place, whatever blockchain it is, or whatever coin it is, or maybe look into what is most viable at this point. And I believe that they say that Bitcoin is the most viable out of all of them.
Well,
So
I don't really trust Bitcoin
I lost
anymore.
50% in that deal.
Yeah,
But-
But so viable.
crypto is completely controlled, and they won't let the dollar collapse.
They
Yeah,
won't
well-
let the dollar collapse.
Well,
No, they won't.
Really?
See, that's where I'm confused because I'm not really into crypto. I mean, I've used it just as another source of my portfolio, but this has been happening in other countries, if it's true. And I'm hearing it's coming this way, and I'm just trying to figure out what you guys like. If anyone has even researched it or heard of
Yeah,
what
actually,
to do.
I've researched quite a bit. So what I would say is, like the really panicky fear approach is not the way to go. And then a lot of people go 0 to 1,000,000 being all like panicking and stuff, because it will actually be somewhat of a gradual process. It's not going to be, oh, they make an announcement and tomorrow everything changes forever. And now
Right, but I don't remember the exact country, but that's exactly what happened. It happened overnight, or
yeah, it is actually.
No, I can almost guarantee whatever country it is that it's had many things passed through legislation leading up to whatever the official day was that they did it. Because you're talking about like European countries and stuff. They've been doing it for like 3 years now.
and
US
then
hasn't-
I heard that in other countries they're shutting off the electric, and
Yeah, I heard that.
you know, people are running out of firewood, and it's getting a little scary.
Tangibility of assets is the wise answer, meaning like food and stuff like that, like tangibility of assets. And if you want to, like, if you have enough money where you obviously don't just want to buy like nothing but like stuff to garden with and firewood, then like maybe some precious metals or something like that. But that's the actual. Unfortunately, that's the only answer. It's not a very convenient situation, right? Like if that happens, there's not really a convenient answer. It would be tangibility of assets. That's the only safe way. Like holding on to the dollar wouldn't be the safe way. They would give you a certain amount of time to get rid of the dollar to buy into the digital.
Maybe buying land or
buy land, buy stuff to grow on the land.
That
maybe
would be more
animals, maybe like resources for the land, like whether that be toys.
Has anyone in this group heard of the date October 1st? Because that's right around the corner.
Well, it's been reported and rumored that by the end of September that there's going to be a change, and it's going to be one of those things that's going to make our life different than what it is, let's say, right now.
Been
But
saying that for a long time, though.
yeah,
Like, I'm not,
that's the thing. That's the thing. That the only problem with that is that for a long time this has been making like noise in all forums, as far as talking points and stuff when they speak about it. But what I would encourage you to do is there's this one website that it follows what the government does with their money, like the senators and the congressmen, and it's a good tale to grab a hold to, because obviously they're going to know what's going to change before us. And they always, that's why Nancy Pelosi is like making so much money, and her husband is, and all these other, there's like, I think there's
Could you
34.
send me that link
an insider.
or mention it?
I actually think most of them like
one of the
only know a
biggest
little bit
insiders.
personally. That's what
I mean, my sense of how this would go down, and my kind of just sense of it, is that whatever digital currency they're going to be utilizing, because I think everything's going towards blockchain.
Right.
And I mean, I think blockchain, well, there's a lot of question on that, positive, negative. But at the end of the day, it's a technology. Like crypto comes from the word cryptography, because of the cryptography is this particular way of, and then the blockchains that use the cryptography. So I think the future is going to be headed that way no matter what. It's just a matter of which networks we're going to be deciding to use? You know, like, are you going to use the government one? Or are you going to use other ones that are actually decentralized? Because there's fake networks that claim to be centralized, but they claim to be decentralized, but they're actually centralized, and and so on. But I guess the main thing I was just going to say, if there is some larger transition. I mean, most of our money is digital now anyways. It's on, the servers at the banks or whatever, and there is a little bit of cash, but the total
Right.
amount of money that's
Well, I know, like
cash-
Sweden and everything, they don't use cash at all, and I just don't want my bank account to be frozen, and I wake up on a Wednesday morning and I'm
Well,
like,
yeah,
because that happens recently.
Well, I guess
And
just
he was saying, it was added up to that, but especially going through the COVID days, all that was like mind blowing all of a sudden. And this is something I've been following, and it might be another event that paralyzes us. And I'm just getting everyone's opinion on it.
And I guess just the finished part, the end part that I was going to say is that my sense of it is that if there is this transition, that you'll essentially be trading in your fiat money for their digital currency.
Yep.
So there's going to be a transition. So I mean, if you have however much money you have, you'll be able to transition onto whatever they're going to be rolling out. And there's a whole question there too. Like, do you decide to transition to that and all that, or do you decide to use other networks and everything? But I don't think they're just going to shut it all off. I mean, they want the whole world
to be like a blockchain dollar.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because when COVID happened, that was like pretty much a sudden thing, and I've worked like everyone else hard and believed in the system, and now I'm seeing other countries. I just watch. I don't know how true everything is, but it's nerve-wracking because I don't know if I should put cash into, well, not crypto anymore, because crypto I don't really believe in, or blockchain, which I wouldn't even know how to start there.
The only coins that are even an option would be Monero. This is my opinion. Monero, Dero, Dero, or Pirate Chain, Pirate Coin, whatever it's called. Those are the three legitimately private coins. There's maybe a couple others, but those are like the three legit ones. But yeah, I mean, personally, I'm not big on crypto at this point, just out of principle, though. Like, I do think people will make a lot of money on those three coins because everyone will be trying to flock to where they can get some privacy. The problem with digital currency is they don't want to kill everyone. They don't want everyone to die. They just want everyone to no longer have privacy of transaction where they can
Right.
track
They want to
everything.
monitor everything for tax purposes and everything.
Which
But
is the point of a
my
blockchain.
concern isn't making money on anything at this point. It's conserving the money that I've already made, and making sure that if I, run my credit card or my debit card or whatever, it's not saying error, it declined because of a whatever crisis that may be coming soon.
I think the
And
unfortunate answer is tangibility of assets, buying land and being able to be self-sustainable, worst case, and then keeping a little bit in the bank, maybe if that's what you want to do, or buying precious metals or some other kind of tangibility of assets for the investment. I mean, that's the really, really wealthy people I know. That's what they are doing. So I don't know.
I believe
it's a
that's
tricky
Warren
situation.
Buffett's success. He's always bought resources, or like he's always put money into like lumber and metal and like things that are going to be needed even after a crash. Like, he's always put his money. That's what made him, I guess, the richest man in the world at one point. Was all of his money was in resources and like natural things that people normally need and will buy. So he put all his money into those stocks, and they would just, over the long game, he became the richest man in the world at that point. But then, of course, you had like the Bill Gates, and then all these other industries open up, so they passed him up. But
I don't think any of us can give you like
right, and if you follow any of the richest people in the world, they're buying straight land and they're buying underground properties, and it's a little odd to me.
Yeah, that's what the wealthy people always say, right? You know, the one thing they don't make more of is land. So,
Right.
yeah, like I mean, that's why land is also shot through the roof as well as all real estate.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. I live in Austin, Texas.
Oh man, that city's crazy.
And I'm in real estate, so
Well, then it's
I
big
see
good
it
in
here.
a way, huh? For a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's crazy. And the way that I don't know where everyone's from, but the way this market has been over the past 2 years is crazy. It went from normal to at 300% inflated, almost overnight. And it's just weird how that happens.
It's gonna
And
have to balance out, right? Do you agree?
uh,
Some say it's not going to. Some say they think it's gonna just keep staying up.
I think in a normal world, previous COVID, that would make sense. But when COVID happened, me personally, I started questioning a lot of things. And so I don't know if things are normal, and especially if, after everything that I've been seeing and hearing and researching and following, I don't think anything is normal at this point. And this is why I'm reaching out, trying to get, people who do follow things like this and advice or opinions.
But there is like historic statistics that the markets seem to follow. Like even going back 20 years, these markets have these fluctuations that go high, they go low. You know what a candlestick is, right? And they can track those candlesticks, so they know, okay, this is going to drop historically and statistically at this time of year. This particular stock or crypto or whatever, it just investments in general, they usually fall down so far and rise so high, and they go up and down. And when you layer them, like, okay, this is what happens this year, this is what happened 10 years ago, they're almost identical. So it's like people that really do follow the markets, they can make a pretty good educated guess of what and when the market's going to go up and when it's going to go down. But they always say the same thing: you always buy low and sell high. And if you're in it for the long game, then you want to go into things that play the long game, that aren't, people aren't getting, like carpet pulled, from underneath when you put
No,
all
no,
your
no.
money in something that falls
I
through.
totally agree with you in a normal situation. But the thing is, since I'm in real estate, the market went from, say, a 1,500 square foot house at 230,000, went from 230,000 to $500,000
Yeah.
in a matter of overnight.
Yeah, and all those trends of real estate, especially you being in it, you probably know too, like what happened back in 2008, and these bubbles bursted, or was it even before that? But these bubbles do eventually burst, and the market will crash along with it. So it's just going to be another history repeating itself. If you look at where it's at today and go back, into the early 2000s and look at their trends, and you can see how long that market stayed volatile, if you will, and where it got to its breaking point and where it had to collapse because it could no longer go higher because of the interest rates and because of inflation. The market itself couldn't sustain, so it had to collapse, and then we'll be back to square bottom. But it's kind of like when they raised gas was $3 a gallon, it goes up to $7, and then it falls and settles around 5, and then people are like, whoo, that was close, man, we were paying $7. But they don't realize, But wake up, you're now paying $2 more a gallon, and you're okay with that. They got you to believe that this is a good thing. No different than the houses when they rose from $150,000 and all of a sudden they were $400,000. Well, they settled back down to like 250, 300, and then that was the normal. Now the 300,000 is going up to $800,000. So when they settle back at $500,000, that's going to be the normal. But we're going to consider it like, whoa, man, good thing it's at 500,000 because 800,000 was crazy. So this is a manipulation that the market continues to do all the time. Historically, and that's how they raise their prices and get away with it for it to set at a new price, a new level. People are going to lose money
The
who
people
bought
who
in
bought at
late.
the high got wrecked, and they all got their money taken away.
Exactly.
Basically. Mhm.
Yeah, when you buy into things late, you're going to get wrecked. You're going to lose the most money.
House markets are already in certain areas in the United States. They're already slowing down. Like people were buying houses straight off, like 30, 40, 50K above asking price, and that's not the case anymore. So people
Yeah,
are
and
correcting.
I did witness that, and it wasn't normal people. It was straight Goldman Sachs, BlackRock investors. It was all these huge investors coming in and doing this.
Scarlett.
We're just buying off. Yeah, straight off.
So I don't know how long you've been in the industry, but in 2008, during the crash, Austin was one of the very, very few places in the country that did not actually have a crash. Simply because everyone wants to move there and other places in Texas. So we're really just pulling the highest class people from other places, and they're coming here expecting to pay high class prices. And so I don't even see in a bubble burst Austin even going down because they have too much value now. They've got Tesla, they've got SpaceX, they've got all that. Like all the companies have made a home base there. I think the CIA is kind of like expanding or something. So shit's not going to go cheaper. I don't think it's going to go cheaper. I mean, even during a crash, like the value that they've added there, ever since Elon moved there, that's when the price jumped, I'm sure. And it's just like,
Yeah, that's about the time it started jumping.
yeah, I mean, that's okay. So money works on faith, right? It doesn't have value intrinsically. It's just, it is a faith system. And there's a lot of people who put faith in those institutions and those people that have moved there. Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, all the video game streamers are creating this big influx with kids who want to move there too and bring all their money with them. And so Austin's value literally just went up. Even during a crash, I think you're going to be fine, at least there.
Yeah, I think Austin. Austin has the state capital, so they have all those state employees, and I think they have 50,000 University of Texas students and all the employees that go along with that. So it's Austin's a good place to be if you don't want to experience a crash. I'm up here in Dallas, and Dallas has experienced 10% rent increases for the last 7 years, which basically means it's doubled. And houses have gone from 400,000 to 700,000 in 2.5 years. And they did have the experience. It's cooled off now, but they've had the experience of a $700,000 home listed going for a cash price of $800,000 because people were going after it. I think the biggest thing, everybody's opinion is really, really great, and my opinion is just worth 2 cents. But when it comes to the stock market, I know this is going to go on Livestream. When the Rothschilds decide the stock market's going to go down, it'll go down. When the Rothschilds decide the stock market goes up, it goes up. It's not much different than Wall Street was in 1986. They put the movie Wall Street. They put the word out. A stock goes up, stock goes down. The Rothschilds could make all the world stock markets go up or go down just when they want to. Thanks.
Yeah,
Hey,
what about
the
with
website is
Right.
QuiverQuant.
What if they're just trying to switch us to digital currency, though, right? Like, if that's the end goal, they have to accomplish that some way. So, I mean, that's a really hard question to answer. Like, she came in here with, like, the hardest question to answer ever. Like if they
Well,
pull the
there's
rug.
really no answer because nobody really knows. But
Well,
I am on pins and needles because, like everyone else, we have money in the bank, we've got investments, we've got cash. And if they freeze everything and they're like, oh, everyone, we're, transitioning into digital and everything's frozen. And then I don't even remember the countries, but they were, I don't know if you guys seen the stories or if it was even real news or fake news, but they were lined up rallying outside of their, you know, institutional facilities because then no one could get their money.
Yeah.
Like it was frozen.
Yeah, that happened also in Canada. I remember they closed down all their banks for a little bit too. But I wanted to let you know that website, it's called QuiverQuant, and you could look into it, and it's all the transactions that they do in stocks. So technically, if you put your money in stocks, that's technically digital money. You know, it's not. It's a form of it. So it's not like your cash is going to be locked up in a bank. Your cash will actually be an investment. But I think, like Witset said, the best option for you, especially since you do it, would be to get real estate, but not at the high end. Like find foreclosures or something. Like find, and you have the access to it. So put your money into property, or just buying land that you can sell
No, I
later.
understand that. I have an investment company, so I understand that. But where I'm at right now, there's no there's no deals because inflation and like
Yeah.
someone said before, all the
Different issue.
higher California, New Yorkers, and everything coming in.
Well, I
It
believe last
me
week.
out the market, but
I believe
Are you
last week.
worried
I
that there
think it
might be
was.
like an economic collapse where like the dollar becomes worthless and like
They're gonna try to
everything
switch us over to
shuts
digital
down?
currency. Is what you. I mean, that's
And
what.
then
yeah,
at that point,
that's what I've been reading and
at that
researching.
point, then it's like food, water, and
Yeah.
weapons.
Or cut to a
When was
digital
the
currency, right?
when
I
was
mean,
the
that's
last
right.
time that you read the book Revelations, ma'am? You don't have to answer that, but I mean, if you're not into the Bible, which is not very popular on the internet anymore, I hear that anyway. But it does mention a certain chapter and verse where it talks about going to a different world system, or a mark system. So that's what this is. This is a precursors, obviously, and this thing that you've been talking about that's 2.5 years old is the conditioning to separate the people. I'm sure you've lost some friends in the past 3 years, maybe. And next up will be the mark of the beast in maybe a few years or something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
it's
if
about
you go to
that.
if you go to Revelation 13, 16 to 18, and you can't see that happening in the good old USA or the world in the next 6 to 24 months, then you need to really sit down and think about what you're thinking about. Because if you haven't changed your thought, like XO just said, if you haven't changed your thinking in the last 30 months and 3 days now, since March 17th, 2020, then you haven't been using what God gave you between your two ears.
Yeah, I
You,
think.
you really need to.
Yeah,
I
the
think it's
writing's
I
on the
think it's
wall
gonna
for
be like
sure.
it's gonna be like when I say gradual, I guess like even if it's 3 years, something this drastic, that would still be fast, right? But like, yeah, they're gonna come out and kind of give you a heads up, and then start to normalize the digital currency, and then they're gonna incentivize it. So they're
Yeah,
gonna
but
give you
you
some type of
you
deal
you
to go.
say gradual, but if you think about COVID and all that stuff that happened, that's what my interpretation of gradual was when all that stuff started happening,
Well,
and they started to condition us to certain things in certain ways and changing things. And
Yeah, that was
I
2 years, right?
think
So
it's a cycle that's
well, that was 2
has
whole years.
been happening and is happening, and it hasn't hit our country. Well, I'm in the United States, but it hasn't hit the United States as hard yet. But it is hitting other countries
Yeah, but other countries are
hard.
way like okay, yeah, but they're way more ready for the new system. Like, now don't get me wrong, the United States is certainly and clearly headed there. But so like the 2 years was really to get you like mentally prepared for the new system where now you have curfews, Now you have to walk in a certain direction in your store. Now you're used to getting scanned on your wrist and your forehead to go into stores. Now you have to have a physical identifier, which was a mask, and then a shot to buy, sell, and trade. These were all like to condition your mind, and that's why it took 2 years, because if they had have just overnight forced it, like gun to your head, it wouldn't have worked. Now everyone's desensitized to it, and the currency will be no different, in my opinion, where it will become gradual, just like Starbucks just announced they're not going to be taking cash anymore. That'll just start happening with all these other big companies. Then they'll announce their new plan for a digital currency. They'll give you a grace period to transition over. They'll incentivize it, meaning that they'll give you some type of reward to switch over to the digital, because everyone's money is basically already digital anyway. And then they'll start to sell you on all the benefits, the pros of having like the convenience of it. I think they'll literally give you like a bonus to do it. They'll portray it like it's a national security issue, and like you need to be a patriot. We have to come together because China and Russia are creating a digital currency, and we have to try to become the world reserve currency again. And then they will eventually integrate that into a one world currency. So that's my opinion. I think it's got a few more years because just the way that they operate. I think they have to like. Now, don't get me wrong. Like you should already be prepared. I think honestly, I think that like spiritual preparation is definitely the most important thing. But to each their own, you know. But yeah, I don't think that like you're gonna wake up and then everything's gonna be different. But that's
I
my
don't.
opinion, man. You should definitely not just do what I say, but I don't see any other feasible way. In fact, that would almost guarantee a revolt. The way that it works is gradual every time, and that's why people now are so desensitized. If they come out and tell you have a curfew again, everyone, if they say the word lockdown now, everyone knows what it means, right? And they're going to do the same thing with the money, at least in my opinion. And so, yeah, that's my thing.
I don't know if anybody else got this in the mailer, but it was a form of marketing probably. But I was talking to my cousin over the phone. This was not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before, and he opened up his mail, and because he went on disability, and he sent me a picture of the card. He's like, "Is this the card for disability?" And because I'm currently on disability, so that's why he's asking me these questions. And I go, no, that's different. And then it just so happened at the same time I'm checking my mail, and I got that same exact card. I'm like, dude, I got it too. And all it was an incentive to just put all your cash into this card, and you can use it like a debit card, and no interest, no nothing. And it's like it's a way to, because stores are no longer going to be accepting cash, and everything's going to be card or swiped or Apple Pay, where you just touch it, or you get the chip, you just wave your hand above that same scanner. So
That's the end game.
they're prepping the people for this cashless society, and they're ready, speaking about it. Like I said, at the World Economic Forum, they've been talking about it, but saying that it's going to take 3 years from now, I think we're probably 2 years into the 3 years. So shortly, it should be switching very, very quickly. And I get what you're saying and your fear, because yes, there were parts in multiple countries that it did happen overnight per se, where like they couldn't have access to their cash for a moment at a time. So I get your fear, but at the same time, it's already been going towards there. Like the writing is on the wall, right? Like in the scripture, the hand was writing on the wall, and you just have to, if you see it, and then you could plan for it accordingly. And that's why, like for instance, you're talking about there's no good deals. Well, I remember seeing a report that last month, this year, over 34,000 homes across the states went into foreclosure. So there's going to be, if not right now as we speak, there's plenty of opportunities to put your money into these investments that you won't be losing as much money for if and when it does crash. You get what I'm saying?
I won't keep talking so much, but I can guarantee you that it will 100% be somewhat gradual, and the European countries are not a good litmus test. Look at the difference between them and us during the lockdowns, right? Like they were immediately complying, immediately in lockdown, have no guns, have hate speech laws. They're not the same as here. This is the first domino to start the world order, is the United States. So it will be a little slower, in my opinion, just like with the lockdowns. The U.S. was not the same as the other
Well,
countries.
I think the difference though with that, honestly, is that because we have a constitution that allowed the people to revolt and stand against those things without having the military locking down on us and them just putting people in cages like the way they were in other countries and taking them to these reform institutions once they weren't agreeing with the social you know ideology that was going on in those countries. So yeah, for sure it's different here, but because we have a constitution that people are not going to let that happen, or at least are going to fight against it as they have been for the past 2 years. People are saying, "Oh, lockdown, lockdown." In California, everyone hated Newsom, and they're like, "No, we're not going to lock down. We're going to stay open." And they did stay open, and then they were threatened. There was a restaurant that a friend of a friend owns, and his restaurant they cut off the power. And they said, we're not going to turn it on until you pay that fine, because he was staying open during COVID when they were telling him to shut down. So it does happen where people are revolting and going against the grain, if you will. And it's probably just harder for them to get a grip on Americans because of our constitution, and countries alike. There are other countries too that they just protested and said, "Screw you, we're not going to do this." Like mainly in Europe, man, they freaking riot, and also in South America. There's parts of South America where they almost literally just toppled their governments and said, "Fuck you, we're not going to do that." So, but there are other countries that they just had to, bow down and fucking just say, "Okay, it is what it is," and those people definitely lost out.
Europe gave up their guns, so they can't do anything. They can go scream in the streets all they want to. So, like the U.S., look, I agree with what they were saying. I believe in the scriptures. The U.S. eventually will go down, but it's got to be gradual, man. Like
That's
in fact, there's like
inevitable.
documentation galore about how this works. Like it's like the analogy of the frog in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mean,
gradualism.
how much more do you
It's
think
called
this Bible has to
gradualism.
get accurate? How much more do you think we'd have to get closer with it before people go, "Wow, this Bible might be right"? Hypothetically, let's say that they put a number out there on some sort of system, that was involved with a major sort of upgrade to the cashless system involving crypto. I mean, how you think if it said something like, just hypothetically, if there was like some sort of number in the Bible that the Bible says, "Hey, watch out for this number," then all of a sudden the next thing you know that this society is going to a system which also matches that number. If they, not, I mean, even though they'll say, "Well, everything matches the number," they'll say, "So because everything matches the number, don't worry about it," right? But when do you think they'll pay attention to the Bible because it matches?
Honestly, I don't like. They didn't put together that they were being programmed to have their wrist and forehead scanned. So I don't know that a lot of people will put it together.
They'll find any reason to say, "Well, this doesn't match," so it doesn't say. They'll find any excuse to say that it doesn't match, even if it matches. And first of all, does anybody even know what the number is in the Bible, right? And I bet most people think it's one thing when it's actually another. So most people won't even realize it when they do maybe patent something. That would be my
So what's the
theory.
number? It's not 666. It's what instead?
Well, what does the Greek say?
Just tell me. I don't know. Or does everybody else want to guess?
Well, in March 26, a few months after that thing that we were talking about loosely, that we're not, of course, not allowed to talk about, was obviously during the beginning of that. And while everybody was looking in one direction, they patented some things that will have, I guess, future upgrades as well. They haven't there is no, closed scenario on this technology called body activity data, but the body activity data was patented by Microsoft, which is weird, right? So when the book says, I find this very interesting that when the book says it'll be the number of a man, what would the number of a man be? Well, we have these things called patents, right? And the patent number goes because a man invented something, right? So that's kind of interesting, right? And then you look at the number of this digital currency body activity data. It's supposed to monitor your brain activity also. It's supposed to work as a polygraph. So none of you heroes will be able to Indiana Jones the situation, and get your setup and then think you're going to be the hero and infiltrate the bad guy because it's going to read your mind now, is what they're saying. And isn't that a weird acronym? Body activity data. What's the acronym for that?
Bad.
Oh, very good. Excellent. Isn't that funny? Weird. Why? That's okay. Interesting. Okay, so what's something that's bad? And then the numbers W0202 00. This is weird. If they didn't patent it in 2020, there wouldn't be double aughts here. So this is the weirdest part. Since it was patented against March 2020, it retained as extra zero. If it was going to be patented, in 2021, it would have said 21. Instead, it says W0202 006 0606. But wait a minute, EXO, that's not the mark of the. You're right. 0060606 is not right. Let's see what the Greek says. The Greek says 600 6. However, if I reverse, first of all, can you reverse 666? Right, 666 is what backwards? Oh, it's the same, right?
Right.
666. Okay, so that doesn't work. But if I take the original Greek and turn it backwards, it's 006
Wow.
06, which matches the body activity data. Now, just saying, and it's a cryptocurrency future upgrade system. So I'm just saying that's what's already on the pages now. So even if that was the mark of the beast, that means nobody noticed it, and it's already been on the books for over about 2.5 years.
It will
And do you,
reward you with cryptocurrency
Totally
based on
interesting.
compliant
sorry, go
body.
ahead. What's it?
Oh, God is good. Every man's a liar. The Bible has the information, though. It's out there.
Based on the compliant body activity, you will be rewarded in cryptocurrency, is what the patent says.
Wow. And there's several pages. So when somebody says, "Oh, it's not that serious," ask them if they spent the hour and a half it took to read about it. So be careful when you make a claim about this. Make sure you read up first, because you'll look really stupid when somebody points out, "Oh, do you know it does this as well?" Because I'm not going to tell you all about it, because it is what it is.
It says it uses the device to track your body activity and will reward you for compliance via cryptocurrency in the cloud.
Yeah, that's the new social credit score setup,
Oh Lord.
which they already started over in China. They had that. They've had the system. They've been test marketing. It's been introduced already.
This
It's
is
only a
probably
matter
just
of
some
time.
random crazy person that made this, right? I mean, it's not someone that's really powerful or anything. Who'd you say patented it?
It definitely would have to be someone powerful.
It's Microsoft, yeah. I was being sarcastic. You
Yeah.
couldn't pick a more sketchy person.
Here's what I want to point out. If they didn't patent it 2 years ago, the number wouldn't match. I'm just going to say that again. They had to patent it in March 2020. Had to be patented to get that extra zero, and it matched. So if they patent something 3 years from now, it's not going to match. So if you continue to read about this, you're going to see that it's scheduled for what? Who wants to guess what it's scheduled for?
I don't remember actually. 2030.
Your phone. What is your phone? Somebody's holding a phone. What is your phone going to ask you to do in about 6 months or next week?
Update.
That's right. It is going to receive upgrades
I never
and updates to the technology.
I have not updated my phone in 3 years.
Well, this thing is going to receive, it's open. It's an open loop. It's not just, like if I make a patent, this is what it is. No. It's an open patent, so they can change it and modify it. So anybody who makes a claim now, next week, they could change it. So I'm just saying, and I've already noticed that they have already removed information that was on about it that was there about 1.5 years ago. It's now removed information. So they're already playing their games, because they admitted a lot more over 1.5 years ago.
Like the way they changed the tariffs documents of when they shipped COVID-19 kits to every country, and that was in 2018. But then when someone pointed out in 2020, they changed every single one of those tariffs to medical test kits instead of COVID-19.
Well, somebody should have screenshotted it, Apocryphon.
I did. I swear to you, I did.
Well, then,
you want to see it?
Did you use it? Did you upload a video?
I have
yet?
it. Yeah, I talked about it way back when it first happened. But you know how
nice,
information
excellent.
Let me find it on my phone. Good thing I recorded it. Good thing I recorded it, because I'm not joking. No, a day later, they changed it because I was talking to my sister. I'm like, oh my gosh, did you see that? How can they say that we didn't know about COVID-19? But in 2018, they already had COVID-19 test kits. And she's like, what? Show me it. And I'll go to this website. And then she goes, it doesn't say that. And then I went to it, and sure enough, medical test kits. But luckily, I screen recorded me searching it. Wait, hold on, let me find it. I'll show you.
Hilarious. Excellent. Sounds like divine intervention.
And
yo, like, sorry, go.
yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just remember, those who haven't participated in the last 30 months, you know what I'm talking about, who haven't participated in the last 30 months, they know who you are. They know who I am. They know who XO is. They know who hasn't participated. So
I don't think they won't call me back, Jim. Do you want to ask them if they know who I am? Why won't they call me back? I mean, I bug these people all the time.
we won't get into that. But,
You know, even before the whole COVID pandemic, no one talked about the H1N1 in 2017. Like, that was huge. It was unnoticed. I think that was a big deal. I had it, and I worked in a facility. Everybody was infected. It was extremely contagious. 65,000 people died. 2017. No one talked about that.
I think it's time for a different discussion on a different forum. That's not on.
Yeah,
that's
we
not
have
on
to be
live
careful about exactly what we say, which just proves the point that
That's
they're
fine,
hiding
but
something.
any
I have-
response to that would probably not be so.
Exactly. Austin is 110% right. There's a different opinion out there, and I would love to voice it, but I can't on live stream.
Yeah, let's just say terrain theory.
True. I apologize.
Yo, what's crazy is it's like described as like having different aspects to the mark, right? And so that would be effectively the system that runs it, and it requires a device. And so, you know, maybe the unsuspecting public would think, oh, it'd be your phone or something. But no, I don't think so. I think it will be a literal hijacking of your neural pathways. And I don't think they have to tie you down and cut your head open to do that. According to Elon himself, actually, you can get his little Neuralink via inoculation. And it will bypass the blood-brain barrier. So anyway, if they're going to monitor your brain activity, how are they going to do that? They're going to have to obviously have something physical as well. So this seems to be kind of like the software, right, that would run the mark. So yeah, seems to be probably layered.
It might start off with systems that aren't as an integrated, right? They might start out with like level 0. You know how some of us don't want an iPhone, right? Some of it, or we know sometimes we hold back, right? And then the next phase, and the next, they'll start off with things that are, just, things for your baby. If you forget where you put your baby, this is how this is going to work, right? And then it'll be upgrades and things like that, right? And over a period of time, maybe just 3 years. I mean, just look at what's happened in the last 3 years. Time flies now, and it's a lot different. And in 3 years, it'll be, oh, now you need to do this, or you can't, your phones won't work anymore. You won't be able to. People are already addicted to these things, so it's like increasing someone's drug habit. So they'll just get you on, and eventually, now this one, the system is the way it is, sir. You can't, your goal doesn't matter anymore. And if you don't do this, you won't be able to buy and sell at all. And you have to also sign a bunch of paperwork and, this and that, because this is a whole different deal. And they'll already have people completely addicted to the way the system works. And that's why so many millions are going to give in to the mark of the beast.
And that's why this last 2 years was so crucial, because it desensitized so many people to what's going to come.
XO, I posted it for you. Go ahead and take a look at it.
Yeah, that's a totally true statement.
You know what's crazy? I traveled the whole U.S. during that with a freaking microphone, talking as loud as I could in every single major city, telling everyone, you think it's a coincidence that you're walking into stores, getting scanned on your wrist and forehead to gain entry? You guys think that's just a coincidence? Like, it didn't resonate with 90% of people, bro. Like,
Yeah, it's too big. It's too scary. And it was designed that way because if this was if their favorite broadcaster is totally pushing this, like completely full on board, that everything about it is like, whoa. I mean, that's how all of these things are designed, right? It makes any common man paralyzed with the thought that it's not real.
yeah, it's just crazy. It's like, if you had told someone like 400 years ago, like, did you know that in the future, you know how it says this in Revelation, that the whole world would shut down the same day? Everyone would agree to it. They'd be put into lockdown, and they would be told that they can't go in to buy things unless they get scanned on their wrist and forehead.
Right.
They'd be like, and
Yeah,
then
right.
told them, and no one knew that no one put it together at all that it might have something to do with it. They'd be like, what?
And they even play into that, though. They play into that being like so direct and in your face, so that it works like a reverse psychology. Like, oh well, if it was something they were trying to hide, they wouldn't put it in our face, right? That kind of psychology goes
Right,
into
yeah.
it.
Yeah, and I think it'll
Or
be like, it'll be a similar deception. Like it says in Revelation, I think 18:23, that for them, the men, they were great men on the earth. The merchants were great men on the earth, and for by thy sorceries or pharmakia were all the nations deceived. So, great, merchants of pharmakia deceive all the nations in Revelation. I mean, pretty wild.
Well, that reminds me of, like, imagine going into the region, 10 years ago, and let's say someone didn't read the scriptures, and you told them, "Hey, this river right here is going to be dried up soon," and they'd be like, "You're crazy! Look how flourishing it is." And now look at today; the Euphrates is almost dried up,
Amen. It's like a
and
clock.
that is prophecy. That is legit prophecy. Hey, XO, did you see the video? I posted it.
Yeah, it did. You did a search. It said something like banks or something, and
Yeah, the
yeah, I
realbank.org.
was looking at the screenshot.
Yeah, so on the screenshot is what they changed it to. So it's literally like the
Oh, okay.
day that I'm viewing it, it's saying COVID-19, right? And then I'm sharing that. I put that on like my social media. I was talking to my family about it. I'm like, look at, they're like, oh, they didn't know COVID-19. I'm like, no, they did. Look at, they were sending out kits a year to 2 years ago, from 2017 2018, to every country. They were and they had reported tariffs on them. And then the next day they changed it to medical test kits. Like, wow, like someone caught word, like obviously it probably went viral. So then people are like, uh-oh, and they're on to us.
Yeah, that's why
Oh, you know what?
censorship
Hey,
is so crazy.
that's a good score.
Dude, think about it. They just like turned the notch up with censorship, right? And it's because of stuff like this. Like they had to literally just come in and change the whole game.
My video got flagged and deleted. Yeah, for sure. When I put it up,
no doubt.
I got a warning, and they just completely removed it, and there's like, you're spreading disinformation. And I'm like, what? This is your guys' website, or this is an actual website from the World Economy, the worldbank.org. It's their freaking website. How am I'm just sharing exactly what my eyes are seeing, and you're telling me that I'm lying? Like, what the fuck? That's crazy.
No, bro, listen, you could show some, normie weirdo that today, and you could show them your evidence, and they'll look at you and probably say, "Are you a flat earther?"
Right?
The crazy thing is, even and I respect religion and every aspect, but even people that don't follow religion or the Bible, it's common sense. Like if you're smart at all and you look at things, it's common sense what's there.
Well, there is this too, though. There's also that the truth will be revealed from the Spirit, and it's going to pour out at these times. In these times, the Spirit's going to pour out into the children, into the people. And this is why, like, for instance, You call it common sense. I call it the wool is pulled from your eyes, and now you're no longer blind, and you're not, denying it or not seeing it. It's making sense. It's because the Spirit is giving you that knowledge and understanding, which is a gift by God, the Spirit of knowledge and understanding.
And some
For
people literally can't see it, even if it's like right in front of them. If you show them that or anything, they literally can't.
Crazy to me because the hurt and the people who I was one that lost my job during everything. Like it was is thrown in your face. Like I don't understand how people can deny the things that are happening or had happened during that the last 2.5 years or in that are coming.
Yeah.
You ever ask
So
anybody
much
why?
has
Like,
come out.
what's the difference?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's the difference between 2018? What happened over all of a sudden overnight? We've already had these things already in our societies for 100 years at
Supposedly,
least,
yeah.
recorded. What happened in 2000? You can't get an answer. There's no reason. Once this happened, it just showed that everybody is we're in that they live stage where you're just surrounded by Muppet and NPCs is I guess the term. And it's
Puppet
too
even.
late because there
A
wasn't even a
dancing.
justification. There's no reason to even do any of it in the first place. These things are. It wasn't like Godzilla started breaking buildings and coming into and destroying things. This is all of a sudden we were just told what to do because of our televisions. So it just shows that Satan is the god of this world, no doubt about it.
Don't you think the dancing doctors was the epitome of that sociopathic evidence? I mean, that was just crazy. The dancing
That's evidence
doctors.
of why there's a hell, actually.
Yeah, it was just fun. Have you seen that? Everyone here seen the dancing doctors video that's comparing it to the 2001 Olympic ceremony with the kids in the beds and all that? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
dude, that ceremony is wild.
Yeah.
What was it?
The one
You
where they
said
have
doc-
like death. They have like a
wasn't
huge puppet of death on all
wasn't
the
that
hospital beds. It's the Olympics opening. Is it the opening ceremony or the closing
Yeah,
ceremony?
the
I think it's the
opening.
opening.
Opening
The
ceremony.
opening,
yeah,
and there's a
the
coronavirus that you can see.
2012
Like
Olympics. Uh-huh.
they had like a hologram of it on top of the stadium. Like you zoom in, it's like
Yeah.
exactly what we're shown. It's so
Yes,
crazy.
exactly. It literally shows you the little
That
Yeah.
predictive
keyword.
programming, huh?
Yeah. That shows how much power they have. It's just like the folded bills for 9/11 or a lot of these other things. Like that, when you realize that they planned these 10 years ahead of time
That's
when
right.
those bills were printed, that just shows to themselves or to anyone that's got eyes to see that just how deep and planned out this
You
is.
said it.
But
So
is it?
That's the reason because Satan has to tell you what he's doing. That's
Yeah.
the thing, and that's why the Bible says you are without excuse. You can't say, "Oh, I didn't know better." No, you knew better. That's
And
why
they
you
have the
no excuse.
children like running around scared and like
Yeah.
it's crazy,
It
bro.
was really crazy. That freaked me out. And just and they usurped so many industries. And it's just showing it, like with the doctors having time to dance when they're supposed to be busy, and we know that they're not. Shouldn't keep talking about the subject, but it was just like the epitome of their. And I bet half those dance routines weren't even real doctors. That was just like actors made to look like doctors, so that we would be like, it's trauma-based mind control. They were just complete contradiction. They're showing that. I mean, they even had it on the news one time, and I remember telling my mom, I'm like, why are they dancing? Like, why would they be? Oh, you know what she said that the reporter said? Well, every time somebody comes off of the breathing machine, I'll just say it that way, they celebrate, right? So like the 1 out of 10 survive that, right? So like that's what the excuse of whoever was on television saying, that they're celebrating.
Yeah, the other
someone
one
going
was
off
that
of the
it like
breathing machine.
helped relieve stress.
Yeah, right. Oh, geez.
The
The
fact
epitome
that
of
how many countries got
puppets.
together at the most embarrassing thing though, that China, all these world countries that don't get along would then tell all of the entire whatever 7 billion whatever they claim population that you're not allowed to discuss this. That
Yeah.
was the most obvious satanic
That is
ritual.
weird.
That was such
Yeah.
that's when I knew I was like, yes, we are in Revelation. We've got to be in Revelation 1 at least.
Yeah, we're going to
No,
change
that's
your life
ridiculous.
completely, but then you can't talk about what it is that changed your life completely.
No,
It's
yes,
insane.
but for all the countries that don't even speak the same languages, that don't even have except for a little spot in the Middle East. That's weird, huh? Wonder what's over there. Everybody else, everybody else are going to agree to these terms, and we're going to cover your faces, you pathetic eaters.
Well, yeah, well, that's why it felt like the truth about where we live was just the right possible predecessor to it, so that someone that could see that lie, like Witsit was doing, was you were talking about this is directly related because why is it that all the countries shut down on the same exact day? It's not, country against country the way we think, and NASA proves. I mean, all the space program is
No, it's
being
because they all
in
it's
on the
because
same
they all
discussion.
work together, like all the
Yeah,
world leaders. So what do you
exactly.
guys think is the safest country to go and camp out at?
I think
Nowhere.
who knows.
America.
Who knows?
What's
Probably
like
here.
Saudi Arabia right now?
Depends on just
Do you think
relatively safe for
do you
what
think it would
though.
be Switzerland?
No.
That's the other
not
thing.
Switzerland. Switzerland is pretty much taken over by the globe people.
I would say honestly, it's like the south part of the U.S. Like the U.S. is honestly not that bad. I mean, the thing is, it's like there isn't actually an answer to the question. I don't think.
No, there isn't.
Not
Hey,
answers, but like opinions.
No, yeah, I'm just saying. I think they're all going down. That's what I'm trying to say. Like I don't.
There was a flat Earth
Yeah,
girl
but
actually
if
that
I
went to
was to
Switzerland.
have to like ditch my life and go somewhere to be safe, where would it be?
I heard Mexico's not terrible.
Yeah, or somewhere in South America, maybe.
I mean, according to the scriptures, I think maybe the best place would be in Jerusalem, in the homeland where.
Where's that at?
I know.
Maybe that's
Find that
here,
on the
right?
Well, it's stolen. Well, yeah, that's the thing. That place is stolen,
Yeah, yeah. But it would be within those walls. It would be within those walls where I would think maybe not. Maybe that's going to be the first place to cast his judgment. But it does say that in the end times that there will be that all the people will come back home. They will draw themselves back to their homeland,
Is
and
it
that's
possible that we don't know as much as we think we know geographically?
Mm-hmm.
Scarlet,
Yeah.
somewhere in Israel, I guess.
It would be nice to have.
You'd have to find an
together.
archaeological. You'd have to find an archaeological definite article to make a claim, and that might be also being hidden as well. And I bet, sorry to say, guys, don't get mad, but the flat earthers don't talk about a lot of that kind of stuff.
Scarlet,
Hey, real quick,
Scarlet, one
Witsit,
thing.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna not to go back to this subject, but right now I'm about to post in the live stream a video that my friend Jez had an interview with this guy named went by Murphy for the interview, and he did like a deep dive into the financial systems and talked about Bitcoin. But I don't know if I sent this to you a while back, but I don't know if you ever saw it. But check that one out as far as Bitcoin goes. He's talking about the Satoshi vision and that being the real Bitcoin. And when they forked off from it, that the Bitcoin we think is Bitcoin doesn't have the 4 pillars of security that the other one does, or the ledger, or any of it to go with it. So that's an interesting find if that's true. He got his channel taken off, just erased after that. He posted that video, and I happened to screen record it because he said there was going to be an important video coming up or whatever. Anyway, just on the crypto thing, if anyone's
Yeah,
interested.
I mean, whether like BSV, because that stands for Bitcoin Satoshi Vision, it's like its own crypto. Whether that one was the original or not, there is this idea that the Bitcoin currently, the main one being traded now, is essentially an imposter. It's not the actual original one. Like someone we know who, I'm sure, forked it and then created one that they could control, and is not the actual real one.
Right.
Yeah, have you guys seen that? Satoshi is like the first few letters of the 4 biggest Japanese companies.
Yeah, that's a very weird coincidence. And then there's the Craig Wright guy who is the Bitcoin Satoshi Vision owner or whatever. He, won that court case in Florida, and basically they awarded him, the rights to Bitcoin. I don't know what that means, if it's both Bitcoin and Bitcoin Satoshi Vision, or if he's a shill that's just supposed to be this guy that, somehow is Satoshi. And he has a story about how he came up with the name, and it had to do with like a friend of his was into, martial arts, and he got into that, and it was kind of a combination of a couple things in his mind. So who knows? But he did win the court case, and then they challenged him to withdraw from that account that's supposed to have like, you know, some million Bitcoin in it, and that's, you know, hasn't been transactions made in that account since they thought that this other guy that was Satoshi died, right? So, but he hasn't withdrawn from the account. And if he did, that would solidify that he is Satoshi, and the actual people theorize that the Bitcoin we know as Bitcoin now would just plummet, and this would be the real Bitcoin. But the interesting part about that video, though, by the way, is it doesn't even matter necessarily what they're promoting, because he's saying that there's 4 pillars of necessity to make this type of thing actually have real value as far as digital data goes, and everything that goes with that, and the privacy and all the things that the Satoshi vision were about is the BSV, and it's like very affordable because they blackballed it basically and made the other one seem like the real one, which then they've messed with the ledger and it's been tampered with. So the value literally isn't there as far as like what it's supposed to serve. So it's interesting.
Like, you think that's just a coincidence? This right here.
No, that's a dead giveaway. Yeah, that's beyond coincidence.
Yeah.
But
That's crazy.
So since we're talking about Bitcoin, I mean, and blockchain in general, I mean, there's this kind of age-old question. I say age-old, it's really like just in this recent age. It's not, you know, because of where we're at right now. But like, did Bitcoin originally come from, you know, an authentic source, or did it come from, you know, these controller entities? And then even more from that, like, yeah, did it come from a positive, you know, more like angelic positive type thing into this realm, or a more demonic? Or was it brought in by angelic and it's being co-opted by demonic? Or was it created by demonic and it just is demonic through and through? Like, what do you guys think?
Right.
I think it's all bad.
I think that's a great question, because a lot of people, we know crypto came about and we started investing. A lot of us made some, you know, good investment decisions, and then all of a sudden it crashed and then it went up. Like, nobody really knows.
Well, there was
I think
a
it was
point.
all set up in the beginning to they
Again,
need digital
those
currency.
who are
They have to have
those who are
digital
coming in
currency,
late.
or they can't pull off the one world order. So.
Again, those who are coming in late aren't going to reap as much rewards as those who came in early. Like back when crypto was like $1, or when Bitcoin was like $1, and then nobody was buying it back then. Though it wasn't. It was like, you know, everyone was like, they turned a blind eye to it. Like, that's nothing. They're just trying to steal your money. And then it went up to $1,000, and then people still didn't buy in. And then it was $10,000, and it got all the way up to beyond $60,000 per coin. And then people started buying into it, and then lost a lot of money when it dropped. So,
but was this created by the same people who are running the world, and they
That's what
drove
the
up prices?
that's what the theory
Was
is.
it
And then they
Theory.
pulled
from
out.
scratch? Most likely, yeah. Most likely it
They,
was them, but
they say
it
the
could have been also
dark
usurped to some degree. Go
they
ahead.
say the dark web was heavily investing in Bitcoin early on.
So look at what I posted in the voice text, Scarlett. Okay, so the pseudonym for who founded Bitcoin is Satoshi Nakamoto. And then you got the 4 major companies of Japan lined up right there. Samsung, Toshiba, Nakamichi, Motorola. And literally the beginning of each one put together is the name.
yeah,
on the
that's
white
not a
paper.
coincidence.
Yeah.
That's not a conspiracy theory. That is a conspiracy at that point.
Yeah,
Meaning it happened.
But it could have been invented. But there's still ways that even that name could have been attributed to it, you know, in a fake way. You know what I mean? Like
possible.
that, like it. Because I mean, there's a deeper legend about where it even came from originally. So, or you know, deeper kind of story.
Wait, what's the thing? They all have the same last name. Well, China has big families, so like that doesn't that's not that bad.
No,
I'm
the
just saying
first
they
few
could have,
letters of each.
like the way they did
company.
with like Tesla, where they like jacked his shit. Like they could have jacked this from someone and then added this name to it, and then
Yeah, I hear you.
and then like copied and made a fake version of it, and then started releasing that.
Who just said the last name thing? Was someone joking, or was that like a?
I'm being serious. They had big families, so that's why there's a huge problem with gangs in the area, because the families would fight against each other. That's why they did the one. No, listen, this is why they did the one kid rule.
Do you think the Earth's a ball by chance? I'm genuinely
You
curious.
asking me?
Yeah.
I think the world is round and it holds within it hell and all the lower levels, and it's like a barrier
Whoa. Okay.
to
Well,
keep
wait.
hell trapped.
Tell us
You know
about
that
these lower
corners are
levels.
round too, but
And
I
I
want
think the flat Earth is a psyop to try to release the shit, but it ain't gonna happen.
Wait, to try to release some shit, or is it a psyop?
He said the
Aren't those
pit.
contradictory ideas?
He said release the pits.
Yeah.
Release the what?
Shit.
I'm sorry.
I said shit.
The
Just
bottom.
release like
They
all
released
that.
the one-child policy to destroy the family unit because without the family unit and dependence on each other, you are dependent on the state. And we were
Yeah, no
talking about Japan, not China.
No
But it was hilarious what you said.
No
Yeah,
disrespect, but I could just tell that you were like a baller because whenever I said, look at the name on the white paper and then look at the first few letters of each of the Japanese companies put together, spell out his name. The response that there are big families.
I didn't hear that. So I thought you said that the families all had the same name, like last name or something.
Oh,
If you look in the live stream text, you can see each of the companies circled in, like the first few letters of each company put together make up the two first ones make up the first name, the last two make up the last name. It would be a very, very crazy coincidence. Now we're talking about something that is normalized, what is needed for the one world order.
Can't unsee that.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I don't know the story. I don't know the story of how it started. All I know is I lost out at that beginning point because I remember way back in maybe 2009 or 2010, I used to be subscribed to that magazine Wired, and in Wired they had a big article about Bitcoin, and it just started. And I remember talking to the mother of my children. I said, "Hey, want to invest in this? We'll just put $1,000 and see what happens." And she's like, "No, that's fake. No, we're not going to do that. I'm not going to waste money on that. No, we need it." And then 10 years later, it's like it would have been worth like $6 million or like what, like something like that, or maybe 600,000. I don't know, but it would have been worth a lot. No, I think it was 6 million. And
it was from that long ago.
yeah, and I'm like, damn it, why did I listen to her? I'm not even with her no more.
Right, but there's a very small percentage of people who actually profited like that, like you're referring to. And then there's a huge percentage of people who lost a lot because the rich and the rulers pulled out because they're the ones in theory that started it. It's the same with the stock market. Like they control the stock markets. It's the same thing. They just created another entity in a different fashion and form.
Well, did you ever hear that story of the man that comes to an island and the monkeys? He tells everybody, "I'll give you so many dollars per monkey," and then he started buying them. He started buying all the monkeys, and then he started selling them back for more. And then it kept going back and forth to where then the monkeys became worth a lot more per monkey. And then all of a sudden, he took all the money and he said he'll be back to sell them for even more. So everybody bought them, used up all their money to have these monkeys. And then he left. And then these monkeys had zero value. It's the same concept of what they do in a lot of these crypto coins. They put a fake value to this particular thing. People buy it. Then the investors run with the money. And then all these coins are worth zero. So that's what happens. That's why people lose a lot of money. But that's why they say be careful investing in shit coins, they call them, because they're not going to hold value. That's why you have to look at the infrastructure of the coins, what their validity is in the market, and what they actually do. Like there are certain platforms like money exchangers, and they actually hold weight. It is a good investment, no different than any type of mineral, because it is a viable system that would generate money, and you could grow with it. But at that point, you'd have to have a crystal ball though to know which ones are going to not pull out and which ones will.
Yeah, see, I think that's what's
and
coming.
the same. Then I'm not educated enough to go into detail, but in my own beliefs and experiences, it's the same with the stock market.
Yeah.
Exact same. They literally just created a more futuristic, appealing way for millennials or below
Yeah.
to invest. It's the same concept.
They
Well,
basically
but
made a
I will say
lottery
though,
out of money.
the mainstream media though has been against crypto pretty much from the beginning. I mean, there is like they're starting to kind of begrudgingly adopt certain parts of it, and obviously they've at this point I think they've co-opted it beyond, right? You know, to the point
Completely.
where but I'm just saying, like over the years, like they've been trashing Bitcoin. I'm talking back like years ago as well. It's
Yeah.
all so.
Yep. That's because imagine you have the US dollar and you have the yen, you have the euro, you have all these money, sources. Then all of a sudden we get together and we're like, you know what, we're going to form our own money, our own monetary system. And then so they're going to bash it cuz that's not money they're making off of. But not until the government started putting their hands in it. And that's like I said, now they're writing they just wrote into law last week.
I wouldn't necessarily agree it was just
what was the law? Sorry.
They just put into law last week that now they're going to control it. Now they're in charge. Now they're going to control these blockchains and all these other systems that have been created under the idea of we don't want to be a part of the financial system. We're going to make our own financial system. But now that the governments collectively are now saying no, you guys think you did that, but now this is what we're going to do. So the fact that now they got their hands in it, now they're accepting it. Now they're even going to start exploiting it. And making it change it. That's like we talked about earlier. Now it's a cashless society. Everything's digital, and they want to invest into blockchains and the like. So it's kind of no different than like prohibition at this point. They're against alcohol until they could tax it. They're against marijuana until they could tax it. They had to wait till they could find a system to make it to where they can be in charge of it and make the profits from it. That's what it comes down to. It's money.
Yep. I agree.
But
Tag on what I was saying. I just wanted to say real quick. Well, there's a website called Bitcoin Obituaries. I was just tagging on to the last thing I was saying as well. Just remember to share it. It's called Bitcoin Obituaries. It's basically a website that just has all of the cataloged articles that are just totally against Bitcoin, like saying that it's dead, it's dying, it's never coming back, it's the worst investment ever, it's risky. So they definitely like have been full-blown campaign against it. That in general, but yeah, at the same time, it does seem like they've started to adopt, cryptocurrency in a lot of ways too. Like it's in PayPal now and stuff. And so yeah, I think they've definitely co-opted it to like a maximum degree, and to where now they have their networks. Like Ethereum is one of their networks as well. So it's like they created that one right at the beginning. So yeah, they're creating their networks that they can control. So at this point, it does look like they're going to use it, but it doesn't seem like they were like just. It's not like they rolled it out and tried inviting everyone in. Like they've actually tried to suppress it, made it hard to do, and they've always had all these regulation problems as well. And then, like Apocryphon said, yeah, now it seems like they're starting to step up and even potentially regulate it more, try to control it more. But the thing is, they can't control some of these networks. Some of these networks actually are decentralized, so that's where it gets interesting.
Right.
It seems like they probably planned. Most likely, knowing them, of course, it was planned long ago. And they slowly rolled it out, and part of the
yeah, but they also could have just co-opted it. Like something could be an authentic invention from like the good side, as it were.
Right.
And they've just co-opted the shit out of it.
Right. Exactly. Like the Satoshi business, possibly. But hold on, real quick. The fact that they might have created it from the beginning, and a lot of that stuff, that negative stuff about they're not going to adopt it, or that's a lot of times to affect the price of the Bitcoin, and it goes down, and it creates as like any kind of, what do they call it, fudge or fug or something like that, or fear of whatever. People get like manipulated to take their money out, all that, and then people reinvest, and then it goes back up. It's a game, totally, with the media completely tied to how the markets go, and the fat cats can just like completely ride that and get insider information. It's crazy Ponzi scheme.
Right.
Really.
Yeah, I mean,
but any smart investor will look at data. Like, I don't know if anyone's personally invested in Bitcoin, but I'm a person who believes in if you don't take a risk, there's absolutely no reward. And I watched data, and the data made no sense to me on a daily basis.
Well, there's a whole science to it, and you can watch the different patterns, and that does seem to be pretty predictable, actually, according to a lot of people's ideas. Fibonacci sequence is another thing people use to
Yeah.
to regulate it. Some people think the full moon's another good way to make it a bet. I don't know, make an investment or take it out. I don't know which one it is.
Well,
I lost
Scarlett,
money.
Scarlett, if you want to take a look into that quiver quant, like I said, that you could maybe, that might be a good place to look as far as investments.
Quiver coin.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've already pulled it up. I've got it on the sideline looking at it.
Well, what it does, just to give you a description of it, whoever asked the name Quiver Quant, I think was that you, Jeremy? I don't know.
No,
who it was.
but people think I sound like Jeremy. This is a new
You do sound
perspective.
like Jeremy. Who is it?
It's new perspective. I just sent you
Okay.
a
You
message
sent me the
actually.
link.
By the
Yeah,
way,
I replied. It's 4 hours long. I'll check it out later. But Quiver Quant, what it is they.
it's actually only 2. I left my screen recording going. It's only 2 hours long. So just let you know.
Oh, okay. So they there's a website that all they do is track sales and purchases of stocks because it's public information, but they zoom in, or they only focus on senators and and politicians in general of what
Actually,
they do.
I already have a site, and I have to pull it up out of my notes that I follow that the highly wealthy people with I do follow them.
Well,
Okay,
I was gonna say as well, just on the topic we were on, like, there is a huge amount of opportunity. Like, it seems like there's this huge new shift of wealth and finances, but I think there's also going to be some sort of a great reset and like a central bank digital currency type thing rolled out. So there is like all this new opportunity now with all of these cryptocurrencies and these different blockchains. And yeah, it is kind of hard to know which ones are going to really rise up and actually, be valuable and actually have, a place in the world, and which ones are going to fall off. So yeah, it is interesting to see that. And kind of what I see coming with it, in my viewpoint, is that there's going to be like, let's just call them the controllers for the moment, whoever they are, like the cabal, all that stuff. They're going to have their networks, and they're going to use those in as much power and control as they can. They're going to link them into the governments as much as they can, link them in with fiat money, the central bank system. So they're going to be going full blown with that. And who knows if it's going to get to like, digital credit score, social credit score. They'll be able to control your money even more easily if you're in their network. But what's interesting about it is that if they were not the creators of blockchain, that means they don't have the ultimate key to the castle. That means that if they don't have the ultimate key to the castle, that means that there's other networks that are using technology, blockchain and cryptography technology, that actually could be positive and could have, like, because the way these networks are, like the way blockchains work, they can actually like have transparency and honesty and integrity, and where everyone can see that integrity as well. So there's like this potential for that. So what's interesting is that if they weren't the creators of it, meaning they don't have the ultimate key to it, and if it is actually like a decentralized technology, then we're going to potentially, in my viewpoint, be headed into a world where they're going to do their great reset. They're going to have their networks, but then there's going to be other options, meaning the ones that they can't control, that are actually decentralized. And then it depends on whether those are trustworthy, which ones of those are legit. So now, it's sort of like, even if you want to pick a legit one, which ones are? So that's a whole big, deeper question.
Yeah, and the reason
are going to be legit ones, and that's ultimately what gives us a chance at getting free and having sovereignty from this whole thing.
And one thing too that you have to be worried about is just like in any market, is the manipulation of the market, and they do that as well. You have these whales that come in and they'll fluff the fuck out of a particular investment, and everyone will start getting on because they see it's climbing, but those same whales will pull out. And if you don't pull out when they pull out, or before they pull out, you're going to lose money.
Because we're not as advanced and we're not in control like they are. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Yeah. No, I just want to partner up with like a society and get a bunch of land and maybe figure out how to garden.
Yeah. There you go.
That's
key. If you find it, make sure you come back and let us know where it is.
Yeah. Well, I've got, I was military, so I've got a lot of friends who do it, but
nice.
they're serious about it, and I'm so tech savvy and convenient, like oriented. I don't live my life like that, but I do think financially, and I do have a lot of common sense, and I am scared, honestly, right now with everything going on and all the changes that I think that I'm joking right now, but not really. But I
Right.
think that would be a great idea to do that.
Yep. It seems like, and they're making it harder and harder to do that. I think too. It's good that military ties might have more know-how. That would help, I imagine.
Yeah,
Well,
it's going to get like more insane and more sane at the same time. There's going to be more insanity, but then there's going to be opportunities to go towards sanity. And because I think there's actually going to be a lot of positives that are coming. But yeah, there also is going to be some dark things that will be rolled out, unfortunately.
Some other things though to consider is some things that have been happening over the past few years as well. Is they're writing into laws to where it's illegal to go off the grid, to garden, to have your own food, to
You can't
to
even
catch
collect your own rainwater.
Yeah, you to catch rainwater. Like you can. It's really they're making it very hard for you to become independent and a sovereign person. So that's another thing too that you're going to be battling with that.
Why are
Like
they making it illegal in the US to grow your own food?
like for instance, you could like if you want to put gardens in certain areas of the city, like you have to get a permit, and if you don't have it, then you can get in trouble. They can destroy your garden.
Not even that, because I'm in real estate. But have you guys ever heard of an HOA?
Oh, yeah, no, I mean,
so-
to be honest, if you join an HOA, you're a freaking idiot.
Yeah,
and that is a consensual. And I agree that sometimes that they don't fully reveal, but that's part of an estate agent's role is to do that investigation on behalf of the buyer to make sure.
Right,
that's what
but
they should be
in a
doing.
market like mine, I'm sorry, I'm not sure where you're from, but in a market like
UK,
mine,
but I used to live in the US.
right, but in this area, there's nothing but new home communities to move into. And to get a piece of land here, 1 acre costs like $350 for 1 acre, or maybe less, depending on the area. So you have to move into
Whereabouts
home.
in the US are you? Are you West Coast, East Coast?
No, I'm Austin, Texas.
Wow.
So it's all these the new home communities are everywhere. I work for a builder. I'm a real estate investor. The people here have to move into HOAs unless they've got a bankroll where they can afford $350 for 1 acre or less, and then put out more money to even build a home for no HOA.
That's going to be in the burbs of Austin, though, isn't it? It's not going to be like once you get outside of that.
No, it's so. I don't necessarily live in Austin, but I sell and I invest Austin in all suburbs from 20 miles south to 20 miles north, west, and east. It's the same. It's if you just jump on Zillow, you'll see it.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say. I mean, for me, my commute to work used to be about 50 miles because I chose where I wanted to live.
Right. But
I've now
a
reduced that
normal
down, and I
person-
work a lot closer. But which should be cool.
Right, but a normal person who wants to make a decent amount of income moves to this area, but they have to move to a new home community which has HOAs. But if they want to buy land with no HOAs, it's literally $700,000-800,000.
What about new build though? What about existing build that's not part of HOA? There's got to still be a lot of stock that's left in that market as well.
None. That's what I'm talking. I live in a market where over the past 2.5 years, literally the community that I live in right now, I contracted on a house 2017 for $265. I didn't go through with it. I came back and I buy all over the market. I'm just using this one as an example, as a personal one. But I came back in 2021 and purchased the exact same floor plan at 303, and it wasn't going to be a primary, and I flipped it 6 months later for $490. It's crazy. Crazy. Like
I mean,
there's
yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the rate that the housing market is increasing, but that's because one, you got people investing in property like yourself, which drives the market.
no, it's not people
And
like me.
secondly,
It's
you
big
the
companies.
demand for
Yeah.
homes. Yeah, but whether it's the spectrum of people buying to invest. So you can say yes, the big companies can buy more houses. You can buy fewer
Foreign
houses.
investors too, right?
You know, but I mean, I've got a friend. You know, he does rental down in the south of England, and he owns about 38, 39 houses. But he started off. He bought a house and then bought another house, and so on and so forth until he's where he is. It's taken him about 15 years to get to where he is. You know, but you can say that his block ownership of this housing for rental gives him a certain control over his, you know, the area that he works in. He's got a lot of investment, and that's worth a lot of money. So no, it's everyone who's in that industry is part of that. You can just say that the people who have way more bankroll, as you put it, have a bigger effect. But it's all about that demand, whether it's you driving that demand in a small way, or it's investment companies buying that demand in a bigger way. But what you'll find is there's a lot of people who are buying to rent out property in the UK. Don't know if that's the same in the US,
But I think
but
the
that's
point about the HOA, like people can't afford in my market necessarily, and I think it's this way across a lot of major cities that are desirable to live in. They have to live in an HOA.
I've got friends that live in the US. I used to live in the US. You know, I mean, my cousin,
I
he's
mean,
in North
yeah,
Carolina, and he avoided buying an HOA because you know he heard too many stories about it.
yes, if you're, you know, already successful or whatever, that's fine. But a normal person who makes, you know, 70, 75 a year in a market that's desirable to live in, they have to move into HOA because that's the only affordable communities.
Hey, Druss, and to keep it a little bit on topic to what we're talking about, I wanted
Sure,
to
sure.
say, what's up, Druss? It's been a while, bro. How you been?
Not bad, man.
Nice.
I've been around. I think we've just been around when you are around.
Different time. Yeah. No, good to see you, bro. I just wanted to ask, like, what do you think of cryptocurrency? Because we were talking about that.
I think it's a fucking pyramid scheme, and it is a great way for few people to earn lots of money, and a bad way for many people to earn money. I mean, I really do think it is the 21st century lottery system. And I think, yeah, you can, you know, I've got a mate, he bought a house because of cryptocurrency and did fantastically well. I've got another friend who lost 40, 50K because he bought at the wrong period in the market. That's his naivety.
You think you don't think it's some big orchestrated plan to get us all to migrate toward digital currency so they can eliminate privacy of transaction and move us to a one world order where every single thing that you ever do is digitally tracked?
But everything you do is digitally tracked unless you're doing your mate buying a PlayStation off him for 50 quid. Anytime you go into a shop and do a transaction, you know, whether you want to admit it or not, that there is a certain amount of tracking going on. Now, that could be a lack of joinder between you as an identity and that transaction. But trust me, I mean, I work in security, and you know, most stores have things like, you know, facial recognition in them now.
Well, Josh, you mentioned the making money part of it. I mean, yeah, these cryptocurrencies have a value, so yeah, they're traded and all that, just like the stock market. But that's not really necessary. I mean, that's just the value of them. But I mean, are you aware of the actual like blockchains that are built and all of this like smart contracts and everything from like in the future? It's very, very likely that you won't have a physical license for your car. You won't have paperwork. You won't have a physical license. It's all going digital. And with certain blockchain
server based,
yeah, these are not just like assets that people trade and make and lose money. They're also entire networks, operating systems, technologies based around security, everything from social media to you know, databases, like transaction financially, all the financial stuff. So I mean, that I was also referring to that part of it too. You didn't really address that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're already in that situation, to be honest, Gio. Anything that you do online is going to be traceable back to you, you know, unless you're doing some really fun. You know, you can use a VPN, great, but trust me, you know, they still basically know who's utilizing that VPN, and there's a certain amount of there's a certain amount of visibility about what you're doing anyway, if you want to take the effort to do it. The main thing that you want to look at is certain laws. So in the US, certainly in Cali, you have the California Data Protection Act, which is pretty powerful if you use it. In Europe, we have something called the General Data Protection Regulation. So that allows me to tell people to fucking forget me. And that is an important piece of legislation that goes alongside the digitization of information. Because what you want to know, and it's difficult, I'm not saying this is like, whoa, yeah, great, it's an environmental solution. But at least it means there are some entitlements and rights, and there's also some fucking big teeth that sit behind certainly GDPR in Europe. A little less so with DPA in Cali. I don't know the other data protection laws in the US.
But at the same time, though, I think that's why they've been passing legislation for the past 13, 14 months to where they're even homing in on currency and tracking of it. Because I remember once upon a time, you can deposit $9,999 and not fill a form out.
Yeah, because otherwise it comes under the term of structuring in America.
Yeah, but now anything that's even Zelled or PayPal over $500 or $600, I think, now that has to be reported, or it will be reported. So they're really bringing it down to where they're being more controlling in the financial sector of it, if you will. But that's, you know, that's something I think we're coming upon that's going to go along with this digital currency, because then everything will be tracked. You know, $10 being transferred will be able to be tracked, or, you know, I mean, they'll be able to get their hands on, should I say?
And anything that you do requires effort, and the main thing you want to think about is, why would anyone spend the effort in doing certain things? To be horribly frank, as individuals, very few people matter in the world. As mass data, that's where the money is, because what I'm interested in is not getting information on Apocryphon. What I'm interested in is the buying and spending trends of, you know, the Earth awakening environment. You know, what's your buying spends, what's your spending, what your spending habits, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because that is data I can then utilize to then model, to then create an argument to do something.
Yeah, or to create a marketing scheme to how are we going to sell these certain products to these people that are buying and interested in certain things. That's definitely a huge part of it. It's mainly to gathering those data points. There's so many data points they have on one particular person, where they could literally, through an algorithm, they'll know what's going to work best when it comes to advertising and to make the most money off of that person. Just real quick.
Go.
I was going to say something before I forget this thought. Scarlett, do you, and everybody, do you remember that huge what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know the word. Do you remember when Zillow got in trouble and they started getting investigated because of what they did? Scarlett, since you're in real estate, did you hear about that with Zillow?
I didn't. If you can elaborate.
So Zillow got caught. This was last year, I believe, early this year or last.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
so
they were
going in, and they were okay. Let me refresh my memory. Yes, I did hear this. So they were going in and they were buying all these properties, and then they got over their head, and they had to sell them all back under what they bought them for.
Yeah, well, what they were doing at the beginning, though, was they would go in and buy up a bunch of properties, and then on Zillow, they would list them for a higher price because they're trying to make a profit. But that was driving the market to where houses were more expensive because they were trying to make a profit off of all these
Right.
properties that
And
they were
then they
acquiring.
got over their head, and
Yeah,
then
they
they
got
had,
over their head and they got fucked. Yeah, you're right.
and they had to list them all under what they paid for them. Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah. That just I wanted to. That was a memory that came out when we were talking about manipulating the housing markets. That's another, point that these big, corporate conglomerates with people with money can do that. They can manipulate the market, but they got in trouble.
And they have been
Think what'll happen when if they put it all on a blockchain, like a government-based blockchain, like the titles to houses and all of that, if that's not even on paper anymore, then they'll be able to not only control the prices but actually control the deeds.
Right.
Well, the thing is, I'd be surprised.
Guys, it has been so bad out here in real estate that, like, if you have someone,
Are you into real estate? Is that why you seem to be? Is that your?
it's not just that. It's the financials and everything I'm interested in.
The investments and stuff.
Yeah, because I'm in real estate. Yeah, it's huge because real estate controls a big percentage of the world. So I watch all of that, but it's there. It's okay. I'm gonna let you guys talk.
No, go for it. What were you gonna say?
No, I'm just saying I've noticed so many, like the Zillow thing and the big investors coming in. They're driving out homeowners and putting all these rental properties up, and it's in this market. It's just weird. It's very weird, and it has happened. It's like 2.5 years, but for me, that's overnight.
Yeah, and I think the scamdemic thing changed a lot of that in different areas for sure.
I think the idea of turning all deeds into electronic is not something that's going to happen easily or quickly. There are an awful lot of law that would have to be changed to do. Certainly in the UK, I don't know about in the US.
Yeah, but it's all underway now. It's already happening. Like there's like a lot of these blockchain companies that have been developing their tech. Because if you look into a lot of these companies, they'll say like, oh, this entire blockchain was created by, designers from Google and, coders from Amazon and all that stuff. They're like, a lot of them are interconnected with these big corporations and things. So yeah, I mean, it's already underway. I mean, you're right though, how, like when and how that'll integrate into the larger government systems, but I'm just saying the technology is already being developed for it.
Oh yeah, I mean the technology's been developed for loads of shit. Doesn't mean that there's an endpoint agenda to it. I think that's different. I mean the main thing that drives shit.
Why would it not all go digital though?
Is how because there's a certain amount of tangibility that's required under law. So, the fact that when I have the deed to my house, and the deed to my house specifies all the covenants and contractual agreements that goes with it, and the importance of that physical piece of paper, the same as the importance of the, other documents pertaining to my identity or to contractuals. And the trouble is when you make stuff digital, there is a question of continuity or chain of evidence. And that's one of the problems that even today, I mean, you just look at the problems of trying to track down people that do cybercrime, which is what I do, and it's fucking near impossible because all I need to be is, if I went and, absolutely pantsed your assets digitally from the UK to the US, the chances of you getting a penny back from me is the square root of fuck all. Because it's different jurisdictions, different countries, the complication of dealing with international crime. And that's how a lot of cybercrime is done. It's done internationally because of that legal grey area. And that's why having tangible assets, like your deeds, your covenants, your contracts, is still an important secondary because it's a way of demonstrating under colour of law what your entitlement is.
But that was kind of the point, though, of creating a decentralized market, because, like you're saying, you have the title of your deed that can be fucked with. Well, when you're investing into a market that is governed by all these different, loopholes and ins and outs and oddities, well, when you have a new form that isn't adherent to those rules, it makes it more sustainable and more viable. So this is why it became so popular so quick, because people started realizing that when I buy this, there's only so many made and they're not going to make any more of it. So it held value. The problem with, investing in the USD is that Biden could give another $40 billion to Ukraine tomorrow, and it lowers your value of your USD because it's adherent to all the nonsense of the market. But when you're investing into something that doesn't have to worry about that, that's kind of the,
And
the up
when
of
was
it.
when was that not the case?
What do you mean?
In currency speculation, when was it not the case that, market effects, world economic effects, government decisions have not affected the value of currency?
Well, that's always been the case. That's the whole point of why.
There we go. That was my point.
That's the point why these the Bitcoin and alike were so different, because when you invested into it, it was like buying gold, put it that way, but even still better because gold can still be manipulated. But now we're learning that also the crypto market can be manipulated, because people go in, they pump it up, you get all kinds of green candlesticks, and if they pull out, you see a bunch of red candlesticks. So it still has, risks, if you will.
And how different is that to any other part of the stock market?
No, I hear, I agree with you on that point, but the problem with where we are now, that the government's now coming and putting their hands in it, it's going to make it worse, where you're going to have all these pumped up, what do they call them? The fuel, what was it called? Fuels. Damn it, I forgot the terms, but there's certain terms. Gas, the gas that you have to use to, like, let's say, exchange a coin. That is where it's being. Now it's no different than any other market, because your gas fees were set, but once they become manipulated by the powers that be, then they're able to get more from you, when before it wasn't like that. It was a set. Well, you knew your gas fee, and that was it, and it wasn't changing. But then they changed it.
Gas fee. Sorry, I don't understand. I'm assuming you're not talking about petrol.
No. So, like, in crypto market, in that digital world, in order to transfer one currency to another, you use a gas fee. It's called it's a fee, and they call it gas fee, but it's a fee that is like you have to pay. So let's say I want to buy.
I like your trading fee.
$1,000.
If you're doing stocks and shares, there'll be a certain amount of money that you'll put to whichever house to do the transaction for you.
Yeah, exactly. And then so, like, let's say Ethereum charges like a stupid amount of gas fees. It's really high. But at the same time, it's a very stable market that you can invest in, because think about it, you're investing in a market that's making a lot of money off of charging people to use them. So it's a bad thing for people with money, not a good thing for people with little bit money. But these fees that go into the transaction, now that the government's putting their hands in it and going to be controlling that, now they can charge more if they want to, and you just gotta fucking go with it, because it's the government fucking doing it. You cannot, the companies themselves, like Ethereum themselves, they will no longer have that position to not charge a higher gas fee, because if it's being controlled now by the government's rule, then you just have to go along with it. So needless to say, it's all going to shit. At the end of the day, it's all going to shit.
I don't understand. Is that a tax that's being levied by the government on individuals investing in something like Ethereum? Or is that something that Ethereum has to pay to the government? Because what I'm trying to work out is a decentralized sort of e-currency, just to give it a nice,
Yeah.
easy fucking
Okay.
name.
So for instance,
If,
let's say I want to buy Ethereum, and then there's a coin within it that you can buy, but you have to use another platform. Let's say, I mean, whatever one. Let's say it's man, what are some? Trying to think off the top of my head. What are some of
Bitcoin.
them? Let's say BlockFi. Let's say you can use BlockFi or Coinbase or Binance or MetaMask. MetaMask had stupid fees in it, like way high, but only through MetaMask can you buy certain coins. So let's say like VP, you want to get that, but you had to go through MetaMask. So then you use your Ethereum money, and then you transfer it into Meta, and then the MetaMask there would be a fee from Ethereum for doing so. And once you get in there, then you could buy that coin. But there's high gas fees when doing that. So that was like a shitty part. That was one of the most shittiest parts of cryptocurrency, is that they had these gas fees involved. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, it's
too
good.
much.
This is something I don't know a lot about. Hence, I'm kind of listening.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah, but there's a lot of knowledge out there to be had and learned, and it's the people that are in the know, like they're making a lot of money off of it because they know where to go. They know all the drops. They know where there's incentives. If you don't look into it diligently, and if that's not your waking up to jumping on the computer and watching the markets, if that's not your thing, and you're just like, I'll just throw $1,000 at it, you're probably going to lose that $1,000 eventually.
Yeah, I'd agree, but I think that would be the same if you did it with the stock exchange.
Yeah, very, very true. Very true.
Yeah, I mean, Dross, when you originally said that, when I asked you about crypto and you said, I think it's just a pyramid scheme and it's all just, I mean, kind of, I'm not trying to like call you out, but it kind of showed me that you may not really know what it is actually, like what blockchain is and what all the
I know what blockchain is. I understand how the technology works. That's not a problem. What I have against it is it's a speculative value based upon popularity. So the more people that are going through and doing, say, blockchain crypto mining, to actually go through the algorithms to then, get the little bitlets of the coins that they're looking to do.
It's
That has an
it could
energy
be,
spend versus the amount of time it takes to go through that. And it's no different to doing things like folding at home, which I used to have a PC running, which would then be doing sort of like blockchain calculations for sort of chemical analysis.
So where is the pyramid scheme in, like, essentially these are like owning digital real estate at the end of the day. Like there's a blockchain and essentially you have your public key and your secret key. So the secret private key is the one that is how you actually own that essentially digital real estate on the chain itself.
Yeah, that's your what's called your unique identifier that
right, so
identifies your account.
how is having a blockchain that's linked to certain technology and then has a digital real estate thing that people a digital real estate code, I should say, that basically gives it a place on the chain, and then people ascribe value to that. How is that a pyramid scheme?
Oh, I'll put it in the context of our friend, the real estate agent, Scarlett.
I mean, honestly, I'm an 80s baby.
It's more like
so
a stock at that point. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm an 80s baby, so all of this is new, and I don't think unless you really like 24 hours a day, 3 or 4 times a week, study this, nobody really completely understands it. And to be honest with you, in my own opinion, I think it's all controlled anyways by the rich and the powerful, just like the stock market.
The difference is, Jeff, if you've got if you go back to the beginning of the history of Bitcoin or Ethereum or any of these coins, people that get into it early tend to be the ones that make the most money. So they're really at the tip of the buying curve, and that's what you want to be in any market, So, but the problem that you have as people have already elucidated on is that if you have enough buying power, your investment or your de-investment in that market can have a significant effect on its outcome. So one of the things I might want to do, I go, great, you know, all these guys in Earth Awakening have invested in EA coin. And that's awesome. Now I've got shitloads of money, or the conglomerate that I represent have shitloads of money. So therefore, what I'm going to do is buy a load of this coin, which now makes it go up in value because of the popularity, out of the tranches of available coin, because that's what gives the Bitcoin's value, is there's a limitation to it, or, you know, you have to mine for more. So each sort of like edition, publication, I can't remember the exact term they use for it, that comes around, it then gives you more options to go out and do that mining for. So there's a limited availability. I have money. I go to 4 of you guys and go, hey, I'll buy all your coin. I've identified Apocryphon as the largest single owner of EA coin, and I'm going to give him, you know, a reasonable amount of money to buy that coin. Now I've got a percentage of the value. What I can do now is sell out, which will then deflate that, because now a significant investor has taken money out of that system, and there is now a glut of coins. That's why you see the value go down. And I'm going to wait. I'm going to go, great, now the coin's gone down below the value I originally bought it for. This happened with Bitcoin about 8 months ago.
Yeah.
Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to buy a shitload more of that coin with the money I've already made on it, and now the market's going to start going back up, because
And
me
that's
and
the
people
key.
like me have that thing. So I
And
think
that's the
Popcorn and
old.
I are on the same card here.
That's the old sell high and buy low game, you know, and if you're not on top of that game, you will lose. So like, for instance, they're projecting Bitcoin to possibly even go down to $10,000 a coin, but it's historically, you know, through the data that they have and through the statistics, it's following the exact trend that it was back, you know, years ago when it went down to $1,000, crashed down to almost $1,000. But if you don't jump on it when it hits that low mark, then you're going to miss that train. So let's say it hits 10,000 and everybody's like, boom, let's buy it. And it shoots up to 80,000 or 100,000 per coin. Then if you don't take out your profits, then you're stupid and you messed up. But if you leave it in there, you have the potential to go on that dip again, and then you'll lose that money. That's just the way it works. That's the way the market is. You know, that's the way it fluctuates, up and down, up and down. And it's a game you have to play in the long run.
You know, address what you described a minute ago. That whole bubble last year, or earlier this year, whatever, with crypto, like most of the coins, except for the big ones, basically. But all those like newer coins, it was a lot dirtier than that, because what would happen was, what happens is a coin would come out.
But for me,
It's fun, yeah,
personally,
but
I'm going after more secure investment.
Yeah, see, but you're talking about what you're talking about, like Dogecoin and shit like that, like
all that kind of stuff.
Y'all just talked all over
Right.
my man, Kosho.
Yeah. Just, I promise I'll be very quickly. Just letting you know that what happened was they would come out with this new coin, and in order to promote it, they would give out free coins to like marketplaces, like, you know, Coinbase, whatever, and so that they would promote it for them. And so what would end up happening is they got all this free coin from the, you know, for nothing, basically, just for promoting it. And then by virtue of that, they're going to promote it, and everybody else buys into it. And all these people that got free coin just to promote their coins obviously have no incentive to keep them. They got free coins that's not worth a lot, so they would immediately sell a whole bunch of them.
Yeah,
That's why you got all
and
the
that's what they call in the you know, in the business of it, they call those shit coins. Like they say, don't buy a shit coin, one that's going to go up and drop the next day simply because everybody pulls out of it and they pull their profits, but you get stuck with the loss. So that's why they say, like, Bitcoin per se isn't a shit coin. It's a vital, you know, investment, because it is like the backbone of in its own structure. So in the long run of it, I think Bitcoin will be around when, let's say, Dogecoin won't be, or Shiba Inu won't be, because those were shit coins, and that's where people make their money, off of people with money, and it's the richer getting richer and the poor getting poorer. That's where that game's played. You just have to know the market. It's going to be interesting though, because once I mean, think about it. Our government is now putting their hands into it. It's kind of like a bad thing, but a good thing. And here's why. It's a good thing because then that's giving credence to this. It's making it something that actually will be, worth the investment per se. And these, if everything's turning digital and on these platforms, I think the biggest scheme of 2021 was NFTs, where people were paying like $250,000 for a photo that digitally was saved, and a lot of people that pulled out, like they sold it and pulled out. Those are the smart people. The people that held on to them are the dumb ones, because then those NFTs dropped, and a lot of people lost a lot of money who didn't pull out their profits.
Yeah, the NFT thing is pretty wild. Yeah, those are, at least a lot of these blockchains and coins actually have more backing to them than something like an NFT does. Yeah, because that's pretty flimsy in a way. But I mean, what's crazy about all this is that if we're headed into a future where it's all headed this direction, then it's sort of like there's no way out of that. Like, meaning if we're transitioning from this kind of current, like whatever this current thing is that we're in, like, just with like the money system. I mean, it goes back to like, the sinking of the Titanic, and right after that, they established a Federal Reserve. I mean, this whole like system, really, I could say post World War II is what I'll say. We're in this particular system because that's when they rolled out NASA and they homogenized all the education for first world countries, and they basically like passed an Education Act, and like I think it was 1958, where they basically were then controlling the books, like which textbooks were being read and all that. So yeah, it's like we're in this kind of matrix now, and there needs to be some transition out of this. And it seems like, they're going to be upping their game with like whatever kind of evil blockchain shit they're going to be doing. Like I was saying before, like, will we have alternatives? And if so, that's going to have to pull through for us all, because otherwise they're going to have their networks completely controlled. And then that's a problem.
Yeah. I think one main key, Whitsitt said earlier, it's you just invest the profit you make from these investments, put them into viable, resources, land, put it into something that's tangible and not just floating in this digital world. Because when you have land that's tangible, no matter what happens in that digital market, you still own that land, and you could walk away by playing the market with at least something tangible while everybody's losing their hand and foot. You're still going to have drawn your profits and was able to acquire valuable assets or viable assets. And I think that's really important in this whole discussion.
Definitely, man. I completely agree with that. 100%. Yep. As much land as you can have. Yeah. Anything of tangibility is always going to be good.
Yeah, definitely.
As a foundation.
Yeah,
because it is kind of concerning to think though, like if they turned all the deeds for your houses digital, isn't that crazy to think that they could just like in a day be like, yeah, you don't own this anymore, and you'd like be evicted? I mean, I know it's kind of a dark thing, but it is kind of crazy to think that like the digital thing still kind of will rule, like, well, as far as they're in rule, I guess I should say, if they're in the position of ruling and and they have the control over the digital, it's like right now it seems like they have kind of partial. So I mean, that is the concern. That's why I'm in support of, like the actual blockchains that are actually positive and transparent and have honesty built into them, because I think we're still going to need a way to exchange. And so,
well, there's risks and everything. I remember way back in the day, 30 years ago, in Southern California, a lot of people were losing their homes that they had the deeds on just to eminent domain. Oh, we're gonna put a freeway here, so you have to sell your land.
That's always been the case, though. I mean, the thing.
They've got to pay them for that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah,
Well,
but they
again,
don't pay them.
that's debatable, and not in all situations. In most situations, yes, but if you go down eminent domain and it's in the national interest, then the value of the house, the value of the land you may get back may be substandard.
Yeah,
And
exactly. They're not going to
and
give.
in some cases, they can seize it regardless
Yeah,
and not pay.
exactly. When it comes to eminent domain, it's one of those things where it's the same risk of back then. I don't know about like nowadays, because how many more fucking freeways can you put in Southern California? But don't let me speak too soon, because they might just make another freeway just to fucking do it, because of the overcrowdedness or not. But there is that risk, or that there was that risk for even way back then. And people, let's say you had a property and you bought it for $35,000, and they're like, all right, we're gonna give you a fair market share, but not not if you sold it privately. No different than when you buy a car and they tell you if you're going to sell it to the dealership, you'll get less. If you can sell it privately, you could get more. But if you can't find a private buyer because they know that the state's going to come in or the county's going to come in and take that home, so no one buys it, then you get left holding the bag, and then you're forced to get only what they're willing to pay you for it. And they might be like, well, this house was valued at $35,000 20 years ago, so that's all we're going to give you. And then you're fucked because you can't take advantage of the that inflation of your purchase.
But can I be really, really brutal?
Unfortunately, that is very true.
Can I be really, really brutal? These are such first world fucking issues.
True.
Woe is me.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to some horrible places in the world, and and I've seen some interestingly tough things to see. And yeah, great. This is stuff that's personal concern. It's personal concern for us, for our family. These are things we look at. But I think that always assuming that there is a negative outcome for us personally out of these issues. As I say, most of the fact is they don't give a shit. What they care about is making money, is what most capitalist companies are interested in doing. And the level of ethics involved in that is very much dependent on the leadership at the time of those organizations. I'm lucky. I work for a massive fucking company that is so morally ethic. It's scary. It's nice, and it's why I've stayed at this company for quite a while.
To be fair to address, you do get scared easily though.
Do I? How so?
Go ahead, sir. Sorry, go ahead, Dress. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I think he's completely being extremely humble. And what he's saying is true. I've been to third world countries, and it's humbling what he's saying.
And I think that is an important thing to keep in mind. And the fact that we want to see this personification of kind of evil in establishments, when I think that it's not a moral A or B. It is more a thing, and especially when you get into the corporate world. It's not about
dude, it's pure
moral
evil. It's pure evil.
It just is what it is.
Pure evil.
That's when it becomes evil.
Monsanto?
Oh,
this is
yeah.
Monsanto
Sorry, go ahead,
doesn't
Trio.
exist anymore. Hasn't done for about 8 years.
That goes back to when they were fucking over farmers and purposely designing a seed that will take over your seed, and then they can sue you if they find their seed in your property.
I campaigned a part in that, and not so much for the stuff they were doing to the soy farmers in North America, but more what they were doing to the rice farmers in sort of India and Southeast Asia. That was fucking evil. But if you want to look at sort of really dodgy companies to keep an eye on, look at the 4 major companies that control fresh water.
think I'm just
Nestle's not in the top 4.
Not
at this
not for
point,
water
guys.
control, no. It's Veolia Water, Suez, Thames, and I forget who the fourth is. Which will probably turn out to be Nestle, and then Coach will be able to crow all over.
At this point, guys, I think I'm just gonna become Amish. Yeah, and just
There you go.
move.
Well, as I say, I mean, I'm lucky. I mean, I do quite well for myself. You know, I don't really rely on too much. I generate more electricity than I use, and the only thing externally I'm reliant on externally is gas and water.
Have you guys ever seen that that meme of the Amish from The Simpsons? They show Amish building a house really, really fast.
Oh, I love that.
And then they have like a real fucking time lapse video of them building a barn, and it's like, holy fuck, can they build these things quick? Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
I mean,
They've narrowed down.
that lifestyle doesn't seem too bad. I love the country, and I love natural food and not being controlled. It doesn't really seem that bad.
I agree, actually.
That's what you do. You know, you as a consumer, you make purchasing choices.
Yeah, but don't
and that's the power that we have. And yeah, you know, I buy my food locally. I'd probably pay more for it. Well, I pay a lot more for it than I would if I went to a supermarket and bought it.
Don't forget that the Amish are a religious community as well, so it's not like going to a beatnik hippie commune. You know what I mean?
That's why everybody should
I would
convert
have
to
to
paganism.
maybe start.
Oh, I gotta rock and roll. I gotta be.
Amish, because I believe in so many different beliefs and religions and everything. I'm not against or for just one. I would just have to start my own little.
There you go.
There you go. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Take your
You
own
can join
money
my-
and do your own thing.
That's what I'm doing. I'm starting this big ranch. I was going to invite
Who's with me on
dude.
this? Like, what should we call it though?
The Ether Band Ranch.
The Ether Band Ranch. Not a fan. Any more suggestions?
Actually, I don't mind that, to be honest. I know I usually don't like either band as a term, but it's not a bad name for a ranch. Like, if you were going to have a cult, if I was going to start a cult, I would probably put ether in the name.
It's not a cult. Or what are you? It's not a
Oh,
cult.
yeah, right. Yeah. Let's not call it that. That's right.
You're still here?
Crazy Coach Show. No, we could call it like the real ranch. Like for the real people.
Right, yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad. I think Rubik was. What were we saying? You were trying to say something?
Yeah, I tagged you actually for some reason. The guy on the space station that like the guys think that he is grabbing something and putting it on the shelf. Guy in the green shirt, big tall guy. All right, I had a fight with Brian this afternoon, and I said this guy makes that same movement of grabbing the wall and clasping his hands together like multiple times during the video. And what I've done is actually cut out those times pretty roughly. Like I didn't do a great job. It's a 5-minute video though, but it shows how many times he moves he grabs the wall to stabilize himself, and how many times he puts his fingers into locking.
Yeah,
and all he's done.
And I hold on, Kosho. I agree to that, but the main part is when he reaches out to his left to grab something, and then reaches back to his own hand as if to transfer something, like when someone hands you something and you use your right hand to do it, not your left. When you go left to right, and then he reaches out towards the right side as if he puts it up, and then he grasps his fingers. So I get what you're saying, but that doesn't necessarily prove the point that we are arguing against. I'm gonna
He
watch
makes the same movement many times.
No. He doesn't go left to right many times. He goes right.
I didn't
to
notice the
right
left,
to
but
center,
I'll have a
right
look.
to center, right to center. I'm watching it right now. Right, I'm scrubbing it. It's right to center, right to center, right to center, and now where's the? You didn't include the part that we argued.
No, I did. It's in there somewhere. I did.
Towards the end, maybe.
Possibly.
All right, hold on. I'm going to watch it from 4 minutes in.
No, he has the
Yeah.
hat at that point. That's not the part. Actually, it should be right before this because the guy on the
Towards
left
the end.
has the hat.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm at 4 minutes. Hold on. But again, it's the left to right that's being argued, not the right to center, right to center, right to center, right to center. I agree with that. I even said, no, he does do that a lot of times, but it's one time that he reaches out and then he comes back as if he's. If I was standing on your left hand side and I handed you a bottle, and let's say you're gonna place that bottle with your right hand, not with your left hand, you're gonna have this natural motion to put the thing in from your left hand into your right hand. That's a natural
Hang on.
movement. There it is, right there.
It's towards the end. Yeah,
440. At
440 something.
443 is the main thing.
Hang on.
That's the argument.
Oh, he's stretching his arm, stretching his elbow, extending his elbow.
He's probably got a cramp. You're right. Let me see.
He doesn't grab anything with his left hand.
I know, because oh my god, that's the point. He doesn't grab the hat. It's almost like if he missed a cue, or the other guy missed a cue that he was supposed to hand it back to him.
But his left hand doesn't grab anything. His left hand doesn't make a grabbing motion.
At 444, that looks just so unnatural to not being putting in your right hand, putting it on the right hand side. It's just I'm just saying that looks so unnatural. That's the argument at hand. But it's okay. We have 6 hours worth of NASA hoaxes that Riggs posted. If you want to go through every single one of those, we can if you like. But this is just one instance where.
Yeah, but 6 hours of shit is still equal to shit, right?
Yeah. I agree. If you have 6 hours of anomalies going on, of things that don't add up, I would say that's more than enough evidence in any court case that there's smoke, right, to a gun. There's a smoking gun there, and
6 hours of shitty evidence doesn't make it good evidence.
No, not shitty evidence, but evidence that is questionable, and it's enough flags raised for you to at least see something isn't adding up to the argument. Now,
this is one of the ones that you guys thought was really, really sus. I see zero sus in this.
One of many.
But one of many shitty ones is still nothing.
You're taking away. You know what you are? You're the prosecution that's trying to put an innocent man in jail right now, and you're denying his evidence of saying I'm innocent, and you're like, no, that's not true. That's not what it is. Even though it could, if there's enough doubt that it could prove his innocence, because your evidence isn't concrete. Your case is not 100% slam dunk that they are not lying, and the fact that the defense can pick holes in your story, then there's enough flags there. I think that any jury would say, yeah, there's something ain't adding up, and we can't criminally charge this guy. I'm just saying. That's my personal opinion.
1,000 shitty pieces of evidence doesn't make good evidence. I'll say it again.
But again, enough red flags thrown up.
No, not red flags.
It can add reasonable doubt. That's the point. Enough evidence, even if it's a blurry camera. For instance, remember when that white kid was shot those guys at the BLM fucking thing? Even though it was shitty evidence because it was all blurry and everything, but it still raised questions, and he was found not guilty.
Yeah, I was saying he was going to be found not guilty for fucking months.
Okay, but again, if you were on the prosecution side, you would be like, oh, that's shitty evidence. That no, we're going to get him for murder. No. But there was enough reasonable doubt and enough shitty evidence to make his case to where he was found not guilty, and that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Wouldn't you be the prosecution accusing an innocent person?
Yeah, he was always going to be found not guilty.
I'm saying in this case, but he's claiming that you're the prosecutor. But if this analogy were correct, wouldn't you guys
you're
be
saying he's the defense, and I'm
posting
the
evidence about someone's guilt, and Ruhiv's basically just showing you that the evidence is benign?
Yeah, you're the prosecutor apart from.
Okay, so if I'm prosecuting you, and I have enough shitty evidence that then that would make you found guilty because
No,
that's
no, it wouldn't. That's the point.
okay. I see what you're saying. Hey, I've been drinking a lot tonight. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell.
I did get twisted in that. I meant to say it the other way around to begin with. You can have enough smoking guns to prosecute somebody.
It's not a smoking gun. It's just not.
Well,
it makes that same motion
you can
many
say that.
times.
You can say that, but the fact that there are many videos of shirts and people tripping on invisible things and hands reaching and pushing off of things that you cannot see because it's a string or a harness of sorts, like these things are why we argue this. Okay, going back to that video that I was going to talk to Zanuck about way earlier, but we switched it when Scarlett got in, of augmented reality, where the guy's like, he has glasses on, but he doesn't have glasses on. He has a pin in his hand, but then he lets go and it flies up. It's not real. And then he has a background that drops. Then he says there's dots in his face, and then he has a different face. Like all those augmented reality things, I think are more than enough to prove that anything we see on video, even live, can be manipulated, and this is why we're even here debating it.
Let me post this thing I posted to Brian a couple of hours ago. Hold on a second. No, it's gonna be from. Whoops.
I'm gonna reply to those two videos because there's another one of that one astronaut with that guy in a green suit with the green wall behind, and that they show how things can magically float and spin and rotate. Let me find it. I'm going to find it right now.
I've bet you to it. So I posted this one. In 5 bang image. Hold on.
Here it is.
YouTube video fakery 101.
Now, this one, where this fluffy toy materializes in the corner of the screen, right? The video that came from was from Mike Helmick on Mark Sargent's channel that I looked at. The explanation that Helmick gave was that the fluffy toy is not real, it's augmented reality. That's fucking ridiculous.
Okay. I personally would point out that if you can just grab things that aren't there.
No, it is there.
And hold on screen, they're not there. And then digitally, you have it covered, right? And digitally, then it's there. That's the same argument, just backwards. But it's the same argument that there are things going on. It is a fake, CGI'd, digitally augmented reality. And if you're not going to accept that, well, that's okay. That's fair. You can believe what you want. But my argument is, if you look at the things where I said this and this, those two videos prove that with our eyes, we can be fooled and tricked into believing whatever they want us to believe. Whatever they want us to believe. If you want to do cartwheels in the fucking zero gravity, what if they're not even in a space station at this point, or the ISS? What if everything behind them is a blue screen? And
but what if they are?
That is the argument, though. Are they or are they not? It's a video.
Well, there is an ISS. It's up there. That's demonstrable.
Well, I mean, I think that's arguable.
How?
Because they also have one on the ground and also in water.
No. I'm talking about looking up in the sky, seeing an ISS, measuring the height, measuring the speed,
wait.
seeing a silhouette, seeing a reflection.
Seeing as it zips overhead.
I've heard this before, that the ISS is supposed to be like 200,000 miles away, or 200,000 feet. I'm sorry, or something like that. And the thing, though, is that a plane that's flying at 90,000 feet
You cannot see it with the naked eye. But then all of a sudden you can see with the naked eye something that's twice as far. That literally logically makes zero sense at all.
Have you done? Well, first of all, right?
It's
Hang on.
reflecting sunlight.
Yeah. First of all, you can see it with the naked eye because it reflects sunlight, right? You know that makes it doesn't really matter how big something is if it's reflecting the sun.
Oh, if it's reflecting light, then that's different. Yeah, okay, you're right.
Yeah. So you can see that with your naked eye, right?
But it's gonna look like a little dot, just a light, like a little beam of light.
Yes. Right. But if you have a camera or a telescope, you can resolve it. You can make it out. You can see it.
Yeah, no, I've heard this argument before, and it's just still interesting that something that's about the same size.
It's not an argument. It's evidential.
It's a fact. Yeah, it's a fact. You can see it.
Yeah,
you can get the shape of it.
And you believe that thing is traveling at 17,000 or 23,000?
I know that it is because I've fucking measured it myself. Oh, sorry, with Wally, but we've measured it. We've measured the speed and the height.
Yeah. All right.
Guess how high it
that's
is.
a whole
Guess how
other
fast it goes.
a whole other conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
but we've measured it.
Even still, we're seeing, for instance, things inside, quote unquote, the ISS, and they're spinning and doing all these things, but it's being questioned that they are even in. For instance, there was a video of a astronaut saying, right here in Houston, but he's supposed to be up in the ISS. Is that a slip up? Is that a script remembered wrong? I don't know. Regardless whatever it is, it's still the fact that he did not say up here in space or up in the ISS. He said right here in Houston, alluding to that he's in a studio or in a physical place that's in Houston, Texas. So
I'd like to see that. It's still not good evidence, right? Oh yeah, of course. I'd like to see it, but it's still not good evidence, even if you did say it.
Well, it's again, it's a smoking gun. It's something.
No, you keep using that word.
Something that causes doubt. Because here's why I say that: because a smoking gun causes doubt. Because if I say
a smoking gun is basically proof. That's what a smoking gun is.
No. But hold on. If I say I didn't shoot anybody, but my gun's smoking, I'm lying because there's a smoking gun, because there's evidence that no, you did fire a round because it's smoking. So if I say I'm in the space station, but I said Houston, well, that's a smoking gun to you lying because you're not.
Smoking gun implies a very high probability of that being
a
the
lie.
Case of you being the murderer. Yeah, very high.
Yes,
him misspeaking or whatever is not a high value of evidence.
That's one of many, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, for instance, if I came to court with just that, you're right. I'm probably not going to win off of that one argument. But when there's
not
6
a smoking
hours,
gun, you got the analogy wrong.
Hours of all these things that cause doubt, I'm pretty sure any jury is going to be like, okay, there's way too much of these anomalies, these weird things happening, I mean, how about this? Go watch that video in its entirety and let's discuss it when you're done.
Which
the one that Riggs posted.
I'm not going to watch a 6-hour video and refute every single one of them, right?
Okay,
what I've done is I've taken 2 of the ones that have been presented as the strongest pieces of evidence, and they are both shit.
All right. I mean, again, it does have a bias, I would say, from both sides. By the way, I'll be fair. There is a bias. And if you can choose what you want, you're the jury. You can decide what you want with the evidence that's been presented to you. But I'm just saying that there's so much in that 6-hour video that it just makes things doubtful that they're saying what is when it's not. based on the evidence.
It's like you showing me, like I've spoken to Geo before, right? I say, Geo, why are you a flat earther? And he'll show me half a dozen pictures of where he thinks we see too far, right? The classic see too far. We see Canada when we shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And then I go and show that this is pretty much exactly what we would expect on a globe. And he just goes, oh, well, here's another one. And I go, well, that's the same shit as well. It's exactly what we expect on a globe as well. Like, keep showing me shit.
Hey, hold on. Don't bring me up if I'm not in the conversation. I don't need to jump in, but this is absolute slander right here.
It's true, though. It's true. You showed me these C2 files, and I was like, "This is exactly what I would expect to see on a globe."
But hold on though. Let me say something though. Based on what you just said, you said this is exactly what we expect, but what you're saying we expect is having to do with light bending around a curve and bringing it up into view.
Yep.
And if you have a model and a calculation that can prove that, you're still proving a model, not necessarily reality. Because we can say this again. Reality is you're saying I can see on the other side of a wall simply by light bending a certain way. But the argument is, well, no, you can't do that. That's not reality. It makes sense in a model, but it doesn't make sense in reality. But then you say your model is reality, so that's where the
I don't say that.
and that's where we always hit.
I say the model reflects the reality. It's a reflection of reality.
Okay. So there's the video of the Chicago skyline. You're saying, yep, checks out perfectly in our model. You should be able to see Chicago skyline from across the lake. If you just like wholeheartedly believe that, and you're like, my model lets me know that I can do that. I don't
Do you think the model doesn't have evidence, or what are you saying?
I'm saying that technically something that's 60 miles away from you, when you should only see 14 miles at the most, that is stretching. That you're really reaching for that thing that's beyond the geometric curve behind a body of water, a physical, tangible wall, and you're bringing it up after it's 3 times farther than that distance. I think that's just a biased, belief. Honestly, you're just
maybe you don't understand refraction.
It's almost like, no, see there, refraction. That you have to see that. And this is the problem. Honestly, this is the problem. If you can easily just hand wave that logic and say, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. It trust me. This is what you're telling me. No, trust me. It makes sense. Refraction can let you do that. Refraction will let you see 3 times farther around a ball, and it will bring it back up into your view. Just trust me.
Yeah, I know. I could explain. That's one of my favorite conversations. Refraction.
There you go.
I love it.
You want to know why? Want to know why? Because it's like a magic wand. It allows you to tell me it's no different than you're pissing on my head and saying it's raining.
But it's not magic. We have the data to back it up.
Well, pissing on my head isn't magic. You're right. But I'm saying you're lying to me at that point.
I can back up everything.
The data to back it up. What data? What data? Tell me. What data is this?
Yeah, measurements of the refractive gradient of the atmosphere.
Okay. So again, you're telling me something that's disappearing behind a ball at 9 miles away is now visible 60 miles away. Basically, well, it can be in your model, and it has to be. By the way,
be in reality.
Let me point this out. It has to be that. For you, it has to be. Why? Because if you were to ever have that wool pull from your eyes and logic and understanding and common sense finally settle in your brain, you would be like, maybe that's a far stretch. But you're not there yet. And we're going to get there. Don't worry. Maybe 2025. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh. See the graph I just posted?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at my DMs.
Yeah, but the graph I just posted. These are the graphs that I have produced of the refractive gradient in the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is from the northernmost airport in Canada called Alert, and if I were to stretch that x-axis, so the x-axis is the refractive gradient, and anything left of 0 is light bending downwards, and anything right of 0 is light bending upwards. If I didn't cut that graph off at -6, it would go all the way over to the left, and you would reach. There are plenty of samples at Alert that would reach this special mark about -16 or thereabouts.
Let me ask something real
that-
quick, just
yeah.
real quick, and I don't mean to be facetious. Does by any chance this model have a formula in it?
This refractive index stuff, yeah, of course.
And does that by any chance include a curve or a radius,
No, it
specific
doesn't.
one? No.
No.
You're just saying that if I see so far, so it's not even talking about shape now. Then it's just the distance. Is that what you're saying?
No. This is just the vertical gradient in the atmosphere.
Okay, so then we're not even talking about a ball. Then we're just saying how far you can see, even on a flat plane.
Oh, yeah, this has nothing. These graphs have nothing to do with shape.
Okay.
of the Earth.
Well,
Right.
well, then guess what? Then well, guess what? Then well, guess what?
Right.
At that point, we can say, well, it works on both models. So it can be flat, it can be round, because mathematically, in your gradient diagram, it works on both. So here we are.
Incorrect.
So why wouldn't it work on a flat model?
Okay, so these graphs show you the gradient in two elevations. The red lines. Actually, I'll post one that's more typical. Oops.
But hold on. You confused me, because we just agreed that it doesn't matter about the shape, but now you're saying, but it can on the flat. So
these graphs have nothing to do with the shape, right? But when you apply the data from these graphs, right, then we get to globe. Okay.
How convenient.
Yes. Okay. So the one I just posted is Kodiak, wherever that is.
That's funny.
Right,
I'm looking.
Yeah. So there's red bars and blue bars. All right. The red bars is what is the refractive gradient below 100 meters above the surface. So this is close. So the red bars are close to the surface, and then the blue bars is what it looks like when you're a decent amount or a decent height above the surface. All right. So remember, left of 0 bends down, and right of 0 bends up. Right, and what all these graphs tell you is that once you are a certain height above the surface, light almost never bends upwards. It almost always, like 99.9%, will bend downward. All right, and you can take that assumption into like a theodolite measurement or an auto level measurement, right? And you know that whatever you're looking at is going to have downwardly bending light.
Okay. Actually, I will. I will agree to that, because you're right. When you look at things over a great distance, it seems to go down, like perspective, right? Like that angle, it will go down. No different than a 20-foot, light pole, and 2 miles down, it looks like a 3-inch light pole. So I get what you're saying. It does look like it's going down, but I think this is where the argument comes, and maybe you will not concede to it, but I'm saying that we are dealing with optics, not the shape of the Earth, but optics.
Right, and we know how light bends, so we can take that into account.
Well, again, if we're dealing with optics, that has nothing to do with the shape of what we're looking at over with optically. Again, maybe you're not. I don't know if you don't understand what I'm saying, or you just don't want to admit to what I'm saying. But I'm trying to tell you that you're saying, but this math doesn't work on a flat ground. No, it would, because we're dealing with the optics. It doesn't matter the shape. We're dealing with optics in general. If I went out to the flattest part of the country, over some salt lake or something, and it was just for miles just flat. How many flatlands does it take to make a ball? How long can you see over a flatland before it has to curve? And I think, but you can't agree to that though, because it goes against your ball. So, anyways, go on. I'm sorry. Keep on with your presentation.
Okay. If I know that the light is bending downwards, right, and I look at something in the distance, I know that because the light is bending downwards, then the apparent position is higher than its actual position, right? Its refracted position is above.
Ask him to show you an
its
example of this.
It's geometric position. You want to call that?
He can't hear me.
Cool.
Okay, but here's another question. How about when you have something that's a mile away from you, but because of refraction, it's already dipping down low? There's already a curve to it. Does that mean that Earth, we can now calculate that it's bending at 1 mile so low, or can we just chalk it up to it's the optics going on? And again, it doesn't matter that from a mile away that it's not bending down that much. No way can it be, or else we're living on a ball Earth the size of United States, and that's it. Where's the other countries going to fit on this ball? So what I'm trying to say is, when you're dealing with optics and trying to argue that, look, this is the measurements and this is the distances and this is the calculations, well, sometimes these same things happen at a shorter distance, and that takes away from your 25,000 circumference ball. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Go on.
Anyway, we're halfway. If light is bending downwards, then the apparent position will be higher than its actual
Apocryphon,
position.
ask him to show you a demonstration of that.
Travis, I can see it lighting up. So
that would be good. Can you have any? You have any demonstrations beside these graphs? That would be good, actually. Because I think we could pick those apart. But go on.
Come on, turn Travis back up.
Well,
you're roboting, I think.
You were roboting.
Yeah, he's crying about the fact that I called him a liar yesterday, but I was just returning fire to him because he called me a liar publicly about my photos. So I was just having fun with him. I don't know why he's being such a crybaby.
The apparent position will be higher.
Ruhif, you're roboting, dude. Ruhif, we can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, rejoin maybe. Rejoin.
Yeah, Discord wants you to bring my volume back up.
You got lost in the ether, bro. I don't know. I just think
Travis said that he deeply apologizes for calling you a liar. He was just doing it because you called him a liar.
No, love you, Travis.
He wants to give you a big hug.
Thanks, baby. Love you.
On the flat plane.
All right. Anyway, so the apparent position will be higher because light's bending downwards.
Okay.
Can you show us an example of this?
The refractive gradient is negative.
Show us
in reality. Not on a diagram, but in reality.
No. The refractive gradient, once you get above the surface, is negative. Light will bend downwards. Do you disagree with that?
Yep.
No, hold on.
Which way does light bend? Which way do you think light bends, Travis?
Hold on. This is what I'm telling you. You're using reality. Yes, you're right. Light does do this crazy thing, and it's an optical illusion at this point, and it does these weird things. But you're correlating this with, now we can see over a ball that's 3 times the distance away from us, and you're bringing it up into our view in a flat plane where we can see it. I don't deny your graph, because you're actually right on many parts of it, but that doesn't make it. You're squeezing you're taking something real, like real science, and you're mixing it with pseudoscience, and that's your belief, and you're believing that we can see 3 times farther. But go on.
Brian's server muted, by the way. So do you deny that light will bend down if the density gradient is, more dense at the surface and less dense higher up?
No.
You don't deny that?
No, I'm telling you that I understand optically. Light does weird things. Again, let's talk about a straw in a glass. We don't have to go miles away. We could go 2 feet in front of our eyes. We will see light
do crazy ass shit to something that's looked through certain what do you call them?
Gradients.
Gradients, yeah. Yep.
No, not gradients. Fuck.
Boundary layers.
No, god damn, I'm forgetting my words. Mediums, there you go. Mediums, that's the word. So we know that there's a straw that's straight, flat, if you leveled it, right? Now we put that straw in a cup, and now it looks like two straws. And
yeah, but Apocryphon, can I just stop you real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you post the original video that came from? Sorry, Travis.
The ISS video.
Yeah, the event.
Yeah. All right. One sec.
Yeah, what's up? Apocryphon. So my rebuttal has been from the beginning of this example of the straw in the water is that's never how we see anything in the air. We never see a house split away from its physical location and then presented next to it. So to me, while it's just a poor example because that's not how we ever see things above in the air.
Yeah, no,
So-
no, I agree. It's just to prove though that optically light bends in certain ways that will it throws things off. That's the bottom line. It throws
Well,
things
have
off.
you seen? Okay, so just real quick, since I'm talking to you right now, have you seen the 5-panel image that I can share that is the same target on 5 different days and it's in 5 different positions? So in one position, it looks like I would say the target is lowered, and the other one is raised up, lowered, raised up. So is light bending down when it's low and bending up when it's high? Like
exactly
this whole right, but this whole what Ruhef's doing is saying that it's bending down. Like that's not all the light's doing. It's not just bending down. So to me, it's
once you get above the surface, yes, it is.
Okay, but listen, Ruhif, you can make that claim, but you have never, nor has anyone else from your side, ever shown a control image and then an image to show what you say is actually happening. You guys have never done this.
Okay, if the gradient is more dense at the surface and less dense higher up, that's the direction of the gradient. Which way will light bend?
Ruhif, I have only been able to make observations. The amount of research and investigation on the field to parse this out would be even more costly than it has been for me to just take time out to take these videos and photographs, okay? So you can quote Andrew Thomas Young, you can quote any Noah, you can quote anything, and these graphs, whatever, you didn't get the data for these graphs on your own. You didn't do any of this research. You're just parroting to us what the mainstream narrative says. I'm asking you again, after you just gave us word salad rhetoric, show us a picture of light bending down. And by that, I mean, I want you to show us, right here, you see the light bending down?
Do you agree with the principle that if the gradient is more dense at the surface and less dense higher up, that light will bend down? You disagree with that? Okay.
I absolutely.
Go ahead and learn Snell's law, learn Fermat's principle, and come back when you agree with it.
Snell's law has fuck all to do with the atmosphere.
Fermat's principle, then fine, whatever.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Listen, that's what I'm saying. I can go and read that fucking article, and you know what I'm going to say afterwards? Show me this in reality,
Yeah,
Fermat.
and I'm going to keep asking you, which way does light bend? Does it bend towards the more dense medium?
Whatever.
Hey, how about this? How about this, Ruhif? How about this, real quick?
Way you demonstrate.
Ruhif, how about this? How about this? How about in Las Vegas, we're building a huge casino, and it's hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we have a pavement, a foundation laid, and more than 100 yards away, another iron worker, he's disappearing from his legs up. And he looks like he's gone almost because the heat disappears the bottom half of him. Does that mean he's behind a ball of this flat, 100-yard pavement? Or does that mean that the heat and the light and the optics is so fucking weird that it makes him look like he's behind something when he's not? How about that?
Okay. Because he's very close to a hot surface, the gradient is most likely inverted, which means the light would be bending up, which means he's disappearing in the vanishing zone of inferior mirage.
Yes,
That's what's happening.
Yes. Okay, no, okay, I agree to that. Now,
Hmm.
but does that mean he went behind a ball, or does that mean it's just optical, right? That's the same thing when you guys show a boat going behind a ball. It's not that it's going behind a ball. It's just this weird fucking optical thing happening. But why you guys can't grasp that or accept that, that blows my mind.
Because once you get above the surface, there's no inferior mirage to deal with.
The
It
boat
doesn't
is
have to
Light's
have a
bending
mirage.
downwards.
It does not have to have a mirage. It's all, this is what I've said before and what I said last night. You might not have heard me. We need to stop thinking about, sometimes we see too far. No. The question is, why can't we see as far as we did the day before? If I have an obstructed view that I can prove that is the result of refraction, okay, then the distance that I can see at other times is also a result of refraction. Both the distance I see and that same distance cut off in other times are due to refraction.
Well, see, Travis, I think the reason for that is that it's the point at which the ground and the sky meet. And so if the atmospheric conditions are such that you can't see as far, then that point where the ground and sky meet will be closer to you, and therefore, quote unquote, obstructing things.
Yes.
Whereas when you can see further and it's more the environment, boom, then the place where the ground and the sky meet is so much further because you can see further that boom, you get a much more broader.
Exactly. But here's the main point though. There has to be a measurable physical distance to where shit will disappear entirely, no matter what fucking light's going on, because it's behind. It's so far. We're talking about 9 miles to 60 miles. That is a huge fucking difference, bro. That means from Los Angeles, I can see halfway to San Diego if that's the case. But not because it's a ball, but because the conditions in the sky are allowing me to see a certain distance that I normally wouldn't be able to see. And it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
Exactly.
I can show you conditions that would result in light curving at the same rate as the curvature of the Earth.
Show
and
us
things appearing
a
flat.
show us a photo of that in real life with control images so that you can
Travis,
contrast. Don't show
when
us
you
graphs,
accept that light will bend down in that density gradient,
You
we
have
can
never
talk.
shown it. All you've done is tell us that that's what it does. Show us.
Okay, do you disagree?
With what?
Do you accept that the typical density gradient is more dense at the surface, less dense higher up, and therefore light will bend down?
Yup.
Yes, you agree. Excellent.
No, I disagree with that. I said disagree. You said do you disagree, and I said with what?
Okay, so go away and figure it out for yourself and come back when you agree.
I have, Ruhif, I have. I've read it all, and I keep asking everyone, show me what this is, what this looks like in real life, and you guys can't do it.
Okay, but hold on. Let me point something out though.
That is fair, Ruhif, because otherwise you're just in theory, right? You're just in
No,
idea.
I'm
It's
coming
an
at it
idea.
from first principles. These are principles that have been demonstrated.
But you have to show it in reality.
I've got the data that says it bends downwards.
Yeah, aren't there several videos of fish tanks showing light bending into a denser part of the fish tank?
Yeah, we've demonstrated this, and Snell's law does it, and Fermat's principles does it.
Listen, why can't you pull this out of your back? Why can't you pull this out of your back pocket? Like, you should have these photos ready to go, bro.
Yeah, because you'll just say that's not curvature, right? If I show you Canagoo, right, and I say, the reason we can see the tip is because light bends downwards, you'll just say, no, it's flat Earth, blah, blah.
No, but that's going back to what I said. I can see the head of the ironworker, but not his legs.
Right,
that's not. So now you're debating again an optical debate. But on another day you can see more of the tip or all of the fucking mountain. When the sun
can't see all the mountain. You can never see all the mountain.
When the sun goes behind
in perspective, and it lights up the whole skyline of something that's 200 miles away, then that now you're saying we're seeing 200 miles away because light's bending around a curve, as
You will
opposed
never
to
see all of Canagoo. You will never see all of Canagoo.
okay, all right, that's fine.
Because the reason is because you're above the surface by a decent amount. So the vast majority of your line of sight is through a typical density gradient, which is approximately 706 R.
great. So, do the principles that you believe are occurring with Canagoo, do those principles not apply to observations where people will say, "Look, this boat is going over the curve"?
Generally, I'm trying to level you. I'm being really nice, Travis. I'm trying to level the playing field, right? This literally, that's what I'm trying to do, right? If we're close to the
You're not
surface,
answering my question right now. You're just filibustering.
no, I'm answering a question. If we are close to the surface and I see obstruction without an inferior mirage, I'm going to say that's curvature, right? If we see an observation where there's no obstruction that we quote unquote shouldn't see, I have the excuse of extreme refraction close to the surface.
Show you right, but see the problem, Ruhif, is I can show you images that look without an inferior mirage. I can show you those images, and then I can show you the image fully exposed. Okay, so my point is you guys are not paying attention to the data that I have been providing. Things that you would say, oh, that's cut off in half by the curve. That target then is fully exposed in other conditions. This is my point. It doesn't have to have an inferior mirage. It is always refraction. Always.
I just want to point out, Ruhif. I just want to point out, Ruhif, that earlier in the discussion, you agreed that these graphs have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, and now you're saying, but they do.
No, and now I'm saying using those graphs, you can show that the Earth's a globe. I didn't say the graphs included the globe. Using the data and the inferences from those graphs will demonstrate the globe.
And that data will say that you're seeing a certain distance based off of light, not the curvature of an Earth or a flat planar. It's just
only got halfway through.
With optics. That's it. You're taking real science of optics and all the weird shit that happens in it, and you're introducing, well, this is because of ball, even though on the other side of that coin, I can say no, that's because that's just what optics is, and that's the same thing you'll see over a flat plane. It has to do with the sky and the ground and the temperature and the light and all this other variables that have nothing to do with the shape. It just has to do with what you can see with your eye or a camera or a telescope, and that's it. You can't conflate the two together because they're two different arguments.
All right, let me deal with Travis first.
All right,
so Travis, there are. If you're close to the surface, right, you'll either see a photo with obstruction, you'll see a photo without obstruction, or you'll see something with an inferior mirage. All three of those are explainable under the globe, right? But on a flat Earth model, there's no reason for something to be obstructed bottom up without an inferior mirage, right? You can't explain that.
That's not true. That's not true.
Please demonstrate how to explain that.
Okay, look, man, I'm not going to do it right now, so it's just going to be verbal, right? So I've got it on my channel where I've walked through my own photos, but what Gio just said a minute ago is descriptive of the conditions of the medium creating the horizon to appear closer to us. Okay, that's what I call proximate looming. That is what I think is the synonym for what Andrew Thomas Young considers to be sinking. Sinking is when a target in the distance that's normally visible is dropped below the horizon. Okay, now sinking is the opposite of looming. In your world, I would believe that you have no problem to say that refraction can raise up a target in the distance so that the convexity of the Earth is diminished and it looks like you're looking over a flat plane. That's looming. That's due to refraction. Is it so hard for you to understand that refraction could also loom up the proximate surface of the water so that it does create that same appearance of the horizon cutting off the target behind it?
I would like to see a ray diagram for that. But what I was about to finish saying was that I can explain everything.
Wait. If you want to see
you spoke for a little while, Travis. You spoke for a while.
If you want to see a ray diagram, that is going to take a shit ton of field work, bro.
No.
Yeah.
It's
I don't
mathematical.
So you just want me to like get out a piece of paper and draw you a picture of what I think the rays are doing?
Yeah.
Okay,
I know it won't work. You'll have to have an extreme gradient next to like an upwardly bending gradient.
Yeah, I've done that. I've made pretty pictures with lines from paint. Yep, I've done that.
Yeah, cool. Anyway,
that's not
what
science.
I was trying to say before was I'm trying to even the playing field because I can explain anything close to the surface, and I don't think you can. You say you can, but whatever. So what I'm saying is get above the surface where I'm not allowed to appeal to extremes of refraction. I'm going to appeal to something pretty close to 7/6R as a standard. Okay? I'm not going to appeal to fucking black swan things if I'm well above the surface. So what I got halfway through with Apocryphon is if we know that light's bending downwards and I'm pointing something horizontally, let's say I'm at 1,000 meters and I'm pointing my auto level or whatever at something that's also 1,000 meters of elevation, and I see that object below the crosshairs, that's curvature because it's already above, the apparent position of it is already above its actual position. Therefore, curvature. Anyway, Gio, can you tell me the time in Sydney? Can anyone tell me the time in Sydney?
What's that got to do with the price of tea in China, bro?
Gio, what's the time in Sydney?
Eat the dog's time.
Correct. Correct. It's actually 7:51. So, all right.
Yeah.
See you.
Hey, Ruhiv, can I ask you a question?
Nah, he's going to feed the dogs. What he just said.
Oh, forgive me, I missed it. I was just thinking.
He's got to debrief his fucking superior.
That's cool. We're used to that. They don't come back with anything new. Well, I was thinking though, like, you know how like the idea that you can't trust your senses, right? Because you don't feel like you're moving, but you know, allegedly we are. So like, how come they trust light and the idea that it refracts? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they take it for face value. But we already know that you can't trust your senses in their model, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, just something to think about, like the idea of like they're going to use light and observations, you know what I mean? But they say that we can't trust our senses.
Right.
So it's kind of like weird that they would propose it.
It's just here's what's weird. Once upon a time, years ago, there was a very, very firm understanding that you can only see so far, regardless, because it's behind a physical barrier. This is where they talk about ships going over the curve. But now that we can see something that is 60 miles away, it seems like they've had to adjust their argument and make things, with all these words and quote unquote understandings of how light works. And now it makes it possible. But this is the nonsense we deal with, I guess. So,
well, you know what's an interesting point is
what do you see 60 miles away?
And
do you see it all the time?
One second. One thing that's interesting is that they had admittedly for I don't know how many fucking years, hundreds, they navigate 600 nautical miles as though it were perfectly flat. So like they've known that for a long time. That when you navigate, you could treat 600 fucking miles as flat. So any like arguments about seeing curvature and stuff, it's like layman's stuff because it's in their literature that they navigate 600 fucking miles as flat. You know,
Yeah,
so it's like
you got us, Isaac. Game, set, and match, man.
What's that?
Nothing.
That's a good point. I mean, how many sections of flat does it take to make a ball? And I think that's the argument.
Well, because there are no sections of flat.
Did Negator used to come on your show back in the day, Issa?
Oh yeah, is Neg in here?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, what up, Neg?
Hey, sorry, I'm working off some crappy earbuds. So
You've always had issues, Neg. Stop.
No, I got a good quality mic. It's on the mail.
Hold on, Neg. Are you still painting?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. Good to hear it. But yeah, I think that 600 nautical miles is like a big problem for your model. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what you don't realize, Issa, is that at the edge of that 600 miles, it angles down for another 600 miles. And then it just angles down for another 600 miles.
Well, that's like, that's the other concession I've asked for is like, if we can see a little bit of curvature at 120,000 feet, but we don't see any curvature at sea level, then can we all just admit that boats don't go over the curve of the earth? And because I'll give you that there's a little bit of curvature at 120,000, but you got to give me that no boats went over the optical fucking curve of the earth, man. And they're not willing to do that. You're not willing to do that.
It's never been a good argument, man.
Well, right, and
two different things.
Well, I mean, to you it is, but to us, we've been kicking your ass with that argument for fucking 7 years or whatever it's been.
Well, here's what's interesting. Once upon a time, many, many years ago, when they didn't have the technology to bring a boat back into view after it's gone over this supposed 3-mile curvature, now all of a sudden we can see a boat that's 20 miles away, and that doesn't raise a red flag in their minds. That doesn't fucking logic doesn't spark a fucking light in their brain.
Well, not only that, but if anybody, this is the first thing that was an aha moment for me. Okay, I bought my camera. I heard all the rhetoric of the P900 bringing boats back over the curve. So I was out at the Santa Monica Pier. Beautiful day. Looked out on the horizon, couldn't see shit. Got my camera out, and there's boats out there that I couldn't see with my naked eye. And right there, I'm like, what the fuck? Who in the world could ever tell me that they can actually see a boat do anything on the horizon? Like, I can't even see this boat. Get my camera out. There's a boat there. Like, there's not enough resolution in my eye to tell you at what point, if I watched a boat go out into the distance, there's no point I could say, oh, now it's going over the curve. You can't even see that far with your naked eye. Like, what is this?
So you can't.
You can't say that if we live on a ball. That's what he's going to say.
You cannot bring boats back after they go over their horizon.
No, listen to what I'm saying to you.
If a boat's too small to see, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Pokerfun, because he was the person that actually made the statement, and I started to respond to, and then you added some extra stuff to it.
All right, and I'll rebuttal it. Go on.
So in all these videos that players provide, they take a boat that's too small to make out, right? That's too small to see, and then they zoom in on it and say, yep, there it is. I can show you videos of a boat that's half obstructed, and upon zooming, it's still half obstructed. You don't get the boat back. And the same is true for the moon. You can't bring the moon back after it sets either.
Okay. That's called the vanishing point in 6th grade art class, but go on.
Okay, so a vanishing point in 6th grade art class refers to perspective that requires that something shrinks until it vanishes. And we're not saying the moon shrink. So it can't be perspective.
No, not that it's shrinking. It's just going so far away, it's no longer visible.
And
No
you know why
different.
there ain't more of them pictures,
We can
guys?
come back to that one, but I am curious about this whole bringing boats back thing and bringing the moon back.
Okay.
You know what?
That you genuinely can I show
Okay,
you a
for
video of a boat that's zoomed on and it doesn't come back?
Okay, for instance, let's say there's a boat. I'm sitting on the beach and I'm watching a boat, and it's a mile away from me, and then it disappears, and then I stand up and I get my binoculars and I can see it again. Now it's 3 miles away from me. I'm like, fuck, it's really gone over the curve. But then I get my P900 and I zoom in and I see it again. Then it gets to 5 miles away. And then I zoom a little bit farther and I see it again. And now it's 19 miles away. And I get my P900 and I zoom in more and I see it again. Now, eventually, there's going to be a point where even the P900 can't see it in its distance, no different than my eyes couldn't see it a mile away. But that doesn't mean you can't bring it over the curve. The only thing that means is that I don't have the technology in my hands to make it come back into view the way I was able to at 2 miles, 3 miles, 9 miles, and now 19 miles. And
And you
that's
know why
my
they don't
argument.
have more of them? This is the reason they don't have more
Hey
photos like
Brian,
that.
hey Brian, I'm having a conversation with him. Do you mind if I respond? Thanks, man. So if
Yeah,
you
go
got a
ahead.
video depicting that, Pakistan, I'd like to see it. And what I'm asking for is a boat that's obstructed and then it is no longer obstructed after you zoom. That doesn't exist, right?
No
Well,
one's gonna.
hold on.
Who's making that claim?
There is a
Because like you
point.
said, okay.
Hold on. There is a point, and I will say this. Let's bring it back to not even a boat over water. Let's talk about that person that's in a distance that's like 200 yards away from me, and it's hot. There will be a point where he's going to disappear because of the optics of it. And no matter what I zoom into, I'm still seeing what optically is being blocked, or not able to see, should I say? Because optically, the sky in view is there's this weird phenomenon happening, and it's blocking that person. Now I know, and not that he disappeared over a ball. He's just at a great distance, and optically, no matter how far I zoom in, I'm not going to bring him back into my eyesight. So it's a
Hold on,
poor
man.
man.
There
On
are
your
some days. Now, there are some days, okay? I've shot, I can't even count how many times, okay? But there are some days, a lot of days, really. But usually that's where we missed the bottom of like boats way out. Yeah, I'll give you that. But they're almost always accompanied by obvious inferior mirage, But then sometimes, sometimes the mirage ain't so obvious, and that's why That's why they don't have loads and loads of these pictures for us. They should have 100 of them, compilations. Each channel should have hundreds of them. But the problem is you can almost always see the inferior mirage, and they won't post them. That's why they only have like a certain amount of examples, because what we usually see out there is a mirage. Okay, and then sometimes you have black swan days, like just how he described, where you could zoom in forever. It'll never disappear bottom first, ever. And then sometimes you do have where you can't barely make out the mirage.
Exactly.
But there's almost
Yeah.
always a mirage, man. So
Hey,
when
Gator,
people talk about perfect sunsets and all this shit, it's all horseshit.
Can I respond too, please?
So y'all want me to have a conversation with like 3 different people at once? And then I
Yeah,
have to go
but
back
we're
and
all
respond 3 different times?
right. But we're all going to give you three different perspectives to try to demonstrate to you that we can explain and address your question. So even though
You ain't gotta
Apocryphon,
explain shit to Neg.
well, for whatever it's for the audience, then for somebody who comes across this. So Apocryphon gave his answer. Brian gave his answer. I'm going to give the same answer, but in the way that I'm going to put it into my own words. Okay. So when you show me let's say a freighter, a shipping freighter out on the ocean that's cut in half by the horizon, okay, I'm going to tell you that that's a result of refraction. It's the conditions of the medium. Now, on another day, it's possible that looming would be there. If looming were there, and you had a ship in the same shipping lane, right? Because they all have to stay in that lane. It's going to be the same distance, but you're going to have a fully exposed ship. That's due to refraction. Looming is refraction. So when that loomed ship is fully visible because of refraction, when it's cut in half, it's because of refraction. And when that same ship or another ship in that same shipping lane is in an inferior mirage, that's due to refraction. All three are due to refraction every single time. Now, the one thing that happens in an inferior mirage is the surface of the water is brought closer to you and the distance is cut short. That's the same thing that you get when the ship is cut in half and there's no inferior mirage. The reason why is because the inferior mirage is so tightly acute to the angle at the horizon that you can't see it. But it's the same condition. The surface of the water has been lifted up and brought to that apparent position so that the ship that's in the distance, because look, if you could put another observer at the horizon in front of the ship that is cut in half, then there is innumerable distance between that horizon and the ship. So there's so many things that are happening in that observation. You can't just say one thing is happening. So that your point, when I know I'm going to wrap it up. So that your point.
So you could have said all of this with one
Hold on,
statement.
wait. I just have one more thing to say. So that your point, when the angular size of that target seems to imply to you that it's not comporting with perspective, the size of that target as well is being affected by the medium. Thanks for listening.
Cool. So the point that I wanted to address is Apocryphon talking about bringing things back. And that indicates that it was first, or he thinks it was first, hidden by the horizon, right?
No, I'm not saying that. Go on.
Okay. Well, it's hidden by something. You can't see it, correct? You're saying if I can't
But that's
see
the way
it,
we see, though, man.
It's
Hey,
hidden
Brian, I'm
because
talking
of the angular resolution. But go on.
Okay. So what does that mean when you say hidden by angular resolution?
So that means that something went so far and got so small in my eyes, I can no longer see it. But if I could pull out a camera that can do better than my eyes, it could see. For instance, if I'm out on the shore with my grandfather, who's dead now, but let's say he was alive, it might disappear before my eyes to him. And he might think, oh, the ship's gone. Where'd it go? Because his eyes are fucked up. But my eyes can still see it. Doesn't mean that it went behind the ball. It means that his eyes can no longer see it.
Okay, so I totally,
Gary
I'm
Wybenga
talking
said it
Apocryphon, Brian.
best.
So Apocryphon, I totally agree that things can both be too small to see, and that they can also be hidden by Earth curves. So
Don't slide that in. Don't slide that in, Austin Mickey.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me put me in,
So
Coach.
what we observe in reality is things being obstructed, right? And they obstruct continually from the bottom up until you can no longer see it, and you cannot zoom it back in. I looked at a video with a boat. Half the boat's obstructed, so it sounds like you're telling to me that the bottom half of the boat cannot be resolved, but the top half can be resolved.
When we can't see it, hold on.
Okay.
When we can't see it, you agree that it just basically merged with the horizon, right? We can't we can't discern the boat with the horizon, right?
Brian, I'm talking to Apocryphon. I'd really like him to respond to that.
Yeah, but by listening to him, I don't think he has as much experience out there like Travis or me, man.
Brian,
no offense, dude.
No. I think you're actually going to say the same thing I'm going to say. So go on and say it. I concede my time to him. Let's go.
Thank you, man. I think Gary Wybenga gave the best example, man. Because I think you would agree with me that when we do lose sight of it, of whatever it is, it's merged with the horizon, right? So we can no longer discern between the boat and the horizon. Is that fair to say?
Merged. If someone walks around a corner, is that person merging with the corner as you stop seeing part of their body?
So you disagree that the boat and the horizon are no longer discernible at a distance?
If somebody is standing behind a corner, I only see half their body. Line of
No, I'm
sight
not
to the
talking
half
about
of
a
the body
corner. Are
is
you
obstructed
disagreeing?
by
I
a
need to
corner.
know. I need to know if you're disagreeing with me so I know what angle to go with this. Do you disagree?
Do you ever see things merge with the
That's
earth
a non
directly below it?
sequitur red herring. You
Yeah, I
are
don't know what you're
asking.
talking about.
You are
I
asking an
know what you're
inappropriate
talking about. Just
question.
things don't merge with the earth.
Okay, I'll make a statement then. Let me make a statement and you agree or disagree. Okay, when a boat is, or whatever it is, out on the horizon, is no longer
around a corner on the ISS.
We can't hear people talking over each other.
Yeah, let me make a claim so he can agree or disagree. I'll make a direct claim. Okay, so when a boat or whatever it is out on the horizon is going out of sight, when we can no longer see it, we can no longer discern it from the horizon. It is basically merged with the horizon and is essentially part of the horizon. Do you agree with that or disagree?
Boats don't merge with the water beneath it. It's either too small to see or not. Or it's behind Earth curve.
So what Gary Wabanga did is he took a multicolored boat where it was yellow at the bottom and blue at the top, or it was red at the top, I think. And what he showed is when it goes out of sight, when you start zooming in, okay, you see the red first. You don't see the yellow. So he used color to demonstrate this because we got so many people like you who probably have never been out there doing this. No offense, if you have, I apologize too. But if you go out there and see these things, then you'll know what we're talking about. And he gave, like I said, you see, why would we see the yellow, or why would we see the red before the yellow? If the yellow's at the bottom, why did we see the red, not the yellow, as we zoomed in?
I feel like we're talking past each other. What are you trying to get at?
I understand everything Brian's saying, so he's not talking past me.
Why do we see the top part of the boat first? The yellow or the red? The red's the top part of the boat. We don't see any yellow.
That's for Apocryphon to answer because he said that you don't see it because of the angle. So why would you
we zoom in?
See the bottom?
Right, and when we zoom in, we see the red first. The red's at the top of the boat. The yellow's at the bottom. So as we're zooming in, we don't zoom in all the way. We zoom in a little bit of the way where we just barely see the boat, and we see red and not yellow. Why do we see the red at the top of the boat before we see any yellow at all at the bottom?
Okay, but that doesn't have anything to do with the topic at hand, and that's discernible angle, right? Resolvable angle. That's what he was referencing. And you're making the argument that I can't see the bottom of the boat because it's too small angle, but I can see the top of the boat.
Okay, so it seems to me that you're talking past your own self because Brian's example is the angle to the yellow is so acute that you don't have resolution of it. So you're mixing what Apocryphon said and you're missing what Brian said. You have to take both of them together. Brian's suggesting that the angle to the top of the boat, which is red, is larger, so your eye catches that first. The angle to the yellow, which is the hull at the surface of the water, gets lost in that angle because the information gets so confused for your eye. It's not difficult to follow this conversation.
And then you zoom in more, and then the more you zoom in, the more yellow you can make out, and then you can make out both the colors when you zoom all the way in.
That's fine. I linked the container ship video. This container ship has a ship that's cut in half. The cameraman zooms on it. No more of the obstructed part of the boat becomes visible during the zoom.
All right, so I'm gonna post a video with Ranty and Jose, both show. He's at a point and he's 15 feet high, and he's looking at about a 3 foot. He calls it a 3 foot wave. He said he'll call it 4, but it's probably more like 3 foot wave blocking half a ship, and he's well above that wave. But the wave, when it goes out toward the boat, it still winds up cutting off half of the little lighthouse and the boat. Yeah, a little 4 foot wave, and he's 15 foot above the water. And this is Randy and Jose agreeing that even if you're above the wave, when you lose that angle, you lose it.
Nick,
did everything I just say get ignored?
No, Nick, maybe I didn't hear. Where did you say you posted this video of this ship? I don't see it.
I'll post it again. Hang on.
Go ahead and repeat yourself if you want to. I have forgotten what you said anyway.
But do you gain does your angle change by zooming in? What's your name? I'm sorry, dude.
Negator.
Negator. Does your angle change by zooming in? Does it change the angle from the ground to the top of the object by zooming in?
Let's go one step at a time. I just posted a link to a video showing a container ship obstructed by the horizon.
Yeah, I'm about to watch it. I was waiting for Travis to find it, but bro, you literally ain't answering nothing. I don't know why do you at least kind of answer.
I can, but I would really. I started with one topic that I wanted to talk about, and we barely moved to.
No, this is all the same topic, bro. I'm not trying to change topics, fella. I'm just trying to see what route to go because I've done a lot of I got a P1000.
All right,
so
hold on. So what he's showing in this video is exactly what he's explaining: refraction, and on a different day, on a different condition, you would be able to see more of it. How far is this container, by the way?
Right.
No idea.
Okay,
right.
So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm going to point out. You're showing a day where the conditions were blocking the bottom part of this particular thing out there in the distance.
Yeah, he's just showing a wave.
But on another day,
no, Brian.
On another day, you would be able to see more of it. No different than what he posted earlier with his 5 shots showing this tower or whatever it was way in the back. It's half of it's blocked on one day, and another day you can see all of it. And this is where I say that you're using real science of the optics of it and the refraction of it, but you're misconstruing it into this. It's because of a curve, and that's where you drop off.
That might not be a wave, but I'll tell you what, when you zoom out there, you can't distinguish waves. It looks like just one flat surface, even on wavy days when you zoom out far enough.
Right. Yeah.
So is it refraction that makes the moon set evenly every single night the moon is out?
The moon is higher in the air. It's not going to comport to the same. You're never going to get an inferior mirage on the moon. That doesn't mean that inferior mirages don't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the explanation for seeing something that's obstructed. Is it's refraction. So if I see the moon obstructed, you're telling me it's refraction?
Can you show us an example? Okay, look. Show us an example of what you'd like us to consider. We have to consider it, not just an idea that you're pitching to us. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
The moon being obstructed by the horizon is something I need to show to you?
I lived in California, and the moon went behind the mountains. It went behind the mountain. What's your point?
Okay, so you've never seen a moon set over water? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, so you're trying to describe the same thing to us in terms of the sun setting or the moon setting. I'm just trying to understand the context, right? So have you never heard our explanation of how the sun goes away from us and that angle of incident that we see at the horizon?
So I guess what I'm doing is I'm taking the boat going over the horizon for me is identical to the moon going over the horizon. We see the same thing happen.
It can't be.
Why not?
Because first of all, you can have at least 3 different captures. The video that you shared is a great video. It's awesome. Love it. That shipping lane is never going to move. Ships have to go throughout that lane. So I don't know why these guys don't go out the next week and the next week and the next week and the next week, because they're going to see ships exposed and obscured at different degrees because the conditions of the medium are changing. So that's why you have to show more than one image. So you have 3 different opportunities with refraction. You've got looming, where you've got the distance just stretched out in front of you and the thing is fully exposed, no obstruction. Then you have what you have here in the middle, which is sinking, where the horizon appears to be obscuring, but refraction is dropping the distant target. This is science. This is science. Sinking is a scientific category of refraction without phenomena, or without mirage. And then you have mirage. Now, the moon is never going to experience any of those. It's at an
Why not?
altitude. It's at an altitude higher than the boats. The boats are at the surface, so they're going to
So
be.
the light from the moon, when it appears at the horizon, for example, does not need to travel through the air that the boat that's viewed in the same direction.
Okay, if you're looking over the ocean, it can't not be waves that's blocking it. Even if it is Earth curve, it's still got to be waves. Just because you can't see them when they're zoomed out. So what I just posted was a video of a 3-foot wave blocking half of a lighthouse and half of a boat. This is Ranty. This is Jose's footage. Ranty and Jose discussing it with Toady and other ballers, and they're agreeing that they're 15 foot above the water, 3-foot wave off in the distance, blocking half of a lighthouse. You know, I ain't saying they claim this with all of them, but with this one, they do agree. They all agree. And one more thing, I can show you a wave with a seagull next to it, and he's about 2 foot above the lake. It's a 6-inch ripple, maybe more like a 4-inch ripple. The ripple's not even quite as big as a seagull, but it's blocking half of a 4-story building across a 20-mile stretch. That little tiny ripple.
That's not possible.
Here's the point. It's got to be waves. My point is it's got to be waves blocking.
It's a non sequitur.
If there's waves at all, it's got to be waves blocking whatever is blocked on either model.
It's a non sequitur.
Hey, Negator. Hey, Negator. Did you see that video I posted? Can you watch it real quick?
I did, but number one, that's not the moon. Number two, we see the moon obstructed on the horizon and hidden in an identical fashion to how we see boats obstructed and hidden by the water.
Why is it not the moon?
Wait. I'll get to that in a second. And Travis stated that we would see those boats at different distances and different times. Well, that means if we saw the moon set over water, or just over the horizon, we would expect it to set widely.
Why are you talking about the moon, bro? What's the moon got to do with this?
Yeah, in the words of the other baller that's here, that's a non sequitur. You're bringing up the moon.
Not a baller.
Okay, well, it's a non sequitur. You're bringing up the moon right now is an apple discussion to an orange discussion. We're not talking about something that's at a high altitude and a great distance from us. We're talking about something that's at a low elevation off the surface of the earth in a intensely refractive medium.
You just want to know why the reason I bring up the moon is because we see it regularly, right? Every single night doing the exact same thing. We don't have that luxury with boats, and we do see it directly on the horizon, right?
I just showed you what the moon does, and you said it's not the moon, but that is the moon. That is the moon setting in a distance. And that is way different. That is way different than what we're talking about. Like he said, it's apples to oranges, because the moon is miles and miles up, thousands miles up, compared to a boat that's on the surface of the water. But even still, you see the moon. This is 6th grade art class. The farther you go, the lower it gets to the horizon before it finally vanishes from your eyes, because it's gone at such a great distance. This is 6th grade, bro. Maybe even earlier. You probably learned it in 5th grade art class. And why you guys don't grasp that, it boggles my mind, to be honest. I don't mean disrespect, but I trip out. Like, how do you guys not get this? It is like clear as day.
So let me. I got it, man. If you think you can really sum up these sort of backhanded insults really quick, man, I'd really appreciate it.
I apologize. Honestly, I'm drunk. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So in 6th grade art class, what you see is that item shrinking as it moves away from you. You don't see that with the moon. That's why it can't be the perspective that you're trying to reference.
It grows. It enlarges.
Right. The moon doesn't do that. It doesn't.
But hold on though. But hold on though. Let me share something with you. In a distance, the sky can actually amplify the light, and it makes it look bigger than what it actually is. No difference than if you put like that solar flare on the sun. Like sometimes the sun looks humongous, but that's only because it's being amplified by the sky around it. But if you put on like if I put it on my welding hood and look at it, it's the same size as the moon. It looks small compared to if I take my welding hood off and I look at it, it looks like a big ass orange ball in the sky. Like that again, that's optics.
Yeah, that's proof.
Atmospheric
That's proof of
lensing.
refraction
Does
too.
not
That's
happen
proof
with
of
the moon. It only happens
that is
with the
proof
sun.
of refraction.
No, it's glare.
No, it
That's
is
why the sun looks
not.
bigger.
That's atmospheric lensing, they call it. It blows it up bigger than what it actually is. So the moon and the sun and any light, it's going to be in a distance large still, because that's just what the sky does. It
Okay,
amplifies it.
so number one, all of that's wrong. All right, you don't see boats, you don't see planes fly away from you getting bigger or staying the same size. They always shrink. So it seems weird to me for you to suggest that while the moon can go away from me, it stays at the same size the
Because the
entire time. But
planes aren't
both, you
light.
go,
We see the ISS staying the same size. What are you talking about? We
but
see
the
the
boat
ISS
could,
staying the same size.
or the plane could move away from me, and the plane will get smaller.
Because the
But
plane isn't a light. A light will expand in its view because it's lensing going on. No different than it. You could do this in a study in your room. If you put a light and put a glass in front of it, it's going to look way brighter than what the actual spotlight of the flashlight is, because it's lensing. It's atmospheric lensing, they call it. It amplifies its size. You can't compare a moon or a sun, a greater light or lesser light. You can't compare it to a plane. The plane is not a light, and it will get
all
smaller
right,
in
then.
angular size.
So lights have special perspective rules that do not apply to objects, or like rules
Yeah.
that do apply to objects don't apply to lights.
That's a fact. That is a fact, dude. That's a fact. Now let me demonstrate it. Okay.
No,
Instead of trying to
not.
argue with me, hold on. Instead of trying to argue, just hear me out and use your common sense, because this is not an argument. This is what actually happens. Okay. So I posted a shot from one of Widget's videos. Okay. Shout out to Austin, and it shows the street lights going off in the distance. Now the point of this video is that if you look at the first string of light, okay, from up close to a distance, yeah, they're getting smaller, but the lights way off in the distance, they're not changing in size, man. So what we're talking about with the sun, the moon, it never gets close to us. So it's comparable to the street lights that are far away that stay the same size. And the point of all this is the point of all this is that, I mean, really it is a non sequitur trying to compare these to boats. But I was trying to say, I'm brain farting, but it was important. But oh yeah, light doesn't obey the same perspective rules as solid object.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
it's a good thing the moon is a solid object and it's not a light.
When I'm driving to Vegas, and there's and I'm at the part of the desert where it's flat as fuck, and there's lights along the highway. The light, as bright as the light is next to me, okay, that's going to be the most, the biggest. And then the seventh or eighth light down the road is going to be big. And the one that's way down to where I feel like I'm taller than that light pole, that light is still the same size in brightness and size as the one that's only 7 away from me. So yes, light does have a different, you can't argue that is totally different than when we're dealing with boats that aren't lights and have an angular size resolution.
So I'm not referencing the moon for its light. I'm referencing the moon as an object. So in your example, we would use street lights with the lights turned off during the day, and you would agree that the street lamps themselves, the bulb
get
or the
smaller.
plastic cover, would get smaller, and that's what we,
Correct.
or rather, if the moon were disappearing due to perspective, it should get smaller, and it doesn't.
But the moon is a light. You can't. Oh my God! What are you saying right now?
So you can see the physical moon, correct? You can get a telescope and see that it's an object. It's not a glare.
Not if it ain't lit.
Okay.
You can though. Like you see, it's got a surface to it. It's got mountains and ridges.
But
and
it's okay.
rocks.
First of all, if the moon is lit up in the sky we can call that a light because there's light from it. It literally gives off light. If I'm in the darkness, the dead of darkness, and a moon comes over me and then I could see, that means there's light from that moon, regardless of what you want to say. There's light somewhere because it's lighting up the ground.
So the way that I would say it is look, I think all of us would agree with you that on good old terra firma, the laws of perspective dictate that a physical object will get smaller in the distance. None of us is going to deny that. For me, therefore, when I see the sun and the moon not obeying that law, to me, that means they are not physical. That's as simple as my argument is.
That's
what's the other option?
How did you draw the conclusion that you can see some lights, that's caused somehow, and go like, yeah, that's not physical?
I just told you, when I see physical objects. Hold on, hold on, wait a minute. So listen, your question to me doesn't make sense because I just gave you a very clear answer. So now you ask me.
Yeah, okay.
Hold on. I'm trying not to interrupt you, but you're walking all over me. So now you asked me a question, which means that either you didn't understand what I said or you weren't listening. So I'm going to repeat myself. On Earth, when I watch a physical object go away from me, it most assuredly gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Fact.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I see the sun and the moon up in the sky and they apparently are going away from me, they are not apparently doing the same thing. So I have a simple deduction. They're not physical. That's as easy as it gets.
Okay. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, right? Because would you on Earth, right, with lights that we know and that we can experiment on and stuff, there's no such thing as a light that's not caused by a physical event, right? There's no such thing as light that comes from nothing.
Is the sun its own source?
I'm asking on Earth with lights that we can experiment. Did you notice that part? That start when I started talking? You notice that?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. So the lights that we have. Okay, wait. The lights that we have on Earth are created by us. Okay.
Not all of them are created by us, but everything that we can experiment on and that produces light or that we perceive with light, it has a physical cause, right?
Okay.
Even if it's not produced by us per se, even if it's caused spontaneously in nature, if it's on Earth and we can investigate it, experiment on it, we can find out. Okay, in every case that we know of, when there's a light somewhere from something, when there's light from something, that's caused by something.
Okay.
That exists. So that fundamental reality of that fundamental realization of reality, empirical realization of reality, would imply that your conclusion that those lights up in the sky are not physical means that there is some fundamental shift in how existence works in itself between here on Earth and whatever and wherever those lights exist.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that. Yeah. Okay.
So, why would you say that this is a better or simpler, if we employ Occam's razor, why would you say that this is a simpler and better understanding of reality or a premise to understanding reality than just going, well, this is there's lights in the sky caused somehow, I don't know, I can't investigate it personally, I can't go there, but it's a light, it's caused somehow, it's causing real light to exist, to enter my eyes, and it appears to go away from me, but it doesn't shrink in size. So maybe the distance it appears to go away from me is minuscule compared to the distance the cause of that.
Okay, to be honest, because
traveling towards me is
to be. Can I answer real quick?
Let me answer. Why is that a better understanding of
let me answer him. I think what you're missing is you missed the earlier argument. So earlier, light in the sky, way up in the sky, it has this atmospheric lensing that goes on. So it will look a big size, it'll look large in the distance, but only because there's this weird phenomenon effect that makes it brighter than its or makes it look bigger than its size. And how I can prove that in reality is if I put my welding hood on, the sun is actually the same size as the moon in a distance, but when I take my hood off, it's fucking huge because I'm seeing the shine of this light. And this is the problem that I think you're misunderstanding. When it's in a distance,
that entirely misses the point. First
no,
of all,
it doesn't.
First of all,
proving the point. You're saying that the sun or the moon in a distance, because it's still large, that it's not reducing its angular size. But that's false, because if I put my welding hood on, it is a small thing.
False.
It is a small thing compared to the
It's
shine.
not the angular size of the light. That's like if you look at the light bulb and you don't see the outline of the light bulb because it's too bright, then you're not looking at the shape of the light bulb. It's
my point exactly.
Your point is entirely mute because what you explain makes opposite.
Wait, what about my point, dude? What about my point? I posted a picture, man.
What you're trying to explain also makes Travis's conclusion that the lights must not be physical mute or unnecessary because
no.
Why those lights appeared? You missed it. Can you please stop talking over me?
Listen, you gotta wrap up your talk, man. You talk. Listen, I didn't interrupt you at all, but you were like, I lost your question because you just kept talking. You got to like cut it off at some point, man.
Yeah, no.
You're colluding the fact that he's talking about physical lights, like on a lamppost in the distance. The shine of the light post will be just as big in the distance as it is half the distance, because again, it's the shine of the light. But the physical property of that lamp, like let's say it's daytime. Now we can see that the light post will actually disappear in the distance because we're no longer dealing with light, because light has this crazy effect to where it can look just as big when it's disappearing in the distance as it is halfway from that distance. Maybe you're not getting what I'm saying, but I'm sure others do.
That's it. Okay, well that's correct only insofar that. If you're receiving light from a light source that's smaller than the angular resolution that you have, so it's small, its angular size is smaller than what you can resolve, right? But the light source is bright enough, then you can still see the light. It just appears as a point to you. And then no matter how much further you increase the distance, it's still going to be a point to you. If the light source is still bright enough for you to perceive it compared to.
So you're saying the sun could be
that's the only special case about light sources and angular size. But
so the sun could be 1,000 little dots, right?
We're talking about lights that appear as clearly have an extent. They clearly do appear to
Adrian,
have
wrap
an
it up,
angular
man.
size.
Yeah, how far do you think the sun is, bro? How far do you think the sun is?
I don't know. I didn't test it, so.
Okay, well, so let's bring this back to our terrestrial discussion, because I honestly don't know why we're talking about the sun and the moon when we were talking about boats on the horizon. It's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, they always run off the sun. It's like a bailout.
I asked you a question originally, and I would still like an answer before.
Bro, anytime we're talking about boats, they run off to the sun.
Which is retarded because the sun is totally different. It's a totally different argument.
Hold on, Adrian, bro, man, come on. You are.
They keep talking over me, so I try to.
No, but listen. You talked for a very long time, and I didn't interrupt you. Yeah, you did. You actually did.
Talked for half the time that went.
Okay, listen, fine. Ask your question. I think I already answered it, but hopefully.
No, you didn't.
Okay, great. So ask your question again. I'll do my best.
Okay. So we established that there's this shift in reality.
Don't tell me something. Don't tell me something. Ask me your question.
Okay, I just I just wanted to recap what the basis
I
of the
don't
question
want
is.
you to recap.
Yeah, none of us want you to recap, bro. Because you've already recapped twice.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry. Ah, damn it, you make this difficult. So, why is your understanding that the lights are not physical a better basis to understand reality than, for example, that the lights might not be relatively close to the close relative to the distance that it appears to travel away from you?
Okay. Did I use the word better when I said what I did about my interpretation?
No, you implied it by making that conclusion.
No, I did not. I did not imply it. I said I gave you my interpretation, my explanation.
Yeah, okay. So
That's
your
it.
interpretation is not an effort to understand reality. Your interpretation on this is not an effort to understand reality to the best of your knowledge.
Wow.
Well, yeah, I would say that. Yeah, but see, look, it's insane to me that we have conversations with people like you that make these non sequitur conclusions. Yes, that is my explanation. I would like people to take that into consideration as they look at their reality. I think my interpretation is a viable consideration. Yep.
So,
But it
would you consider your interpretation to be the best?
No, fuck, man. Like, why are you putting words into my mouth? Why? Why
do you
that?
consider it viable?
Why wouldn't it be the best? Because like in the
Why do
theory
you
of
consider it
in-
viable?
I'll let someone else say that it's the best. I'm not trying to say that. I'm
Hey,
just
yo,
little old me.
Hey, Copernicus, though. Doesn't
So,
relativity conclude that it would be the best, though?
No, so the other 2 seconds, Adrian, I'll pass it back to you, man. The conclusion that Travis skipped over in favor of the magic moon and sun is that the moon and sun, the distance to them as they move across the sky, isn't changing, and that's a much more realistic conclusion based off of our understanding of the world around us. Now,
What did
why
I
you
skip
chose the
over?
magic?
Wait,
magic
hold
moon
on.
and sun, I don't
Wait,
know.
hold on. What did I skip over? I'm trying to understand your accusation because what you just said as a follow-up, I think, is not true. So, what did I skip over?
Okay. So if something is not changing size, what can you conclude about its distance to you over time?
I just posted a video, bro.
All right, hold on. I'll try to now be more specific. Again, as an object on Earth goes away from me, I don't know its distance. I just know that it's going away from me. I don't give a shit how far away the car is. I just know that it's not up in my face and going to hit me. It's very far away. Now, the sun and the moon apparently move throughout the sky. In a phenomenological way, that is what I see, I describe. The sun is coming toward me, and then at some point it is going away from me. Okay? It does not follow the rules of perspective of a car coming toward me and going away from me. Now, I don't know how far away it is from me. I don't care. I do not care.
Hey, Travis, I got you. I didn't ask you to tell me how far away it was. What I asked
you said what the distance is. You said
I didn't. No. Wait, Travis. Okay. I did not ask you to tell me the distance. I asked you to draw a conclusion about the distance. Doesn't have to be a distance. Now, let me ask you this. If you see a car on a straight road move away from you, it gets smaller. If you're standing in the middle of a circular track watching a car, that car is doing what in terms of angular size?
That's not how. Here's how I judge the shit.
Hey, Brian, I'm talking
what all is it lighting up? A local light source will light up local object. So
If I'm in the middle, if I'm in the middle of that circle, the car is always the same distance.
Correct. So that's the other option here, is that the distance to the moon is not changing, and that's also why.
Can we hold on? Can we find a common ground and just, let's say, a light on a tower, a light tower on the ocean?
We're not talking lights right now. We're just talking angle, okay? And Travis just agreed with me that the other option is that it's not changing in distance, right, Travis?
Yeah, I don't. Listen, hold on. Now, because I've been in this conversation for so long, I kind of feel like you're gonna like try to get me in a gotcha, right? But it's it's perfectly fine with me. They again, this is a false equivalency. Simply because you can demonstrate something on the Earth by putting me in the center of a round track does not mean that the Earth is that thing. You still have to prove what the Earth is. But I agree with you in terms of the physics of the example you brought up. The fact that you want to now extrapolate that out to the sun, that's on you.
No, but Travis, I think the point here is that you're bringing up what you think is an explanation. I think he's asking a sensible question, which is, doesn't that also seem like an explanation to what you're saying? Yeah, it does seem like.
Yeah, but y'all aren't making points. Are you trying to say that the sun cannot be thousands of miles away? Is that your claim? Because right now I've heard nothing.
Can you clarify for me? Is that what you're actually saying? That yes, you acknowledge that is another viable explanation.
Okay, so it could be 93 million miles away, and it could be a million little. Hold on. It could be a million little dots, right? Because we've according to him, we lost the angle to separate between other light.
You think his name's Travis now?
Could the sun be a million little dots?
It could be unicorns. I don't know, Brian, but Travis, could you?
I think it's unicorns.
Clarify.
No. My answer to you is no.
So it's not a viable option because
you have to prove the Earth is a globe, man. You're assuming something that you think is true.
Okay, you have to prove the Earth is flat before you assume yours, right?
No, I'm just describing what I see. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything about the surface of the Earth.
But doesn't this also mean you have to prove that the sun and moon operate by rules of reality that we don't understand?
No, I don't. I'm telling you that's my
bullshit.
observation. I'm telling you
demonstrate it.
My observation tells me that. That's all I have to do. I don't have to. I don't feel.
Doesn't your observation also tell you that a moving object that's not getting smaller is remaining the same distance from you?
The only people here who can't demonstrate their claims is y'all. So if you claim the sun is 93 million miles away and 860,000 miles wide, then we wouldn't expect one little cloud to be lit up on the horizon, as well as the moon. So the moon's only like 230,000 miles away in your model, and yet we only see just the clouds right around the moon lit up, just like the sun. That's weird, because if it was that big with parallel light, we'd see the whole horizon of clouds lit up, right?
Brian, I would really appreciate it, man, if we could have an adult conversation. Okay, that means if Travis makes a comment and I respond. No, because Travis made a comment that I responded to.
4 people just commented to Travis. I'm asking a question.
It's a new question that takes the topic somewhere else, Brian. I really need you to.
No, it's not. We're talking about the sun, right? Just because you don't like the question, bro, maybe one of the other guys can answer it. So my question is
what I don't like is your lack of respect for us having a civil conversation.
I'm not disrespecting you, bro. I just don't like the way you're talking to me, man. Like
let me just answer his question real quick, Brian. Let me just answer his question really quick. Yeah, the way that you're describing it, we can also demonstrate, although I can't think of any other natural occurrences than the sun and the moon, right? That something is the same, that something moves around me that's the same distance. But yes, what you're saying is a viable explanation. Sure.
Okay. And then the follow-on is that viable explanation obeys the rules of the reality that we live in as we know it. Your explanation does not.
Well, only insofar as you can actually demonstrate supporting claims, right? So it's not just that the moon is the same distance from me. There are other physical realities that your model now says exist that I think conflict with reality in another way. So it's not just a one and done, explanation.
Interesting. That's why I think your explanation is viable.
Okay, well, tell me, what can you demonstrate? Any one of y'all, what can y'all demonstrate with light up close to compare to your sun that's 93 million miles away? Let's go make a list. Since it matches reality so much, let's make a list of how we can demonstrate it in a lab or out in the yard or at the beach. I'll give you my list. You give me your list first.
I guess, Kadabra, that we're just going to have to talk to Brian tonight and nobody else, because Go ahead, man.
So nobody cares to answer the question. All the ballers ganging up on Travis, and I'm just coming to ask a fair question because I'm just going off everything you said. You said I was changing the subject, so I went back to exactly what you said, and you said that it comports to physics. So explain how we can demonstrate these physics up close. How can we demonstrate or replicate?
We see crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays with sunrise arrays. But if we have a large light source, we could replicate that on a smaller scale, I guess. Although it's relatively difficult with relatively little yield. The fact that the shadows behave as they are expected or claimed to be expected, you can model the Earth as a globe with the Moon as a smaller sphere and so on, and put them in the different positions to each other with a large bright light source, like one of those studio panel lightings or something, in order to model and replicate the shadows forming as they are observed. You can also just compare how your shadow changes depending on like the distance to the surface that you throw the shadow on, compared to a light source. What else? The fact that there's almost no fuzzy line of your shadow when you are in sunlight. For example.
Wait, you already said shadows. You already said shadows, bro. But hold on, you said crepuscular rays. You said crepuscular rays. Let me get straight. Let me repeat it so I know. I'm following them. So you said crepuscular rays. You said the shadows. And what was your third one?
The third one, there was two about shadows. One that you can model the alleged celestial objects and put them on, make them on a smaller scale, replicate the shadows. And the second, there was actually three about shadows. Second was the size behavior of your shadow in sunlight, and the third was the fuzziness of the border of your shadow.
So that's all you got is okay. So let me give a list. Okay, so crepuscular rays would be evidence of a closer sun because we would expect this is my opinion. Okay, can you
of anti-crepuscular rays.
Can you mute real quick? Let me give you my list.
We observe both. We observe.
Let me give you my list
and anti-crepuscular rays.
Okay, you don't got to interrupt right at my first little thing. I wasn't even done with it. Okay, this is my opinion that 93 million mile sun or way far would, if the light was parallel, I wouldn't expect crepuscular rays like that. Number two,
correct.
Okay, if the sun is about if it's thousands of miles away, even if it's like 3,900 miles away, then the angles of shadows would only change by 1 degree over 69 miles on a flat surface. So that's kind of mute. Then I would say that with a close and local sun, we would expect and can demonstrate local objects lit and objects that aren't close not lit. So if the light is parallel, 93 million miles away, we would expect all the clouds to be shining and lit up, but we don't see that. Okay, and last but not least, we can replicate the celestial angles of the shadows with the equation 90 minus a over a times d times point a, and get the same effects on a flat plane. Thank you.
That was funny.
Hey, okay, listen, Adrian, come on, man. We're trying to treat you with respect. Let me just ask you. Hold on, please. Let me just ask you to try to be as succinct as possible, because I get lost in like what your first point was. Like, if you're going to ask a question, just ask that question and then let us answer it, because it's too difficult to keep up with you, man.
So can you demonstrate a 93 million mile sun at 800,000 miles wide, lighting up just local clouds, the ones that are right in my line of sight? Can you demonstrate that?
How did you determine that other clouds on other places that are in daytime at the same time as you observing your little plot of reality are not lit up. How did you determine that? Like determine that? How did that work? How did you notice? Like, oh, this cloud's not lit up, but this cloud is. Like, how did you figure that
Local.
out?
The one cloud is dark.
I think you answered with a question. Let me clarify. So, on the horizon, we see local clouds lit up. Okay, and the clouds way off to the right in my field of view and way off to the left are not lit up. Okay, so if the rays are parallel, they'd all be lit up at least kind of evenly, but they are not lit up at all. Just a few miles to the right and a few miles to the left. How does that work?
So it's like dark. It's like nighttime dark to the left and to the right, and at the horizon, it's daytime bright.
No, it's just like a cloud with no glare, no bright light like the one in front of me is. Okay, I'm not talking about one directly in front. Hold on, I'm not talking about a cloud directly in front of the sun. I'm talking about the clouds directly close by to the sun. They're lit up.
Can you show an example of what you're talking about? Because I'm not sure I really.
That's what I was going to ask too, Brian. Yeah, I was going to ask you that too.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Back to the boats on the horizon, because Negator completely went straight to the sky as soon as Travis started giving him info on it. So it'd be cool if we could.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it should be lost. I think those are three simple explanations, but your point's well taken. I gave him three legitimate explanations, and he jumped off the earth and went straight to the sky.
No, I just referenced something that's identical to what boats do.
It's not identical, man. It's not identical at all.
It looks identical. It looks identical.
No, it doesn't. Show me the moon ever in an inferior mirage.
Oh yeah, okay, that's no problem.
No problem? You've got a moon in an inferior mirage?
You've never seen the moon distorted?
I'm already, I'm on it. There is tons of examples of it.
I've seen the sun distorted. Yeah, I've seen the sun distorted. I've never seen the moon. So if it's out there, then
chat. Simple Google search, couple of not even a couple of seconds.
Oh, good for you, Adrian. Good for you. You're awesome.
There you go. Inferior mirage moon. There you go. Undeniable happens.
No, I don't see an inferior mirage. I just see a distorted moon.
You don't see.
Okay, so Yeah. Okay, look, man.
You don't see the bottom part.
Which one's the moon and which one's
down.
the sun? That's just all kinds of shit.
Ones that look like the moon are the moon. Okay, let's take one specific one.
All right. Well, I can't. I'm not going to fish for it. I'm driving right now, so I'm not fishing for it.
There, for example, is that not an inferior mirage? I don't understand where the problem is, honestly. So you can refer to it back later. I'm gonna tag you in. Here you go.
All right. Hey, look, man. Okay, great. Good for you. Awesome. I've seen the sun do that. I've never seen the moon do that. That's fine.
Well, I don't understand why you would assume that the sun does if the sun doesn't, that the moon doesn't do it. Like again, we perceive the sun and the moon near the horizon, just like we do a boat in the same direction. Let's suppose in the same direction there's a boat at distance, right? The light that travels from both the boat and that whatever that celestial light is, to our eyes needs to come through the same air on the portion starting at the boat if they're seen in the same direction.
Okay.
So the same reflection happens on that path, as easy as that.
Actually, that picture proves flat Earth. I'm just saying.
Also,
well,
because
we got to take baby steps with it, man. Don't make him glitch out.
Okay. So let me start by saying this. Earth is life at 3:57 a.m. or 57 after the hour, my time. 57 after the hour, he posted a magical mirage called an Omega Moonrise. The fact that you can see it reflecting on itself is that same example as when you see boats floating in the air. See, the dark part of the water
is one part, but obviously you can see a really light tint of blue that's cutting between the moon and the second moon. It looks like a snowman at that point. But that's the whole point. The fact that that distance can be seen should be enough to make you question actually how far is the true horizon in this optical illusion that's going on. And that's all I'm going to say.
And how does that prove a flat Earth?
It's the proof that it's not a 25,000 circumference ball. I'll go with that. I don't want to subscribe to a shape because it throws you guys out your knockers. What was that?
How is it proving that though? Like that it's not that. Like how?
Because that distance of a horizon should not be, regardless. It should not be in any logic of your ball. It should not be that distance, but it is. That is literally saying
what distance? What's the distance in this picture to the horizon?
Well, clearly it's more.
It?
Clearly, it's more than the 3 miles that you should be able to see.
Also, how did you determine that?
Because I'm smart. Because I'm Iron Man. That's why.
I think it's the alcohol.
Okay, so you have nothing but non sequiturs and strawman then.
Yeah, well, at this point, it's like, what more can I say for you to understand?
Yeah, what can you say? Yeah,
what
I
more
do
can I
understand
say?
your point, though.
Adrian,
but your point does. What
Adrian, you're so antagonistic,
what
bro.
What I understand you to say does not lead to the conclusion that you're claiming that it's proven. That's a problem.
Adrian,
to say that
you have got
lying.
to tone it down, man.
Okay,
back off.
Okay, what more can I say for you to understand that when you're seeing a certain distance of a horizon, quote unquote, that's no longer the geometric horizon that you guys claim to have. And if you're seeing farther than that, it's clearly not a ball. Now, if you don't understand it, if you don't get that, if you can't grasp that, that's really not my problem at this point. It's just your
no problem of grasping that. It's just that you're making claims that are not made that way. That's called a strawman fallacy.
Okay, that's fine.
You have to. What more can you do? You can start to acknowledge that you have committed a strawman fallacy, and rectifying your reasoning so that you no longer commit the strawman fallacy.
Okay, so let me commit to this. Let me commit to this. If my horizon should be cut off at 3 miles because that's the geometric that's a measured distance where technically there's a ball going on, okay? The fact that I can see 20 miles away blows your argument of geometric horizon out the door. That's it. That's a done dot. It's a wrap.
This claim of the geometric
nail in the coffin
is still a strawman fallacy.
Adrian, why?
Fallacy and rectifying your reasoning.
Interrupt. He wasn't finished talking, man. Do we not have a mod here?
Yo, let him
this
fucking
is insane
talk,
that
man.
he's getting away with
this.
this.
It's okay. Let him back and forth.
Well,
now he interrupted Apocryphon.
It's okay. So
Apocryphon is drug rambling, so it's hard not to.
Okay.
Yeah. You think Apocryphon rambles?
Okay. So
enough. I am impatient sometimes.
Sorry. I'm sorry too. Sometimes I forget that no matter what evidence we provide that your ball does not exist in reality, it doesn't matter because you guys just hand wave it and just throw in dumbass words to
attribute it to me.
Apocryphon.
That's incorrect in the first place as well. That's an ad-hom fallacy, and it's.
He didn't say nothing until Adrian started talking, or the other guy started talking, and Adrian piped right in.
What leak?
A picture. I put a picture in the
Adrian, you asked me for a picture, man. You asked me for an example, Adrian. I posted a sunset. I posted a sunset with the sun lighting up just the clouds around it, and not the clouds like a few miles off to the right, a few miles off to the left. So is the light? Is it really coming in parallel from 93 million miles away?
By all we can determine, yes. As for what you're seeing here, well, you're seeing a glare, or you're seeing a reflection from one part of the clouds where the light is especially bright. I did an experiment where I had a flashlight and I had a spoon, and I changed the position of the light and the reflection that's bright on the spoon, the bright spot on the spoon, changed. I left both the light and the spoon in place, and I changed my own position, and then the position of the reflection, the bright spot on the spoon, also changed.
Welcome to
So
Flat
what this
Earth.
tells me is that reflections follow, like where I see the bright spot of a reflection.
Right, with a local light
the
source,
law
it
of
sure does.
reflection.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bud. That's exactly what happens with a
Follows the
local
law
light
of
source.
reflection, and it does not mean that the rest of the spoon is not illuminated, and there's not also a light spot for another observer at another spot of the spoon with the same setup, lights and.
So at
light
sunset, I heard you. I heard you.
Therefore-
Hold on. So at sunset,
Oh
does
my
the whole,
God, Adrian, man.
does the whole horizon? Hold on, Travis. Does the whole Adrian at sunset? Does the whole entire horizon?
You guys are talking over
hold
each
on,
other.
man.
Correct.
I was not.
finished
Adrian is
talking,
talking at the same time you are, Brian. We can't hear either of you. Adrian, man, you've got to.
No, I
you
was
gotta,
not
you
finished.
gotta
That's
off.
that's the only thing. I was just not finished talking. That's.
We got your point. We got your point, Adrian. I got your point with the spoons. Yes, I did with the spoons.
Okay,
You
what
just
was my
said.
point then?
Okay, your point is with a flashlight, you could take the spoon and by changing angles, okay, close by, you could show it lit up and glaring off the flashlight, and then more than you can if you
Not a
back
point.
the
That's
spoon
what I
away.
said.
That's exactly what you
I
said.
said. That's not the point of what I said. The point.
All
of what
that's
I said
moot,
is
bro.
that-
All that's moot over this one
point,
question.
The point of what I said was that your picture does not disprove the rest of those clouds being illuminated and having a different bright spot for a different observer.
Right, I heard that. But look, so does the horizon at sunset fade to darkness evenly across the horizon?
Do you mean fade to darkness?
I mean, with your 93 million miles, 800,000 mile wide sun, does the horizon at sunset, as the sun is dropping below the horizon, does it fade to darkness evenly across the entire horizon
The
out
spot
our
where
field
we
of
see
view?
the sun, the spot where we see the sun is obviously brighter, and it gets brighter as we approach that spot.
Okay, so not parallel 800 miles wide,
No,
right?
that doesn't disprove parallel sun rays. Again, this is due to your perspective, and it does not prove that when someone else is standing somewhere else and seeing a different section of the same horizon line, like he's standing like a few miles to the side of you and looking into the same direction, seeing the same horizon,
Okay.
it doesn't prove that he's now seeing only a dark, only the left, a bright side on a bright part on the left, for example, and only a dark part on the right, and not like also darker at the right and left and brighter in the middle.
What if I had
Just what we
800?
expect.
Hold on. What if I wait? One last thing. What if I had 860,000 lasers spaced 1 mile apart, shining parallel toward Earth? So take every mile, I have a badass laser that's and I have 860,000 of them, 1 mile apart, shining parallel toward Earth. So some of them are shining right past Earth, right? And they're all hitting the horizon parallel. Is that horizon not going to be lit up evenly?
For you?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Exactly, that's what you thought, but then you're proving your own claim. Because I said for you, no. Like at the point where you're observing the horizon and where you're seeing the mass of lasers, the directions you're seeing the mass of lasers in the direction of the sky where you see it, the horizon's gonna have a brighter spot because there's gonna be loads of cones from those lasers overlapping and reaching the light's reaching to your eyes, and to the side of that, it's just the illumination from the rest of those lasers, how the light scatters.
Right. So just the few laser beams in the middle are the only ones that are going to hit the horizon. That's basically what you're saying. It's just a few laser beams in the middle are going to hit the horizon.
Nope.
Well, that's what we see in reality. Right? We see as the sun sets, we see one bright spot, right?
that are gonna have a line from you as an observer to the light source. That's
So not parallel rays,
how you
right? Not
think vision works.
not parallel rays, right? So the horizon doesn't fade to darkness evenly, right?
With the lasers, we have ensured that the rays are parallel. Effectively.
So each one of them lasers would hit the horizon, and it would fade to darkness evenly.
Would still observe exactly the same thing.
So just a few lasers in the middle is all you're saying. So you're dancing around, in my opinion. But I'm gonna pass it to somebody else, man. I just wanted to prove that point.
Yeah, well,
you did not prove any point.
Yeah,
oh,
didn't
by the
really,
way, nice picture with the clouds being illuminated from below.
Yo, they're the globe's perspective, like the answer for it, like it makes sense in their model, like because it would look relative to you. Well, like I'm saying,
It just makes sense when you like all model it out. It doesn't need to be the reality for that.
Right, I'm trying to
the Earth
defend.
doesn't need to be glowed for that.
I get it. I'm trying to defend your supposition. Like my point is like like it makes sense what you guys offer in that sense, but it's not what anyone I mean, it's an interesting point. I think it's a moot point personally.
Why would the middle of the horizon, if all the light's parallel and every laser beam hitting the horizon, why would the center be brighter?
It would just be based on somebody's individual perspective, where they're visualizing what's going on.
Yeah, but they're not using perspective. They're using parallel rays. They don't use perspective in any of their measurements, bro.
And they're proposing that like anti-crepuscular rays would be based on the way your eye works. You know what I mean? Like so, anti-crepuscular and crepuscular.
Just perspective doesn't need to be the eye.
So I would expect to see no parallel rays.
It makes sense. It does make sense, and like there's no.
Brian, where's that photo of the clouds? I don't see it.
I mean, if Brian is interested, I posted one about 10 minutes ago, man.
To him
why the spot where you see the light source is brighter than the other spots, and why it doesn't disprove
So this is where
the other regions that you don't see as bright as the light source directly are also illuminated by that same light source.
So not parallel, right? I agree, bro. We don't see parallel light rays hitting the horizon.
That's incorrect. Brian.
We don't see parallel rays hitting the horizon evenly. We see a bright spot right where the sun is.
Brian, what they're proposing is that what you see and what all of us see is not parallel sun rays, but in reality they are. But due to your perspective, you're seeing not parallel rays.
And the illumination thing is not even an investigation of whether or not you're seeing parallel.
That does fall in line with all their other arguments, bro. So in other words, it is this, but it just doesn't appear to be.
Light source that's small and that's small and has divergent line, the point light source, for example, and a large panel light source, you're still gonna observe the same phenomena regarding like when you look at the light source, it's brighter, and when you look aside from the light source, you're only seeing light that's being reflected off from the light source of the objects into your eyes. So there's gonna be less light from sides of the light source.
Here's the easiest way to debunk parallel light. Show a sun at least 1 degree above the horizon. You could do it like probably even up to 5 or 6 degrees. But show direct sunlight hitting just the bottom of the cloud with the sun above the horizon. That proves it can't be parallel rays.
In their model shows that actually.
And their model, the rays are coming in evenly at 6 degrees. Thanks for letting me finish, bro. Thanks.
Your picture shows that actually, that the bottom of the clouds is
right.
Okay, yeah, wait. This is what right, hold on. I want to bring this point up. So, Adrian, if you're looking at that photo that you're talking about, right, you're saying that the bottom of the clouds are lit up. Is that right?
Yeah, there's
okay, great. Okay, yeah. It's just a yes or no. I didn't ask for you to explain anything. Okay, so my question to you is, what's happening at the top of the cloud? Is anything happening at the top of the cloud?
The top of the cloud, the cloud seems to be thinner. Yes.
Okay, so it's thinner, right? So the middle of the cloud is very dark. The top is light. The bottom is light. that means that at the top and the bottom, the cloud is thin enough for the light to penetrate. It's not being lit from the bottom. The light is penetrating the top and the bottom because they're thinner than the middle, which is dark. Why is it dark? It's
Bro, don't
too
take that
thick.
away from me, man. That's the best flat Earth or
How is
globe
the
killer
bottom
there
the
is.
brightest? How is
As soon as
the
people
bottom the
understand
brightest
the
part?
argument, as soon as people understand the trigonometry, bro, then they'll understand that a sun above the horizon, they consider the horizon 0 degrees. Okay, so once the sun is above the horizon, 1 degree, it's considered 1,400,000 miles above your feet. That's what they claim with other arguments also, okay? So once it's above the horizon, it can't hit the bottom of clouds. I could go all the way to the moon. If I had a stick, it would leave the same shadow. So if the sun is 5 degrees above the horizon, I would get a 5-degree shadow down on the ground. If I went up in the clouds and planted that stake, I would still get a 5-degree angle pointing downwards. Okay, it wouldn't change. Even if I went to the moon, it would still be the same angle. It would almost change by 1/4 of a degree. But that's how far I'd have to go to get it to change because it's 93 million mile parallel rays. So with the light hitting the bottom of clouds, they can't be parallel, bro.
Yeah, no. But then, how is the bottom part the brightest part of that of the clouds then? If they are not illuminated from the bottom, but actually from the top.
Can't be on a globe. Welcome to flat Earth, bro.
How does the light reach down there? How does it come from there?
Exactly. That's my question to you, bro. Map it out and you'll get it. Draw yourself a triangle from your feet to the sun. Then tell me how high I would have to go to get the sun to change 1 degree in angle. Because according to your model, the ground curves, not the sun and not the light angles. In your model, it's the ground curving. So I could keep going up higher and higher. The sun would follow me. So even if I went to the moon and put a stick right above me, I'd get the same angle, bro. Especially on that cloud, you can't have light coming in upwards.
The fuck are you even talking about?
Can I jump in?
I can't help it if you don't understand it.
Save us, Lex.
It doesn't matter. No, I'm not going to save you. It doesn't matter on a flat Earth or a round Earth. If the sun is for the observer below the clouds at the horizon, it can be possible to light up the clouds from below for the observer. It's for the observer.
I didn't say below the horizon. I'm saying with the
It's
sun
for the
above the
observer.
horizon.
Light is not a building material. You don't have to put a line towards the top of the clouds. The sun is at the position where it is.
Okay, so I didn't say the sun below the horizon because that's a moot argument.
No,
I'm referring to
the sun right above the horizon and the clouds above it.
Right, I'm gonna get a downward shadow on the ground, right?
Towards the observer, it is possible that sun lights up the underside of the clouds.
Really?
Oh.
Because the position of the light is below.
So does it
for the observer it is below. Light is not a building material.
Okay, then answer me this: How high do I gotta go? How high do I gotta go for the sun to change 1 degree in angle? If I have a stick with me, and how high do I have to go above the ground for the sun to change 1 degree?
It won't.
Well, the answer is 1,400,000 miles. If you go up 1,400,000 miles in their model, the sun, you'll get a 1 degree change in your shadow from that stick. Okay, that's their model. In their model, the ground is what's changing angle, not the light.
I'm not jumping to models. The sun is at the position where it is in the sky to the observer.
So it can simultaneously leave a downward shadow on the ground or on the clouds and leave an upward shadow.
Yeah. If it
so not parallel, right?
That's geometrically impossible.
Yeah, but that's a different argument. That's a different argument. Because you see it from the observer.
So not parallel.
No, but the whole.
Hey, Ryan,
none of this implies
hold on,
anything you're saying.
Just real quick, hold on, please.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play favorites. Lex, I really don't like hearing you like this, man. Like I hear you, you're upset. You're passionate about what you're saying. So let's everyone just kind of take a step back if we can.
Okay. So.
Yeah, roger that, man. I don't know why I'm yelling, man. Calm down.
Brian. When I did put something in LibreCat, I did the Earth, the Moon, and the Sun on relative sizes in LibreCat. And when I put a line out from the center of the Sun to the side of the Earth, I get from the middle of the Earth to the side of the Earth, I get an angle of 0.002400152 degrees. That's a very, very small angle. So it may not be really parallel, and of course, I think you can consider the Sun a point light source, but of course the other parts also add to the light. So it's not to the observer. It's thought in direction from the Sun. So it's an argument from an orthographical side view position. It's not for the observer. You understand?
I understand what you're saying, man. That works. That's how I tried to describe it.
Okay.
But on your model, is my point. Do you agree that it's not the light changing angles in your model? It's the ground that changes angles, right?
Yes.
Okay. So would you also agree that I'd have to go up if I had a stick? I would have to go up 1,400,000 miles to get a 1 degree change in shadow.
Sure. Why not?
That's a good
Not
point.
sure how you arrived at that number, but
That's a good
technically it means that the direction to the Sun does not change by you changing your elevation, your altitude.
Yeah, so my problem is this, and I'm only referring to a sun above the horizon. It's casting a shadow down, and so no matter what they want to say, what edge the light's coming from, that shadow is going to be a definite, defined shadow, and it's going to be casted down. Let's say 5 degrees downward. We could measure the shadow length with a stick, a 1 meter stick, and it's about, I think, 24 feet or something at 5 degrees, or maybe 24 meters or something. It's pretty long, but it's a defined shadow, and it's at a defined angle. Okay, so we can move that stick around. There's no distance we could get to change that angle. The ground will change angles, but if we keep that stick in the same orientation, we can go up, over, anywhere. It's never going to change angles. So my point is, the light can't simultaneously shine upward at the bottom of a cloud and downward 5 degrees toward the ground simultaneously and still be parallel. But but I understand what you're saying too, man.
I see your point.
I think it'd have to be perspective in either model, but it couldn't be parallel.
Well, there's still the issue that we observe crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays, so sunlight does appear as parallel in close enough approximation that we see it as parallel.
Can I ask you?
Rays.
Can I ask you something? Is there a way to measure the intensity of the heat from the sun at a distance?
Intensity of the heat of the sun at a distance from the sun.
Is there a way to measure the intensity of the heat from a sun at a certain distance?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why there should be no way to do that.
There's a follow-up. I just want to start at that point.
Let me answer. Can I answer?
Yeah.
Thermometer.
Okay. So now when we are at a point in the ball model, in the heliocentric model, when we get closer to it, how do you explain when the temperature drops and not raises? Because technically, if I put a fire in the middle of the backyard, I should have a reading.
from the distance that I'm standing. But if I get closer, it should intensify. But the fact that it doesn't, can we please explain to me why or how that can happen?
Okay, so you're talking about the claimed aphelion versus a perihelion thing, right? And that when it's winter in northern regions, the Earth is supposedly closer to the sun. It is when it's summer, right? Did I understand that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
So first of all, the difference in distance is like 1% in a single percent range of the total alleged distance, right? So the change of the irradiation from the sun due to the distance change is expected to be very small, because it changes with the it reduces with distance by with a ratio of 1 over squared distance, right? That's how the inverse square law. Illumination and also the energy from the sun is supposed to reduce with the distance. So the change is very small because the relative change in the distance is relatively small.
Okay.
And
go on.
As for why the temperature changes so relatively drastically now, that in that case, we have two things to consider. First, we have the amount of daylight to consider. Like the nights are longer when it's winter than when it's summer. So we have less time being spent that we're receiving light or energy in that portion of in the northern portion of the Earth in the winter than in the summer, and therefore it heats up less. And secondly, and that you can check yourself as well at for example, fire or something. You can hold out your hands when you're like something like 6 to 3 feet away from the fire or from the heater. You can hold out your hands and feel the warmth from the heater. If you feel the warmth from the heater very clearly, then you can tilt your hands and see if that makes any difference as to how warm the palm of your hands get, like the big surface of your hands. If you tilt it away from but you're still pointing somewhat towards it, but you tilt it slightly away from the heater. Should reduce because basically the most efficient way for you to get warm.
Adrian, you got to learn to wrap it up.
Okay. So let me understand this. You're saying that when I am farther away from the fire and I'm getting a certain temperature, that when I get closer to the fire, I will be less wait, what's the word I'm looking for? It will be a colder temperature. Even though I'm closer to the fire, it's going to be colder, but only because I've slanted my body away from the fire, and somehow this heat doesn't heat me up as much as when I was a further distance away from it. I just want to point out that logically doesn't make sense. But go on, please explain.
It does happen in reality.
If you try hold on. You're saying it happens but it doesn't make sense.
It does make sense if you think about it as well.
No, I did think about it, and that's why I'm bringing it up, because if I'm away from
the surface.
Listen. If I'm 10 feet away from a fire, and I use a thermometer as to the heat that I'm getting from the fire, and then all of a sudden I'm
not a good way to measure this.
And whatever. No, I get something to measure my heat, but there's a heat though to be measured. That's for sure. Now, when I get closer to the fire, if I'm colder, that doesn't make sense. And here's the thing. In reality, you can test this yourself. That if you're at a beach and you're away from the bonfire and you feel the heat at a safe distance, you're good. But if I forced you to get closer to it, there's no way that you're going to be cooler than when you were at your safe distance of
Yeah,
the
because
fire.
you're talking about two different processes to transfer
I
heat.
mean, I think you're invoking those two different processes, but I'm saying
No, I'm not
if I'm
invoking them at all.
farther
They are
away,
real. They're real. Infrared heaters are real. They exist. They work. You can also
man,
test. They do work.
you know what's
Also work
crazy?
in a vacuum, through a vacuum. In the
When
vacuum chamber.
when
They
I
also
ask a
do work there.
when I ask a
So
question
here's the
like
thing.
that,
Here's the thing. It
okay,
not
go ahead.
only happens
Man,
in reality.
Adrian,
You can
man, you got to learn about back and forth, Adrian, man. I know
Yes,
that
Apo just talked for a couple minutes. He talked. Now it's my turn
No,
to talk. It's
I'm
back and
trying to
forth.
give you a heads up now. Giving you a heads up now. Try to say it short. Just say it as
Yeah, I'm
fast
gonna
as you
try to-
can.
I'll try. Apo did not really realize what I was talking about, so it's possible it's gonna take a few minutes. So the thing is that if the heat, for example, when we're talking about the heat from the sun, it's irradiation that transports the energy. Do we agree on that, Apo?
The what?
Radiation. It's the light that carries the heat, or the electromagnetic spectrum that carries the heat, the energy. It's not that the sun heats up like the air, and the air just starts moving more, which then makes the air warmer.
I
The
think
thing that carries the energy
that's arguable, but
is
go on.
okay. If you agree that
Well, because what I'm saying is
is
that the sun is the source of the heat, regardless of whatever you want to say. The sun is the source of the heat. Go on.
Okay, would you agree that it seems to be through irradiation, through the electromagnetic spectrum, or is that already in dispute?
We can run with that. Let's go. Go ahead. I'm again. The source is the sun. There's heat, and it's blazing its flames on me, or its heat on me, radiating heat. Yeah, radiation. Go on. Yeah, that's fine.
The heat is infrared radiation, basically.
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so for the radiation, when you tilt your hand, the same thing happens also with a fire. There's some radiation from the fire that you feel as heat. And when you tilt your hand, the surface of the hand, the portion of the hand that faces into the direction of the fire, is smaller. But the size of your hand did not change. Therefore, the heat that your entire hand receives per unit of area is smaller than when you hold your hand perpendicular to the heat source or to the light source. Because when you hold your palm perpendicular to the light source, and the entire surface of the hand is facing the heat source or the radiation source, and then all of your hand receives every part the intense light. And then when you tilt the hand, then the heat radiation gets less intense, but your hand didn't change size. So per area unit, your hand receives less energy.
Okay.
Less heat.
So are you suggesting that the tilt of the Earth changes when it gets closer to the sun?
That's what's claimed. Yes. It's also measured actually, like under the model of like presupposing the whole constellation. The consequence of measuring the sun at a lower peak.
Well, it's not measured.
Elevation angle. Yes. The
it's
sun does
calculated.
It's calculated. In the winter, the sun does measurably have a lower peak elevation angle than in the summer.
Okay. So let's fast forward. Let's rewind it. Okay, I'm tilted at 23.4 degrees in your ball world, and it's hot as fuck when I'm really far from the sun. I'm still tilted 23.4 degrees when I'm close to the sun. Please explain to me how what you're saying makes any sense to where if I personally was put on this chair and spun at 23.4 degrees laying backwards from this bonfire at the beach at 15 feet, how do I get closer to it at 23.4 degrees and it's cooler than when I was further away?
Okay, and again with your analogy of the bonfire, the distance what you're describing is the equivalent of like tilting your hand a lot, or tilting your hand by those 20 degrees. But if you're 15 feet away from the bonfire, then you need to change your distance like 0.15, 0.2 feet. What does that work out to in inches?
I think you're missing the point. Hold on. Let me just make it easy. Let me just stop all this bullshit. What I'm saying is, if there's a fire
inches
and it's a distance from me, no matter what angle I'm at, it's fucking hot. Then when I get closer to it, it's cooler. That doesn't make sense logically. I know you're saying because you're tilted, but I was tilted back when I was fucking further away from it. It doesn't matter.
You're not tilted in the same direction. When you're
not
further,
tilted in the same direction.
You're further away.
Do we not?
Okay, the equivalent is the equivalent of what?
Do we not? In your model, do we not make a full rotation every day in your model?
It's not my model, by the way.
Okay, I'm sorry. In the heliocentric model, do we not make a full revolution every day, every 24 hours?
Around the axis, yes. And
okay.
The axis is not tilted
with that being said, with that being said, this rotation angled at 23.4 degrees, or we could say the other side, the 66.6 degrees. You heathen. We can go at that point, and now all of a sudden, I get closer, still at that same tilt, but I'm cooler. If I get you want to
it's not the same tilt.
It's not the same tilt. So okay,
it's tilted in the other direction.
So you're saying the tilt changes when I get closer to the sun. That's what I asked earlier.
I think you should look at some models of that or
some listen, hold on, let me jump in just real quick.
I'm not sure if you're really wrapping your head around it.
Okay, so
3D.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it is the same tilt. It's just that it's okay, hold on. It is at the same tilt. It's just at a different revolution around the sun. So there's a difference between the rotation and the revolution. But both rotation and revolution has the same 23.4 degree tilt.
Exactly.
You can't I don't understand how you're not seeing this.
Exactly. Imagine me.
The tilt is in a different direction.
Listen.
See the problem you're having, honestly.
It's not in a different direction. No, it's not.
It's
because it's still spinning around. It doesn't. You're saying that the tilt somehow magically doesn't have the same spinning when it's closer. It's the same. In your model, oh, man, goddamn.
Okay, it's in a different direction, but the position is on the other side of the light. So
it's not in a different direction.
Thing as in the same. Okay, so here's the thing. Yes, it's
guy.
Okay. Iris, I acknowledge what you're saying. It's not factually actually in a different position direction. The tilt. Okay, what's actually happening is that you're leaning the tilt at the rotation axis relative to the plane that it goes on allegedly around the sun, right? You're tilting that axis and it points in the same direction all the time, but it goes around sun, right? So half a year later, the tilt is in the same direction. It's on the other side of the light, right? Because it's allegedly going around light, right? So That's equivalent, mathematically equivalent, with the light and the Earth being in the same orientation half a year, right? On the light is on the left and the Earth is on the right. But the tilt flips half a year later.
Yes, but hold
Equivalent.
on. Listen to yourself. The tilt flips, but when it spins its 24-hour spin in a day, you're still closer at that same tilt. Do you not grasp that?
Same tilt, but the tilt is relative to the light in the
It's
different
nighttime when
points
you're
in the
at that.
same. It points in the same direction, but it's on the other side of the light. Right? This is equivalent if you flip around. If you look at it from the other side, so if you look at it like position Sun and Earth, alleged position Sun and Earth, winter.
This is crazy painful, man.
This is painful. I don't even
is
understand what's going on right here.
Yeah. So
this is very painful. What?
Let's imagine the Sun and the Earth allegedly being positioned. The Sun being at the right, at the left, and the Earth being at the right, right? And that's the winter. So the tilt of the Earth, the north of the north axis of the Earth, is allegedly pointing away from the Sun by 23 degrees, right? Now, half a year later, the Sun, the Earth is allegedly has traveled on the other side of the Sun.
For
right?
this.
So now the Earth has traveled around the Sun. Now the Earth is on the left, the Sun is on the right. Now we go around this image and look at it from the other side, so that the Sun is on the left and the Earth is on the right again. What will happen to the axis? The axis will now suddenly point towards the Sun by 23 degrees instead of away from the Sun. Even though it still points in the same direction in the sky, allegedly towards Polaris, it points now towards the Sun and not away from the Sun. And that's the difference in the heat that you notice in the northern, like that you can experimentally confirm.
Even though you're making it point the opposite direction when you were on 6 months prior, but do you realize what I'm saying? Okay, you're pointed the opposite direction, but when you spin and the light is in your face, you are closer. Even though you're pointed the opposite direction, that doesn't change the fact that you're closer to the Sun. And if I'm in a bonfire and you put me on this fucking rotisserie and I'm angled at a certain angle and I spin, I put a chicken on the fucking rotisserie and I spin it, and it goes around the bonfire, but somehow I bring it closer towards the bonfire, even though it's tilted, it will still feel a stronger heat because it's closer to it. I think you're not
closer by 1%. By 1% of the distance.
Yeah.
Can this
that's
actually?
It's a scaling issue.
Can this actually be demonstrated on a scaled version? That something great scale negator. Yeah. Sorry, Travis. But can we
scale
demonstrate this on a scaled down version? That something tilted that is closer will be colder than something that is further away that will be warmer. Can we actually demonstrate this?
You can do that yourself. That's not.
Well, has it been done? Why do I got to do it myself? I thought the great scientific minds of the world probably would have already done this. Other than just putting
irradiation is well understood.
Adra, I hadn't finished speaking. Buddy. Other than just a few gifts that are put together, I thought that the scientific minds probably would have demonstrated this practically. Like has Harvard University done this? Has Yale done this?
In the square lot is also well
why do you keep on talking over the top of me? I'm not
those
talking
are
over the top
only
of you. I let you finish. It's been like this all morning.
Right. You've repeated yourself like 3 times.
It doesn't matter if I repeated myself. At least have the courtesy to let me finish. Like I didn't interrupt you.
Keeps telling me that I need to wrap it up.
All right. Did I? But anyway, I think my point's been made. Can't be demonstrated. Hasn't been demonstrated.
Well, no, the irradiation and the dependence of it, how the surface is oriented to the the source
You
of irradiation
keep
is well
saying that.
understood, and the investigator law is also well understood, and those are the only two constitutions. Those are the only two things that you need to demonstrate for this.
He didn't ask you if it was well understood. He asked you
well
for
understood implies that it's
on,
demonstrated,
Ezra.
and it's empirically measured.
Hold on. Thank you. Go, Travis.
Yeah, my point is, he didn't ask if it was well understood. He wants not a GIF, not a diagram. He wants a physical demonstration of this claim.
Yes. Both the irradiation and investigator law can be physically demonstrated very easily and are empirically measured. There's no problem with that whatsoever.
Where?
Look it up. That's not my due diligence here. That's your due diligence. If you assume it is incorrect. I mean,
how would I even?
If you find that something is wrong with it, I welcome you to
how
show
would I even help me out?
Well, you guys are talking all over each other, Travis. Travis,
you're not gonna.
Abracadabra, what are you guys doing?
Okay.
Go, Travis.
Okay, you're not gonna help me out. You're not gonna do the search for me. Great. How should I search for this? What would be some good keywords for me?
Let's do it.
Off the top of my head, I would look up empirical measurement or verification of irradiation and investigator law separately.
Wait. Investigation of, would you say radiation? What?
Irradiation, yeah.
Irradiation, okay. And then what was the other term?
Inverse square law.
Inverse square law. Okay, and so if I put in those two terms, it's gonna give me a model of the heliocentric system to demonstrate this?
No.
Well, then it's not going to be helpful.
You can. No. Why not? Why not? Is logic not a valid way to make conclusions about observable reality?
No,
it's tough.
It's not a valid way to make conclusions about observable reality.
I was gonna stop drinking for the night or morning, but your response forced me to go get another beer. It's clear to me that it's clear to me that you are so stuck in your model and belief that logic is not kicking your brain to realize what I'm saying.
Apocryphon, are you drunk?
Not yet. I'll get there though.
Oh, he's pretty damn close.
I'll get there. Give me another hour. I'll get there, please.
What time in the morning is it?
To realize what you're saying.
It's 4:46
I realize
in the
that
morning.
you're saying you're getting another beer. Is that correct?
Yo, Bansol, the YouTube videos I'm giving you, are those sufficient? That's what you asked for, right?
No, I asked for a roast chicken to be tilted and show how it is cooked quicker when it's closer to us, further away from a source than when it's closer to a source.
Exactly. That's my point.
A
Holy
roast
shit.
chicken?
You fucking got
like
it.
a rotisserie chicken?
Yeah. Every day chicken. I'm not asking much. Just a chicken. Just a chicken.
What? But what do you want to see that for? What's that for?
Well, you say
Why
that
do you want to see
you say that when we're further away, Nate, that because of the tilt and all that sort of stuff, that you know we get the summer, and then all of a sudden, when we're
it's not all of a sudden.
Well, 6 months later.
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden, close enough to all of a sudden.
True. It's a blink of an eye.
6 months later, gradually, continuously.
And then, Nate, in the blink of an eye, 6 months later, when I'm closer, Abra, settle down. I'm talking to Nate, right?
It's incorrect what you're saying.
It's
Let me
It's very Let me.
It's
speak.
not incorrect. It's very accurate.
Can't you mute these other guys? Come on.
And then 6 months later, Nate, when I'm closer, it's actually cooler. Now that logically doesn't make sense, and all I'm asking for, like, you can have demonstrations like the light and all that sort of stuff that you've dropped in the link. Thank you very much. But I want to see a practical demonstration with a roast chicken, a leg of pork, you name it, right? tilted,
That's my point
right?
exactly.
Have it closer,
So,
have it
Banta,
further away,
I'll
and
try. I'll try find a rotisserie chicken, but what you gotta understand is when we say it's closer and further, that distance is so minuscule.
There we go.
So there's one image I posted. I'll try find it again. Yeah, I found it. Let me copy it. I'll post it again.
Let me.
As you can see in that image, the path that the Earth takes is greatly exaggerated. But if you look at the different numbers, it's like from 94 million miles to 91 million miles. It's 3 million miles difference compared to a totality of 94 to
But we don't
91
have.
million,
But we don't have to do millions.
which is so
Hold on.
minuscule. That I'm not done talking.
My
That
bad.
difference makes no that difference between 91 to 94 million miles. It makes no difference at all, Benson. The difference in the tilt of the Earth is way bigger than the difference between the aphelion and the periphelion. You know?
Can I
Okay,
jump in real
okay, then.
quick?
Yeah, go.
So again, that's great as an explanation. Can you show us that would be the case in reality, please?
Yeah, let me jump in real quick. If I took myself as a human sacrifice, okay, and I put a bonfire at the beach and I was 10 feet away from it and I was tilted on this apparatus, I'm 23.4 degrees and I have my chest representing one side of the earth and my back representing the other side. And then they started spinning me around it. And then as they drew me closer to the fire,
How
all
much
of a
closer?
sudden,
How much closer?
hold on. All
No,
of a
no, but
sudden,
that's important. How much
hold on. No,
closer
no,
are they
no.
bringing you to the
Just
fire?
listen.
No, no, but that's very important. We
No,
need to
it's
know how
not.
much
And I'll
closer
tell
are
you
they
why.
bringing you to the fire.
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because whether they put me a foot closer or 2 feet closer, both measurements, I'm going to feel more heat on my back and my
We
chest.
don't know
Because
that.
hold on,
That's
please listen. Please listen. The reason why I say that is because I'm closer to the fire. Now, it doesn't matter if my angle or tilt, my back or my front, when I'm spinning, right, representing the days of, 24 hours, if you put me closer to the sun at any angle, at any point, and I'm going to experience more heat from the bonfire. And in reality, I'm willing to fucking put my body up for a fucking sacrifice on this to prove you that in reality, you're like 93 million miles, 91 million
Yo,
miles.
please get to your point, because
It doesn't matter.
I do
I'm telling
wanna
you this.
respond.
I'm telling you this. 10 feet or 8 feet, regardless, it's going to be a more intense, a measurable intense heat that I'm going to experience when I'm closer, no matter the angle
Okay,
of my tilt.
point made, right?
Hang on, clarity.
All right, so
Epro,
if I can respond to him, because
hang
he
on,
was
just real quick.
directing it to me. Jazza, take a back seat, please, man.
No, just real quick, because Epro just said that.
No, Jazza, it was directed towards Nate.
Yeah,
So
I know, but he said about
go, Nate.
All right, Jazza,
okay.
go ahead.
Go,
ahead,
Nate.
Jazza.
No, go, Nate.
Okay.
Get out.
Okay, so apocryphon, number one, all right? The distance does matter. So if you were 10 feet away,